Above the heavens, thunderclouds churned. On the training ground of Tianqiong City's first Awakening Academy, tens of thousands held their breath, their gazes converging on the tall figure standing at the center of the awakening platform. Su Chun, 17 years old, the adopted son of the Su family. At this moment, he stood high upon the platform, lightning coiling around his body, his robes billowing, although there was no wind. Above his head in the vault of the sky, dark clouds gathered into a massive vortex. Thick serpents of lightning slithered and roared within as though the end of days were descending. This is an awakening phenomenon. A teacher below the stage cried out in shock. Before the words had fully fallen, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the sky, crashing down upon Su Chun. Yet nothing happened to him. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing the thunder to pour unrestrained into his body. In the next instant, a line of small golden characters appeared above his head. Name: Su Chun, awakened ability, Lord of Heavenly Thunder, ability rank SSS. A deafening boom echoed. The entire field erupted. SSS rank. It's really SSS rank. Lord of Heavenly Thunder. What kind of ability is that? I've never even heard of it. So powerful. It must be an offensive ability. His attack power has to be boosted at least 50-fold. No wonder he's the young master of the Su family. I heard long ago he was predicted to be SSS rank, and it really came true. Within the crowd, Su Chen's 3 elder sisters were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. The eldest, Su Yao, clenched her handkerchief tightly, her eyes reddening. Little Chun, he really did it. The second sister, Su Lin, covered her mouth, her voice choked. I knew it, I knew little brother Su Chun was the best. The third sister, Su Xiaoxiao, even jumped up outright, cheering, Little Chun, your sister loves you. Su Chen's mother, Lin Wanqing, stood beside her daughters, gazing at her adopted son on the stage, with a face full of gratification, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Su Chen's father, Su Jing, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he said nothing, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his mood at that moment. As one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Huaxiao, a peerless expert at level 89, with an SS-ranked ability, he knew that the number of SSS awakenings each year could be counted on 2 hands. And now such an awakening had appeared in his son. Though an adopted child, he was still his son. Su Jintian nodded slightly. Not bad. Those 2 simple words were enough to make the surrounding members of the Su family even more excited. Dad praised Su Chun. Dad rarely praises anyone. Su Yao cried in delight. Su Chun is so promising, Su Ling said as she wiped away her tears. Around the Su family stood a group of Su Chen's friends and followers, and at this moment, they were flattering him with abandon. Young Master Su is too handsome. I told you young Master Su would definitely be SSS rank, and you wouldn't believe me. From today on, young Master Su is the #1 prodigy of Tianqiong City. What prodigy? He's the future #1 powerhouse in the entire nation. Cheers, screams, and sycophantic praise rose and fell, and the entire training ground seemed to have become Su Chen's personal stage. Far at the outermost edge of the crowd, a lone youth stood quietly. His name was Su Lin, the Su family's blood son, the biological child of Su Jinghua and Lin Wanqing. At this moment, he wore a school uniform washed so many times it had turned pale, the cuffs frayed, the pant legs too short, exposing half of his lower calves. His shoes were also old, the soles badly worn, so that he could feel every bump of the ground when he walked. Dressed like this among students in brand new uniforms or designer clothes, he looked like a poor boy who had wandered out from the slums. In truth, in the eyes of many, he was not even as good as a poor boy. Someone who lived in the servants' quarters of the Su family. How could he be anything decent? See over there. That's Su Lin. Su Lin. Which Su Lin? The one from the Su family, you know? Oh, I remember now. The one who lives in the servants' quarters and isn't allowed at the main table, that piece of trash. Yes, that's him. I heard that at home he's treated worse than a servant and spends every day punished on his knees in the basement. PFF, really. He's at least of Su family blood, isn't he? What use is bloodline? Trash is trash. Just look at how he's dressed, like a beggar. I heard he's awakening today as well. The prediction was D rank. D rank. Haha, isn't that trash? Peals of harsh laughter echoed from all directions. Su Lin's face remained expressionless, as though he had not. 18 years had long since inured him to it. In the eyes of the Su family, Su Chun was the clouds in the sky, while he was the mud on the ground. Whatever the clouds did was right, whatever the mud did was wrong. Even if the clouds trampled the mud beneath their feet, it was still an honor for the mud. Look, people from the universities have arrived. Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone raised their eyes. Several flying crafts were rushing through the sky, descending to land steadily at the edge of the training ground. As the hatches opened, a group of imposing figures disembarked in an orderly line. They're from Jingdu University and Modu Academy. That's Longqing Battle Institute, the #1 battle academy in Huaxia. Heavens, have all the top academies sent people? Of course. With an SS-ranked awakening, wouldn't they fight to recruit him? Sure enough, the recruitment officers from those top academies had barely stepped off their crafts before hurrying straight to the awakening platform surrounding Su Chun as he had just descended. Young Master Su, I'm the Director of Admissions at Jingdu University. We're willing to offer you a full scholarship plus a villa within the third ring. Student Su, come to our Modu Academy. We'll give you a private laboratory and 10 million in research funding every year. Young Hero Su, Longqing Battle Institute welcomes you. As long as you join us, you'll directly enter the elite class and receive unknown guidance from a mentor. As long as you come, you will immediately enter the elite class and enjoy individual tutoring from a master instructor. Young Master Su. Student Su. Surrounded by them, Su Chun wore a perfectly measured, humble smile. Teachers, you flatter me. I still need to discuss this with my family. His words were both proper and magnanimous, drawing another round of praise. Young Master Su is not only gifted beyond measure, but also so filial. How rare. Indeed, this is the bearing of a true scion. Su Yao and her sisters listened radiant with joy, their faces glowing with pride. Lin Wanqing's smile nearly split her cheeks as she held Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, I always knew you were the best. Even Su Jinghua spoke for once. Not bad. Neither arrogant nor impatient, with the bearing of a great family's heir. Su Chen lowered his head obediently. It's all thanks to father and mother's guidance. The family was steeped in happiness, and those around them offered their congratulations one after another. Only Su Lin, standing in the corner, was as if forgotten by the entire world. No, he was not forgotten. He was deliberately ignored. Next, will the following Awakener please come up to the stage? The host's voice rang out. Su Lin lifted his head, glanced at the awakening platform, then at the Su family surrounded by the crowd, and silently stepped forward. He moved through the throng, walking from the margins toward the center. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted on its own, not to make way but out of distaste. Move aside, don't let him brush against my new clothes. Ugh, what's that smell? This one. He's worthy of awakening. Awakening what? How to be a piece of trash. Huh. Su Lin shut his ears to it all, and walked up the awakening platform step by step. Below the stage, the Su family finally noticed him. Su Yao frowned. Why is he awakening today as well? Su Ling curled her lip. Predicted drank ability. How disgraceful. Su Xiaoxiao gave a cold laugh. Let him hurry up and finish, then hurry home. No need to embarrass us out here. Lin Wanqing's expression grew displeased. This child insists on tagging along today, without even looking at the occasion. Su Jinghua said nothing, but his brows drew together slightly. It was Su Chun who spoke, his voice gentle. Sisters, don't be like that. He is still my elder brother. Today is his awakening day, we ought to give him our blessings. Su Yao immediately responded, little brother, you're just too kind, still being so polite to that kind of trash. Su Ling chimed in, exactly. Does he deserve it? Su Chun gently tugged at their sleeves. Enough, he's up there now. His tone and manner seemed genuinely considerate of Su Lin. Yet deep in his eyes there was a faint, elusive hint of mockery. On the stage, Su Lin stood before the awakening stone, took a deep breath, and pressed his hand upon it. The awakening stone glowed faintly, and then a stream of information appeared before everyone's eyes. Name, Su Lin, awakened ability HP enhancement, HP increased to 2x, ability rank D. The entire field fell silent for 1 second. Then deafening laughter exploded. Ha! HP doubled. That's an ability. Drank is bad enough, but he actually awakened something this useless. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Su family's blood son awakens a drank trash ability, while the adopted son awakens SS strength Lord of Heavenly Thunder. Could the contrast be any sharper? Exactly. Someone who lives in the servants' quarters awakening a trash ability. It's a perfect match. The mocking voices surged in like a tide. Su Lin stood motionless on the platform. He looked down at the crowd. Su Yao was laughing, delighted. Su Ling was laughing so hard, she was bent double. Lin Wanqing frowned, feeling deeply ashamed. Su Jinghua did not laugh, but his face showed no emotion. On that stern face, there was only coldness and disappointment. Su Chen did not laugh either. He stood there, his gaze complicated as he watched Su Lin on the platform, his lips moving slightly, as though he wanted to speak. But Su Lin understood that look. Those eyes were saying, what do you have that could ever compare to me? Su Lin withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at his own hands. Drank. HP doubled. This was the sum of his 18 years of life. Humble, insignificant, utterly without worth. At that very moment, Ding detected that the host harbors intense dissatisfaction with his current family situation. One-time cheat ability activated. You have one chance to modify your ability. Description modification rule. You may alter a single character within the ability description. Su Lin froze. Change a single character in the description of his ability. He looked at the description of his ability. Ability HP enhancement, HP increased to 2 times. 1 character. Twofold. Su Lin fixed his gaze on that number, 2. What if he changed it? A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Change it to 3, would a drank become crank? Change it to 5, would that be brank? Change it to 10, would that be a rank? Change it to 50, would that be SS rank? Of course 10 and 50 were actual numeric values and could not be altered. What if that too was changed into the character E, meaning 100 million? Ability HP enhancement, HP increased to 100 million times. Su Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. At the very instant this thought formed, a streak of golden light visible only to him flashed across his vision. Modification complete. He immediately called up his personal data panel. Name Su Lin. Level 1. HP 1000 base HP 100 million times. Attack 10. Ability Life Enhancement Passive. Effect HP increased to 100 million times. Passive none. Points 0. Transcendent points mall clickable to enter and purchase goods. Su Lin stood there utterly dumbfounded. 10 billion HP. His father Su Jinghua, an 89th level peak powerhouse, and one of the 5 foremost figures in Huaxia, even without counting equipment abilities passives or item bonuses, had only 900 billion HP in a bare state. Whereas he had only just awakened and was merely level 1. 10 billion HP. He had directly become one of the living embodiments of this world's HP ceiling. Su Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his chest. He did not shout, did not boast, he merely withdrew his hand in silence and stepped down from the awakening platform. Below the platform the jeers continued. Oh, you're coming down. Why not stay a little longer? No matter how long you stand there, a drank is still a drank. Trash, just go home. Su Lin ignored them and walked straight toward the edge of the crowd. As he passed the Su family members, Su Yao said in a mocking sing-song tone, well, isn't this the genius of our Shun family? Awakening a drank, how impressive. Su Ling chimed in. Exactly, it's a double up from 100 HP to 200 HP. In the future, as a meat shield, he'll at least be able to take one more hit. Su Xiaoxiao laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. Sis, don't say that. He's still our little brother after all. Even if he sleeps in the servants' quarters, even if he isn't allowed at the table, even if he's punished to kneel in the basement every day, he still shares our blood, doesn't he? Lin Wanqing frowned, waving her hand impatiently. Hurry back home. Don't embarrass us out here. Su Jinghua said nothing. He simply turned away with a cold expression and walked towards Su Chun. Su Chun, however, did speak, his voice gentle. Brother, don't lose heart. The rank of an ability doesn't decide everything. Su Lin glanced at him. That face was filled with sincerity and concern. If this were their first meeting, he might, but 18 years had passed. He knew that face all too well. The more sincere it appeared, the more vicious it was beneath. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, said nothing, and continued walking out. TCH, what kind of attitude is that? Su Chun kindly comforts him, and that's how he responds. Exactly like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Forget it, don't stoop to the level of trash. Su Lin walked out of the playground, out of the school gates, and back to that so-called home. He needed a quiet place to digest this 100 million-fold increase. To be precise, it was a basement room beside the Su family mansion. Damp and dark with only a palm-sized window admitting a sliver of light. This had been his dwelling for 18 years. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling while that golden line on the panel replayed endlessly in his mind. HP 100000000. 10 billion. It was the national ceiling of HP, and he had just awakened. At that moment the door was kicked open. Su Yao stood in the doorway, her face full of impatience. Why are you still lying there? Mom wants you upstairs. Su Lin sat up and followed her upstairs. In the living room, the entire Su family was present. Su Jinghua sat at the head, Lin Wanqing beside him. The 3 older sisters sat on either side. Su Chun sat next to Lin Wanqing, a cup of tea cradled in his hands, his posture elegant. Su Lin stood at the doorway, not stepping inside. Come in, Lin Wanqing said coolly. Su Lin walked in and stood in the center of the living room. Lin Wanqing eyed him up and down, her gaze filled with disgust. Today, during the awakening ceremony, you utterly disgraced the Su family. Su Lin remained silent. Do you have any idea how many people were watching today? Do you know how many important figures attended? Do you realize how completely you ruined your father's reputation? The more she spoke, the angrier she grew. Chen awakened an SS rank. Do you understand what an immense honor that is? And the result? The result is that you ruined everything. Everyone is talking, asking how the Su family could have produced a piece of trash like you. Su Lin still said nothing. Do you know how many top academies are fighting over Chen today? Capital University, Magic City, Academy, Dragon City, Battle Institute. Any one of them is among the finest in Huaxia. And you? What right do you have to be compared with Chen? Lin Wanqing let out a cold laugh. Both are sons. How can the gap be so vast? Su Yao interjected, Mom, don't bother. He's already hopeless. Su Ling echoed. Exactly, a drank ability means he'll be stuck like this his whole life. Su Xiaoxiao was even more blunt. He should hurry up and find work in some factory instead of lazing around and eating for free at home. Su Chen quickly said, sisters, don't talk like that. Brother, he didn't choose this either. Lin Wanqing looked at Su Chun, her gaze softening. At least Chun is considerate. Then she turned back to Su Lin, her eyes growing cold once more. Look at Chun, and then look at yourself. Chun keeps speaking up for you and you. What have you ever done for this family? You sulk all day long as if the whole world owed you something. At last Su Lin spoke, his voice very calm. Since I am your disgrace, and you find me so intolerable, then from this day on I, Su Lin, will sever all ties with the Su family. The living room fell into a deathly silence. What did you just say? Lin Wanqing wondered if she had misheard. I said. Su Lin enunciated each word. I will sever all relations with the Su family. Are you insane? Su Yao screamed. Where can you possibly go if you leave the Su family? Exactly. Who do you think you are? Without the Su family you're nothing. Su Ling scoffed. Fine then go. Hurry up and go. I'd love to see what you can amount to. Su Xiaoxiao pointed straight at the door. Lin Wanqing was shaking with rage. Good, good, good. So your wings have grown hard, have they? You want to fly, do you? Fine. Go. And once you leave, don't you dare come back. Su Jingguo remained silent, only watching Su Lin with furrowed brows. At that moment Su Chen stood up, his face filled with anxiety. Dad, Mom, sisters, don't be like this. I'm sure brother is just acting on impulse. He doesn't truly want to leave. Brother, hurry and apologize to Mom and Dad. Tell them you didn't mean it. As he spoke, he stepped over and took hold of Su Lin's arm, whispering, Brother, don't be foolish. If you leave home, where will you go? Apologize now. Mom and Dad will forgive you. Su Lin looked at his face. Sincere, concerned, anxious. A flawless performance. Gently Su Lin freed his arm and stepped back. There's no need. He looked around at everyone in the living room, letting his gaze pass slowly over their faces. Su Yao, disdain. Su Ling, cold sneer. Su Xiaoxiao, mocking. Lin Wanqing, furious. Su Jingguo, indifferent. Su Chen, sincerely worried. But Su Lin knew that deep in those eyes there were hidden pride and derision. Just like that condescending gaze on the awakening platform earlier. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and turned toward the door. Wait. Su Jingguo's voice sounded. Su Lin halted but did not turn around. Su Jingguo was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Are you certain? I am certain. Very well. Su Jingguo nodded. Since you have decided, I won't stop you. But remember, once you step through that door, you are no longer part of the Su family. Everything belonging to the Su family will have nothing to do with you. Also, Su Jingguo paused. Your ability is drank. Be careful outside. If you truly can't make it out there, you may come back. His final sentence carried a complicated tone. But Su Lin did not look back. He simply said in a faint voice, there's no need. Then he pushed the door open and walked out. The door closed behind him. In the living room, Su Chen watched that door, a trace of a smile flickering deep in his eyes. Gone. Excellent. That eyesore had finally left. From now on, everything of the Su family would be his. As for that piece of trash, he probably wouldn't survive 3 days out there. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his face once more wearing a mask of worry. Dad, Mom, should we send someone to follow brother? He's all alone outside. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Lin Wanqing sneered. He chose to leave on his own. Even if he dies, he brought it on himself. Exactly why bother worrying about him? Su Yao echoed. Chen, you're simply too kind. Someone like that doesn't deserve your concern, Su Ling added. Su Xiaoxiao was the most direct of all. Enough about him. Today is a day of celebration. Don't let that trash spoil the mood. Su Chen, which university accepted you? Tell us. Su Chen looked at them, smiling as gentle as jade. It's not decided yet. I still want to hear Mom and Dad's opinions. Oh, you can decide for yourself. Yes, you're so outstanding. Any university would be fortunate to have you. That's right, that's right. The living room grew lively once more. No one mentioned the young man who had walked out through that door. It was as if he had never existed. Outside the house, Su Lin stood at the grand gates of the Su family mansion and turned to look at the brightly lit villa. 18 years. A full 18 years. At last he had walked out of that door. There was no reluctance, no nostalgia. Only an indescribable sense of relief. He lifted his head and looked up at the night sky. Stars dotted the darkness. Tomorrow would surely bring fine weather. He stepped forward, walking into the depths of the night. Behind him, the lights of the Su family gradually faded into the distance. Su Lin walked through the night, the lights of the Su family growing distant behind him. He did not look back. Upon reaching the park, he found a public bench, sat down, and opened his phone. I need to review the rules of this world once again. The original owner's memories are present, but most of them depict scenes of being bullied. The parts concerning the rules need to be restructured. In fact, the original owner had long suffered from malnutrition and was overtaken by another Su Lin on the day of awakening. He held no feelings for the Su family, having just severed ties, and feared that signs of his situation would be discovered. Su Lin opened a browser and searched for Tower of Babel Encyclopedia. The page loaded and information flooded his view. Tower of Babel Encyclopedia. A must-read for everyone. Tower of Babel, a massive tower that suddenly descended upon Earth a century ago, consisting of 99 floors. Humans level up by clearing the Tower of Babel. Each floor cleared increases the level by 1. The current highest cleared floor, 88. Rule 1, clearance method, solo challenge, or team formation. There is no limit to team size, but all team members must be of the same level. When forming a team, the number of monsters will increase by a factor corresponding to the team size, while their attributes remain unchanged. Rule 2. The Tower of Babel opens every Sunday with only one chance to clear on that day. Only one floor can be cleared at a time. After clearing, whether successful or not, participants will be teleported out of the tower. If a failure occurs, one cannot re-enter for life, and the level is permanently locked with no chance to upgrade. It is recommended to team up for challenges as complementary abilities can improve the clearance rate. Rule 3. Every 10 levels there is an opportunity for a passive skill trial. There are various passive skills available, such as those that increase attack, enhance health, or regenerate health, as well as skills that boost abilities, etc. After selecting a favorable passive skill trial, one must also choose the trial difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the passive skill obtained. Trials can only be attempted once. It is advisable to choose trials one is confident in rather than blindly pursuing high difficulty. Rule 5. Killing monsters outside the Tower of Babel, including monsters from spatial rifts, and those outside the city or mutated monsters, does not grant upgrade experience, only points, and a very low chance to drop items, which can be quite varied. Points can be used to purchase equipment, potions, materials, and other goods in the Tower of Babel Mall. Level attribute growth rules: 110 levels, each level up increases health by 100 attack. By 10, 11, 20 levels, each level up increases health by 1000 attack. By 100, 2130 levels, each level up increases health by 10,000 attack. By 1000, 3140 levels, each level up increases health by 100 attack. By 100, 4150 levels, each level up increases health by 100 attack. By 100, 5160 levels, each level up increases health by 100 attack. By 100, 6170 levels, each level up increases health by 100 attack. By 100, 7180 levels, each level up increases health by 1 billion attack. By 100,000,000 8190 levels, each level up increases health by 10 billion attack. By 1,009,199 levels, unknown, no one has reached this yet. Monsters are classified into 6 qualities: normal, excellent, elite, rare, epic, and legendary. Attribute multiplier corresponding to the base attributes of humans of the same level: normal monsters, 1x excellent monsters, 3x elite monsters, 5x rare monsters, 10x epic monsters, 50x legendary monsters, 100x. Note: the calculation formula for monster level attributes is the same as that of humans. Some monsters have their unique skills. Killing monsters earns points. Normal monsters grant 1 point per level from levels 1 to 10. Each additional level adds 1 point. From levels 11 to 20, each additional level adds 10 points. From levels 21 to 30, each additional level adds 100 points, and so forth. Killing excellent monsters grants 9 times the points of the same level normal monsters. Killing elite monsters grants 25 times. Killing rare monsters grants 100 times. Killing epic monsters grants 2,500 times. And killing legendary monsters grants 100 times the points of the same level normal monsters. Current highest human level 89. Total of 5 people, 5 great powers. Su Su family of the Celestial Dome, level 89. Ability SSS-8 passive skills. Lin Shaolin family of Kyoto, level 89. Ability SSS-8 passive skills. Yi Wushuang Yi family of Jiangnan, level 89. Ability SSS-8 passive skills. Zhan Tianxiong military, level 89. Ability SSS-8 passive skills. Yun Zhongzi loose cultivator, level 89. Ability SS. Su Lin read through the rules, committing them to memory. Then he opened his own panel. Name: Su Lin, level 1 health, 10 billion base, 100x billion level attack, 10 base, 10 ability. Health cap increases by 1 billion times. Passive none points. 0 Tower of Babel Mall. Click to enter 10 billion health. Equivalent to the base health of level 80 experts. Of course, it is possible for level 60 or 70 experts to also have 10 billion health. They can enhance their health through abilities, passive skills, equipment, potions, or items. He continued to browse the encyclopedia, finding information about the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Strategy for the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Public version. Monster configuration: 5 ordinary level flame hounds. Level 1 monster attributes: health 100, attack 10, no skills. Clearance conditions: eliminate all 5 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended combat power: it is advised to team up for clearance. For solo challenges, an ability level of C or above, or wearing good level 1 equipment is recommended. Notes: monster size is roughly equivalent to that of an adult wild dog with average speed. Their method of attack is biting. It is advised to carry basic weapons or team up for clearance. Failure case statistics: the failure rate for the first floor is about 3, mostly due to carelessness or insufficient preparation. A 3 failure rate. It may not seem high, but every awakened individual prepares thoroughly before entry. If successful, one can keep progressing upward with limitless prospects. If one fails, they remain at level 1 for life, relying only on the points mall to buy some low-level equipment, fighting normal monsters outside the city to pass the time, forever stuck at the bottom. Therefore, no one dares to be careless. However, he might be an exception. Messages kept popping up in the group chat on his phone, and Su Lin opened the class group, finding that the message count had already reached 999. The class group chat was particularly lively on Awakening Day. Wang Pengzi brothers. Tomorrow is Sunday. The Tongtian Tower will be open, and I've awakened a level ability with a threefold increase in blood volume. Is anyone interested in teaming up for the first level? Zhang Wei am a level with a 10-fold increase in attack. My current attack is 100, and I've already arranged 3 level players. There's just 1 spot left. DM me if you're coming. Zhao Shuiam's level. Ice ability. I can attack from a distance and have control effects. Liu Yang envious of this level big shot. I have level with a 5-fold increase in blood volume. My family bought me a level 1 armor that adds 200 blood. I should be fine. Sun Shui, you all seem so prepared. I've just memorized the strategy for the first level. Oh, I feel it should be okay, right? Wang Pengzi replies to Sun Shui's sister, don't take it lightly. My cousin's classmate's younger brother was careless in the first level. He got surrounded by 5 monsters and couldn't escape, resulting in a lifetime level 1. Now he's just fighting ordinary monsters outside the city, earning only a few points a month. It's quite tragic. Li Shui, exactly, we must be absolutely sure before entering. I'd rather take it slow than make a mistake. I'm planning to practice combat skills outside the city for a few days, then enter next Sunday. I want to familiarize myself with my abilities and equipment, and it would be best to find an level first-year student to go in together. That would be safer. Zhang Wei, the ones I arranged are all above level, and 1 is a level. A 5-person team with blood shield damage output and healing all set. I'm also planning to go in next Sunday. Once we build up some synergy, it should be fine. Zhao Shui, actually the first level isn't that difficult, but no one dares to take risks. After all, if you fail you can't level up for life. Liu Yang, by the way, is Su Lin in the group. Today he awakened an SS level ability. Oh, I'm really so envious. Wang Pengzi, the golden light, is blazing. The entire square is going crazy. Li Shui, does anyone know what effects it has? If it's an attack type, it should at least increase attack by 50 times. Liu Yang, I think it's called Lord of Thunder, a long-range attack ability, and it seems to have area damage too. Not sure about the specifics, but its SS level is starting off. He's already a big shot. Zhang Wei am crying from envy. If I were SS level, I would charge into the first level tomorrow. I could pass with my eyes closed. Zhao Shui, the SS level attack ability, he's definitely going to clear it tomorrow. Maybe his father, an 89 level big shot, has already prepared a full set of level 1 rare equipment for him. Sun Shui, by the way, Su Lin is also in the group, right? What did he awaken? The group fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Pengzi picked him. I heard he awakened level with a 2-fold life enhancement, a pure cannon fodder ability. Li Shui, tisk, isn't the Su family a top-tier family? How did their biological son awaken something like this? Zhang Wei, what biological son? Are you new here? You don't know Su Lin's status in the Su family. He's not even worth as much as a dog. Zhao Shui, don't say that. At least he's still part of the Su family. Liu Yang, what part of the Su family? I heard from my dad that Su Lin severed ties with the Su family today and left on his own. Wang Pengzi, is that true? Severing ties? Has he gone mad? A devil like him can't live a young master's life after leaving the Su family, can he? Li Shui, he probably got kicked out. With his ability, the Su family must think he's a disgrace. Zhang Wei, true, with an SS level adopted son in the Su family who would still look at a useless biological level. Zhao Shui, it's also quite pitiful. Sun Shui, pitiful for what? He brought it on himself. I heard he bullied Su Chun at home, and Su Chun, such a kind person, has been bullied to tears by him countless times. Wang Pengzi, exactly, I've heard that Su Lin's character is poor, he deserves it. Li Shui, alright, let's stop talking about him, it's a mood killer. I'm not planning to enter the tower tomorrow, but I want to go see Big Shot Su Chen's challenge. The replies below are all saying me too. I'm definitely going to worship the Big Shot style tomorrow. Su Lin looked at these messages with no expression on his face. Bullying Su Chun. He bullied Su Chun. That dead Su Lin wronged countless times in 18 years each time because of Su Chun. Now even these unrelated outsiders firmly believe that he bullied Su Chun. Su Chun. What a skillful means. Su Lin exited the group chat without replying to any messages. There's no need to explain. Explanations are useless. Only strength is the best explanation. He reviewed the strategy for the first level again. 5 ordinary monsters with 100 blood each. His blood volume is 10 billion. This means that even if he stands still and lets the 5 monsters bite him for a year, he wouldn't lose a single point of blood. The attack is only 10, but the monsters also only have 100 blood. He needs to hit a monster 10 times. Just 10 times. It's not a problem. Su Lin thought for a moment and opened the Tongtian Mall. Tongtian Mall, welcome to the Points Mall. Current points 0, recommended products, level 1 novice long sword white ordinary attack 20 price, 100 points, level 1 novice leather armor white ordinary blood 200 price, 100 points, basic healing potion restores 100 blood price, 10 points, basic strength potion attack 20 for 10 minutes price 20 points. Su Lin glanced at it and closed it. Without points he can't buy anything. But he doesn't need to either. With his current attributes, the first level is just a matter of closing his eyes and fighting. The night wind is cool and it feels a bit cold against the skin. He's wearing an old jacket that has faded and his phone battery is down to 15%. He needs to find a place to stay. Su Lin opened the phone map and searched for nearby rentals. The rent in Tianxiong City is outrageously high. Even a single room in the suburbs costs over 3,000 a month. He combed through the original owner's memories and found that he only had 1,200 yuan on him. Who would have thought that the son of a top national powerhouse would only have a little over 1,000 in his pocket? A little over 1,000 can't even rent a basement in the urban area of Tianxiong City. Su Lin thought for a moment and found a place on the map, the old district in the east of the city. It's a slum where the lower-level awakens live. The rent is cheap, about 500 to 600 a month for a single room. But the security isn't good, and there are often ruffians causing trouble. But Su Lin doesn't care. What he's afraid of the least right now is fighting. After an hour on the subway, Su Lin stood in front of an old 6-story building. The walls are peeling, the wires are haphazardly strung, and the lights in the hallway are broken, making it pitch black. The landlord is a woman in her 50s, an awakener of level 8, with a clever ability of strength enhancement. She looked Su Lin up and down, her eyes filled with suspicion. 18 years old. Just awakened. MHM. What level? What ability? Su Lin thought for a moment and said level. He didn't say much else. The landlord lady responded with an O and didn't ask further. Level is too common to ask about. Second floor room, 207 or 600 a month, deposit 1 month, a total of 1,002. Are you going to stay? Su Lin counted his money. It was exactly 1,002. He handed it all over. The landlord lady handed him a key and pointed upstairs. You can go up yourself. Buy your own bedding, water and electricity are extra 100 a month. Su Lin went upstairs. The door to 207 was an old wooden door with a loose lock that could be pushed open with a bit of force. The room had only a bed, a table, and a chair. The wall plaster was falling off, the window was drafty, and the bathroom was shared. But Su Lin was quite satisfied. At least it was better than the basement of the Su family. The basement was damp and moldy, with no heating in winter and no air conditioning in summer. The walls were covered in black spots, and the bedding always had a musty smell. Here at least there was a window for ventilation. Su Lin lay on the bed, opened his phone, and continued to look at the information on the Tongtian Tower. He had to plan for what to do after clearing the first level tomorrow. The first level is very simple for him, and there's no possibility of failure. After clearing the first level, his level will rise to 2, with blood volume becoming 200 billion and attack becoming 20. Then he has to wait until next Sunday when the Tongtian Tower opens to enter the second level. This week, he needs to find ways to earn points and buy equipment. He just looked at the information for the second level, and it's a bit troublesome. Tongtian Tower second level strategy public version, monster configuration 6 ordinary level monsters, 5 charging wild boars level 2, 1 healing slime level 2, monster attributes charging wild boar blood, 200 attack, 20 skill, charge, straight line, dash damage 50, healing slime blood, 200 attack 20. Skill heal restores 30 points of blood to a nearby friendly target every second, clearing condition kill all 6 monsters within 1 hour, recommended combat power, strongly recommend forming a team to clear. Single-player clearance difficulty is extremely high. Recommended configuration, main tank blood over 500, damage dealer attack over 50, control healing strategy, key points, kill the healing slime first with ranged attacks. This greatly reduces the difficulty, otherwise the charging wild boars heal 30 points every second, making them hard to kill. Failure case statistics, the failure rate for the second level is about 30, and the failure rate for solo challengers reaches 60 due to insufficient damage output, causing monsters to heal infinitely, leading to time running out. After reading, Su Lin frowned. His current attack is only 10, and even at level 2, it would only be 20. The charging wild boar has 200 blood, he needs to hit it 10 times. But if the healing slime is nearby, healing 30 points every second, and he hits for 20, they would heal 30, making it a waste of effort, while the wild boar's blood increases. He must first clear the healing slime. But the wild boars will form a strong defense, not giving him a chance to approach the slime. Attack the wild boar. He can't hit them. He simply can't do any damage. Unless his attack is high enough, exceeding 30 points, and he must kill them all within 1 hour. Su Lin calculated to clear the second level solo, he needs an attack above 40. He has nothing. Only thick blood. Thick blood is useless if he can't kill the monsters. I need to buy equipment. Su Lin opened the Tongtian Mall to look at level 2 equipment. Level 2 bronze longsword, ordinary attack 20, price 500 points. Level 2 bronze armor, ordinary blood 200, price 500 points. Level 2 strength ring, ordinary attack 10, blood 100, price 500 points. Su Lin glanced at his points. 0. Tomorrow, after clearing the first level, he still has to go outside to hunt wild monsters. Level 1 ordinary monsters give 1 point, and level 2 ordinary monsters give 2 points. To buy the sword for 500 points, he needs to kill 500 level 1 monsters, or 250 level 2 monsters. It's a bit exhausting, but there's no other way. Su Lin turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he'll first clear the first level of the Tongtian Tower, then go outside to hunt. In a week's time, he should be able to accumulate enough points. The The subway arrived at the station and Su Lin followed the crowd out of the exit. Just as he emerged, the scene before him made him pause. A sea of people. The entrance to the Tower of Heaven was a massive blue light gate approximately 10 meters in diameter floating in midair and emitting a faint glow. Beneath the light gate was a square now packed with throngs of people. At least 10,000 people. There were students in uniforms who had awakened, adventurers in combat gear, journalists with cameras, and many middle-aged individuals with deep auras. Those were high-level awakeners specifically there to watch their children challenge the tower. Today is Sunday. The Tower of Heaven only opens once a week. Everyone cherished every opportunity. Su Lin stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing at the light gate. This is the Tower of Heaven. A miraculous structure that changes the world, the only path for humanity to grow stronger. Surrounding him were his classmates from the First Awakening Academy. Wang Pengzi, Zhang Wei, Zhao Shui, Lu Yang, Sun Shui. Almost everyone from his class had come. Some wore brand new gear, eager to attempt the challenges today. Some wore ordinary clothes, holding notebooks, planning to observe and learn, intending to enter next week. Have you all formed your teams? Wang Pengzi shouted. I teamed up with 2 levels, 1 tank and 1 damage dealer, very stable. Zhang Wei proudly patted his chest. I'm a level 10 times attack enhancement, teamed up with 3 levels, perfect configuration. I will definitely clear it today. Zhao Shui, as in Slevel, was surrounded by a circle of people all asking to team up. Lu Yang looked at her enviously. Slevel is great, a whole bunch of people vying for it. Sun Shui whispered. I haven't formed a team yet, should we just team up? What's your ability? I'm a healer. Alright, the 3 of us plus Wang Pengzi, a 3-person team, should be able to clear it. Su Lin listened to these discussions, quietly observing. He noticed that over 80 of the challengers were in teams. Duo teams were the most common, 1 tank and 1 damage dealer. There were also many tria teams, tank, damage, and healer, forming a solid triangle. 5-member teams also existed with even more detailed roles. Very few came solo. Moreover, those who came solo were either Slevel or above, brimming with confidence, or they wore extravagant gear, clearly from wealthy families, or they appeared grave, hesitating before the light gate, too afraid to enter. The reason was simple. The mechanism of the Tower of Heaven forced people to team up. If you are alone, your output may be high, but you cannot withstand the monster's attacks. If you can tank the hits, your output might not be enough, and you cannot guarantee clearing within an hour. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters become, and the more complex their skills. The difficulty of clearing solo increases exponentially. For example, on the 2nd level, there are healing monsters. If your damage output is insufficient, they will heal faster than you can deal damage, making it impossible to defeat them. Thus, in this world, teaming up is the mainstream. Solo attempts. That's the choice of geniuses and madmen. Su Lin looked at those in teams, then at himself. Solo. No equipment. In the eyes of others, he was the craziest among the madmen seeking death. But he knew his trump card. 10 billion health points. He was here today to clear it solo. Just then the crowd suddenly stirred. Here they clear a path. The Su family is coming. It's Su Chun, an SS-level genius. The crowd parted like a tide, automatically making way for a wide path. Su Lin looked down the path. Su Chun walked at the forefront. Today he wore a brand new combat suit, the silvery material shimmering faintly, clearly not ordinary. A short sword hung at his waist with 3 gems embedded in the sheath, sparkling in the sunlight. That entire outfit was worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. Wearing this for the 1st level, he could clear it with his eyes closed. Behind Su Chun were his 3 sisters, Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao, all eyes on Su Chun. Further back was Lin Wanqing. At the very back was Su Jinghua, one of the 5 greatest powerhouses of Huaxia, an unparalleled expert, with an SS-level ability at level 89. He walked with his hands behind his back, his steps steady, his aura restrained, yet each step seemed to tread on the hearts of the crowd. They automatically made way. Not for Su Chun, but for him. Giving way to the strong was the rule of this world. The head of the Su family is here in person. Of course, if your son awakens as SS level, would you not come? That's true, such a display. TSK. Su Chun and his entourage reached directly under the light gate, where an area had already been cleared. Surrounding people looked at them with envy, admiration, and awe. Su Chun smiled, waving to those around him. Young Master Su. Go for it. Su Chun, you are the best. Break the record. Break the record. Cheers erupted one after another. Su Chun nodded slightly, his demeanor humble and graceful. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, shifting slightly to the edge of the crowd, trying to find a less conspicuous spot. But someone spotted him. Hey, isn't that Su Lin? A sharp voice rang out. Su Lin paused. All eyes around him turned sharply. Is it really him? Which one? That one in the old clothes, not wearing a single piece of equipment. There were hardly any in this square without equipment, so Su Lin stood out immediately. Oh, it's that Yes, that's him. Awakened yesterday, doubled health, how hilarious. What's he doing here? A level waste dares to come to the Tower of Heaven. Probably just here to watch the excitement, to admire the prowess of the great Su Chun. Watch the excitement. In those ragged clothes. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? The whispers turned into open mockery. Su Chen also noticed the commotion over here. Su Yao turned her head to glance, her face immediately showing a look of disgust. Why is he here? Su Ling scoffed, what bad luck. Su Xiaoxiao was more direct, standing there in such attire, afraid others don't know our Su family has such a waste. Lin Wanqing frowned, her expression unpleasant. Today was a big day, the day Su Chen would challenge the tower. All media were watching, all the powerful were looking. What a shame that this embarrassing thing showed up too. She muttered something to the butler beside her. The butler nodded and walked towards Su Lin. Young Master Su Lin. The butler stood before Su Lin, his tone cold. Madam says please leave here. Su Lin looked at him. This is the Tower of Heaven, a place for everyone to level up. Do you have the right to chase people away? The butler frowned. Madam just feels that you do not fit in here. Not fit in. Su Lin replied calmly. On the open day of the Tower of Heaven, anyone is qualified to come. Who dares to drive someone away from here that is blocking their path to advancement and is against all awakeners across the nation? Don't you understand this logic? The butler's expression changed. The people around fell silent for a moment. Right. What kind of place is the Tower of Heaven? It is the only path for humanity to grow stronger. Driving someone away from the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, preventing them from leveling up, what kind of behavior is that? It is a great offense to the world. Who would dare do such a thing? It is an act against the nation. Su Jingguo would not dare either. The butler opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. In the distance, Lin Wanqing's face was ashen, but in the end she said nothing more. Su Chen glanced at Su Lin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then his expression turned gentle as he gently tugged at Lin Wanqing's sleeve. Mom, don't make it hard for him. Let him come if he wants, after all. He also wants to level up. This was a clever statement. It made him appear magnanimous while subtly reminding everyone. What level can he possibly level up to with that level ability? Level up? He can't even clear the first level. The crowd burst into laughter again. Exactly, let him come, he won't clear it anyway. Even watching the excitement is fine, just consider it gaining experience. Let's see how he comes out, he'll probably be crying on his way back, right? Su Lin ignored these voices. He turned and walked towards the queue. The entrance to the Tower of Heaven had strict order. Everyone queued to enter. At this moment a staff member in uniform jogged over to Su Chen respectfully saying, Young Master Su, this, you can use the VIP channel, no need to queue. Su Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and waved his hand. No need, I'll queue, everyone should be treated fairly. The staff member hurriedly said, Young Master Su, you are too polite, it is our honor that you can challenge the entrance. Moreover, the VIP channel is specially prepared for high-level Awakeners families. Your father is a level 89 supreme powerhouse, fully meeting the requirements. Su Chen looked at Su Jingguo. Su Jingguo nodded slightly. Only then did Su Chen smile and say, then I'll trouble you. After finishing, he followed the staff member towards another direction. There was a small door that led directly to the light gate. The surrounding people observed this scene and began to express their admiration. Look at them directly entering through the VIP channel. Of course, whose father is a supreme powerhouse, do you have one? Sai, being born well is truly a skill, isn't it? Look at Su Lin, both from the Su family, one takes the VIP path, and the other stands in the long queue, what a difference. Ha, enough already, at least he's also from the Su family, the former young master. The mockery continued. Su Lin stood at the end of the line expressionless. The people in front of him turned to look at him with curiosity, mockery, and pity in their eyes, everything mixed together. But he said nothing. He quietly waited. Soon it was Su Chen's turn at the light gate. He turned back to wave at his family, then took a deep breath and stepped into the light gate. With a flash of light his figure disappeared. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the light gate. The timer began. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. The light gate lit up again. Su Chen's figure appeared. He stood before the light gate smiling, composed. The entire venue was silent. Then wow. 5 seconds. 5 seconds to clear the first level. This is impossible. 5 monsters on the first level, even if you take one out with a blow it still requires 5 blows. Did he take out 5 with 1 blow? SS level is terrifying indeed. He broke the record. He broke the record. The fastest record for the first level at the eastern entrance is 15 seconds, he did it in 5 seconds. Heavens! The crowd erupted. Journalists frantically pressed their shutters, the flashes creating a continuous array. The 3 sisters Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao jumped up in excitement. Brother Chun. Amazing. I knew you were the best. Lin Wanqing beamed, nodding repeatedly. Su Jingguo's lips curled up slightly, though he didn't speak, the expression was clear, satisfaction. Su Chen was surrounded by countless people rushing to congratulate him. Young Master Su, you are amazing. 5 seconds. Unprecedented. Young Master Su, can we have an interview? Young Master Su. Su Chen smiled, responding to each, his demeanor humble and graceful. It was just good luck, my ability is better suited for the first level. I will continue to work hard in the future. Thank you everyone, thank you. Among the crowd the students from the First Awakening Academy were even more excited. Our school's deity. So strong, so strong. SS level is indeed different. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. If only I had half of Su Chen's strength. Zhang Wei patted him. Half. Are you dreaming? He's SS level. What level are you? I'm clever. Wang Pengzi smiled awkwardly. Then that's settled. Amidst the excitement, the queue continued. The line in front of Su Lin gradually shortened. Finally, it was his turn. He walked up to the light gate. The crowd noticed him again, and there was another stir. Look, that waste is really going in. Alone. No equipment. Is he crazy? Level health doubled, just 200 health. Is he going in to feed the monsters? Huh. The three sisters Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao also noticed. Su Yao frowned. Why is he still here? Su Ling scoffed. What a disgrace. Su Xiaoxiao sneered. Let him in. If he fails, he will be a complete waste, saving us from being embarrassed outside as part of the Su family. Lin Wanqing glanced, her expression displeased, but said nothing. Su Jinghua stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze resting on Su Lin, his brow slightly furrowing. Su Chen stood among his family, also looking over. His face bore just the right amount of concern, but deep within his eyes was still that expression. What can you compare to me? Su Lin stood before the light gate. The staff member glanced at him, an expression of complexity on his face. Student, are you sure you want to challenge it alone? No teammates. No equipment. Su Lin nodded. The staff member opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately just sighed. Go in. Remember, if you can't fight back, run towards the light gate. You can exit early. Although it counts as a failure, it's better than dying inside. Su Lin nodded. Then he stepped forward, crossing into the light gate. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared. In the square, mockery erupted again. He's gone in. How many seconds do you think he can last? 5 seconds. No, that's Su Chen's clear time. He should last 5 seconds. 5 seconds. You're overestimating him. I think 3 seconds. 3 seconds. I think 1 second. He'll be knocked down by the monsters as soon as he enters. Huh. Su Yao coldly laughed. What an embarrassment. Su Ling scoffed. Good thing we severed ties, otherwise we'd be embarrassed today too. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in. Exactly, a level waste challenging alone, isn't that looking for death? Lin Wanqing frowned. Enough, just watch. Su Jinghua remained silent, only watching the light gate. Su Chen stood beside him, his face carrying a hint of concern. But inside he was smiling. Go in. Fail inside. Then forever be a waste. From now on, whenever the Su family is mentioned, everyone will only remember him, the SS level genius. As for that level waste, who would still remember? Inside the light gate, Su Lin opened his eyes. Before him was a desolate plain, the ground charred, and the air thick with the scent of sulfur. In the distance, 5 fiery dog-shaped creatures were staring at him. Firehounds. Level 1, ordinary monsters. Health 100, attack 10. 5 of them. Su Lin stood still, not moving. The 5 firehounds exchanged glances, and then pounced simultaneously. They were fast, reaching Su Lin in the blink of an eye. The first one opened its mouth and bit down on Su Lin's calf. 10. Su Lin looked down. He felt nothing. His health was 10 billion. The monster's attack was 10. Even if he stood there to let it bite for a year, it wouldn't draw a drop of blood. The second, third, fourth, and fifth came at him, biting different spots on Su Lin's body. 10, 10, 10, 10. Su Lin flexed his wrist. Then he thrust his fist toward the dog's head, throwing punch after punch, without caring about the firehound's attacks, focusing solely on offense. As one firehound's health dwindled, it started to fear. It tried to flee, but found its legs locked by the opponent, unable to escape. After delivering 10 punches, this firehound finally fell with its health at 0, leaving the remaining 4 stunned for a second. Continuing his assault, Su Lin's attacks were straightforward, punch after punch, neglecting defense. When a firehound tried to run, he chased after it. 5 minutes later, all 5 firehounds lay on the ground. Checking his health, he had lost 500. If he were still at level, he would have been done for here. Ding. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Clear time, 6 minutes, transmitting out of the tower. A flash of light. Su Lin reappeared before the light gate. The square was still filled with mockery. It's been 6 minutes, and he hasn't come out yet. Could he have died inside? If he died, it would be better, saving him from embarrassment when he comes out. Exactly, a level waste. Before the words finished, the light gate lit up. Su Lin's figure appeared. The mockery abruptly ceased. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the boy in tattered clothes standing before the light gate. He came out. Did he clear it? A level waste without equipment alone cleared the first level. He came out. Wang Pengzi stammered. 6 minutes. He took 6 minutes. Zhang Wei's face was filled with disbelief. Level ability doubled health alone, without equipment, cleared the first level in 6 minutes. Zhao Shue's mouth hung open. How is this possible? The crowd erupted into a huge debate. The 3 sisters Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao were stunned. Su Ling rubbed her eyes. He cleared it. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned ugly. Impossible. It must be fake. Su Yao gritted her teeth. How could he clear it? Level ability, no equipment alone. Lin Wanqing frowned, her expression complex. Su Jinghua remained standing with hands behind his back, but his gaze fell on Su Lin, a hint of unnoticeable fluctuation in his eyes. Su Chun stood among his family, still wearing that gentle expression, but his hands were secretly clenched. He took 5 seconds. That waste took 6 minutes. But he is level. Without equipment. Alone. Su Chun gritted his teeth. Impossible. There must be something wrong. At this moment someone shouted out. He cheated. He must have cheated. How could a level waste clear the first level? There must have been a bug in the Tower of Heaven. Or he didn't even clear it, he just ran out. Yes, he must have just run out. The voices of doubt grew louder. Su Lin stood still watching. Suddenly he smiled. Ran out, he said lightly. Running out counts as failure. Would you be transported out? The doubting voices paused. Right. The rules of the Tower of Heaven, even if you fail the challenge you will still be transported out. But the difference is those who fail will have a hint light column of a different color when they come out. Yet when Su Lin came out, it was a golden light column indicating he had cleared the level. He truly cleared it. A level waste. Without equipment. Alone. He cleared the first level. Everyone fell silent, looking at him with a ghostly expression. Su Lin did not look back at these people. He turned and walked towards the edge of the crowd. As he passed by the Su family members, it felt as if they were strangers without a moment's pause. The faces of Su Yao and her sisters turned ashen, unable to say a word. Lin Wanqing frowned, her lips moved, but she said nothing. Su Jingguo watched him, his gaze profound. Su Qin stood aside, still wearing that gentle expression, but deep in his eyes something was churning. The inner city of Tianqiong City is a safe zone protected by walls where monsters cannot enter. The outer city is wild, filled with monsters. Awakened ones can hunt monsters outside the city to earn points and occasionally obtain equipment. However, the risks are high. If surrounded by monsters, they could lose their lives. The death rate outside the city is recorded annually, with over 3,000 awakened ones perishing last year. Most were low-level newcomers drawn by points, venturing deeper into the wilderness only to never return. Su Lin took the subway for 40 minutes and arrived at the East City Gate. There were many people at the gate, mostly awakened ones teaming up to leave the city. For missing one, we need a tank. Minimum health of 500. Free missing 2. We need a damage dealer attack over 50. Is there a healer? Our team is missing a healer. The equipment we find will be shared. Su Lin walked alone towards the outer city. Someone glanced at him, but paid no mind. There are also individuals leaving the city, mostly high-level veterans or reckless youths unafraid of death. Su Lin appeared more like a reckless youth than a veteran. Outside the city is a wasteland overgrown with weeds, with forests and small hills in the distance. After walking a kilometer, Su Lin encountered his first monster. Monster Wild Dog, level 1, normal health 100, attack 10. A solitary wild dog was gnawing. Su Lin approached. The wild dog noticed him and lunged with a howl. 10. Su Lin struck down with a punch. 20. 5 punches. The wild dog fell. Killed. Level 1 normal monster, gained 1 point current points. 1. Su Lin continued. He encountered another one. 10. 5 punches, dead. Points 1. Another one. Points 1. 3 hours later, Su Lin had killed 50 wild dogs. He encountered another one. 10. 5 punches, dead. Points 1. Another one. Points 1. 3 hours later, Su Lin had killed 50 wild dogs. Lost 5,000. His health bar hardly showed any change to the naked eye. Su Lin found a rock to sit on and rest. It wasn't exhaustion, just sore hands. After smashing 50 dogs, he had thrown 100 punches. His hands were sore. I need to get a weapon. Su Lin opened the shop to check weapon prices. Level 1 beginner longsword, white, normal, attack 10, price 100 points. He had 50 points now. Killing 50 more would be enough. Su Lin stood up and continued to search for monsters. At 3 p.m., he finally accumulated 100 points. Su Lin opened the shop and bought the sword. Purchase successful. Level 1 beginner longsword, 1 points, consumed 100 remaining points. 0. A rough iron sword appeared in his hand, crafted crudely, but stronger than a fist. Su Lin gripped the sword and continued searching for monsters. He encountered a wild dog and slashed down with the sword. 30. For slashes, dead. Faster than his fists. Su Lin slashed for the whole afternoon, killing 80 more. Points 80. It was still early, and Su Lin planned to grind a bit longer. Just then he suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet around him. He could previously hear birds chirping and insects buzzing, but now there was nothing. Su Lin halted and perked up his ears. There were footsteps. Not from monsters, but people. And not just one. Su Lin turned around. 2 people emerged from the nearby forest. One was a young man around 17 or 18, dressed in white casual attire with a gentle smile on his face. Su Chun. The other was a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a black combat uniform with a badge pinned to his chest. Level 21. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Level 21. Why was Su Chun here? Brother. Su Chun spoke, his voice still carrying that gentle tone tinged with surprise. What a coincidence you're here, grinding monsters too. Su Lin remained silent, watching him. Su Chun stepped forward, smiling. I heard you ran away from home yesterday, and I was quite worried about you. I specially came out to find you, and I didn't expect to run into you. He pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. This is Uncle Wang, our Su family's guardian. Level 21, accompanying me to train. The middle-aged man nodded at Su Lin, his face expressionless. Su Lin still said nothing. Su Chun sighed, his expression turning somewhat sad. Brother, I was really hurt by what you said yesterday. I've always regarded you as my real brother. How could you say such things to me? Su Lin watched him act, and felt a bit amused inside. But he didn't smile, only saying coldly, what do you want? Su Chun shook his head. Nothing, just wanted to see how you were doing. I heard you're living in the old city to the east. How could anyone live in such a place? Brother, you should just come back with me. I'll talk to Mom and Dad, they will surely forgive you. Forgive? Su Lin almost laughed out loud. His parents forgiving him. What had he done wrong? No need, Su Lin said. I'm doing fine. Su Chen's smile momentarily froze, then grew even gentler. Brother, don't be like this. I know you're angry, but we're family. Oh, what's there to not get over? Su Lin looked at him, and suddenly asked what exactly. Su Chen was taken aback. Brother, what are you saying? Su Lin stepped forward, locking eyes with him. I said, what do you really want? Su Chen's smile finally faded. He looked at Su Lin, his gaze slowly turning cold and mocking. Brother, you really are no fun. He sighed. I came here with good intentions to find you, and this is your attitude. Su Lin said nothing, just watching him. Su Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. This smile was different from the previous ones. It was no longer gentle, kind, or innocent. Now it carried a hint of amusement, looking down on him. Fine then, Su Chen said, since you asked like that, I won't pretend anymore. He stepped back, gesturing to the middle-aged man. Uncle Wang, make your move. The middle-aged man nodded and stepped forward. Su Lin's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the middle-aged man vanished. No, not vanished, he was just too fast. Su Lin barely had a moment to react before feeling a hard impact against his chest. Bang! The tremendous force sent him flying. Su Lin flipped twice in the air, crashing heavily to the ground, and rolling several meters before finally stopping. His chest was in agony. He glanced down. There was a deep fist imprint on his combat uniform. His chest caved in, and blood was seeping out. 200,000. 200,000. Su Lin froze for a moment. 200,000 damage. He glanced at the battle record. Damage taken, target level 21, base attack 2000, A-class ability multiplied by 10, passive skill adds 10, attack power 200,000, actual damage dealt 200,010, 020, 200,000 damage. Su Lin currently had 20 billion health. 200,000 was less than 1/10 of Santh. But on the surface it looked like he was on the verge of death. With a large crater in his chest covered in blood, he lay on the ground convulsing. Su Lin concentrated and closed his eyes, remaining utterly still. Uncle Wang, how is it? Su Chen's voice came through, tinged with a hint of nervousness. It's done. The middle-aged man's voice was calm. I used all my strength in that punch. For someone at level 2, he's undoubtedly dead. Su Chen sighed in relief, and then laughed. Level 2 D-class ability, and he dares to challenge me. The footsteps drew closer. Su Lin could feel Su Chen standing in front of him, looking down. Tisk, how tragic. Su Chen's voice held amusement. Brother, why did you have to do this? Why not just obediently be a waste huddling in the corner, prolonging your miserable existence? Why sever ties with me, making it difficult for me? He squatted down, looking at Su Lin's face. Do you know why I must kill you? Not because you saw through me. What can a fool like you do if you see through me? It's because your existence is a hidden danger. You are Su family's biological son. Oh, I am an adopted one. What if one day those fools suddenly have a change of heart, feeling guilty towards you and wanting to bring you back? What should I do? So you see, once you're dead, I can finally rest easy. He reached out and patted Su Lin's face. Don't worry, it will read Tomb of the Waste of the Su family. How about that? Su Chen stood up with a smile and said to the middle-aged man, Uncle Wang, handle it, make it look like he was surrounded by wild monsters. The middle-aged man nodded and walked over. Just then Su Lin moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Su Chen's ankle with his right hand, and pulled hard. Su Chen was caught off guard and fell backward. Ah! He screamed, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Lin flipped over and pounced on him, pinning Su Chen's chest with his left hand, while drawing the bronze sword from his waist, aiming it at Su Chen's belly, stabbing down fiercely. Thud! The sound of the sword piercing flesh. Ah! Su Chen screamed, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically and rushed over. But Su Lin did not dodge at all. He pinned Su Chen down, stabbing again and again. Thud! 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 Not knowing how many times he stabbed, blood splattered all over him. Stop! The middle-aged man struck Su Lin's back with a punch. Bang! 200,000. Su Lin's body jolted, and his health bar dropped again. But he did not let go. Another stab. Thud! Su Chen's screams had turned into wails, his belly a mess of blood and flesh. The middle-aged man panicked and threw another punch. Bang! Another punch. Bang! 3 punches in a row, each dealing 200,000 damage. Su Lin's health bar dropped by nearly 1 million, but he seemed unaffected, still pinning Su Chen down, stabbing. You're crazy. You've lost your mind. The middle-aged man finally reacted, grabbing Su Chen by the shoulders and pulling him back with force. Su Lin was dragged forward, and the sword in his hand accidentally cut Su Chen again. Ah! Su Chen screamed again. The middle-aged man urgently retreated, dragging Su Chen back, while using his other hand to unleash punches to force Su Lin back. Su Lin did not chase. He stood in place covered in blood, holding the dripping sword, coldly watching them. The middle-aged man dragged Su Chen away, not looking back, fleeing. They disappeared into the woods. The surroundings quieted down. Only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves remained. Su Lin looked down at himself. 3 fist imprints on his chest, blood covering him. He opened his panel. Health 199. 98 billion 200 billion. He had lost over 1 million. Not bad. Su Lin looked up towards the direction Su Chen had disappeared, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. How many stabs did he make? He didn't count. But definitely over 20 stabs. His intestines were probably out, but based on his luxurious equipment, he definitely wouldn't lose more than 2,000 health. He probably wouldn't die. King of Green Tea. Su Lin chuckled. Take your time to act. He wiped the blood off the sword on his clothes and turned to continue hunting monsters. In Tianqiong City, the Su family estate. A series of hurried footsteps broke the evening's tranquility. Master. Madam. There's trouble. The middle-aged man burst in, carrying a blood-soaked Su Chen, crashing through the main door into the hall. Lin Wanxing was drinking tea. Upon seeing this scene, her teacup fell to the ground, with a loud crash shattering everywhere. Chainer! She screamed as she rushed over. Su Jintian descended from upstairs, and upon seeing Su Chen's condition, his face instantly turned ashen. Su Chen lay in the middle-aged man's arms, covered in blood, his belly a mess, intestines exposed. What happened? Su Jintian roared. The middle-aged man was covered in sweat. It was Su Lin. We encountered him in the wilderness. The young master wanted to greet him, but he drew his sword and stabbed without a word. I couldn't stop him. Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao rushed out of their rooms, screaming at the sight of Su Chen. Oh my god. What happened? Lin Wanxing held Su Chen, tears streaming down her face. Chainer, wake up. Don't scare your mother. Su Chen struggled to open his eyes, his lips trembling, his voice weak like a mosquito's buzz. Mom. I'm fine. Don't blame brother. I just wanted to talk to him. He might have been too excited. After speaking, his head tilted, and he fainted. Chainer. Lin Wanxing let out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Zinchen's face darkened terribly, his fists cracking ominously. Su Lin. He squeezed through gritted teeth. Find him for me. Even if I have to turn Tianqiong City upside down, I want him found. Su Lin stood still, watching as Su Chen was dragged away by the middle-aged man, disappearing into the forest. He did not pursue. He could not catch up. With a speed of level 21, and being only level 2 himself, no matter how thick his blood was, he could not catch up. What a pity. Su Lin glanced at the sword in his hand, the blade still dripping with blood. The more than 20 strikes just now had all hit flesh and drawn blood. Su Chen's gear was clearly not cheap. His health was at least a few thousand, so he would definitely survive. Su Lin wiped the blood from the sword on the leg of his pants and put it away. It was getting dark. He needed to hurry back to the city. Su Lin turned around and walked towards the city gate. After just a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Wait. Back to the city. The Su family must have received the news by now. That green tea. Su Chen would definitely cry and say, brother stabbed me. I don't blame him. He might have been too excited. Then Su Jintian would be furious. Lin Wanxing would scream, and his 3 sisters would scold him for being ungrateful. And then the whole city would be hunting for him. Tianqiong City is the territory of the Su family, and Su Jintian is one of the 5 great powerhouses. Finding a person is too easy for him. As soon as he enters the city, he will be found within half a day. Then he would be dragged back to the Su family. And then break his legs, lock him in the basement, or just kill him directly. Su Lin recalled the days when the original owner lay with broken ribs for 3 months. He remembered the damp and moldy walls of the basement. He remembered the nights spent wrongfully accused. Go back to wait for death. Su Lin stood still, gazing at the outline of Tianqiong City in the distance. As the sun set, the lights of the city began to illuminate. That was the safe zone, with walls, patrols, and warm beds. But he could not return. At least not now. Su Lin turned around and looked towards the wilderness on the other side. In the distance there were rolling mountains and forests, and after the sun set, faint howling sounds began to emanate from the woods. That was the sound of monsters. Staying outside the city overnight. He recalled a strict rule from the original owner's memory. Citywide announcement: all awakeners must return to the city 1 hour before sunset. Overnight outside the city is strictly prohibited. Violators will bear the consequences. This announcement would ring 3 times every evening over the city. Even a 3-year-old child would know. Because during the day you hunt monsters, but at night monsters hunt you. After dark the number of wild monsters would increase tenfold at least. Moreover, higher level monsters would come out to hunt. It is said that a level 49 powerhouse, thinking himself invincible, insisted on challenging the rule of staying outside overnight. The next morning people found only half of his body. The other half was eaten by some monster. Since then no one dared to challenge this rule. Even level 40 or 50 experts would certainly return to the city before sunset. Better to kill fewer monsters than to gamble with one's life. But now Su Lin had no choice. Returning to the city would mean certain death. Leaving the city still had a glimmer of hope. Su Lin took a deep breath, turned around, and walked deeper into the wilderness. The sky grew darker. The moon had not yet risen, and everything around was pitch black. Su Lin turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it ahead. The phone battery was only at 30%. He had to conserve it. He turned off the flashlight and continued walking in the dark. After about 20 minutes, a patch of woods appeared ahead. Su Lin stopped and perked up his ears to listen. There was movement in the woods. It rustled as if something was crawling. Su Lin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slowly approached. Suddenly a shadow sprang out from behind a tree. Su Lin instinctively dodged to the side, sweeping his sword horizontally. Thud! The blade struck something, and a sharp scream echoed. Su Lin took 2 steps back and, illuminated by the faint moonlight, finally saw what it was. Monster Shadow Cat, level 2 normal health 200, attack, 20 skill night walk, 30 speed increase. At night, a black cat about the size of a wild dog, completely black, with only its eyes glimmering with a faint green light. It had been slashed by Su Lin, leaving a wound on its neck, and it was baring its teeth at him. 30 Su Lin glanced at the battle log. His current attack was 20 OI plus the sword's 10 points, totaling 30. One strike dealt 30 damage. The Shadow Cat had 200 health, leaving it with 170. The cat was fast, especially at night, but it could not match the speed of the sword. Without waiting for it to react, Su Lin charged forward and struck again. Thud! 30. The Shadow Cat let out a wail and turned to flee. Su Lin chased after it, striking several more times. Thud! The Shadow Cat collapsed. Killed a level 2 normal monster, gained 2 points current points. 82. Su Lin breathed heavily and put away his sword. Just as he was about to continue forward, he suddenly heard rustling sounds all around. More and more. He looked up and felt a chill run down his spine. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes began to glow. Dozens of shadow cats were closing in from all directions. Su Lin took a deep breath. He knew monsters were plentiful at night, but he never expected there to be so many. Run. He couldn't outrun them. The cats were already fast, and with the night bonus as a level 2, he would not escape. Then he could only fight. Su Lin tightened his grip on the sword, preparing for battle. In the next second, dozens of cats pounced at him simultaneously. Su Lin didn't dodge, nor could he. He squatted down, covering his head with both hands, and exposing his back to them. Thud, 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 thud. Countless claws scratched at his back, the sounds of biting and screaming blending into one. 20. The damage notifications popped up like a screen flood. Su Lin remained motionless, allowing them to bite. He silently counted. After about 30 bites, his health dropped by 600 points. 20 billion health down by 600. Not even a fraction of a percent. Su Lin felt assured. He suddenly stood up, gripped his sword, and swept it sideways. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shadow cats were struck, howling as they flew backward. Su Lin chased after them, taking one down with each strike, sending them to their end. The remaining cats were momentarily stunned, then pounced on him even more frantically. Su Lin did not dodge, he just stood there and let them bite. All he needed to do was strike one by one. 1, 2, 3. 10 minutes later, the ground was littered with cat corpses. Su Lin stood amidst the bodies, covered in blood, breathing heavily. It wasn't exhaustion. It was exhilaration. Killed level 2 normal monster 37. Gained 74 points current points. 156. Su Lin opened his panel to take a look. Health 199. 97 billion, 200 billion. He lost less than 60,000 health. 37 cats with countless bites only totaled 60,000 damage. Su Lin smiled. This health bar was truly thick. But there was one problem. He had no automatic healing ability. If health was lost, it was lost. It wouldn't regenerate on its own. To regain health, he could only spend points to buy medicine in the shop. Basic healing potion restores 100 health, costs 10 points. Intermediate healing potion restores 1,000 health, costs 100 points. Advanced healing potion restores 10,000 health, costs 1,000 points. These were very useful for others. But for Su Lin, they were all garbage. With 20 billion health, drinking an advanced potion would only restore 1,000 health. What good was 1,000 health? It would be gone in a few bites from monsters. Su Lin continued to scroll down. He reached the last page, and percentage recovery potion special restores 1 of maximum health, costs 1,000 points. Note: this potion is special. The materials are rare and the yield is low. Usually only high-level powerhouses would buy it, as low-level players have too small a base health. Spending 1,000 points for 1 health is too unwise. Su Lin stared at this line, his eyes lighting up. 1. With 20 billion health, 1 is 200 million. Spending 1,000 points to recover 200 million health. This cost-performance ratio was simply outrageous. Moreover, with his current health at 20 billion, once it dropped to 19.8 billion, drinking 1 would restore him to full health. He calculated. 1,000 points for 200 million health. 1 point for 2,000 health. A normal potion for 1,000 points could only restore 1,000 health. This potion's cost-performance ratio was 2,000 times that of ordinary potions. Su Lin took a deep breath. This thing was simply tailor-made for him. He glanced at his points 156. He was far from 1,000. He needed to keep grinding. Su Lin put away his phone, gripped his sword tightly, and continued deeper into the woods. That night, he did not close his eyes. After killing one wave of cats, another wave of dogs came. After killing one wave of dogs, another wave of wolves appeared. After killing one wave of wolves, yet another wave of bears appeared. From dusk to deep night, from deep night to dawn, from dawn to daylight. Su Lin did not know how many monsters he had killed. He only remembered swinging his sword countless times until his arms went numb and his palms cracked. But he did not stop, because his points were rising. 156, 342, 578, 803. Finally the sky began to lighten. The sun slowly rose. Su Lin stood in a clearing covered in blood, his hair matted into clumps with blood, and his clothes unrecognizable from their original color. Surrounding him were the corpses of dense monsters. At least 200 to 300. Su Lin opened his panel. Current points 1247 and health 198. 1 billion, 200 billion. He had lost nearly 200 million health overnight. Enough. He opened the shop, found the percentage recovery potion, and clicked to buy. Purchase successful. Percentage recovery potion 1 points, spent 1,000 remaining points 247. A light golden potion appeared in his hand, small enough to fit in one palm, with a liquid that glimmered slightly. Su Lin gulped it down. A warm sensation spread from his stomach, flowing through his limbs. You use the percentage recovery potion, restoring 1 of maximum health. Current health 200 billion, 200 billion full health. Su Lin let out a sigh and sat down heavily on the ground. Tired. Really damn tired. After a whole night without sleep, he had killed over 300 monsters and swung his sword thousands of times. Now he just wanted to sleep. But he could not sleep here. It was daylight. Monsters had returned to their dens, but people had also come out of the city. If someone saw him and recognized him, it would be over. Su Lin got up, dragging his weary body deeper into the woods. After about half an hour, he found a large tree. The trunk was thick, requiring 2 or 3 people to embrace it, and the crown was dense, easily hiding a person. Su Lin climbed up using both hands and feet, found a sturdy branch, and lay down. Just as he closed his eyes, he opened them again. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The battery was only at 8%. He turned off the phone, put it back in his pocket, and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Tianqiong City, 7 in the morning. Major media outlets simultaneously pushed a news story. Shocking. Su family adopted son Su Chun was attacked last night, severely injured and unconscious. The assailant was actually his biological son Su Lin. Exclusive. According to insiders, Su Chun went outside the city for training yesterday, encountering Su Lin, who had been kicked out of the family. Su Lin, jealous of Su Chun's SS level ability, launched a sneak attack, with a sword stabbing him more than 20 times. Su Chun is critically injured and currently still in emergency care. Su Jintian is furious. The whole city is to hunt for Su Lin. A reward of 1 million points for any clues. Lin Wanqing weeps. Chainer is so kind, always treating him like a brother. How could he do such a vile thing? Su Yao, he is a white-eyed wolf. A heartless thing. Su Ling, if something happens to Chun, I will not let this. Su Xiao, bad person. Catch him and kill him. The comments section exploded. What the hell? This is too ruthless, stabbing him more than 20 times. Su Chun is such a good person. I saw him break the record to clear the first level yesterday, smiling so brightly. Su Lin, that level waste, must be jealous to the point of madness. Such a person should be caught and executed. The Su family raised him for 18 years only to produce such a thing. I heard he only acted after being kicked out of the family. How petty must he be? If I were Su Jintian, I would slap him to death. A reward of 1 million points for clues. I will go outside the city to look for him right now. Don't look, he definitely wouldn't dare stay outside overnight. He's surely hiding in some corner of the city. That's true. Who the hell would dare to stay outside overnight? Isn't that asking for death? Search inside the city, they will surely find him. Tianqiong City East Gate. At the city gate, there were usually many people lined up to go out and hunt monsters at this time. But today there were even more people. Not those going out, but those watching the excitement. A huge wanted poster was posted at the city gate featuring a photo of Su Lin with the reward amount written beside it, 1 million points. A group of awakeners surrounded the wanted poster, discussing animatedly. 1 million points enough to buy a complete set of top-tier equipment. Su Lin, that level waste. Is he worth that much? Worth or not, it doesn't matter, just catching him is enough. I estimate he has long run out of the city. Out of the city? Are you crazy? He's only level 2, would he dare stay outside overnight? That's seeking death. He must be hiding in some corner of the city. Searching inside the city is easy, we can take our time. Right, it's safe inside, he wouldn't dare to go outside. Su Lin had slept for 4 hours, waking up to hunger. When hungry, he needed to eat. Monster meat could be consumed, but it needed to be cooked. Eating it raw could lead to illness. He found a secluded spot and started a fire to roast 2 legs of the shadow cat. The meat was tough, lacking flavor, but it could fill his stomach. After eating, he thought for a moment and decided to head to the city gate to see the situation. He wanted to know the Su family's reaction now. What he saw was the wanted poster. 1 million points. Su Lin was truly generous. Su Lin took a glance, lowered his head, and walked back. No one paid him any mind. A normal boy in old clothes was too inconspicuous in the crowd. After walking far away, he found a deserted place, took off his jacket, and reversed it to wear. Then he found a small river and washed his face. In the mirror, his face had not changed much, but his eyes had changed. They had become colder and more solemn. Su Lin looked around to confirm no one was around, then returned to that large tree, climbed up, and continued sleeping. He slept until the afternoon. When he woke up, the sun was already starting to set in the west. Su Lin sat in the tree, looking at the wilderness in the distance. This spot was quite good with a broad view, allowing him to see the surrounding situation clearly. Suddenly, he saw a team of people in the distance. About 7 or 8, they were hunting monsters. Su Lin squinted his eyes to look closely. The leader was a girl around 17 or 18, dressed in silver-white light armor, holding a slender sword, her movements clean and swift. With one swing, a level 2 wild wolf fell to the ground. Su Lin glanced at the battle log. He was too far away to see the specific numbers, but he could feel that this girl had a high attack power. Behind her were several people, some with shields, some with bows, and others with staves. They worked in harmony, with a high efficiency in hunting monsters. Su Lin watched them for a while longer. Not for any other reason, but simply because he hadn't seen living people for a long time. The girl suddenly stopped and glanced in Su Lin's direction. Su Lin's heart tightened, and he quickly shrank back into the tree crown, remaining completely still. The girl looked for a while, shook her head, and continued hunting monsters. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. He lay on the tree watching the team hunt monsters all afternoon until the sun was about to set before they packed up and returned to the city. The girl glanced in this direction once more before leaving. But still she found nothing. Su Lin huddled within the tree crown, remaining utterly still. Once the group of people walked far away, he slowly poked his head out. The last glance from the girl sent a chill through his heart. It was not an illusion. She was indeed looking in his direction. Although she didn't discover anything, Su Lin remembered her face, silver-white light armor, a slender sword, and her clean, precise movements. In the future, he must avoid her. The sun had set. The last streak of red in the sky was swallowed by darkness, and the wilderness echoed once more with howls. Su Lin climbed down from the tree, ready to continue hunting monsters, when he suddenly heard voices from afar. He immediately crouched down, hiding behind some bushes. The voices grew closer. "Boss, are we really going to search tonight? Of course it's 1,000,000 points, don't you want it? But there are too many monsters at night, and there are only 5 of us. What if?" "What if what?" "The Su family said as long as we provide clues we get points. They didn't ask us to catch anyone. If we find them we run, if we can't run we hide. What's there to fear? Right? Hey, do you think that Su Lin really dares to spend the night outside the city? He's just a level 2 waste, does he dare? So what are we looking for?" "True. But since we're here, let's just take a look around and go back to report." "All right." The 5 of them walked past the bushes where Su Lin was hiding, the farthest one less than 5 meters away. Su Lin held his breath and remained motionless. After they walked far away, he slowly exhaled and took out his phone to check. The battery was only at 5%. He opened the network and casually scrolled through. The headline was about him. Citywide manhunt for Su Lin. 1,000,000 points reward. Exclusive. Su Chen's first words after waking up: "Don't blame your brother." Su family spokesperson: "The Su family will never tolerate Su Lin's misdeeds." The comment section was filled with curses. "Su Chen is really an angel. He almost got stabbed to death, but still speaks up for that waste. People like Su Lin should be captured and tortured. If I were Su Lin, I'd just slap him to death. I heard he's still outside the city. Is anyone gathering a team to find him?" "Gather a team? Who dares to go outside the city at night?" "True. Let's wait until dawn to talk about it." After reading, Su Lin put his phone back in his pocket. A citywide manhunt. 1,000,000 reward. Even at night, there were people searching for him. He couldn't return to the city. It wasn't safe outside either. He needed to find a place to hide. But where to hide? In the vicinity of Tianqiong City, the wilderness stretched for hundreds of miles, filled with monsters and awakened beings hunting them. He couldn't just stay in this tree forever. Eventually someone would discover him. Leaning against the tree, Su Lin's mind raced. Suddenly 3 words jumped out from the original owner's memories. The Valley of Villains. It was a legendary place. Located at the northernmost part of Tianqiong City, one had to cross 3 large mountains and traverse a toxic marsh to reach it. There were no laws there, no rules, only one ironclad principle. What the level 88 Valley Lord said went. Who lived in the Valley of Villains? Fugitives wanted by the law. Desperate outlaws. Pitiful souls being hunted by great clans with nowhere to go. And some were simply madmen who didn't want to be constrained by rules. But no matter who they were, once they entered the Valley of Villains, they had to abide by its rules. Those who did not follow the rules would die. It was said that once a ruthless level 75 individual convinced of his strength killed and looted in the valley. The next day his head was hung at the valley entrance with a note attached, sent by the Valley Lord personally. Since then no one dared to cause trouble in the valley, because that level 88 Valley Lord was a true god of death. Though his level was one lower than Su Lin 5 level 89's, his abilities were extremely strange, rumored to be a rare spatial type. Can't defeat him. He can run. You can't defeat me. What about your son? Your grandson? Your entire family? So no one dared to provoke him. No matter how strong Su Lin was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the Valley of Villains. He knew he couldn't kill the Valley Lord, but the Valley Lord could kill his entire family. This is the survival rule of the Valley of Villains. You are strong, but you dare not touch me. I am weak, but I have a backing. Su Lin's eyes brightened at this thought. The Valley of Villains. It has the entrance to the Tower of Heaven, and like in the city, one can challenge levels to level up. There are no laws there, no one would care who he was. With the level 88 Valley Lord in charge, even Su Lin wouldn't dare to go in and capture people. As long as he entered the Valley of Villains, he would be safe. Su Lin immediately pulled out his phone and opened the map. The battery was down to 4%. He quickly typed in the words, Valley of Villains. The Valley of Villains is located northwest of Tianqiong City, about 230 miles from the urban area. But entering the valley is not easy. To cover 230 miles, one must cross 3 mountains and pass through a toxic mist. The toxic mist drains 10 health points per second, making it impossible for ordinary people to cross. Moreover, the path is filled with wild monsters. The further northwest you go, the higher their level. Most importantly, to enter the valley, one must pay 1000 points. Su Lin glanced at his points, 247. He still needed 753. He had to gather enough points on the way. Su Lin put away his phone, gripped his sword, and walked northwest. Night fell. The moon had not yet risen, and everything was plunged into darkness. He walked in the dark, relying on his instincts to find his way. After about half an hour, the lights of the city walls were no longer visible behind him. All around was wilderness with weeds taller than his knees, and in the distance were the continuous dark shapes of mountains. The night wind blew, rustling the leaves. Su Lin stopped, straining to listen. There was movement. It wasn't the sound of the wind. It was the sound of footsteps. Very light, very quick, many of them. Su Lin tightened his grip on the sword, slowly crouching down to hide in the grass. The footsteps grew closer. With the faint starlight, he finally saw clearly. It was a pack of wolves. Not just one, but a whole group. At least 30 to 40 of them were coming down the hillside towards his direction. Su Lin held his breath and remained still. The wolf pack passed by just 20 meters away from him. He could see their eyes glowing green, flickering in the darkness. 2 wolves stopped and looked in his direction. Su Lin tightened his grip on the sword, ready to strike. But after a few seconds, the 2 wolves continued on their way. The wolf pack disappeared into the night. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief and continued forward. After not walking far, he stopped again. Ahead was a patch of rubble with stones of various sizes piled haphazardly. Something was moving in the rubble. Su Lin squinted to see clearly. It was snakes. Lots of snakes. The big ones were as thick as an arm, while the small ones were as thin as chopsticks, densely coiled on the stones, flicking their tongues and hissing. Monster stone patterned snake. Level 3 normal health 300, attack 30, skill venomous fangs. 10 chance to poison the target when attacking, dealing 10 damage per second for 10 seconds. Su Lin looked at the snakes all over the ground, feeling his scalp tingle. Take a detour. The area was surrounded by mountains, and there was no way to circumvent. He could only charge through. Su Lin took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the sword, and stepped into the rubble. As soon as he entered, the nearest few snakes noticed him. Hisses, they raised their heads, flicking their tongues, and slithered towards Su Lin. Su Lin didn't stop and continued forward. The first snake lunged at him, biting his calf. 30. Su Lin ignored it and continued walking. Because he needed to reach the Valley of Villains as quickly as possible. The second, third, fourth. More and more snakes lunged at him, biting his legs, feet, and clothes. 30, 30, 30, 30. Damage notifications flooded his screen. Su Lin felt as if he were numb, just moving forward. He was bitten all the way as he walked. By the time he reached the middle of the rubble, at least 20 snakes were hanging on him. Some were biting his legs, some were clinging to his waist, while others had wrapped around him, constricting him. Su Lin glanced down. Health bar 19. 873 billion, 20 billion. He had lost less than 2 billion. Not bad. He continued walking. When he reached the end of the rubble, the snakes finally loosened their grip. They fell to the ground, staring at this monster-like human, seemingly a bit dazed. Why hasn't this person fallen yet? Su Lin paid them no mind and continued walking without looking back. That night, Su Lin had no idea how far he had traveled. He only knew he kept walking, kept getting bitten. After passing through the rubble, he entered a patch of low trees. The underbrush was filled with bats. Monster Bloodsucking Bat, the level 4 normal health, 400 attack, 40 skill Bloodsuck, recovers 20 health points. When attacking, these bats hung from the trees, densely packed, bending the branches. As soon as Su Lin stepped into the trees, the bats were startled. Flap, flap, flap. The sound of countless wings flapping made his ears buzz. Then came a torrential assault. They swooped down on Su Lin, scratching with their claws, biting with their mouths, desperately, trying to suck his blood. 40, 40, 40, 40. Su Lin covered his face with his hands and continued moving forward. With each step, he was swarmed by bats. After 2 steps, another batch would cling to him. He was completely enveloped by bats, forming a black humanoid shape, and each step became increasingly difficult. But he did not stop. After about an hour, he finally emerged from the low trees. The bats chased him for a while before finally giving up. Su Lin looked down at his health bar. 19. 621 billion, 20 billion. He had lost nearly 2 billion again. He found a relatively open area and sat down to rest. He opened his panel to take a look. Points 482. He hadn't killed many monsters, just focused on traveling. Of course he had killed some along the way. Those monsters that bit him would run away after biting. Even if he fought back, he couldn't kill them all, just some that blocked his path. There were too many of them. Su Lin took a sip of water and continued on his way. In the latter half of the night, the moon finally rose. The moonlight illuminated the earth, casting a silver glow over the wilderness. But Su Lin would rather there be no light, because the light allowed him to see the surroundings clearly. Too many. The mountains and hills were filled with monsters. On the distant hillside, dozens of wild wolves were roaming. Nearby in the grass, innumerable venomous snakes were slithering. Above him, flocks of bats circled among the branches. And there were monsters he didn't even know the names of. Some as big as bears, some as small as cats, some with wings, and some covered in spikes. They were all watching him. Those eyes, glowing green, flickered in the darkness. Su Lin gripped his sword tightly and continued forward. He knew they would pounce on him. Sure enough. In less than 10 steps, the first wave of attacks came. 3 wild wolves charged from the side, biting his leg. 50, a 50, a 50. Su Lin ignored them and kept walking. The second wave followed. 5 venomous snakes sprang out from the grass and bit his ankle. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. He continued walking. The third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. More and more monsters pounced on him. They bit him, scratched him, tore at him, and crashed into him. Su Lin was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his skin was covered in wounds. But he didn't stop. He simply moved forward step by step. With each step, he lost hundreds of health points. After 10 steps, thousands of health points. After 100 steps, tens of thousands of health points. But his health bar was 20 billion. Tens of thousands of health points didn't even count as a fraction. The horizon finally began to brighten. The sun slowly rose. Su Lin stood on a hillside looking back at the path he had taken. In the wilderness, dense monsters were still watching him. They had followed him all night, bitten him all night, but still couldn't make him fall. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued forward. He needed to find a place to hide. During the day, people would come out of the city. He had to avoid people. After half an hour, he found a patch of trees. The grove wasn't large, but the trees were dense, so hiding wouldn't be a problem. Su Lin found a big tree, climbed up, and lay down on a branch. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at his panel. Health 19. 337 billion, 20 billion. He had lost over 6 billion health points overnight. Points 654. Su Lin closed his eyes and fell asleep. After about 3 hours, he was awakened by a commotion. He immediately opened his eyes and looked down through the gaps in the leaves. Outside the grove, a group of people had arrived. 5 individuals, 4 men, and 1 woman, all dressed in combat gear and holding weapons. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a scar on his face, looking quite fierce. They talked as they walked. That kid is really outside the city. We've searched for so long and haven't found a single hair. Of course it's so vast outside the city, how can we find him? If you ask me, he's definitely hiding under some tree waiting to die, no need for us to look for him. But we still have to search, gets 1,000,000 points. If we find him, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. How can a class dare to spend the night outside the city? Has he lost his mind? He probably had no choice. Entering the city means death. But that's still better than being eaten by monsters. Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Let's search over there. Su Lin remained huddled in the tree, completely still. The group passed under the tree closest to him, being just 10 meters away. Su Lin could see their faces, and one person stopped and looked up. Su Lin's heart tightened as he gripped his sword. The person looked for a few seconds and shook his head. Let's go, there's no one in the tree. The group continued forward, disappearing on the other side of the grove. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. He waited until noon, confirming that the group had walked far away before climbing down from the tree. He continued on his way. During the day, he didn't dare to walk on the main road, only taking the more remote paths. Crossing mountains and valleys, he moved slowly. Along the way, he encountered numerous monsters, but there were fewer during the day than at night, just scattered here and there. Su Lin managed to hide when he could, and when he couldn't, he braved it and pressed on. He dared not kill the monsters. Slaying one would attract more with the scent of blood, and it might also bring hunters. He focused solely on walking. By the time the sun set, he had covered about 20 more miles. Distance to the Valley of Villains, approximately 200 miles. At night the monsters came again. This night he encountered insects that were a level higher than those from last night. Monster Poison Sting Scorpion, level 5 common health, 500 attack, 50 skill. Poison Sting poison the target upon attack, causing 20 damage per second for 10 seconds. Monster Bloodthirsty Ant, level 5 common health, 400 attack, 40 skill. Bite, ignores 10 points of defense upon attack. Monster Corrupted Slug, level 6 common health, 600 attack, 60 skill. Corrosive Liquid reduces the target's armor durability upon attack. Scorpions, ants, slugs, centipede, spiders. Various kinds of insects covered the ground, densely shrouding the surface entirely. Su Lin stepped on them, and his feet sank into a mushy mess. The insects crawled madly onto him, biting him, stinging him, drilling into his wounds. Su Lin felt a tingling sensation all over, itching so much that he wanted to scratch, but he held back. He simply pressed forward. Along the way he had stepped on dozens of insects, his body covered with them. Yet more insects continued to surge forward. They swarmed like an endless tide, one wave after another, each more ferocious than the last. Su Lin walked through the entire night. By dawn there was not a single good piece of flesh left on his body. His body was covered in wounds, all holes where insects had bitten. Yet he still stood. Su Lin looked down at his health bar. 18. 512 billion, 20 billion. He had lost over 800 million again. Points 1006. Then he continued on his way. During the day he encountered several waves of hunters. Su Lin was able to detect them in advance each time and hid. Once he hid behind a bush while the hunters passed 3 meters away. Once they were far enough he slowly got up and continued forward. After 2 days and nights of travel distance, to the Valley of Villains, approximately 150 miles. On the third night Su Lin arrived at a marshland. The marsh was filled with sludge, and a single step could sink him to his knees. Su Lin walked cautiously, fearing that he would become trapped and unable to escape. But the monsters did not care about that. Monster Swamp Crocodile, level 7 common health, 700 attack, 70 skill. Death roll, after biting the target rolls to inflict damage 3 times. Monster Corpse Monster, level 8 common health, 800 attack, 80 skill. Corruption poisons the target upon attack, causing 30 damage per second for 15 seconds. Monster Swamp Python, level 9 common health, 900 attack, 90 skill. Constrict wraps around the target's body, causing 50 damage per second, continuing until the target breaks free or dies. The crocodile sprang out of the muddy water, biting Su Lin's leg, and then rolled madly. 70. Su Lin's leg twisted at an odd angle. But he did not scream or stop. He simply dragged the crocodile along, continuing to move forward. The corpse monsters surrounded him from all directions, grabbing and clawing at him with their decaying hands. 80. Those hands were poisonous, and his wounds began to fester, blood flowing continuously. Su Lin acted as if he did not see them. The swamp python hung down from the tree, wrapping around his body, tightening its grip. 50. Su Lin's ribs creaked under the pressure, making it hard for him to breathe. But he still moved forward, dragging a group of monsters along. For a stretch, he was also entangled by a few more pythons. When he reached the center of the swamp, Su Lin was carrying at least a dozen monsters. The crocodile bit his leg, the corpse monster clawed at his back, and the giant python coiled around his body. He resembled a moving pile of monsters trudging through the swamp. He walked the entire night. By dawn he finally emerged from the swamp. The monsters behind him chased for a while before finally giving up. Su Lin collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. His leg had been deformed, broken several times by the crocodile. But the health bar remained. Health 17. 67 billion, 20 billion points, 2078. He lost about 1.5 billion health that night. On the fourth night, Su Lin arrived at a forested mountainside. The mountains were high and the trees dense, leaving hardly any path. But that was not important. What mattered were the monsters in the mountains. Monster Shadow Hunter, level 10 common health, 1000 attack, 100 skill. Invisibility, can temporarily become invisible, doubling damage on the next attack. Monster Rock Giant, level 11 common health, 11,000 attack, 1100 skill. Rock throws massive rocks from a distance, inflicting 200 damage. Monster Ghost, level 12 common health, 12,000 attack, 1200 skill. Body Pass inflicts damage while passing through the target's body, ignoring physical defense. These monsters were stronger than any he had encountered before, especially the Rock Giant. Level 11, 11,000 health, 1100 attack. One punch from it would cost Su Lin 1100 health. Su Lin glanced at his health bar, 20 billion. 1100 health was nothing. But the problem was there were too many. Monsters filled the mountains and fields. The Shadow Hunter crept up invisibly, suddenly appearing and slashing at Su Lin's neck. 200. The Rock Giant rolled down the slope, slamming its fist into him. 1100. The ghost passed through his body, leaving a chilling coldness. 1200. Su Lin just stood there, letting them hit him. A hit, take a step forward. 10 hits, take 10 steps forward. After receiving thousands of hits, he finally reached the mountain peak. Looking back, at least a few hundred monsters followed behind him. They all looked at him with strange expressions. Why hasn't this person died yet? Su Lin ignored them and continued forward. On the morning of the 5th day, Su Lin stood on a mountaintop, gazing at a valley in the distance. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring what lay within. That was the Valley of Villains. But there were still 30 miles to go. Su Lin descended the mountain. After half a day's journey, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain opened into a plain, and at the end of the plain lay the poisonous mist. But there were people on the plain. Su Lin stopped hiding behind a large rock. In the distance, at least 20 people were. They wore matching uniforms, with the Su family emblem pinned to their chests. People from the Su family. The leader was an old man over 60 years of age with graying hair, but an imposing presence. Su Lin glanced at his level 58. Level 58. With a single slap, he could easily kill an ordinary level 2. Su Lin held his breath, crouching motionless behind a rock. The old man stood in the center of the plain, surveying the surroundings. Search for him. Turn this area upside down, we must find him. The Su family members spread out and began their search. Su Lin hid behind the rock, watching them approach step by step. The nearest person was only 50 meters away. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The person walked right in front of the rock and stopped. Su Lin gripped his sword, preparing for a fight. But that person merely unzipped his pants and urinated against the rock. Then he zipped up and left. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. He hid behind the rock for 3 hours, waiting until the Su family members moved far away before slowly crawling out. He continued onward. After 5 miles, he encountered the second wave of people. It was again from the Su family. He hid again. Once they were far enough, he continued walking. And so it went, walking and stopping, hiding and dodging. When the sun began to lean to the west, he finally reached the edge of the poisonous mist. Ahead lay a grayish-white fog so thick, he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the mist, he felt a sharp sting on his skin. 10, 10, 10. The system notified him every second. He lost 10 health every second. It was all mist. He could only rely on his instincts to move forward. He walked the entire night. By dawn, he finally emerged from the swamp. Ahead lay a massive valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 blood-red characters, Valley of Villains. Below was another line of smaller text. Notice: for entering the Valley 1, a fee of 1,000 points is required to enter the Valley 2. Those who fight inside will die. 3. The Valley Master's words are the rules. For those who do not follow the rules will die. Su Lin took a deep breath after reading and stepped into the valley. As soon as he reached the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was an old man, lean and thin, wearing a gray robe, looking like an ordinary farmer. But when Su Lin clearly saw the badge pinned to his chest, his pupils constricted sharply. Level 71. Level 71. The old man looked him up and down, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Newcomer. Su Lin nodded. The old man extended his hand. Entry fee 1,000 points. Su Lin said nothing, directly opening the shop and transferring 1,000 points. The old man glanced at the received payment, nodding in satisfaction. You can go in. Remember the rules, don't seek death. Su Lin said nothing, walked past him, and entered the Valley of Villains. The valley was larger than he had imagined. A main street flanked by stone houses. There were people in the street. Many people. Some were setting up stalls, selling equipment, potions, and materials. Some squatted on the roadside, casting cold glances at passers-by. Others gathered together, drinking and laughing loudly. As Su Lin walked past, many people looked up at him. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny, examination, and a hint of malice. But no one took action. Because of the rules, Su Lin kept his head down and hurried forward. He needed to find a place to stay. Although the entry fee was 1,000 points per night, he couldn't sleep on the street. After walking for a while, he saw a stone house with a sign that read in. He pushed the door open. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman in her 40s, still possessing charm, with a badge pinned to her chest. Level 38. She glanced at Su Lin and lazily spoke. Room. Yes. Single room, 1,000 points per night. Monthly rate is 20,000. Su Lin fell silent for a second. That was really expensive. But he had no choice. He'll stay for one night. He transferred 1,000 points. The woman handed him a key. Upstairs, turn left, 3rd room. Su Lin took the key and went upstairs. The room was small, with a bed, a table, and a chair. But it was very clean. Su Lin locked the door and lay on the bed, letting out a long breath. Safe. At least temporarily safe. He took out his phone and checked it. 1% battery left. He plugged in the charger and waited for it to turn on. A few minutes later, the phone lit up. A flood of messages popped up. The class group had exploded. Wang fatty, damn. Haven't they caught Su Lin yet? Zhang Wei, I heard he ran out of the city. The Su family has sent several teams to search, but hasn't found him. Zhao Shui, he's a level 2. How long can he survive outside the city? Liu Yang, he's probably already dead. With the number of monsters outside at night, who can withstand that? Sun Shui, it's better if he's dead. Such a person living is a disaster. Li Shuai exactly stabbing Su Chun over 20 times just thinking about it is brutal. Wang Fatty, what a waste of 1,000,000 points. I was hoping to make a profit. Su Lin finished reading and closed the group chat. He opened his own panel. Name Su Lin, level 2, health 15. 5 billion, 20 billion, attack, 20 abilities. Health limit increased by a factor of 100 million, passive none, points 1678. In 5 days he had killed thousands of monsters accumulating over 3,000 points, and his health had dropped by over 4 billion. He paid 2,000 points for the overnight fee, leaving him with 1678. What should he do next? First get some sleep, then go to the Tower of Heaven tomorrow. Su Lin lay down and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later he fell asleep. Meanwhile in Tianxiong City, the Su family. Su Chun lay in bed pale, but awake. Lin Wanqing sat by the bed holding his hand, her eyes red. Chainer, you finally woke up, you scared your mother to death. Su Chun smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine. Where's brother? Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. Don't mention that beast. Your father has already issued a citywide arrest for him. He can't escape. Su Chun lowered his head, his voice weaker. Mom, don't blame brother. He might have been too agitated. I don't blame. You're still defending him. Lin Wanqing said angrily, and heartbroken, he stabbed you like this. Su Chun shook his head and said nothing. After Lin Wanqing left, the weakness on Su Chin's face slowly disappeared. He stared at the ceiling, his gaze cold. Su Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a strong life. With Uncle Wang's punch you actually didn't die. And you stabbed me over 20 times. He touched the bandage on his abdomen, wincing from the pain. Alright, you're tough, but how tough can a class waste be? With a citywide manhunt and 1,000,000 bounty, you won't survive. Su Chin's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep again. Evil Man Valley. Early the next morning Su Lin woke up. He went downstairs and checked out of the inn. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but it was too expensive. 1,000 points for a night, and he only had 1,678 points left, which wasn't even enough for 2 nights. He needed to find a cheaper place. Su Lin stepped out of the inn, standing on the street of Evil Man Valley. The sun had just risen, and the mist in the valley had yet to disperse. The air was mixed with a faint scent of blood and herbs. There were fewer people on the street than last night, but still a considerable number. Su Lin walked along the street, observing as he went. There were street vendors setting up stalls in front of the stone houses on either side. Freshly made level 3 bronze sword, 50 attack, only 2,000 points cheaper than in the mall. Level 3 strength ring, 25 attack, 250 health, selling cheap, at 1,500 points. Epic monster material, the skin of a poisonous lizard, great for making armor. Interested parties, come take a look. Su Lin glanced over. Indeed, the equipment here was somewhat cheaper than in the Tongtian Mall, but he did not stop. He couldn't afford it. He only had 1678 points, not even enough to buy a decent weapon. He needed to find a place to stay first. He continued walking along the street until he reached the end, where he saw a dilapidated stone house with a wooden sign hanging at the entrance which read, "Low price rental, 300 points per night." Su Lin's eyes lit up as he pushed the door open and entered. The room was dim with only a small window letting in a little light. Behind the counter sat an old man, his hair grizzled and face wrinkled, dozing off. Su Lin tapped the counter. The old man woke up, looked at him with squinted eyes, and examined him for a moment. Here to stay. Single room, 300 points per night, deposit 1, pay 1, total 600. Su Lin transferred 600 points. The old man handed him a key. Backyard, 3rd room. Su Lin took the key and walked towards the backyard. The backyard was small with several low stone houses. The doors were wooden and looked rather flimsy. Su Lin found the 3rd room and pushed the door open. The room was tiny with only a wooden plank bed, a broken table, and a chair missing a leg. There was a puddle of water in the corner, and the roof leaked. But Su Lin didn't care. It was better than the basement of the Su family. He closed the door, sat on the bed, and opened the panel. Point balance 1078, just over 1,000 left. He needed to find a way to earn points. He hadn't entered the 2nd level of the Tongtian Tower yet. He should enter the tower to level up first. But before entering the tower, he needed to understand the situation in Evil Man Valley. Su Lin got up, left the room, and returned to the front room. The old man was still dozing. Su Lin knocked on the counter again. The old man opened his eyes, somewhat impatient. What now? I want to ask you something. The old man rolled his eyes. Ask. Extra fee. Su Lin paused for a second. How much? 1 question, 100 points. Really, Blackheart? But Su Lin still transferred 100 points. The old man received the points, and his expression improved significantly. Go ahead. Where is the Tongtian Tower in Evil Man Valley? The old man pointed outside. Go east, walk to the end, and you'll see a black tower. Is there an entry fee for the tower? No, but you have to pay when you leave. The old man grinned. It costs 500 points to exit the tower. So expensive. Su Lin frowned. The old man chuckled. Think it's too expensive. You don't have to enter. That's the rule of Evil Man Valley set by the Valley Master. No one can change it. Su Lin said nothing and transferred another 100 points. Second question. Besides staying in the inn and entering the tower, what other places in the valley require points? The old man collected the points in a good mood and started talking more. There are plenty. Eating requires points, buying things requires points, hiring people requires points, gathering information requires points. Just like you did. He chuckled. To put it simply, in Evil Man Valley, points are life. With points you can do anything. Without points you can't even get a drink of water. Su Lin nodded. Third question. What are the quick ways to earn points in the valley? The old man looked him up and down, a hint of amusement in his eyes. A newcomer, huh? Su Lin did not deny it. The old man chuckled. Quick ways to earn points. There are 3 ways. First, go out of the valley and kill monsters. There are plenty of monsters outside the valley. Kill them to earn points, and pay the entry fee to return. But with your level. He glanced at Su Lin's chest. Level 2. Going out is just asking for death. Su Lin said nothing. How did the old man know he was level 2 since he had no badge on his chest? The old man seemed to see his confusion and pointed at the door. Su Lin turned back to look, and there was a wooden sign hanging at the entrance covered in densely packed characters. The top line read, "Entry into the valley automatically displays level." Su Lin's heart sank. He looked down at himself. Somehow there was a small mark on his chest inscribed with a number. When did this thing appear? He felt completely unaware. The old man noticed the change in his expression and chuckled. Don't panic. This mark is the doing of the Valley Master. Everyone in the Evil Person Valley bears it, and no one can hide it. You had it when you entered. Su Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. To be able to silently mark everyone, the Valley Master's methods were even more terrifying than he had imagined. Continue talking. He transferred 100 points. The old man accepted the points and continued. The second option is to take on missions. There is a mission hall in the valley where people issue tasks, and others accept them. Missions can involve killing, arson, stealing, protecting someone. There are all sorts of tasks. Rewards vary by difficulty from a few thousand to several million points. What about the third option? The old man's gaze turned strange as he looked at him. The third option? Are you sure you want to know? Su Lin felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Yet he still transferred 100 points. The old man accepted the points and lowered his voice to say the third option is to engage in underground fighting. There is an underground fighting arena in the valley with matches every night. You fight on stage. If you win, you earn points. If you lose, you might die. You're at level 2, and judging by your age, you must have just awakened this year with shabby equipment. Going on stage is like asking for death. Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. How many points for a match? The old man was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Ha ha, do you really want to fight? Just asking. In the lower tier, matches, winning one earns you 5,000 points. It doubles as you go up. 5,000 points. Enough to live for half a month, enough to enter the tower 10 times. Su Lin nodded. Where is the fighting arena? The old man lost his smile, looking at him with a complex expression. Are you really going? Where? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then pointed outside the window. Go west all the way to the end. There's a stone house with no sign, with 2 big men standing at the door. That's it. Su Lin stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, the old man called out to him. Kid. Su Lin. The old man looked at him seriously for once, saying, You're only at level 2, going to a place like that you have a high chance of not coming back. Su Lin was silent for a second. Thank you. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. The old man watched his figure disappear at the door, shook his head, and continued to doze off. Su Lin walked west. After about 10 minutes, he indeed saw a stone house without a sign. The house was small but sturdy, with 2 big men standing at the entrance. One was bald with a scar on his face, level 28. The other had a bushy beard and was heavily built, level 31. Upon seeing Su Lin approach, their gazes immediately locked onto him. Su Lin stopped at the door. The bald man looked him up and down, noticing the number 2 on his chest, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, you seem to be in the wrong place. Su Lin looked at him. Is this the fighting arena? The bald man and the bearded man exchanged glances and both laughed. It is the fighting arena, the bald man replied with a smile. But kid, you're only level 2, what are you doing here? Looking for someone to fight. The moment those 2 words left his mouth, the laughter of the 2 big men ceased. The bald man looked at him, his expression changing, then he grinned. All right, go on in. He stepped aside. Su Lin walked past him and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Behind the door was a long dark staircase leading down. Su Lin took a deep breath and descended. After about 2 minutes, the space opened up before him. It was a vast underground chamber. The chamber was packed with people, at least a few thousand. In the center was a large iron cage where 2 people were fighting. Each punch connected blood and flesh flying. The crowd around them was going wild, some were cursing, others laughing, some counting money. Su Lin stood at the top of the stairs. The mingled scents of blood, sweat, and liquor rushed toward him. Inside the cage, one person fell. The other stepped on the fallen man's head, raising both hands and roaring. The crowd went even crazier. Some threw a stack of bills into the cage, while others raised their cups and shouted. Su Lin looked at the fallen man. He bore a mark on his chest as well. Level 24, he collapsed. Unmoving, it was unclear whether he had fainted or died. A newcomer. A voice rang out in his ear. Su Lin turned to see a gaunt, middle-aged man standing beside him. Level 38. The man scrutinized him, and upon seeing the insignia smiled. Level 2. Here to fight. Su Lin nodded. The middle-aged man smiled even wider and patted him on the shoulder. You've got guts. Follow me. Su Lin followed him through the crowd to the door of a small room. Go inside and wait, someone will arrange for you shortly. The middle-aged man finished speaking and left. Su Lin pushed the door open and entered. There were already 5 people inside, 4 men and 1 woman. Their levels ranged from 3 to 7, clearly indicating he had been assigned to a low-level competition circle. A few of them looked up at him as he entered. Noticing the insignia on his chest, several of them displayed strange expressions. A bald man, level 7, burst out laughing. Damn, level 2, wearing rags. Is this a death wish? Another tall, skinny guy, level 5, joined in the laughter. Kid, are you tired of living? Su Lin remained silent and found a corner to sit down. The woman in her 20s, level 6, glanced at him with a hint of pity in her eyes. But she said nothing. The room fell silent for a few minutes. Suddenly the door swung open and a burly bald man walked in. Level 39. Several people in the room immediately stood up. The bald man scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Su Lin for a second before his lips curled slightly. 5 matches today. You 5 will each have 1 match. He pointed at the level 7 bald man. You first, and you, he pointed at Su Lin. You the last match. The level 7 bald man grinned, revealing his weapon, and patted his chest. Don't worry, I've got this. Su Lin said nothing. The burly man looked at him, amusement flickering in his eyes. Kid, at level 2 you shouldn't even be allowed to compete. But since you're here, I'll give you a chance. The one you'll be fighting is also level 2. Newcomer against newcomer, fair game. Win, and you get 5,000 points. Lose. It's best if you don't lose. He chuckled and turned to leave. The room fell silent once more. The level 7 bald man looked at Su Lin and grinned. Kid, don't get yourself killed out there. If you die, I'll lose my wager for today. The tall, skinny guy chimed in. Exactly. At least hold on until we finish betting before you die. Su Lin leaned against the wall, eyes closed, ignoring them. The woman approached, squatting beside him, and whispered, Are you really going to fight? Su Lin opened his eyes and looked at her. The woman sighed and quietly said, I'm called Aki. What's your name? Su Lin. Su Lin. Aki nodded, saying, Listen, when you go up, don't think about winning. Staying alive is the priority. Even though your opponent is also level 2, anyone who survives in the Valley of Villains is not to be underestimated. They must have some skills, and you look like you know nothing. Since it's your first fight, you definitely won't be used to it. Once you go up, protect your head, guard your vital points, and dodge when you can. If you can last 3 minutes, the referee will call it off. Even if you lose, you won't die. Su Lin looked at her silent for a few seconds. Thank you. Aki shook her head, stood up, and returned to her place. Outside, a commotion could be heard. The first match had begun. The level 7 bald man walked out. 10 minutes later, he was brought back. His face was covered in blood with a dent in his chest, and he had passed out. The tall, skinny guy's expression changed as he cursed, Damn, what a waste. Aki bit her lip and said nothing. In the second match, the tall, skinny guy went up. 8 minutes later, he was dragged back, his leg broken, bones protruding, screaming incessantly. In the third match, another man went up. He did not return. In the fourth match, it was Aki. Su Lin stood up and watched her. Aki took a deep breath, nodded at him, and pushed the door open to leave. 10 minutes later, the door was pushed open, and Aki stumbled back and covered in blood, her left arm, hanging limply, unable to raise it. But she was alive. She glanced at Su Lin and forced a smile. I held on. Then she collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Su Lin looked at her silent for a few seconds. The voice of the bald man came from outside. Last match. Level 2 newcomer. Hurry up if you want to place bets. Su Lin took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Around the iron cage, there was a massive crowd. Everyone was watching him. Noticing the insignia on his chest, some whistled, some jeered, and some directly cursed. Damn, level 2. Are we even having level 2 matches now? How long can this ragged kid last? I bet 3 minutes. 3 minutes. You think too highly of him. 1 minute. Su Lin ignored them and walked into the iron cage. Opposite him stood a person. 17 or 18 years old, tall and skinny with a cold gaze. He had the same insignia on his chest. Upon seeing Su Lin, a cold smile crept across his lips. Another one sent to die. Su Lin looked at him without speaking. Outside the cage, the bald man raised his hand. You all know the rules. Falling to the ground counts as a loss, surrendering counts as a loss, die counts as a loss. Start. As soon as the words fell, the person opposite lunged forward. The speed was astonishing. Su Lin's pupil shrank, and he instinctively dodged to the side. The fist brushed past his ear, creating a gust of wind. The opponent missed, and immediately turned around, throwing another punch. Su Lin dodged again. But this time he couldn't evade. The fist struck his shoulder. Bang. 200. Su Lin stumbled back 2 steps and steadied himself. For a level 2 to inflict 200 damage clearly indicated an attack anomaly, and his level was not below B. The opponent was momentarily stunned, looking at his own fist, then at Su Lin, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He hit a level 2, Normally a single punch should either kill or severely injure them, right? A level 2 standard health is 200. If he dealt 200 damage, it should have been an instant kill. Yet the kid only retreated 2 steps. Thinking he had seen it wrong, he threw another punch. Bang. 200. Su Lin again stepped back 2 steps, still standing. The opponent was thoroughly bewildered. The crowd was stunned as well. What the hell? Why isn't that kid falling? He's been hit twice each for 200 damage. How is he still standing? Is this really a level 2? The opponent gritted his teeth and charged forward, throwing punch after punch. Bang. 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 He unleashed a flurry of over 10 punches. Su Lin stood there unmoving, allowing the blows to land. Each punch struck him squarely. Each punch caused him to lose 200 health. After over 10 punches, he lost more than 3,000 health. The opponent finally stopped panting, stepping back 2 paces, looking at Su Lin, his eyes showing fear for the first time. You? What the hell are you? Su Lin gazed at him and finally spoke. Had enough. The opponent's expression changed, and he turned to run. Su Lin reached out, grabbing him by the nape and pushing him down. Bang. The opponent crashed face first into the ground. Su Lin lifted his foot and stepped on his back. The entire basement fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened watching this scene unfold in the iron cage. A level 2, who had been hit over 10 times, was completely unscathed. This level 2 must have at least S-class health enhancement ability. With a swift motion, he pinned another level 2 to the ground. The bald man was stunned for a few seconds before shouting 1. Level 2 newcomer victory. Only then did the crowd react, erupting into uproar. What the hell is this monster? Is he really level 2? Am I seeing things? I just lost 3,000 points. Damn it. Su Lin ignored them, releasing his foot and walking out of the iron cage. The bald man approached, scrutinizing him with curiosity in his eyes. Kid, what ability do you have? Su Lin looked at him and replied nonchalantly, degrade life enhancement. The bald man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Degrade? Life enhancement? Are you kidding me? Su Lin remained silent. The bald man stared at him for a few seconds before waving his hand. Forget it. If you don't want to say, then don't. Winning is all that matters. He pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Su Lin. 5,000 points, take it. If you need to fight again later, come find me. Su Lin took the card, turned, and left. He made his way through the crowd, ascended the stairs, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Outside it was already evening. The setting sun bathed the Valley of Villains in a dark red hue. Su Lin stood at the door, taking a deep breath. 5,000 points. With the remaining over 1,000, it was enough to cover half a month's living expenses, enough for 10 entries into the tower. But it still wasn't enough. What he wanted was more than just surviving. He raised his head, gazing at the towering black tower in the distance. Tomorrow he would enter the tower. Behind him, there came a ruckus from the stone house. Some were cursing, some laughing, some counting money. Su Lin did not look back. He took a step forward towards the dilapidated inn. The setting sun stretched his shadow, extending deep into the Valley of Villains. The next morning, Su Lin was awakened by hunger. His stomach gurgled like a mouse digging inside. He opened his eyes to a few rays of dim light filtering in through the old wooden window. Mornings in the Valley of Villains were always like this, foggy and dark, perfectly matching the aura of the place. Su Lin sat up and stretched his shoulders. He had taken quite a beating yesterday, losing over 3,000 health points, but compared to his total of 20 billion, it was hardly worth mentioning. It was just painful. That kid had quite a hard punch. He pulled out his phone, which was fully charged. Habitually, he opened the news. The headline was still about the Su family. Shocking. The SS level prodigy, Su Chun, breaks the record again. He cleared the second level in just 1 minute. Exclusive: Su Chun braved the tower with injuries, risking everything to prove himself. Personally escorted by Su Jintian. Video full recording of Su Chun clearing the second level. The power of the Thunder Lord is astonishing. Su Lin hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on the video. In the video, Su Chun stood at the entrance of the second level of the Sky Tower. His face was a bit pale with bandages wrapped around his abdomen, yet he exuded vitality, his gaze as resolute as a warrior preparing for battle. Surrounded by a crowd, Su Jintian stood beside him, his large hand resting on Su Chen's shoulder, rarely showing a fatherly smile. Lin Wanqing's eyes were red as she held Su Chen's hand tightly, saying, "Chainer, your injuries haven't healed yet. How about waiting a bit longer?" Su Chen shook his head, his voice gentle, yet firm. "Mom, I'm fine. As for my brother's matter, I don't blame him. But I don't want to let you and Dad down, and I want to prove myself." Lin Wanqing's tears fell. "You child. So understanding." Su Yao wiped her tears beside them. "Chen Di is the best. Go for it." Su Ling waved her little fist. "Chen Di, go for it. Let that ingrate see what a true genius is." Su Xiao looked up with her baby voice. "Brother Chun is the strongest." Su Chen smiled and turned to walk into the light portal. 1 minute later, he emerged unscathed, his clothes not even wrinkled. The reporters surged forward like mad. "Su Chun, how did you do it? The second level has healing slimes which are quite difficult to defeat." Su Chen slightly lowered his head, revealing his signature shy smile. "Actually, it was nothing. You just had better equipment and family cheering me on." The camera zoomed in, giving him a close-up. Su Lin squinted his eyes. That equipment. Level 2 Secret Silver Light Armor, Rare Health 2000, Attack 100, Effect 10, Chance to trigger a shield that absorbs 500 damage when attacked. Level 2 Thunder Longsword, Rare Attack 150, Effect 20, Chance to trigger a Thunder Strike that deals an additional 200 damage. Level 2 Strength Ring, Rare Attack 50, Health 500. Level 2 Guardian Necklace, Rare, Health 1000. Effect automatically restores 100 health every 10 seconds, Su Lin calculated roughly. Just from this equipment, Su Chen's attack power was increased by at least 300, and his health by at least. With the added bonus from his SS level ability, the Charging Wild Boars and Healing Slimes in the second level were mere fodder before him. The comment section was in an uproar. Wow, a full set of rare equipment. How many points did this cost? The Su family really dotes on this adopted son. This equipment costs at least hundreds of thousands of points. The key is that Su Chun is impressive himself. He risked everything to challenge the tower. What a fighter. What about that Su Lin? Did they catch him? People like him deserve to be punished. He probably died outside the city long ago, being a level 2 waste. How long can he survive? Su Lin turned off the video and tucked his phone back into his pocket, his expression unreadable. Hundreds of thousands of points worth of equipment. A family escorting him. The whole network praising him. He recalled how he had been laughed at in the underground fighting arena yesterday, wearing ragged clothes. Then he smiled. Sooner or later he would give them a thunderous blow. Su Lin stood up, stretched his limbs, and went downstairs. He checked out, then spent 300 points to extend his stay for another night. Remaining points, 5,778. Enough. He headed east toward the Sky Tower. Today was the new period day, the opening day of the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower in the Valley of Villains was just as towering as the one in the city, but its body was black, emanating a chilling aura. There weren't many people in front of the tower. Occasionally 1 or 2 awakened individuals entered and exited, all with their heads down, walking briskly, not looking at anyone else. This was the style of the Valley of Villains. Everyone sweeps their own snow, ignoring the frost on others' roofs. Su Lin walked up to the tower, but didn't rush in. He opened the shop. He had studied the monsters in the second level. Therefore he needed attack power. At least 40 or above to clear it. Su Lin opened the shop and flipped to the level 2 equipment page. Level 2 Bronze Longsword Common, Attack 20, Sale Price 500 points. Level 2 Bronze Armor Common, Health 200, Sale Price 500 points. Level 2 Strength Ring Common, Attack 10, Health 100, Sale Price 500 points, Su Lin calculated. Buying a sword for 20 attack, plus the naked equipment, gives a total of 40. Just enough. Then buy some armor for a health boost. Although he didn't lack health, it might be useful later. Purchase successful. Level 2 Bronze Longsword 1, consumed 500 points. Purchase successful. Level 2 Bronze Armor 1, consumed 500 points. Remaining points, 4778. A iron sword and a leather armor appeared in his hands. Su Lin put on the armor and held the sword in his hand. He opened the panel. Name Su Lin. Level 2 Health 400 billion, Base 200 billion times Armor 200 billion times 400 billion, Attack 40, Naked 20, Sword 20, Ability. Health limit increased by 1 billion times. Passive None points 4778. The 200 health points from the equipment become 200 billion after the billion-fold increase. 400 billion health. 40 attack. Enough. Su Lin took a deep breath and walked into the light portal. The scene in front of him shifted. It was a huge stone chamber, square in shape, with strange runes carved on the walls. In the center of the stone chamber, 6 monsters were staring at him. 5 wild boars covered in coarse bristles with long sharp tusks were digging the ground with their hind hooves, ready to charge at any moment. 1 green slime, squatting limply behind the wild boars, emitted a faint green glow. Ding! Entering the second level of the Sky Tower monsters, Charging Wild Boar 5, Level 2 Common, Healing Slime 1, Level 2 Common, Clearing Conditions, defeat all monsters within 1 hour. The wild boars cried out and charged at him simultaneously. 5 wild boars, 5 shadows moving at an astonishing speed. Su Lin didn't dodge at all. He couldn't. He charged straight towards the wild boars. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 wild boars collided solidly against 30. Each wild boar's charging damage was 30, 20 attack, 50 charge bonus, totaling 150 damage from 5. 150 points. Su Lin's health bar was at 400 billion. He lost 150. It felt like being bitten by a mosquito. Ignoring the wild boars, Su Lin charged straight at the slime behind them. The wild boars turned around and charged again. Bang, bang, bang. Several more collided against his back. Su Lin didn't stop his footfalls as he reached the slime, raised his sword, and slashed down. 40. The slime splattered green liquid and let out a sharp cry. Its health was 200. It lost 40, leaving 160. But it didn't flee, instead it began to glow. The next second a wild boar also lit up with green light. The healing slime uses skill heal, restoring 30 health to the charging wild boar. The wild boar that had just been hit by Su Lin's strike instantly regained 30 health. Ignoring it, Su Lin continued to slash at the slime. Second strike. 40. The slime had 120 health left. The slime glowed again, restoring 30 health to another wild boar. Third strike. 40. The slime had 80 health left. Fourth strike. 40. The slime had 40 health left. Fifth strike. 40. The slime collapsed. He didn't expect to actually be able to hit the slime. His worst-case scenario was to first deal with the wild boars if he couldn't approach the slime. With the slime dead, the remaining 5 wild boars became targets. Su Lin turned around to face the 5 wild boars that were still charging at him. 5 strikes for 1 boar. 25 strikes for 5 boars. 5 minutes later. Congratulations on clearing the second level of the Sky Tower. Time taken 5 minutes and 47 seconds. You have leveled up. Current level 3 current attributes health 400 billion, 100 billion, 500 billion attack 40 10 50. You will unlock the entrance to the third level of the Sky Tower in 7 days. A flash of light, and Su Lin was teleported out. He stood in front of the Black Tower and glanced at his panel. Level 3. Health 500 billion. Attack points 4778. After paying 500 points upon exiting, he headed back to the underground fighting arena. There was no choice. Every day he needed to spend points, and to increase his strength he needed to spend points to buy equipment. That adopted son was already equipped with rare gear, while he couldn't even afford full equipment for a level 3 whiteboard. Farming monsters for points was too slow and too dangerous. In the Valley of Villains, fighting underground was the quickest way to make money. Last night's fight earned him 5,000 points. Today he could have another match. He would fight until he could afford level 3 equipment, level 4 equipment, and level 5 equipment. Su Lin walked to the stone house without a sign. At the door were the same 2 big men, one bald and the other with a beard. Upon seeing Su Lin, the bald man's eyes lit up. "Oh, kid, back again." Su Lin nodded. The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "All right, go on in. Today there are many people just right for an appetizer." Su Lin walked past him and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Again he descended the staircase. Again he found himself in that huge underground chamber. The iron cage was filled with even more people than yesterday, a sea of black, at least 3 to 4,000. Inside the cage a fight was underway. One was level 3, the other level 4. The level 3 fighter was already bloodied, barely supported against the cage. The level 4 fighter kept hammering punches to his face, with each hit provoking wild cheers from the crowd. "Kill him! Kill him! I bet 3,000 points. Give it to him. Go! Go!" Bang! The level 3 fighter fell motionless. The level 4 fighter raised his hands and roared. The crowd went wild. Su Lin stood at the stairway watching the scene unfold. The thin middle-aged man appeared again. "Oh kid, you really came." Su Lin glanced at him. "How many matches today?" The middle-aged man sized him up and laughed. "What, you want to fight a few more? Can you guarantee a win?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment, "But the rules here allow only 1 match a day, but there are consecutive win bonuses." "What are the bonuses for consecutive wins?" "Still 5,000. 2 wins in a row get 6,000, 3 wins in a row get 8,000, 4 wins in a row get 10,000, and 5 wins in a row get 15,000. Su Lin nodded. "Arrange it." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You've got guts. Follow me." It was still that small room. There were more people in the room than yesterday, 7 or 8, with levels ranging from 4 to 8. Upon seeing Su Lin enter, someone recognized him. "Damn, isn't that the kid from yesterday? He beat that one at level 2. Is that him? Doesn't look like much. Don't underestimate him." "Oh, I watched that fight yesterday. That kid is unnatural. He took over a dozen punches without a scratch, wearing ragged equipment, which indicates at least its level ability." "Is that true?" Su Lin ignored them and found a corner to sit down. About half an hour later the door was pushed open and the bald man walked in. "Today there are many people. We'll have 8 matches. You 8, 1 match each." He pointed at a level 5 bald man. "You first match." Now point at Su Lin. "You second match." Su Lin nodded. The level 5 bald man grinned and stood up. Reaching the door, he turned back to look at Su Lin. "Kid, don't die. Oh, I want to see you fight later." Su Lin. In the first match, the level 5 bald man faced another level 5. After 15 minutes, the level 5 bald man won, but was also bruised and bloodied when he was carried back. Second match. Level 3 newcomer. Yesterday was level 2. Su Lin stood up and walked out. Inside the iron cage, someone was already standing. A level 4, tall and thin, with a sinister gaze. Upon seeing Su Lin enter, he laughed. "Level 3. With that equipment still being common gear, you're definitely dead." The crowd laughed as well. Damn, a level 3 against a level 4. Wearing broken gear. This kid really doesn't care about his life. I'm betting on the level 4. It's a sure win. I'm betting on the level 4 too. If this kid can last 3 minutes, I'll eat shit. Su Lin ignored them and stepped into the cage. Outside, the bald man raised his hand. "Start." As soon as he finished speaking, the level 4 thin man lunged forward. His speed was much faster than that level 2 from yesterday. A punch landed on Su Lin's face. Bang. 700. The level 4 white bard's attack was 30 OI plus weapon and ability enhancement, resulting in a punch of 700. Su Lin took a step back, but steadied himself. The thin man was taken aback. 700 damage, a level 3 white bard's health was 300, he should have been instantly killed. How was this person still standing? He threw another punch. Bang. Another punch. Bang. 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 He threw a dozen punches in one go. Su Lin stood still, allowing him to hit. Each punch was 700, and after a dozen punches, he had lost over 10,000 health. But his health bar was at 500 billion. He lost more than 10,000, which was barely a fraction of a fraction. The thin man finished and retreated, panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear. Are you human or ghost? Su Lin looked at him, finally moving. He took a step forward. The thin man, frightened, took a step back. Su Lin stepped forward again. The thin man retreated again, backing against the cage with no room to retreat. Su Lin reached out, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. The thin man's feet left the ground, his face turning red, his legs kicking wildly. The surroundings fell silent. An eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene in the cage. A level 3 was holding a level 4 by the neck, as if holding a chick. The bald man was stunned for a few seconds. The outcome was already obvious, then shouted, "1. Level 3 newcomer wins." Only then did the crowd react, erupting in chaos. Damn, what kind of monster is this? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it. Is this person really? What kind of ability does he have, being able to withstand over 10,000 damage at level 3? Could it be an S-level ability? Su Lin released his grip and the thin man fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing desperately. Su Lin ignored him and turned to exit the cage. The bald man approached and handed him a card. 6,000 points. 2 consecutive wins. Su Lin took the card without a word. The bald man watched him, curiosity in his eyes. "Kid, are you fighting again?" Su Lin nodded. Unbeknownst to him, his underground fights had already been posted online. That night, a video of the underground fighting arena in Evil Man Valley featuring a level 3 fighting a level 4 was secretly filmed and uploaded online. Initially, it circulated only within a few small circles, as who in their right mind would venture into such a place as Evil Man Valley. But the youth in the video was too eye-catching. Wearing shabby ordinary gear, a glaring number 3 was engraved on his chest, while across from him stood a well-equipped level 4 who dealt 700 damage with a single punch. A normal level 3 would only have about 300 health, making it a guaranteed one-hit kill. Yet the person in the video stood his ground, taking dozens of punches without a scratch. He then grabbed the level 4 by the neck and lifted him effortlessly, much like picking up a chick. The comments section exploded. What the hell is this monster? A level 3 enduring dozens of punches from a level 4. He must be hacking. What kind of ability does this person have? A defensive SSS level. No, look at his gear. It's all tattered, not a single decent piece. How could he possibly endure? Wait a minute. Is this Evil Man Valley? What the hell, Evil Man Valley? Look at the mark on his chest. It really is the entry mark of Evil Man Valley. This guy is really in Evil Man Valley. I heard that to enter Evil Man Valley you have to cross the toxic marketplace, where even level 40 players dare not go alone. How did he get in? Is this fake? Could it have been edited? My cousin is in Evil Man Valley. He said there really was a level 3 newcomer tonight who won 2 matches in a row. It's bizarre. This person looks familiar. Haven't I seen him somewhere? Upvote 1. I think he looks familiar too. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere. Suddenly someone posted a screenshot. It was a wanted notice from a few days ago in Tianqiong City. Su Lin, the disowned son of the Su family who stabbed Su Chun more than 20 times. The 2 video screenshots matched perfectly. The comments section went into a frenzy. What the hell? It's Su Lin. The wanted Su Lin. He ran to Evil Man Valley. How did he survive? Wait, he was just a level 2 waste. How could he have made it to Evil Man Valley? The road is full of high-level monsters, and there's the toxic marsh. How did he get through? Look, he's level 3 now. He just awakened a few days ago. He's already level 3. A level 3 fighting a level 4 enduring dozens of punches without dying. Is he really a waste? Degrade life enhancement. Who said it was degrade life enhancement? Degrade life enhancement can endure like this. I suspect we've been deceived. This person's abilities absolutely have issues. Su Chin's rare equipment cost hundreds of thousands of points, took a minute to beat the second layer, and was praised to the heavens. This guy is in shambles, fighting a level 4 opponent and winning by taking hits. Who is the real waste? Stop talking. If you keep it up, I might start to change my mind. Me too. This storyline is just too intense. Abandoned by the family, wanted by the whole city, escaping into Evil Man Valley and making a comeback in underground fighting. Isn't that stronger than those relying on their parents? Wake up upstairs. He's the one who stabbed someone. So what if he stabbed someone? Su Chin looks like a schemer. I've disliked him for a long time. The comments section became a cacophony. In Tianqiong City, the Su family. Lin Wanqing was scrolling through her phone, her expression growing increasingly grim. Zhentian. Look at this. Su Zhentian took the phone, glanced at it for a few seconds and frowned. Evil Man Valley. How could he possibly get to Evil Man Valley? That road, even level 40s wouldn't dare traverse alone. Lin Wanqing's voice was sharp. He was only level 2 before. How could a level 2 survive the journey? Su Yao leaned over to take a look and was also stunned. Su Lin. How? How did he do it? Su Ling bit her lip. It can't be fake, right? An edited video. Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds, then said solemnly, the mark of Evil Man Valley can't be faked. He is indeed in Evil Man Valley. The room fell silent. Su Xiaoxiao whispered he's amazing. Lin Wanxing shot her a fierce glare, and Su Xiaoxiao immediately fell silent. Su Chen lay on the bed, also holding a phone. He watched the video of Su Lin, the one in tattered gear, who took dozens of punches from a level 4, his fingers gradually tightening. Level 3. He's level 3 now. He had just broken the record by clearing the second layer, and was trending number 1 across the internet. Now the top trending topic has become Su Lin. Su Lin appears in Evil Man Valley level 3 defeating level for winning 2 consecutive matches. Exclusive reveal: how did Su Lin survive crossing the toxic marsh? Comparison: Su Chen's full set of rare equipment versus Su Lin's tattered gear, who is stronger? Su Chen looked at these headlines, the gentle smile on his face gradually disappearing. He stared at the moment in the video where Su Lin had the level 4 by the neck, his gaze chillingly fierce. Why? He murmured softly. Why won't you just die? In the senior class 7 group of Tianqiong City, First High School, the messages had already exceeded 999. Wang Pengzi, what the hell? Did you see the news? Su Lin is in Evil Man Valley. Zhang Wei, I saw it. Is this for real? How did he get to Evil Man Valley? Li Shuai, I've checked that road. It requires crossing 3 mountains and traversing the toxic marsh filled with high-level monsters. Even level 40s might not survive. How did a level 2 make it through? Zhao Shui, could he have gone with someone else? Did someone escort him? Lu Yang, who would escort him? The Su family is hunting him down, who would escort someone just to get themselves killed. And in the video he was all alone, no one else around. Sun Shui, he's level 3 now. How many people in our class are still level 1 and afraid to enter the tower? The group fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Pengzi, I admit, I haven't even entered the first layer yet. Zhang Wei, me neither. My family helped me get a piece of equipment, I'll go in next week. Li Shuai, my cousin, said the failure rate for the first layer is 30%, but I'm not willing to take the risk. I want to practice a bit more. Zhao Shui, he's level 3 now. And he's fighting level 4 in underground fights. Lu Yang, have you seen his gear? It's all tattered, not even a decent piece. Su Chen's rare equipment cost hundreds of thousands of points, but Su Lin is in rags taking hits and winning against a level 4. Sun Shui, stop talking, I'm starting to question my life choices. Wang Pengzi, suddenly I feel like Su Lin doesn't seem so useless anymore. Zhang Wei, if he's a waste, what are we? Super waste. Li Shuai, I'm starting to want to switch sides. This comeback storyline is just too epic. Sun Shui, same. If it were me, I might have gone crazy by now. Wang Pengzi, regardless, Su Lin is now my idol. He's level 3, entering Evil Man Valley, winning underground fights. Isn't that stronger than those relying on their parents? Zhang Wei, count me in, I'm switching sides too. Li Shuai, count me as well. Zhao Shui, you guys are too realistic. Lu Yang, realistic my ass, this is called admiring the strong. Strong people are impressive, weak people deserve what they get. Su Lin is proving he's not weak, why shouldn't we support him? Wang Pengzi, by the way, when is his next match? I want to see the live broadcast. Zhang Wei, same, I want to watch. The group was lively as if it were New Year. Su Lin had no idea what was happening outside. When he walked out of the fighting arena, it was already late at night. The nights in Evil Man Valley were quieter than the days, the streets were nearly deserted with only a few dim oil lamps swaying in the wind. He returned to the rundown and paid 300 points to stay another night, then went upstairs and lay on the bed. He opened his phone, the battery was still at 60. Habitually he opened the news and was taken aback. Trending number 1, Su Lin appears in Evil Man Valley level 3 defeating level for winning 2 consecutive matches. Trending number 2, exclusive reveal: how did Su Lin survive crossing the toxic marsh? Trending number 3, comparison: Su Chen's full set of rare equipment versus Su Lin's tattered gear, who is stronger? He scrolled through the headlines, his face showing little expression. Then he opened the class group and took a glance. The messages had reached 999, all discussing him. Su Lin is now my idol. Entering Evil Man Valley at level 3 is so impressive. Isn't that stronger than those relying on their parents? Su Lin read for a few seconds before closing the group chat. Idol. He chuckled. Just a few days ago you all were calling me a waste. He closed the chat page and began searching for information on the Tongtian Tower. It was time to look into the data for clearing the 3rd layer. Open the guide for the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Guide to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven, public version, monster configuration: 7 ordinary monsters, 5 ironback wild boars, level 3, 2 healing slimes, level 3. Monster attributes: Ironback Wild Boar, health 300, attack 30, skill Ironback Charge, a linear dash, damage 50, with a 30 chance to knock back the target. Healing Slime, health 300, attack 30, skill Healing Light, restores 50 health points per second to a nearby allied target, stackable. Completion condition: eliminate all 7 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended battle power: team play is strongly advised. Solo completion is extremely difficult. Suggested configuration, main tank health above 1000, 2 damage dealers attack above 80, control recovery. Key strategy, prioritize eliminating the healing slimes. If both slimes heal the same wild boar, it will recover 100 health per second, making it impossible to defeat without sufficient damage. Failure case statistics, the failure rate on the 3rd floor is approximately 45, and the failure rate for solo challengers reaches 75, primarily due to insufficient damage leading to the wild boars recovering infinitely, ultimately running out of time. Su Lin stared at the screen, his brow slowly furrowing. 100 health recovered per second. If 2 slimes heal the same wild boar, it's 100 health per second. His current attack is 30 OI plus 20 from his sword, totaling 50. 50 minus 100 equals negative 50. This means if both slimes heal the same wild boar, his damage dealt is less than the health they restore. It's futile. Unless he can bypass the wild boars like in the 2nd floor and kill the slimes first. But the wild boars on the 3rd floor are called ironback wild boars, and from the name it's clear their defense is much higher than that of the charging wild boars on the 2nd floor. Can I bypass them? Su Lin flipped through the guide, trying to find any information regarding this. After flipping several pages, he finally spotted a subtle comment in a corner. Anonymous user, the ironback wild boars on the 3rd floor have a hate linkage. All 5 share a hate chain. If you attack any one of them, the other 4 will immediately swarm over. Want to bypass them and directly kill the slimes. Dream on. Unless you have a stealth skill, or can instantly take down all 5 boars. Su Lin fell silent. Hate linkage. 5 wild boars sharing hate. Attack 1 and all 5 will come. It's virtually impossible to bypass them and directly kill the slimes. Then he can only face the wild boars hidden. But facing the wild boars means dealing with 2 slimes healing them. If 2 slimes heal the same wild boar, it recovers 100 health per second. To deal net damage, his attack must exceed 100. His current attack is 50, still over 50 away from 100. He lacks an ability that boosts attack, and even a great ability provides a 2-fold increase, while an SS great ability offers at least a 50-fold increase, allowing for barehanded damage of 1500. This highlights the disparity between abilities. From the 2nd floor onward, the Tower of Heaven is primarily designed for team play, allowing for complementary abilities that can enhance completion rates by several 100%, much like in the previous Life's King's Canyon, where some tank damage, others output, and some provide healing. To exceed an attack of 100, he can only spend points to buy better equipment. Su Lin opened his panel. Name, Su Lin, level 3, health, 50 billion base, 300 billion multiplier armor, 250 billion attack, 50 barehanded, 30 sword, 20 ability. Health limit increased by 1 billion times, passive none. Points 4778, 6002 consecutive wins in the Fist Arena, 10,778. A total of 10,778 points. That should be enough to buy equipment. Su Lin opened the Tower of Heaven shop and flipped to the level 3 equipment. Level 3 bronze longsword, ordinary attack 30, price 1,000 points. Level 3 fine iron longsword, premium attack 50, price 3,000 points. Level 3 secret silver longsword, rare attack 100, price 10,000 points. Level 3 bronze armor, ordinary health 300, price 1,000 points. Level 3 fine iron armor, premium health 500, price 3,000 points. Level 3 secret silver armor, rare health 1,000, price 10,000 points. Level 3 strength ring, ordinary attack 15, health 150, price 1,000 points. Level 3 strength ring, premium attack 30, health 300, price 3,000 points. Level 3 strength ring, rare attack 60, health 600, price 10,000 points. There is also a line of small print recycling instructions. This shop supports equipment recycling with a recycling price of half the original price. For example, the recycling price for the level 3 bronze longsword is 500 points. Su Lin read through each item, quickly calculating in his mind. His current barehanded attack is 30, needing over 70 more in attack equipment to exceed 100. The most reliable method is to buy a level 3 secret silver longsword rare for an attack of 100, costing 10,000 points, which he can just afford. But now he is in a wanted state and danger could arise at any moment. If he can earn money, he will buy those 2 pieces of level 3 rare equipment. After all, with his billion-fold health increased talent, he cannot waste it. If he earns another 20,000 points, the 2 rare level 3 armor and ring will add 1,600 health for others, but for him it will increase to 160 billion health, providing a solid sense of security. This health might even surpass that of some 89 level players. Su Lin's breathing became a bit heavy. This feeling is incredibly satisfying. Others spend 10,000 points to gain 1,000 health. He spends 10,000 points to gain 100 billion health. For the same number of points, the benefits he receives are 1 billion times more than others. This is his talent. Thick health, excessively so. But the problem arises, he doesn't have enough points. A full set costs 30,000. He currently has only a third of that. He needs to earn points. Killing monsters is too slow. He can only earn a few thousand after a whole night of exhausting work. Fighting underground boxing, he earns 5,000 per match with bonuses for consecutive wins. Tomorrow's third match winning will yield 8,000. The day after tomorrow's fourth match winning will yield 10,000. The day after tomorrow's fifth match, it will be 15,000. Over 5 days that totals. Su Lin calculated 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 44,000 points. Enough to buy a set of rare equipment with some leftover. Moreover, he has only played 2 matches with the third match tomorrow. Su Lin put away his phone and closed his eyes. Tomorrow the third match. Winning brings him closer to rare equipment. Losing. He chuckled. With his health bar, it would be hard to lose. On the evening of the third day when Su Lin stepped out of the inn, the last traces of dark red still lingered on the horizon. The streets of the Valley of Villains were busier than during the day, with groups heading west. No need to ask, they were all going to the fighting arena. There weren't many entertainment options at night, and illegal fights were the only source of amusement. Su Lin blended into the crowd, walking leisurely. Upon reaching the door of a nameless stone house, the bald man and the bearded man were still there. Seeing him, the bald man grinned. "Hey kid, the third match tonight, 8,000 points, are you ready?" Su Lin said nothing, merely nodded as he walked past him. He pushed the door open and descended the stairs. The basement was already crowded, even more so than the previous 2 days. As Su Lin stepped down the stairs, he felt numerous gazes fixed upon him. He's here. That kid is here. The one in the torn clothes, do you see him? The one who fought level 4 last night. Damn, he looks so young. He looks about 17 or 18. Don't be fooled by his youth, he's quite something. A level 4 couldn't even land a punch on him. What match is he fighting tonight? I heard it's the third match, but the opponent hasn't been announced yet. Su Lin ignored the stairs and walked straight to a small room. He pushed the door open, and there were already a dozen people seated inside. Their levels ranged from 4 to 7. As soon as they saw him enter, all eyes turned to him. Someone muttered soft. Some looked at him with a mix of complexity and caution. The bald man who had been carried out yesterday was also present, his head wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Su Lin, he surprisingly smiled and gave a thumbs up. Kid, impressive. Su Lin nodded and sat down in a corner. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the door was pushed open and the bald man entered. Everyone in the room immediately stood up. The bald man scanned the crowd, his gaze pausing on Su Lin for a second, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 8 matches tonight. You 8, each of you will have 1 match. He pointed at a sturdy level 6 man, you first match. Then he pointed at a lean level 5 man, you second match. Then he pointed at Su Lin. You third match. Your opponent. The bald man paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes, is level 5. The room fell silent for a second. Then someone gasped. Level 5. Su Lin is only level 3. Although he won against a level 4 last night, that was still a level 4. The gap between level 5 and level 4 is not just by 1 level. The higher the level, the greater the differences between each tier. A level 4 has a base health of 400, while a level 5 has 500. It might seem like only a 100 difference, but with equipment abilities and passive skills, the actual gap could be doubled. More importantly, a level 5 can wear level 5 gear. The attack bonuses from level 5 excellent equipment are higher than those from level 4 rare equipment. This creates a cumulative disparity. To fight someone 2 levels higher is already a feat of genius. Fighting someone 2 levels higher, that's a monster among monsters. The way the others looked at Su Lin changed, mixed with pity and schadenfreude. Tisk tisk, level 5, this kid is doomed tonight. That level 4 from last night must have had trash equipment. This one is definitely different. 5,000 points aren't easy to earn. Su Lin said nothing, his expression unreadable. The bald man looked at him. Any problem? Su Lin shook his head. The bald man smiled. All right, get ready. With that, he turned and left. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The sturdy level 6 man patted Su Lin on the shoulder, grinning. Kid, don't get yourself killed. I bet on you to win tonight, 5,000 points. Su Lin glanced at him. The sturdy man laughed heartily and stepped out to fight in the first match. 15 minutes later, he was carried back. He was covered in blood, his left arm broken. In the second match, the level 5 lean man went out. 8 minutes later, he returned on his own, dragging one leg clearly with a broken bone. He glanced at Su Lin with a complex expression, opened his mouth, and finally said, take care. Su Lin nodded. Outside, the bald man's voice rang out. Third match. Level 3 rookie. Opponent is level 5. Those who want to bet, hurry up. Su Lin stood up and walked out. As he reached the door, a girl named Achi suddenly grabbed him. She was also in the room, fighting in the 7th match tonight at level 6. Achi looked at him, lowering her voice. Be careful, I heard that the level 5 is an experienced fighter, having fought over a dozen matches and only lost 2. His ability is attack-based, at least A grade, and all his equipment is of excellent quality. Su Lin looked at her, silent for a moment. Thank you. Then he pushed the door open and walked through the crowd towards the iron cage. The surrounding sounds surged over him like a tide. He's out. He's out. That kid. Damn, he's really level 3. Isn't that just asking for death? Don't underestimate him, he beat a level 4 last night easily. That level 4 was trash, this one is a level 5 veteran. Can they be compared? I bet on the level 5 no doubt. I'm betting on the level 5 too. I'm putting 3,000 points on the level 5. I'm betting 5,000. But a few people hesitated, biting their teeth. I'm betting on that level 3 100 points. Damn, are you crazy? What if he wins? Su Lin stepped into the iron cage. Opposite him stood a person 25 or 6 years old, bald with a face full of muscle and bulging muscles. There was a mark on his chest. 5. He wore a black combat suit that looked expensive. On his hands were a pair of metallic gauntlets glinting coldly. Level 5 excellent iron gauntlets, attack 150, a level 5 excellent iron armor, health 1500, level 5 strength ring, attack 74, health 7500. Su Lin glanced over briefly and had a rough idea of the situation. This person's attack power with bare level 5 gear at 50, plus gauntlets at 150, and the ring at 75, totaled 275. Plus the ability bonuses, he could probably deal over 2,750 damage with a single punch. As for his own damage, it was only 50. This person's health with bare level 5 gear at 500 plus armor at 1500 and the ring at 750 totaled 2,750. As for Su Lin himself, his health was 500 billion. Attack 50 bare, 30 sword 20. The person opposite him looked him up and down and grinned. Level 3. In rags. He twisted his neck, cracking it. Kid, do you know how much of a difference there is between level 5 and level 3? Su Lin remained silent. The man took a step forward, his gaze playful like a cat playing with a mouse. Let me tell you. Level 5 has 500 health, level 3 has 300 health. My health is 200 more than yours. My attack is 50, yours is 30. I have a full set of excellent gear, and you're in rags. He took another step forward. That doesn't even count abilities. My ability is a grade, increasing my attack by 10 times. What about you? Can you withstand my damage? He raised his fist, waving it in front of Su Lin. Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can go easy on you and spare your life. Outside the iron cage, the crowd cheered loudly. Fight! 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 Stop talking and start fighting. Kill him! Kill him! The bald man raised his hand. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the level 5 bald man lunged at Su Lin with astonishing speed. A punch landed on Su Lin's face. Bang! 2750. Su Lin's head was knocked to the side as he took a step back, but steadied himself. The level 5 bald man paused for a moment. Another punch. Bang! 2750. Su Lin retreated again, but still held his ground. The expression on the level 5 bald man's face changed. He took a deep breath and unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang 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 bang. He threw over 20 punches in a row. Each punch landed solidly on Su Lin. Su Lin stood there motionless, allowing him to hit. After more than 20 punches, he lost several 100,000 health. But his health remained at 500 billion. There was no change at all. The level 5 bald man stepped back, panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear. You damn. Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke. Are you done hitting? The level 5 bald man's expression changed, and he turned to run. Su Lin reached out and grabbed him by the neck. He punched down over and over again. After an unknown number of punches, the opponent finally surrendered. The entire basement fell silent. A deathly silence. Thousands of people stared wide-eyed at the scene in the iron cage. A level 3 was holding a level 5 by the neck like it was a chick. The bald man was stunned for a few seconds before he cried out madly, One. Level 3 rookie wins. 3 consecutive victories. Boom. The entire basement erupted. Damn, what kind of monster is this? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it. I bet on him to win. I bet on him to win. Ha ha ha, I won 10,000. What ability does he have? Is it D grade? D grade. No way. Can a D grade do this? SSS grade. Definitely an SSS grade defensive ability. No defensive abilities aren't this outrageous. How can a level 3 withstand over 20 punches from a level 5 without a scratch? How much health does he have? 100,000. Or is it a million? Damn, this guy must be cheating. Su Lin released his grip, and the level 5 bald man fell to the ground, curled up and trembling. Su Lin didn't look at him and turned to leave the iron cage. The bald man approached him and handed him a card. 8,000 points. 3 consecutive victories. The way he looked at Su Lin had completely changed, now filled with caution and curiosity. Kid, who exactly are you? Su Lin took the card, glanced at him, and said, I'm a wanted man. With that, he pushed through the crowd and ascended the stairs. Behind him, the entire basement was still in an uproar. Some were screaming in excitement, some were cursing wildly, and others were crying and laughing while clutching their winnings. No one noticed a skinny man in the corner holding up a phone and filming in the direction of the iron cage. In the frame, Su Lin's back was disappearing at the stairway. The skinny man glanced at the phone screen, a look of excitement creeping onto his face. This is going viral. Once this video is released, the views will absolutely explode. That night at 10 o'clock, a new video went viral on the Awakeners forum. Title exclusive. The third match at the Valley of Villains. Level 3 rookie versus level 5 veteran. The result is shocking. The video lasted 8.5 minutes. From the moment Su Lin walked into the iron cage, to the level 5, bald man, frantically throwing punches to Su Lin standing still to Su Lin grabbing the level 5 by the neck and lifting him to the crowd erupting. The entire video was unedited and at normal speed completely authentic. The comments section exploded. What the hell? Is that Su Lin? The one who's wanted? That's him. The one who stabbed Su Chin over 20 times. Didn't he just fight a level, and now he's fighting a level 5. And he won. Look at his equipment. He's still in those rags. He didn't change anything. A level 3 taking on a level 5 in tattered gear withstanding over 20 punches and then countering by lifting him up. Is this even human? I calculated that level 5's attack power is at least over 2,000 and over 20 punches equal 50,000 damage. A level 3 has only 300 health. Even if his ability doubles it, that's only 600. How could he withstand 50,000 damage? Unless his ability isn't D-grade. What if it's not D-grade? He was live-streamed on the day he awakened clearly marked as D-grade. Could it be that the awakening stone was faulty? Impossible. The awakening stone hasn't been wrong in 100 years. Then maybe his ability mutated. Or he has a hidden passive. Stop guessing, this person is definitely not simple. I just want to know what expression the Su family will have when they see this video. I want to know too. A citywide manhunt, a million bounty, and here, he is in the Valley of Villains fighting illegal matches crushing opponents 2 levels higher living so well. Does Su Jintian dare to go to the Valley of Villains to catch him? No way. He's afraid of the Valley Lord. This is hilarious. The wanted notice has become a joke. In Tianqiong City, the Su family. The atmosphere in the living room was tense, as if it could explode. Su Jintian sat in the main seat holding a phone in his hand, and the screen displayed that video. His expression was blank, but the knuckles of the fingers gripping the phone turned white. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, her face alternating between blue and white. How did he do it? Her voice trembled. He's only level 3, how could he possibly defeat a level 5? Su Yao bit her lip without speaking. Su Ling had a complex expression staring at the screen where that ragged, yet upright youth was. Su Xiao hid in the corner, secretly looking at her phone, not daring to speak. Su Chen's fingers were almost digging into his flesh. Dad, Mom. He spoke softly. I watched the video. The living room fell silent for a moment. Su Jintian looked up at him. Su Chun lowered his head, guilt evident in his voice. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have been forced to that place. He must hate me for it. That's why he's fighting so hard. Aye. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Lin Wanqing felt heartbroken and quickly hugged him. Chen, stop saying such foolish things. It's him who harmed you. It's his wickedness. What does it have to do with you? Su Chen shook his head, tears streaming down his face. But Mom, if I hadn't gone outside the city to look for him, none of this would have happened. He might not hate us then. Su Yao couldn't bear it any longer and rushed over. Chen, don't say that. He was already jealous of you. It has nothing to do with you. Su Ling also spoke up. Right, he was gloomy when he was home. It was obvious he wasn't a good person. Su Xiao opened her mouth to say something, but was shot a glare by Lin Wanqing and shrank back. Su Jintian remained silent. He stared at the youth on the screen, his gaze complex and terrifying. That was his biological son. For 18 years he had barely looked at him. But now that worthless man, wanted throughout the city and thought to be dead within 3 days, was in the Valley of Villains fighting arena, crushing opponents 2 levels higher. In ragged gear. Alone. Without family support, without resource allocation, without a kind word. Yet he achieved what countless geniuses could not. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were cold as ice. Send a message to the people in the Valley of Villains. Increase the bounty. Whoever can bring him out alive will receive 4 million points. If he dies, 2 million. Lin Wanqing was taken aback, but the people in the Valley of Villains, that person. Su Jintian said coldly, I won't go in, but he can't stop my bounty. As long as he leaves the valley, someone will. The living room fell silent. Su Chun lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly before quickly suppressing it. At Tianqiong City, first high school, the class group for the 3rd year, the news had exploded. Wang Fatty, what the hell? Did you guys see it? Su Lin fought a level 5. Zhang Wei, I saw it. Is this even human? Li Shuai, I calculated that level 5 dealt at least 2,000 damage with each punch, over 20 punches total 50,000 damage. How did Su Lin at level 3 withstand that? Zhao Shui, what if his ability isn't D-grade? Lu Yang, I watched the live stream on the day of awakening, it clearly stated D-grade health doubled. But 300 doubled is only 600. How could he withstand 50,000 damage? Sun Shui, what if he has a hidden passive? Or his equipment has special effects? Wang Fatty, but he's in rags, where would the special effects come from? Look at the armor he's wearing, it's the cheapest kind, adding only 200 health. Zhang Wei adding 200 health, a level 3 has 300 health totaling 500, and even doubled, it would be only 1,000. He still can't withstand it. Li Shuai, I suspect. His ability might not be health doubling. Zhao Shui, if it's not doubling, then what is it? D-grade can't be anything else. Lu Yang, D-grade is doubling, all D-grade health enhancements are doubling, everyone knows that. Sun Shui, then how did he withstand it? The group fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Fatty, no matter what, Su Lin is now my only idol. The forum exploded. At 10:30 that night, 5 out of the top 10 trending topics on the Awakened forum were about Su Lin. Level 3 newcomer versus level 5 veteran. The result was shocking. View count 9.73 million. What exactly is Su Lin's ability? Why could grade health double withstand 50,000 damage? View count 8.12 million. In a stunning twist, the waste who was wanted throughout the city was overpowering his opponents in the Evil Man Valley. View count 7.56 million. Comparison: Su Chen's full set of rare equipment versus Su Lin's tattered clothes. Data comparison chart coming. View count 6.98 million. Discussion: is the Su family's pursuit of Su Lin truly because he wants to kill Su Chun? View count 5.34 million. The last post had a title that was quite provocative. The poster's ID was "There is only one truth," and it was a verified account. A senior reporter from the Tianqiong City Weekly. The content of the post was lengthy, but every sentence treaded on the most sensitive topics. I interviewed several awakened individuals who were present that day and compiled a timeline. 1732. Su Chen appeared in the wilderness 3 miles outside the East City Gate accompanied by a level 21 guard with the surname Wang. According to witnesses, Su Chen was dressed casually at the time, showing no intention of hunting monsters, as if he were waiting for someone. 1747. Su Lin appeared in the same area. Based on Su Lin's clearance records, he had just cleared the first level that morning and was out of the city hunting monsters to earn points, which was reasonable. Around 1750, some awakened individuals heard a scream, but it was too far away to see clearly. 1820. Su Chun was carried back to the Su family by the guard with the surname Wang covered in blood. Now the question arises: first, why would Su Chen, a newly awakened SS level genius, bring a level 21 guard out of the city? Was it for training or some other purpose? Second, the incident occurred 3 miles from the city gate, which is classified as a low-risk area with a maximum of level 3 monsters. What was Su Chen doing there with a level 21 guard? Third, at that time Su Lin was level 2, Su Chun was level 2, but the guard was level 21. If the three of them encountered each other, if Su Lin truly wanted to kill Su Chun, what could he rely on? A level 2 against a level 21. That would be seeking death. I'm not drawing conclusions, I'm just presenting the facts. As for the rest, I'll leave it for you to ponder. Under the post, the comments section had already reached over 8,000 replies. While saying it this way does seem off. With a level 21 guard around, how could Su Lin stab Su Chun? Is the guard just there for decoration? Unless the guard didn't intervene at all, or didn't want to intervene. Who wouldn't want to intervene? I get it, Su Lin stabbed Su Chun while his level 21 guard just watched. Does that make sense? A more reasonable explanation is the guard attacked Su Lin first, Su Lin retaliated, and then stabbed Su Chun. Exactly. Su Lin is level 2. The guard is level 21, a single punch could kill Su Lin. Yet Su Lin didn't die and instead stabbed Su Chun over 20 times. What does that imply? It implies that the guard's punch didn't kill Su Lin, and Su Lin got back up and stabbed him. Damn, a level 2 surviving a punch from a level 21. That's even more ridiculous. So ultimately it still comes back to Su Lin's ability issue. Let's not get off track, we're discussing who wants to kill. I stand with Su Lin. A biological son who is despised by his whole family, and was kicked out, who would dare to attack Su Chun under the protection of a level 21 guard unless he was pushed to desperation. I also think Su Chun has issues. That kid looks suspicious, always smiling. Where's the evidence? Don't talk nonsense. The Su family is one of the 5 great powers. Head, just because they are one of the 5 great powers, they can issue bounties at will. What does Article 37 of the Awakened Agreement say? Any assassination order must be reviewed by the Awakened Association and can only be issued upon confirmation of valid evidence. Did the Su family review the bounty when they issued it? This comment caused the comments section to fall silent for a few seconds. Then someone dug up the original text of the Awakened Agreement. Article 37 of the Awakened Agreement: any individual or family issuing a bounty must submit evidence to the Awakened Association, which must be verified and confirmed as valid before it can take effect. Violators will be considered as provoking all awakened individuals and will lose their qualification to clear the Tower of Heaven for 3 years. I checked, and the Su family's bounty did not undergo the Awakened Association's review. Damn, is this vigilante justice? Su Zhentian is amazing. Can one of the 5 great powers ignore the agreement? It's not ignoring, they just think it's unnecessary. Su Lin is a grade waste who can speak up for him. And now, who would still dare to call him a waste? Let the association see this. Right, Awakened Association official, it's time to step in. The top university's response came at 1 o'clock in the morning. The official account of the Awakening Academy of Kyoto University released a statement. Regarding Su Lin, we have noted the recent events involving the awakened individual Su Lin. Based on current information, Su Lin's bounty has not been reviewed by the Awakened Association, raising procedural concerns. Until the truth is clarified, we will retain Su Lin's admission qualification. If Su Lin wishes, we can offer a temporary protection quota, and you are welcome to enroll at Kyoto University. In the face of the Awakened Agreement, everyone is equal. Kyoto University Awakening Academy Enrollment Office. The announcement caused an even bigger stir online. Damn, Kyoto University is recruiting. Temporary protection quota. Hasn't that been in used for over a decade? The last person who used it was also a Kyoto University is clearly going head-to-head with the Su family. 3 minutes later, the Magic City Academy also released an announcement. Regarding the situation of Su Lin, the Magic City Academy has always followed the Awakened Agreement and respects the legal rights of every awakened individual. If Su Lin needs assistance, the Magic City Academy is willing to offer a temporary protection quota and scholarship on equal terms. Additionally, our specially invited Professor Mr. Yun Zhongzi from the class of '89 has expressed great interest in Su Lin's abilities and is willing to provide personal evaluation and guidance. Magic City Academy Awakening College. Damn. Yun Zhongzi. One of the 5 great that rogue elder. Isn't he not taking apprentices? The Magic City Academy is clearly investing heavily. 5 minutes later, the Dragon City War Academy also made an announcement. The Dragon City War Academy does not engage in public opinion, only recognizes strength. If you can withstand 50,000 damage as a level 3 against a level 5, you qualify. Join the Dragon City War Academy, directly enter the elite class with ample equipment and points, and an instructor who is level 80. An instructor who is level 80? Does Dragon City War Academy even have level 80 instructors? Of course, Zhang Tianxiong is the honorary dean of Dragon City War Academy. Damn, all 3 top universities are getting involved. Su Lin has won big this time. But he hasn't agreed, yet he's still in the Evil Man Valley fighting underground boxing. Laughing to death, the 3 universities are scrambling for him. The Su family's bounty has become a joke. The Su family's response came at 2 in the morning. The Su family residence was brightly lit. In the living room, Su Jintian sat in the main seat with 3 mobile phones in front of him, each screen displaying the announcements from Kyoto University Magic City Academy and Dragon City War Academy. Lin Wanqing's face was ashen. What do they mean? Are they openly opposing us? Su Yao gritted her teeth. The announcement from Kyoto University is quite sarcastic, saying something about procedural concerns, suggesting we broke the law. Su Ling said quietly. Magic City Academy brought out Yun Zhongzi, who is at odds with the Su family. Su Jintian remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The atmosphere in the room was ominously oppressive. Su Chen's face was pale with red rims around his eyes. Dad, it's all my fault. His voice trembled. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't be forced into this situation, and the 3 universities wouldn't target us. Lin Wanqing felt heartbroken and hugged him tightly. Chainer, don't say that. It was that beast who stabbed you. He's the one in the wrong. Su Chen shook his head, tears streaming down his face. But Mom, now everyone online is saying. They say I want to kill my brother, that I brought Uncle Wang to. He couldn't finish, burying his face in Lin Wanqing's shoulder and crying. Su Yao exploded. Not. How could Chun be capable of killing him? Chun is so kind. Su Ling also spoke up. Exactly. Those people are just making a fuss. Su Xiaoxiao hid in a corner, secretly scrolling through her phone. She saw a comment. Where is Su Chen's level 21 guard? Why isn't he speaking up? She opened her mouth to say something, but was shot a glare by Lin Wanqing and quickly retreated. Su Jintian finally spoke, his voice heavy, betraying no emotion. Where is Wang Fu? Wang Fu was the level 21 guard. Su Yao paused. He seems to have gone back to the countryside, saying there's something at home. Su Jintian narrowed his eyes. Have him come back. I'll contact him tomorrow. Su Yao quickly nodded. Su Jintian didn't speak again, standing up and heading upstairs. He paused at the stairway. The bounty. Let's hold off for now. We'll discuss it after the association's review results come out. Lin Wanqing grew anxious. Jintian. That beast. Enough. Su Jintian didn't look back. If this continues with the 3 universities joining forces, I won't be able to suppress it. He went upstairs. The living room fell silent. Su Chen lay on Lin Wanqing's shoulder, still crying. But no one noticed that his eyes were wide open, hidden beneath Lin Wanqing's shoulder. His gaze was as cold as ice. Evil Man Valley morning. Su Lin was awakened by the knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He opened his eyes. It was still dim outside. Knock, knock, knock. Who? It's me. A hoarse voice came from outside. The landlord. Su Lin frowned and got up to open the door. An old man stood at the door holding a cloth bag. Someone sent you something. Su Lin was taken aback. Who? The old man rolled his eyes. How would I know? Someone dropped it at your door early this morning with your name on it. He shoved the cloth bag into Su Lin's hands. Take it, and go, don't delay my sleep. After saying that, the old man turned and left. Su Lin looked down at the cloth bag in his hand. The bag was old, but very clean, with 2 crooked characters written on it. Su Lin. He opened the bag. On the evening of the 4th day, the underground boxing arena of the Evil Man Valley was packed with more people than in the previous days combined. Surrounding the iron cage was a sea of black, with at least 5,000 people crammed and filling even the stairs. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, the metallic scent of blood, and the unique odor of the scorecards. He's coming. He's coming. Someone shouted, and everyone turned in unison. Su Lin walked down the stairs. He wore the same tattered gear and old coat faded from washing with frayed cuffs. The number on his chest was particularly glaring under the dim light. Damn, is he really at level 3? With that kind of ragged outfit, is he really going to fight at level 6 tonight? I watched his video from last night. He took over 20 punches from a level 5 without a scratch. It's quite uncanny. Isn't there a difference between level 5 and level 6? A single blow from a level 6 can deal nearly 10,000 damage. Can he withstand even one hit? 10,000. That's 20 hits. He's going to take them on the head at level 3. I don't care who I bet on him winning. 5,000 points. Are you crazy? You don't understand, this is belief. Su Lin pushed through the crowd heading toward a small room. Pushing the door open, he found a dozen people inside. Upon seeing him enter, all their eyes turned toward him, filled with curiosity, apprehension, and a hint of schadenfreude. The burly man from last night's level 6 fight was also there, his arm wrapped in bandages, but he appeared to be in good spirits. Spotting Su Lin, he grinned. Kid fighting level 6 tonight. Impressive. Su Lin nodded and took a seat in the corner. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the bald man, everyone in the room immediately stood up. The bald man glanced around before his gaze landed on Su Lin. You fourth match. Your opponent. He paused, a meaningful smile creeping onto his lips, is a level 6. An experienced fighter with over 20 matches under his belt, he has only lost 3 times. The room fell silent for a second. Someone gasped. Losing only 3 times in over 20 matches. That win rate is absolutely top tier in the underground boxing arena of Evil Man Valley. Su Lin showed no expression, simply nodding. The bald man regarded him, a hint of admiration in his eyes. All right, get ready. After speaking, he turned and left. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The level 6 burly man approached, patting Su Lin on the shoulder. Kid, I'm betting on you to win tonight, 10,000 points. Don't make me lose. Su Lin glanced at him. The burly man laughed heartily before turning to compete in the first match. 12 minutes later, he was carried back, bloodied with a broken leg. Yet he remained conscious, grinning at Su Lin and giving a thumbs up. Kid, win for me. Su Lin nodded. The second match, the third match, one after another. Some were carried back, some walked back themselves, and some did not return. Finally, fourth match. Level 3 newcomer. Opponent is a level 6 veteran. Anyone who wants to place bets, hurry up. Su Lin stood up and walked out. As he reached the door, Chi suddenly pulled him back. She had her 6th match tonight at level 6. Chi looked at him, her eyes filled with complexity. Be careful, that guy is called Iron Wolf, and his ability is class attack type. A one punch can deal 10,000 damage. He has fought over 20 matches, losing only 3, and those 3 were against level 7 opponents. Su Lin looked at her, silent for a second. Thank you. Then he pushed the door open and walked through the crowd toward the iron cage. The surrounding sounds surged over him like a tide. He's out. He's out. It's him. Damn, is he really at level 3? Isn't this a death wish? I watched his video from last night. He took over 20 punches from a level 5. It's quite uncanny. Tonight his opponent is a level 6 veteran. Can it be the same? I bet on Iron Wolf. 20,000 points. I bet on Iron Wolf too. I bet on that level 3, 1,000 points. Damn, you're too cowardly. I'm betting 5,000. Su Lin stepped into the iron cage. Facing him was a man just over 30, bald, with a face full of muscle and a body like a bull. A mark was visible. He wore a black combat suit splattered with dark red blood, uncertain if it was someone else's or his own. He had a pair of metallic gauntlets on his hands, each adorned with 3 gems that glimmered under the lights. Su Lin gave him a cursory glance. Level 3. In such ragged attire. He cracked his neck, making a popping sound. Kid, do you know how many punches it took to kill that level 4 I faced last time? 2 punches. The first punch he spat blood. The second punch he fell down and didn't get back up. He stepped forward, a glint of playful malice in his eyes. How many punches do you think you can take? Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke. You'll know once I finish hitting you. Iron Wolf paused, then burst into laughter. You've got guts. I like that. He raised his fists, assuming an offensive stance. Outside the cage, the bald man raised his hand. Start. Just as the words fell, Iron Wolf lunged forward. His speed was astonishing. Much faster than that level 5 from last night. A punch struck Su Lin's chest. Bang. 11,000. Su Lin staggered back a step, but regained his footing. Iron Wolf's expression shifted. Another punch. As he struck, Su Lin also swung a sword, dealing only 50 damage. Seeing the damage he received, Iron Wolf laughed. I have 6,000 health. You need over 100 hits to take me down, while I can deal over 10,000 damage in a single hit. Let's see how many you can take. Su Lin stepped back again. Ignoring him, Su Lin rushed forward, attacking wildly. Iron Wolf, enraged, swung his fists in retaliation. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch. Each one harder than the last. Every punch landed solidly on Su Lin. Both sides exchanged blows without caring about the damage inflicted on each other, focusing solely on their offensive attacks. 1 round, 10 rounds, 50 rounds. Iron Wolf was panting, his punching speed slowing. But he didn't stop, gritting his teeth to keep going. Su Lin's face was also flushed. 70 rounds and Iron Wolf finally couldn't keep going, retreating 2 steps, hunched over, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his bald head. He raised his head to look at Su Lin, his eyes finally revealing a hint of fear. You motherf. Su Lin stood still, looking down at himself. His shirt at the chest was torn, revealing unblemished skin underneath. There wasn't even a red mark. He looked up at Iron Wolf. Iron Wolf's expression changed. How could he still have strength? He turned to run. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and stopped dead in his tracks. No way. This is an iron cage. You can't escape. Around them the crowd murmured as Iron Wolf attempted to flee against a level 3 opponent. Su Lin walked up to him, raising his sword. He continued to slash down. 50. Iron Wolf looked at his arm, noticing a faint white mark. Another slash. 50. Another slash. 50. Another slash. 50. Iron Wolf hugged his arms, allowing Su Lin to keep hitting him. He laughed as he was struck. Ha ha, look, this kid is just tickling me. 50 damage. I could stand here and let him hit me all day and a draw. Double loss. No points refunded. Damn it. Su Lin ignored them. He mechanically raised his sword and struck down. 1 sword, another sword, another sword. 10 swords. 20 swords. 30 swords. 50 swords. Iron Wolf's smile gradually faded. He realized that this kid was hitting far too steadily. Each sword dealt exactly 50 damage, no more no less, neither hurried nor slow. Sword after sword fell like a machine. His health was 30,000. After 50 swords, 2,500 health was lost, leaving 27,500. After 100 swords, 5,000 health was lost, leaving 25,000. After 150 swords, 7,500 health was lost, leaving 22,500. After 200 swords, 10,000 health was lost, leaving 20,000. After 250 swords, 12,500 health was lost, leaving 17,500. After 300 swords, 15,000 health was lost, leaving 15,000. Iron Wolf's smile completely vanished. He looked at Su Lin, his gaze changing. You really can hit me. Su Lin remained silent. Another slash. After 301 slashes, Iron Wolf's health was left at 14,950. The laughter around him stopped. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene in the iron cage. A level 3 kid stood before a level 6 giant, slashing down one sword after another. The giant stood motionless, allowing the hits. But the giant's expression grew increasingly grim. That's enough. Iron Wolf suddenly roared. Are you crazy? Su Lin didn't stop. Another slash. After 302 slashes, Iron Wolf's health was left at 14,009. Iron Wolf finally couldn't take it anymore and swung a punch at Su Lin. Bang. 5,600. Su Lin staggered back a step. Regaining his balance, he continued to strike. Another slash. After 303 slashes, Iron Wolf was starting to go mad. Another punch. Bang. Su Lin stepped back, steadying himself. Continuing to slash. One sword, another sword, another sword. Iron Wolf's health was left with 1,000 health points. He was terrified. Iron Wolf retreated to the edge of the cage with no way to back away. He looked at Su Lin, his eyes filled with fear. Are you human or a ghost? Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke. His voice was calm. Surrender or die. Iron Wolf was stunned. Surrender. He had fought over 20 matches in Evil Man Valley and had never surrendered. But if he didn't surrender? He looked at the sword in Su Lin's hand. The blade was still dripping with blood, his own blood. He finally broke down. I surrender. I surrender. He fell to the ground with a thud, hands raised high. I surrender. Don't hit me. I surrender. The entire basement fell silent. A deathly silence. Over 5,000 people stared wide-eyed at this scene in the iron cage. A level 6 veteran knelt before a level 3 kid, hands raised, trembling all over. The bald man was stunned for several seconds before suddenly reacting. He won. Level 3 newcomer wins. For consecutive victories. Boom. The entire basement erupted. Damn. What the hell is this monster? I lost 5,000 points. God damn it. I won 10,000. Ha ha ha, I won 10,000. Did he really strike over 500 swords? More than 500 swords. A level 3 fighting a level 6, and forcing him to surrender through sheer slashing. Is this even human? What kind of ability does he have? What the hell is this ability? Is his health infinite? Is he cheating? I'm impressed. I'm completely impressed. Su Lin stood in the center of the cage, left hand holding the sword, right hand hanging down, slightly trembling. After over 500 slashes, his arm was indeed sore. But he showed no expression on his face. He glanced down at Iron Wolf, who was kneeling on the ground. Iron Wolf looked up at him, his eyes filled with terror. Su Lin said nothing and turned to walk out of the cage. The bald man approached, handing him a card. 10,000 points. For consecutive victories. His gaze towards Su Lin had completely changed, filled with a mix of respect and apprehension. After claiming his points, he passed through the crowd and ascended the stairs. Behind him, the entire basement was still in an uproar. In a corner, the thin man was again raising his phone, filming in the direction of the iron cage. In the frame, Su Lin's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs. The thin man glanced down at his phone screen, his hands trembling. It's sent. This time it really went out. That night at 11, the Awakeners forum exploded again. A new video surged to the top of the trending list. Exclusive. Evil Man Valley Underground Boxing 4th match. Level 3 newcomer versus Level 6 veteran. Forcefully slashing 100 swords to make the opponent surrender. The comments section erupted instantly. Holy, holy, holy. 100 sword strikes. I watched the full video. The boy truly delivered over 100 precise, deliberate strikes one after another. He switched hands and kept striking. That Iron Wolf, a level 6 cultivator with strength offensive ability, landed over 100 punches, each dealing 10,000 damage. Yet the boy emerged unscathed. What kind of ability is this? A level 3 cultivator surviving hundreds of blows from a level 6 opponent, and then turning the tide to slay him. I've calculated it 10,000 damage per punch multiplied by 100. That's 1 million total damage. A standard level 3 cultivator has only 300 health points. What ability could possibly grant 1 million HP? Unless his ability isn't merely a simple multiplier type. If not a multiplier, then what is it? At Drank, what else could it possibly be? Drank denotes multiplication, but what if it's a higher tier ability altogether? I watched his awakening livestream. He was clearly marked Drank that day. Could the awakening stone have erred? The awakening stone hasn't misjudged in a century. Then perhaps he possesses a hidden passive ability. Or does some piece of equipment grant him extraordinary effects? He wears nothing but rags. Where would such effects come from? Stop speculating. One thing is certain, this person is extraordinary. Right now I only wonder, what expression did the Su clan wear upon seeing this video? Haha, I'm equally curious. Citywide manhunt. Million credit bounty. And yet, he's fighting underground matches in the villain's valley undefeated in 4 bouts, defeating opponents 3 ranks above him. Wait, 3 ranks above. Yes, a level 3 cultivator defeating a level 6. Exactly 3 ranks higher. 2 ranks is already unfathomable, but 3. There's an old saying, surpassing 1 rank marks genius. 2, a demon-born prodigy. 3. Even an SS rank ability might not guarantee such a feat. SS rank. Su Lin is SS. Impossible. His awakening record explicitly stated Drank. Then how do you explain his victory across 3 ranks? The comment section descended into utter chaos. At midnight, the official account of the Awakeners Association suddenly posted an announcement. Announcement regarding the review outcome of Su Lin's wanted order. After emergency deliberation by our 3rd tier review committee, the association hereby announces its findings on Su Lin's wanted order. The wanted order issued by the Su clan lacks evidentiary submission as mandated by Article 37 of the Awakeners Covenant and was enacted without prior association review, thus violating procedural law. 2. Preliminary investigation reveals insufficient evidence to substantiate allegations of premeditated homicide against Su Lin. Conversely, credible evidence indicates he was attacked by a level 21 Awakener at the time of the incident. His counterattack may constitute lawful self-defense. 3. Pursuant to Article 42 of the Awakeners Covenant, procedurally invalid wanted orders are immediately nullified. Effective immediately, Su Lin's wanted order is rescinded nationwide. 4. The association will establish a special investigation task force to conduct a comprehensive inquiry into the truth of this matter. Findings shall be publicly released within 7 working days. V. Until further notice, no individual or organization may pursue or assault Su Lin in any form. Violators will face strict disciplinary action under the Awakeners Covenant. This announcement was issued by the Awakeners Association, November 7, 2054. The moment it appeared, the entire network exploded. Holy! The wanted order has been revoked. Forcibly revoked. The Su clan's dignity lies in ruins. Procedural violation. Did the Su clan issue the order without following protocol? Can the 5 supreme cultivators simply ignore the covenant? Their humiliation is complete. Lawful self-defense. Exactly. As I said all along, Su Lin is only level 2, while a level 21 guard accompanied the other party. How could he possibly initiate violence? The truth is laid bare. That boy Su Chun is undoubtedly suspect. Hold on. We must await the investigation. Results arrive in 7 working days. Investigate what? Isn't it obvious already? A level 2 cultivator survives a blow from a level 21 guard, then retaliates, stabbing Su Chun over 20 times. What else could this possibly be but lawful self-defense? Wait. How did a level 2 cultivator survive even 1 punch from a level 21? We're back to square. Alright. How did he survive? The comment section veered wildly off topic once more. Tianxiong City, the Su residence. 100 M. The living room blazed with light, thick with tension, so palpable it threatened to detonate. Su Lin sat at the head of the room, gripping his phone, the screen displaying the Awakeners Association's announcement. His face betrayed no emotion, yet his knuckles whitened where they clenched the device. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, her complexion ashen. How dare they? Since when has the Su clan needed their approval to issue a wanted order? Su Yao bit her lip silent. Su Lin kept her head bowed low, fingers twisting tightly into the hem of her garment. Su Xiao crouched in a corner, surreptitiously scrolling through her phone. Su Qin sat in his wheelchair, pale-faced, eyes rimmed with red. Father, it's all my fault. His voice trembled. If not for me, the association wouldn't have targeted us. Don't say that, my child. Lin Wanqing embraced him fiercely, her heart breaking. They're the ones acting unjustly. Su Qin shook his head, tears spilling. But mother, now the wanted order is revoked. Brother, he's safe. The words hung in the air. Suddenly silence fell. Safe. The outcast hunted across the city, presumed dead within 3 days, was now safe. And the Su clan had become the laughingstock of the entire net. Su Lin remained silent for a long, heavy stretch, so long that even Lin Wanqing dared not speak. Finally his voice broke the stillness, low and grave. Have you located Wang Fu? Su Yao blinked, startled. Not yet. His phone is unreachable, and no one's at his ancestral home. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Keep searching. He rose and walked toward the stairs. Pausing at the land, issue orders to all members of the Su clan, no public statements until the investigation concludes. With that, silence settled over the living room. Su Chan wept quietly into Lin Wanqing's shoulder. Yet no one saw. The eyes buried deep in her collar were wide open. Cold as glacial ice. Wang Fu. Where was that level 21 guard now? 200 M. On the outskirts of Tianxiong City, inside a dilapidated rented room. A middle-aged man crouched on the floor, frantically packing his belongings. His name was Wang Fu, a level 21 guard of the Su clan, and the very man who had accompanied Su Chun beyond the city walls that day. His phone rang suddenly. Glancing at the caller ID, his hand jerked, nearly dropping the device. Su Yao. He gritted his teeth, silenced the phone, and shoved it deep into his pocket. He resumed packing. He had to flee, farther and faster than ever before. But as he stuffed the last garment into his backpack, the door exploded inward with a thunderous kick. Bang! Several black-clad figures surged in, pinning him to the floor. Wang Fu thrashed wildly. Who are you? What do you want? One black-clad figure knelt beside him, withdrew his phone, and displayed a photograph. It showed the Awakeners Association's official announcement. Wang Fu stared, then turned deathly pale. The figure pocketed the phone and spoke coldly. You'll accompany us now. The association's investigation team requests your full cooperation. 300 M. The Villain's Valley. As Su Lin stepped out of the arena, night had swallowed the world whole. Few souls wandered the streets. Only dim oil lamps flickered feebly in the wind. He returned to his shabby and paid 300 credits to extend his stay for one more night, climbed the creaking stairs, and lay down. Then he pulled out his phone. Battery, 80%. Instinctively he opened the news feed, and froze. Top trending topic: Awakeners Association forcibly revokes Su Lin's wanted order. Second trending topic: exclusive footage. Su Lin's fourth match in the Villain's Valley, level 3 versus level 6. 100 sword strikes until surrender. Third trending topic: truth revealed. Level 21 guard missing. Investigation team deployed. Fourth trending topic: 3 premier academies reaffirm we welcome student Su Lin. He scrolled slowly, his expression unreadable. The wanted order had been revoked. He was free. Su Lin gazed at the glowing screen, motionless for a long while. Then he opened his class chat group and glanced inside. 999 unread messages, all about him. Wang Fatso, holy crap, the wanted order's revoked. Su Lin's cleared. Zhang Wei told you he was framed. Li Shuai, did you watch the video? 100 strikes, yes 100. His arm got sore, so he switched hands and kept going. What iron willpower. Zhao Shuai cried, actually cried. He's endured so much. Liu Yang, from today onward Su Lin is my sole idol. Sun Shui, I've set his photo as my lock screen to bless me through next week's first layer trial. Wang Fatso, will he return? Back to Tianxiong City. Zhang Wei, return for what? To endure the Su. Li Shuai, I heard all 3 premier academies extended invitations. If he accepts, he'll rise among the elite. Zhao Shui, wherever he goes, I'll support him unconditionally. Su Lin read for a few seconds, then closed the chat. Next he opened the 3 sealed envelopes and reviewed them once more. Jingdu University, Modu Academy, Longqing War College. 3 invitations, 3 solemn promises. All he needed to do was nod his assent. He tucked the letters away, sliding them beneath his pillow. He lay back, eyes closing. Tomorrow. He'd decide tomorrow. Outside, the night wind moaned through the Villain's Valley. In the distance, the black sky spire pierced the darkness, silent, austere, unyielding. And he, level 3, for consecutive victories. 500 billion health points. For 1,778 credits. Tomorrow there would be a 5th match. He would fight again. Because he wasn't strong enough? Not yet. He needed strength sufficient to stride back into Tianxiong City unbroken and unbowed, to stand before those who once scorned him, and then let them witness with their own eyes the so-called worthless trash they'd trampled beneath their feet, what he had become. On the evening of the 5th day, the underground boxing arena of the Evil Man Valley was completely packed. At least 8,000 people crowded around the iron cage. People filled the stairs, the corridors, and even squatted in the corners. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe, yet no one wanted to leave. Because tonight that level 3 monster was going to fight against a level 7 opponent. Damn, 8,000 people. This place has never seen so many before. There are still people outside who can't get in, cursing at the entrance. A level 3 against a level 7, that's a once in 100 years event, who wouldn't want to see it? I heard the betting odds are already out. Betting on that kid to win pays 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Do they look down on him that much? It's not about looking down, at the gap between level 7 and level 3 is just too vast. A level 7 has 700 health, while a level 3 only has 300, even doubled, that's only 600. With equipment boosts and abilities, a level 7 can deal at least 10,000 damage with one punch. Is he supposed to tank that with his head? Then how did he win the previous 4 matches? That's true, it's quite bizarre. Anyway, I bet on him 1,000 points. If I lose, I'll just consider it a faith recharge. When Su Lin walked down from the stairs, the crowd automatically parted to make way. It wasn't out of respect, but to get a better look at him. Is it really him? He doesn't look like much. With those rags, I really can't imagine how he can withstand over 100 punches from a level 6. Look at his hands, they're still shaking. He must be exhausted from yesterday's fight. If he's going to fight a level 7 today, he can win only if I eat shit. Su Lin kept his head down and quickly made his way through the crowd into a small room. Inside there were only 6 people today. Their levels ranged from 6 to 8, but each person's gaze towards him was different. There was curiosity, caution, admiration, and even schadenfreude. The girl named Aki was also there at level 7. When she saw Su Lin come in, her expression was complicated. Are you really fighting tonight? Su Lin nodded. Aki was silent for a few seconds, then walked up to him and whispered, I've inquired about it. Your opponent tonight is called the Butcher, level 7, who has fought over 30 matches in the arena and only lost 5. His ability is Slash Strength Enhancement, and his equipment is all rare. He can deal over 25,000 damage with one punch. Su Lin looked at her and said thanks. Aki opened her mouth as if to say something, but ended up just sighing, take care. The door was pushed open. A bald man entered. Everyone in the room immediately stood up. The bald man scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Su Lin. You, the 5th match. Your opponent is the Butcher, level 7. The room fell silent for a second. Someone gasped. The Butcher. The one who could kill opponents of the same level with a single punch. Su Lin's expression showed little emotion, he merely nodded. The bald man looked at him, his eyes filled with complexity. Kid, do you know how many people have bet on you to win tonight? Su Lin didn't respond. The bald man continued, at least 3,000. If you lose, they'll all curse you out. Su Lin finally spoke, his voice calm. I won't lose. The bald man was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. All right, you've got guts. Get ready. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th matches. Some fell in the cage, some stood up, and some never came out again. Finally, 5th match. Level 3 newcomer. Opponent level 7 Butcher. Those with bets hurry up. The entire basement erupted. Here they come. Butcher. Butcher. Kid. 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 The shouts from either side collided, creating a deafening. Su Lin stood up and walked out. As he reached the door, Aki suddenly grabbed his arm. Her eyes were slightly red as she tightly squeezed his hand. Come back alive. Su Lin glanced at her and nodded. He pushed the door open, passed through the crowd, and walked towards the iron cage. The surrounding shouts surged like a tide, but he couldn't hear a single word. He kept his head down, taking one step at a time. He entered the iron cage. Opposite him stood a man 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rock, a blood-red character for Butcher tattooed on his bald head. A mark on his chest. He wore a complete black combat suit stained with dark red blood. He had a pair of enormous metal gauntlets on his hands, each set with 5 gems that glimmered under the light. Level 7 rare gauntlet attack, 500 effect, critical hit rate, 10, level 7 rare armor, health, 5,002, level 7 strength rings attack, 200 health, 2,000, while Su Lin himself wore ordinary attire, 3 levels lower. Health, 500 billion. Attack, 50 bare hands, 30 sword, 20. The Butcher looked down at him, grinning. Level 3, in rags. He cracked his neck, making a popping sound. Then the match began, following the same pattern as yesterday. In the octagonal cage, the space was small with no room to escape, forcing direct attacks, and both sides attacked each other head-in, ignoring defense. They kept fighting like this. After 100 rounds, neither side had a single good spot on their bodies. After 200 rounds, both were exhausted, but still attacking. But after 300 rounds, the opponent's health finally hit rock bottom. If this continued, he would die. The opponent suddenly knelt down and shouted, I surrender. Don't hit anymore. I surrender. The entire basement fell silent. A deathly silence. Over 8,000 pairs of eyes widened watching this scene in the iron cage. A level 7 butcher knelt before a level 3 kid raising his hands high trembling all over. The bald man was stunned for several seconds before abruptly reacting. 1. Level 3 newcomer victory. 5 consecutive wins. Boom. The entire basement exploded. Damn. I lost 5,000 points. I won 30,000. I won 30,000. Did he chop over 300 swords? A level 4 against a level 7, and he forced the opponent to surrender. Is he even human? What ability does he have? What kind of ability is this? I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. He's a legend. After tonight this kid will be a legend. Su Lin stood in the center of the cage holding a sword in his left hand, his right hand hanging down, slightly trembling. After over 300 swords his hand had gone numb. But there was little expression on his face. He glanced down at the butcher kneeling on the ground. The butcher looked up at him, his eyes filled with fear. Su Lin said nothing, turned, and walked out of the cage. The bald man approached, handing him a card. 15,000 points. 5 consecutive wins. His gaze towards Su Lin was no longer just respect, there was fanaticism. Kid, you're a once-in-a-century genius. Su Lin took the card without speaking and walked out. He passed through the crowd and ascended the stairs. Behind him the entire basement was still boiling with excitement. In a corner a thin man was again holding up his phone, the camera following Su Lin's back, his hand trembling like a sieve. It's going viral. This time it's really going viral. At midnight the Awaken One's forum crashed completely. Not because the server was down, but because the number of online users had broken the historical record. The top 10 trending topics were all about Su Lin. Exclusive video, 5th match of the Evil Man Valley Underground Boxing. Level 4 newcomer versus level 7 butcher. 450 swords until the opponent surrendered. With 23 million views. In-depth analysis. What exactly is Su Lin's ability? Level 4 withstanding over 100 punches from a level 7 with health, at least in the tens of millions. Expert interview. If this is true, it could be the strongest health-enhancing ability in a century. From the chief researcher of the Awakened Association. Comparison chart. Su Lin versus Su Chun, 1 level 3, fighting a level 7, and 1 with an SS level Thunderlord ability. Who is the true genius? The truth revealed. Level 21 Guardian Wang Fu has been taken under investigation. Preliminary confession. That day, it was Su Chun who instructed him to teach Su Lin a lesson. Su family silent. Su Jintian has not spoken to this day. Insiders claim he is furious. 3 major academies speak again. Kyoto University. The spot is always valid. Magic City Academy. Mr. Yun Zhongzi is waiting for you. Dragon City Combat Academy. Stop talking, just come. Su Chen's response. Reporters camped outside the Su family. Su Chun remained indoors, supposedly emotionally collapsed. Netizens discuss. I owe Su Lin an apology. Me too. 1-10086. Awaken One's Association. The investigation results will be announced shortly. The public is asked to be patient. The comments section was already unreadable. The comments were flying too fast, hundreds of posts per second, making it impossible to read. But one comment was pinned at the top with over 300,000 likes. At 1 o'clock in the morning. In Tianxiong City, the Su family. In the living room the atmosphere was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Su Jintian sat in the main seat, 3 mobile phones in front of him, all displaying news about Su Lin. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, her face ashen, unable to say a word. Su Yao lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching her clothes. Su Ling bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. Su Xiaoxiao hid in a corner, secretly scrolling through her phone, occasionally looking up only to quickly lower her head again. Su Chun sat in a wheelchair, his face frighteningly pale. Dad. His voice trembled. I really didn't know Wang Fu would do that. I just asked him to protect me, I didn't tell him to attack. Su Jintian said nothing. Su Chen's tears fell. Dad, you have to believe me, I really didn't want to harm my brother. Lin Wanqing felt heartbroken, hugging him tightly. Chainer, don't say anything. Mom believes you. Su Jintian finally spoke, his tone heavy. Wang Fu has already spoken. The living room instantly fell. Su Chen's body stiffened. Su Jintian looked at him, his eyes complex like deep waters. He said that day you asked him to teach Su Lin a lesson. Su Chen's face turned pale. Daddy's talking nonsense. He must have been coerced by the investigation team. Su Jintian remained silent, just watching him. That gaze sent chills down Su Chen's spine. The silence lasted a long time. Long enough that Lin Wanqing didn't dare to speak. Finally Su Jintian stood up. Wait for the investigation results. He walked upstairs. At the staircase he paused. From today on you are not allowed to leave the house without my permission. Su Chen's body trembled. Su Jintian didn't look back and went upstairs. The living room was terrifyingly quiet. Su Chun kept his head down, his shoulders slightly shaking. But no one saw that beneath his lowered eyelids his gaze was as cold as ice. At 2 o'clock in the morning in the dilapidated inn of the Evil Man Valley, Su Lin lay on the bed looking at his phone. On the screen was a comment about him. The strongest health awakeners in a century. He smiled slightly. The strongest in a century. If you knew my health was 500 billion, would you be scared to death? He put down his phone and closed his eyes. Today had been too exhausting. After over 300 swords his hands were still trembling. But inside he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The bounty had been lifted. The truth was about to be revealed. He was free. More importantly, he had proven himself. Not for the Su family, but for himself. Outside the window the night wind gently blew in. It was time to choose a university. At 3 o'clock in the morning at the Awakened Academy of Kyoto University, in the dean's office. Zhou Mingyuan sat at his desk holding a document. The document contained detailed information about Su Lin. From the day of awakening to the 5 consecutive wins at the Evil Man Valley, every battle record and data analysis. He read through it again and again. 100 times. 1,000 times. Or 10,000 times, he muttered to himself. Suddenly the phone on the desk rang. He answered it. Dean Qin Shuesong from Magic City Academy is calling wanting to discuss the matter of Su Lin with you. Zhou Mingyuan smiled. Tell him to rely on his own ability. I don't think about forming alliances. After hanging up he read through the document once more. Then he picked up another phone. Connect me to the Dragon City Combat Academy. At 4 o'clock in the morning. The deans of the 3 major academies held a 3-way call. Zhou Mingyuan Kyoto. Let's speak frankly, we at Kyoto University have decided to take Su Lin as our candidate. Qin Shuesong Magic City, on what grounds? Our Mr. Yun Changzi personally advocated for him. Can you outbid that? A person from Launching Battle Academy, surname Zhang, nickname Old Zhang. Stop the nonsense, let's settle it with a fight. Whoever wins gets him. Zhou Mingyuan. How old are you? Qin Shuesong, exactly childish. Old Zhang, what do you propose? There was silence for a few seconds. Zhou Mingyuan, let him choose for himself. Qin Shuesong agreed. Old Zhang, that works. But whichever one he chooses, the other two cannot interfere. Zhou Mingyuan, that's acceptable. Qin Shuesong, deal. After hanging up the 3 sat in their offices gazing out at the night sky. After dawn, how would the young man choose? No one knew. But they understood that no matter whom he chose from this point onward, the name Su Lin would never be underestimated again. On the morning of the 6th day, Su Lin was awakened by the sunlight. He opened his eyes to a rare, clear day outside as sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting a bright patch on the floor. He sat up and stretched his shoulders. His arms were still sore, but much better than last night. He pulled out his phone and took a glance at the time. It was 8 in the morning. Then he froze. Unread messages 999. He clicked to open it. All were private messages. There were messages from classmates, strangers, self-proclaimed reporters, and even someone claiming to be a long-lost relative. He didn't reply to any, and just cleared them all. Then he opened the news. Trending topic number 1, Su Lin is likely to choose a university today. Trending topic number 2, deans of the 3 major academies held an emergency meeting and reportedly reached a consensus. Trending topic number 3, the leader of the Evil Person Valley states, no interference, choose freely. Trending topic number 4, latest updates from the Su family. Su Chun is under house arrest. Su Jintian remains silent. Trending topic number 5, Awakeners Association investigation results will be announced tomorrow. He read through them one by one, his expression remaining neutral. Then he opened the 3 envelopes and read them again. Kyoto University. Magic City Academy. Launching Battle Academy. It was time to choose. He thought for a moment and opened the contacts. The first call was to Kyoto University. After 2 rings it connected. A gentle middle-aged male voice said, hello, Awakening Academy of Kyoto University. I am Su Lin. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then the voice noticeably changed, filled with excitement. Su Lin. Please hold on, I will transfer you to the dean immediately. After a few seconds another voice, steady and powerful, came through. Su Lin, I am Zhou Mingyuan. Hello, Dean Zhou. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled. Let's get straight to business. Have you made up your mind? Su Lin, I have a few questions to ask. Go ahead. Su Lin, if I choose Kyoto University, what can you offer me? A temporary protection slot, a full scholarship, 100,000 points per year, unknown mentorship, and resource. Additionally, if you are willing, you can join our elite class and learn alongside the top talents in the country. Su Lin fell silent for 2 seconds. Second question. If I choose Kyoto University, what about the Su family? Zhou Mingyuan interrupted him. The Su family wouldn't dare touch you. This is Kyoto, not Tianqiong City. No matter how strong Su Jintian is, he wouldn't dare act recklessly on Kyoto University's turf. Su Lin, all right. Third question. Aren't you afraid that my abilities might pose a problem? Zhou Mingyuan laughed. What problem? Strength is strength and weakness is weakness. We don't care what your abilities are. We only care if you can become stronger. Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Thank you, Dean Zhou, I will think it over. He hung up. The second call was to Magic City Academy. A female voice answered, brisk and direct. Admissions office of Magic City Academy. I am Su Lin. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then the woman's voice rose a few pitches. Su Lin. Hold on a moment. I will find the dean right away. A few seconds later another voice came through, also female, but steadier. Su Lin, I am Qin Shuesong. Hello, Dean Chen. Chun Shuesong chuckled. Let's get to the point. What do you want to ask? Su Lin, if I choose Magic City Academy, what can you offer me? A temporary protection slot, a full scholarship, 120,000 points per year, unknown mentorship. Additionally, Mr. Yun Changzi said he is willing to mentor you personally. Su Lin's heart stirred. Yun Changzi, one of the 5 strongest. That rogue master. Chun Shuesong continued, Mr. Yun Changzi asked me to pass on a message. Your abilities are quite interesting and may lead the nation further. Su Lin fell silent for 2 seconds. Second question. What about the Su family? Chun Shuesong interrupted him. Magic City Academy is not in Tianqiong City. The Su family can't reach that far. Moreover, Mr. Yun Changzi and Su Jintian are not on good terms. If you come, Su Jintian would actually dare not touch you. Su Lin, alright. Thank you, Dean Shen. He hung up. The third call was to Longqing Battle Academy. A rough male voice answered, booming like thunder. Longqing Battle Academy. Speak. Su Lin, I am Su Lin. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then the man burst into laughter. Ha! I knew you'd call. Hold on, I'll get the dean. A few seconds later another voice came through, also male, but deep, like a stone hitting the ground. Su Lin, I am Old Zhang. Su Lin, hello Dean Zhang. Old Zhang. No beating around the bush, tell me straight, are you coming? Su Lin fell silent for a second. I want to know what you can offer me. Elite class, plenty of equipment, ample points, and your mentor is level 80. Additionally, if you are willing, you can train under Senior Zhang Tianxiong. Su Lin's heart jolted. Zhang Tianxiong, the strongest among the 5, the first in the military. Old Zhang continued, Senior Zhang has watched your videos and said one thing. This kid is interesting, you'll let him come to Longqing Battle Academy. Su Lin took a deep breath. Second question. What about the Su family? Old Zhang interrupted directly. Does Su Jintian dare come to Longqing Battle Academy to take someone? I'd punch him dead. Su Lin almost laughed. Alright. Thank you, Dean Zhang. He hung up and sat on the bed staring blankly out the window. 3 academies, 3 promises, 3 backers. Which one should he choose? He thought for a moment and opened his phone to search for information on the 3 major academies. Kyoto University has the longest history, the deepest foundation, and has produced the most powerful individuals. But there are many rules with numerous restrictions in place. Magic City Academy is rich and resource-rich with Yun Changzi in charge. But the commercial atmosphere is too strong, some say it resembles a company more than a school. Longqing Battle Academy boasts the strongest practical training and the least regulations with Zhang Tianxiong in command. But the training is the hardest with the highest dropout rate, and every year there are students who transfer out. As he read through the details, he became increasingly conflicted. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. An unknown number. He answered. An elderly voice, slow and deliberate. Kid, have you made your choice? Su Lin paused for a moment. Who are you? The leader of the evil person valley. Su Lin almost dropped his phone. The level 80 killing god person. The leader laughed lightly and said, don't be nervous, I'm just asking. You fought 5 matches in the evil person valley and brought a lot of traffic to this place, which earned me substantial points. Consider it a favor owed to you. I won't interfere with your university choice. But here's a suggestion. Choose the one that suits you best, not the strong. Su Lin remained silent for 2 seconds. Thank you, Valley Master. The Valley Master chuckled. Alright, I'm hanging up. From now on, if you have business in the evil person valley, you can mention my name. The call ended. Su Lin stared at his phone, dazed for several seconds. A favor from the leader of the evil person valley. This was worth more than the invitations from the 3 major academies. He took a deep breath, set down his phone, and then closed his eyes to think seriously. What suits him best? He remembered his 5 battles in the underground fighting arena. In each match he fought Heaton. In every battle, he won using the simplest methods. His abilities could be summed up as having thick blood. Nothing else. His attack power was pitifully low, without control skills, healing skills, or any flashy abilities. He was just a tank. Purely. So which academy is most suitable for a tank? Kyoto University is strong in theoretical research, but not necessarily in practical combat. Magic City Academy offers abundant resources, but has a heavy commercial atmosphere. Longqing Battle Academy has the strongest practical training and the least regulations with the highest dropout rate. But being the strongest in practical training means what? It means that there a tank like him can learn how to maximize his advantages. It means that there he can have an 80-level mentor and strong figures like Zhang Tianxiong, who can teach him how to survive in actual combat. It means that there he can continue to fight, endure, and grow stronger. Su Lin opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed the number. Hello, is this Longqing Battle Academy? This is Su Lin. I choose you. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then old Zhang's booming voice erupted. Ha, you have good taste. Wait for me at the evil person valley, I will send someone to pick you up. Su Lin, no need to trouble yourself, I can. Old Zhang interrupted him, no nonsense. There are plenty of people wanting to capture you for points on the way out of the evil person valley. Just wait. You'll be here this afternoon. The call ended. Su Lin looked at his phone, feeling a mix of emotions. This afternoon. Over 2,000 miles from Longqing Battle Academy to the evil person valley. How could he make it by this afternoon? But an hour later he found out the answer. A sudden roar echoed above the evil person valley. Everyone looked up, their pupils contracting sharply. A large black aircraft was slowly descending. The aircraft bore a blood-red fist emblem. Wow. The aircraft of Longqing Battle Academy. They are directly entering the evil person valley. Are they insane? They are here to pick up Su Lin. Just to pick someone up, do they really need to make such a big show? Look at the emblem on that aircraft. It belongs to Zhang Tianxiong, the strongest among the five. The entire evil person valley was in an uproar. The aircraft landed steadily at the valley's entrance. The cabin door opened, and a figure stepped out. Over 80 years old, hair gray, yet his posture was as straight as a spear. Dressed in a black combat uniform, he wore an emblem indicating level 80 on his chest. He glanced at the crowd watching him, then spoke softly. Where is Su Lin? Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in everyone's ears. The pressure of level 80 was no joke. Su Lin stepped out from the crowd. The old man looked at him, scanning him from head to toe, then smiled. Kid, come with me. Su Lin nodded, following him toward the aircraft. Behind him, everyone in the evil person valley was watching. Some were envious, some were jealous, while others were so excited they were waving their hands. Wow, an 80-level master came to pick him up personally. Su Lin's aura is enormous. Longqing Battle Academy truly values him. From today onwards, this kid is going to soar. Su Lin boarded the aircraft. The cabin door slowly closed. The aircraft ascended and headed north. He looked out the window at the diminishing evil person valley below. Just a few days ago, he had run in here for his life. A few days later, he was leaving in the aircraft of an 80-level powerhouse. He took a deep breath, leaning back in his seat. Outside, the clouds were swirling. In the distance, a new world away. The aircraft pierced through the clouds, heading northward. Su Lin reclined in his seat, gazing out the window at the passing landscape. His first flight, and his first journey far beyond the borders of Tianqiong City. Young man, nervous? A grizzled elder seated across from him spoke, his voice deep and resonant like boulders striking earth. Su Lin shook his head. Not particularly. The elder chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Lei Zhan, level 80 chief instructor of the elite class at Longqing War Academy. From now on, you're under my command. Su Lin nodded respectfully. Greetings, Instructor Lei. Lei Zhan appraised him with keen, curious eyes. I've watched all your combat footage. Level 3 versus level 7. You endured over 300 blows, then carved your opponent into submission. Tell me honestly, what is your ability? Su Lin fell silent for a heartbeat. He knew this question was inevitable, but truth was not an option. An ability granting a billion-fold increase in vitality would shatter minds, provoke greed, and invite catastrophe. And he was still too weak, if even a single soul harbored ill intent. Drank vitality enhancement, he replied, calm and unflinching. Lei Zhan blinked, then burst into thunderous laughter. Drank? You're joking. Su Lin remained silent. When the mirth subsided, Lei Zhan waved a dismissive hand. Fine. If you won't speak, I won't press. Once you enter Longqing War Academy, your true nature will surface soon enough. But let me be unequivocal, no matter your ability. So long as you harm no one, the Academy stands as your shield. Cross you, and I'll be the first to break their bones. A warmth stirred in Su Lin's chest. Thank you, Instructor Lei. Lei Zhan grinned crookedly. Don't thank me yet. Elite training is brutal. You'd better not beg to go home weeping like a child. 2 more hours passed aloft. Through the window, Su Lin beheld a vast architectural sprawl emerging on the horizon. It was a city, but utterly unlike Tianqiong City. No soaring skyscrapers, no glittering boulevards. Only monolithic black training grounds, immersive combat simulators, and armories bristling with gear. At its heart rose the Tongtian Tower, towering obsidian black, radiating an aura of chilling authority. Above it, 4 colossal characters hung suspended in the air. Longqing War Academy. Lei Zhan rose. We've arrived. The aircraft descended smoothly onto a vast plaza. The hatch opened. Su Lin followed Lei Zhan down the ramp. The plaza teemed with figures, instructors in tactical uniforms, students shouldering heavy weaponry, and several middle-aged men whose presence exuded profound, unsettling depth. Senior cadets. Every gaze converged upon Su Lin. That's him. The underground brawler. Level 3 against level 7. True or fabricated? I saw the footage. He absorbed over 300 strikes. Uncanny. What ability could possibly be that monstrous? They say it's drank vitality enhancement, but that's impossible. Su Lin kept his head low, trailing silently behind Lei Zhan as they wove through the crowd. Lei Zhan led him into a towering building, ascended to the 3rd floor, and pushed open a door. Beyond lay a vast classroom. 30-odd youths, 17 or 18 years old, all freshmen. At Su Lin's entrance, every pair of eyes snapped toward him in unison. No way, it's Su Lin. The underground brawler Su Lin. He actually enrolled at Longqing War Academy. I watched him fight a level 7 yesterday, and today he's sitting beside me. The room erupted. Lei Zhan clapped sharply. Silence fell instantly. He pointed to an empty seat beside the podium. Su Lin, take that seat. Su Lin nodded and took his place. Lei Jin swept his gaze across the class, voice grave. All present. Tomorrow is Sunday. The third tier of the Tongtian Tower opens. Form your own teams. Devise your own tactics. I care not how you conquer it, but one rule stands absolute: full squad clearance. Anyone who falters exits the elite class permanently. With that he turned and strode out. The door clicked shut. For several breaths silence held. Then, as one, every student pivoted towards Su Lin. Su Lin sat motionless, expression unreadable. His eyes swept the room, 30-odd students, each wearing a badge emblazoned with the numeral 3. All level 3, just like him. Yet their auras were denser, sharper, more potent than any level 3 he'd ever encountered. He sensed without doubt that any one of them could effortlessly dominate peers from ordinary academies. This was the elite class, the nation's most exceptional freshmen gathered in one room. Hey! A voice cut through the quiet. Su Lin lifted his gaze. A young man sat in the front row, handsome, silver-haired, striking against the muted tones of the room. His badge bore 3, and beneath it the inscription Srank Ability, Lord of Frost. The silver-haired youth scrutinized Su Lin with cool appraisal. You're the underground brawler, Su Lin. Su Lin nodded once. The youth smiled faintly, rose and approached. Standing before Su Lin, he looked down with quiet dominance. I am Han Bing, SS rank Lord of Frost. I heard you endured 300 strikes from a level 7. Let me test that claim. Without warning, his right palm flared with pale, cerulean light. The ambient temperature plummeted. Let's see. In the same breath, he struck Su Lin's chest. Thud. 5,000. Su Lin staggered back one step and steadied himself. Han Bing froze. He stared at his own hand, then at Su Lin, his expression shifting, hardening. Su Lin glanced down. A thin film of frost coated his tunic, but his skin bore no mark, not even a flush. He raised his eyes to meet Han Bing's. Enough! Han Bing's face darkened. He leapt backward, both palms thrust forward, a howling gale of frost surging towards Su Lin. Thud! 5,000. Su Lin retreated another step, still unwavering, still untouched. Han Bing's composure shattered. This is impossible. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands together. Azure radiance blazing fiercely. The air crystallized, frost bloomed across the classroom windows. Frost shatter. Boom. A torrent of glacial force erupted from his palms, slamming into Su Lin with devastating force. 15,000. Su Lin staggered 3 steps, then halted, rooted. He brushed ice shards from his coat and met Han Bing's stunned gaze. Finished. Han Bing's mouth hung agape, speechless. Silence swallowed the room. Every student stared wide-eyed at the impossible spectacle, an SS-rank prodigy unleashing 3 full-force assaults, and the target standing unscathed. What manner of creature was this? No way. Someone whispered, voice trembling. This defies reason. Han Bing's face cycled between pallor and flush before he ground out, jaw clenched. What is your ability? Su Lin met his gaze unruffled. Drank vitality enhancement. A beat of silence. Then a girl stood incensed. Lies. Drank vitality enhancement caps at 600 HP for level 3. Your last blow dealt 15,000 damage. How did you survive? Su Lin glanced at her. A fiery redhead sharpied fierce. Her badge declared Srank Ability, Lord of Flame. Another SS rank. Su Lin looked away, voice quiet but final. Guess. She faltered, mouth opening, closing, unable to counter. Because Su Lin stood there breathing whole, undeniable. The room fell utterly still. Every gaze upon him transformed. Shock, all wariness, respect, and in several eyes a spark of fierce, burning admiration. Unbelievable. Someone breathed. This vitality, utterly monstrous. No wonder he tanked 300 strikes from a level 7. In a team who could even scratch him. He's not just a tank, he's a living fortress. Fortress. Call him the Divine Shield. Han Bing stood frozen, face tight, with humiliation. An SS rank prodigy, raised beneath adulation, revered since childhood, had just delivered his utmost power, and failed utterly. Such crushing defeat was alien to him. Yet he was no coward, nor a quitter. After a tense pause he laughed, a short, sharp, genuine sound. All right, you win. He returned to his seat, and raised a thumb towards Su Lin. I'm impressed. Su Lin gave a slight nod. No words exchanged. The redhead sat, but her eyes lingered on Su Lin, smoldering with unresolved challenge. So what if you tank? Your damage is pitiful. I watched your matches. A single strike deals mere dozens of points. In a team you'd only slow us down. Another voice cut in, dry and different. You don't know what you're talking about. She turned. A disheveled black-haired boy lounged in the corner, 17 or 18, eyes half-flitted, aura lethargic. His badge reads Srank Ability, Shadow Assassin. He yawned lazily. Low damage. Yes, but he tanks. Tomorrow's third tier features 2 healing slimes. Each regenerates 50 HP per second, stacking multiplicatively. If both heal the same wild boar simultaneously, regeneration hits 100 HP per second. Without sufficient DPS, that beast cannot die, but with him holding aggro up front, We focus purely on output. No defense needed. No wasted effort. His presence alone boosts our success odds by at least 30%. The redhead opened her mouth, then closed it. He was right. She knew the truth that 15,000-point blow came from an SS rank ability, granting 100-fold attack amplification, not enhanced vitality. His base health likely never exceeded 1,000. One misstep, one ambush, and he'd fall. Thus a primary tank was essential. And Su Lin was that perfect tank. Others grasped it instantly. Exactly. Let him hold the boss while we unleash hell. Holy, this is fate's chosen tank. I've been desperate for a solid tank tomorrow, and here he is. Su Lin, join my squad. My DPS is explosive. Move aside. I called dibs first. My S-rank lightning affinity guarantees unmatched damage. The classroom roared, chaotic, fervent, alive with bargaining and clamor. Su Lin sat amid the frenzy, face impassive. Yet inside something stirred, a quiet, complex tide. Just days ago he'd been branded a drank pariah, mocked citywide. Now S-rank and SS-rank prodigies vied fiercely for his allegiance. The world indeed shifted with breathtaking speed. Enough. A voice rang out, silencing all the commotion. The crowd turned to see the red-haired girl, the SS-grade Flame Master. She stood up, arms crossed, surveying everyone. What's the point of arguing? Teaming up depends on the configuration. Oh, it's not just about who shouts the loudest. She looked at Su Lin, her expression still defiant, but her tone had softened considerably. Su Lin, you'll team up with me. If I output enough, just add a rogue and another damage dealer. The four of us will surely pass. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Bing stood up. Why should I team up with you? I can do it too. The red-haired girl shot him a glance. You just hit them 3 times, and they didn't even react. How can you still ask to team up? Han Bing's face darkened. That was a test. Do you understand what a test is? The test is over. You lost. How can you still speak? You. The two looked ready to argue when the black-haired boy in the corner spoke up again. Stop arguing, let him choose for himself. All eyes turned towards Su Lin. He was silent for 2 seconds. I choose. He hesitated. Who has the highest output? The red-haired girl immediately raised her hand. Me. SS-grade Flame Master, the highest attack power in the class. Han Bing was not to be outdone. I'm the SS-grade Frost Master. My output isn't lower than hers. Plus I can control, said the black-haired boy lazily. I'm the SS-grade Shadow Assassin. My single target burst is higher than theirs, but my sustainability is a bit lacking. Su Lin pondered for a moment. Then, the 3 of you plus me, let's form a team of 4. The red-haired girl was taken aback. 3 people. Just the 3 of us. Han Bing was also stunned. You want me to team up with her? The black-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The red-haired girl and Han Bing exchanged glances, both with a hint of disdain, but neither refused. They all knew that with Su Lin as the meat shield combined with their output, they could easily pass the 3rd level with their eyes closed. All right. The red-haired girl nodded. It settled then. I'm called Yin Yan. She pointed at Han Bing. He's called Han Bing, and that gloomy one is Ing Run. Han Bing snorted and said nothing. Ing Run waved his hand lazily as a form of greeting. Su Lin nodded. Yin Yan rolled her eyes. To who doesn't know your name is Su Lin? The other students in the classroom saw their team spots being taken and sighed, but there was nothing they could do. They were indeed the strongest configuration, and they couldn't compete with that. All right, disperse, find your own teammates. Yin Yan waved her hand, as if shooing flies. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the 4 of them in the classroom. Yin Yan walked up to Su Lin, looking him up and down. What's your attack power? I watched your video of punching. You only dealt dozens of damage with one sword. Is that for real? Su Lin did 50. Yin Yan's eyes widened. Your level 3, your naked attack is 30, and your weapon adds 20, totaling 50. Su Lin nodded. Yin Yan gasped. Holy crap, your attack power is way too low, right? My naked stats are 30, and my weapon is a level 3 rare sword adding 80, totaling 110. Plus my ability amplifies at 100-fold. A punch deals over 10,000. Han Bing chimed in. I'm about the same, also 100-fold amplification. My attack power is around 12,000. Ing Rin lazily said my ability doesn't amplify attack, but assassination. My single point damage can reach 20,000, but my sustainability is a bit lacking. Listening to the data from these 3, Su Lin silently compared in his heart. His attack 50. Their attacks over 10,000. There was a difference of over 200 times. But he had 50 billion health. The 3 of them combined didn't exceed. Yin Yan looked at him, her expression complicated. Your attack power really relies on tanking, huh? Su Lin nodded. Yeah. Yin Yan was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Alright, you can tank, and we can deal damage. Perfect combination. Han Bing also smiled. Tomorrow at the 3rd level, let's show those who look down on us what the strongest combination is. Ing Rinyan, stop talking, let's go eat, I'm hungry. The 4 of them walked out of the classroom. The cafeteria in Longxing Battle Academy was huge, resembling a giant sports arena. It was crowded with students dressed in combat uniforms. Su Lin carried his tray and followed the 3 to a corner to sit down. After just a couple of bites, he felt countless gazes falling on him. Is that Su Lin? Yeah, the one who fought in the underground matches the one who faced a level 7 at level 3. Damn, he doesn't look that impressive wearing all tattered gear. What do you know? He can tank, Gear doesn't matter. He teamed up with Yin Han Bing, and Ying Ren. With this configuration, they'll definitely pass the 3rd level tomorrow. No kidding, 4 monsters together, how could it not be stable? Whispering continued. Su Lin kept his head down, focused on eating. Yin glanced at him, and suddenly asked, "Hey Su Lin, what's your ability? Can you tell the truth?" Su Lin chewed on his meat, silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Health amplification." Duh, who doesn't know it's health amplification? The question is how much amplification? Han Bing leaned over. Grade is 2 times, but you must be more than that. Su Lin glanced at him calmly, saying guess. Han Bing was left speechless. Yin rolled her eyes. Forget it, if you don't want to say then don't. We'll know when we fight tomorrow. After finishing their meal, the 4 returned to their dormitory. The dormitory conditions at Longqing Battle Academy were much better than the shabby inn in the Evil Man Valley. Single rooms with beds, desks, and private bathrooms, and training equipment hanging on the walls. Su Lin lay on the bed and took out his phone. Opening the news, the top trending topic was still about him. Su Lin confirms joining Longqing Battle Academy. The person sent by Zhang Tianxiong personally came to take him away. The comments were in an uproar. Damn, Longqing Battle Academy struck gold. Zhang Tianxiong sent someone personally. That's quite a privilege. Su Lin will be a member of Longqing Battle Academy from now on. Can the Su family still dare to touch him? The Su family is now in disarray. I heard Su Chun has been grounded, and Wang Fu has confessed. The truth is out. Su Chun is indeed a green tea. I've long found that kid unpleasant, always smiling, clearly not a good person. Su Lin scrolled through the comments, his expression unchanged. Then he opened the class group chat. 999 messages. Wang fatty damn. Su Lin has gone to Longqing Battle Academy. Zhang Wei, Longqing Battle Academy. The strongest practical academy in the country. Li Shuai, he'll be a big shot from now on. We haven't even cleared the 1st level yet. Zhao Shui, don't say that, I'm crying. Lu Yang, Su Lin is awesome. Eternal God. Su Lin looked for a few seconds, and then closed the group chat. Tomorrow, the 3rd level of the Tongtian Tower. Sunday, 7 in the morning. The entrance to the Tongtian Tower at Longqing Battle Academy was teeming with people. Today was the day the 3rd level opened, and all level 3 students had to challenge it. Some went solo, some teamed up, but without exception, everyone wore brand new equipment and had nervous yet excited expressions. The 4 of them stood at the edge of the crowd. Yin wore a fiery red combat suit, holding a slender fire-patterned sword that glimmered with flames. Han Bing donned a silver-white light armor with an ice-blue short sword hanging at his waist, and the surrounding temperature was a few degrees lower than elsewhere. Ying Ren still looked lazy, dressed in black tight-fitting clothing, playing with 2 short blades in his hands. Only Su Lin was still in his tattered gear. A washed-out old jacket, frayed sleeves, and pants with a shortened. Yin looked at him, her mouth twitching. Can't you buy some new gear? Su Lin shook his head. No need. Han Bing interjected. You've got plenty of points, right? You should have saved up a lot from your 5 consecutive victories. Su Lin didn't respond. He did have quite a bit of points, 32778, enough to buy a full set of rare gear with, but he didn't want to buy. He realized that the small amount of health that gear added after a billion-fold amplification was ridiculously cost-effective. A piece of level 3 rare armor adds 120 health, priced at 100 points in the shop. When others buy it, they add 100 health. When he buys it, he adds 120 billion, 120 billion health. 120 billion health, what does that even mean? But he didn't want to buy it right now, because he wanted to save points to buy more important things. As for gear, he could wait until he got into the Tongtian Tower and needed equipment after clearing it. Alright, enough about his gear. Ying Ren yawned. Even if he goes in bearskinned, he won't die? Yin and Han Bing exchanged glances, helplessly nodding. Though the words were rough, the reasoning was sound. Su Lin's health indeed didn't require gear. The light gates slowly opened. The crowd began to move inside. Yin took a deep breath. Let's go, let those people see what the strongest combination is. The 4 walked towards the light gate. The gazes around them focused once again. Quick look, Su Lin and the others went in. 4 monsters together, this configuration will surely pass. Not necessarily. The failure rate for the 3rd level is 45, it's no joke. With Su Lin tanking, what's there to fear? That's true. A flash of light, and the 4 disappeared before the light gate. The scene in front of them shifted. They found themselves in a massive stone chamber, twice the size of the 2nd level. The walls were engraved with iron gray runes, and the floor was covered with rough stone slabs, showing signs of wild boar trampling. In the center of the stone chamber, 7 monsters were staring at them. 20 iron-armored wild boars covered in iron-gray tough skin with long and thick tusks stained with dark red blood. They stood in a line, digging the ground with their hind hooves, white steam billowing from their nostrils. 8 healing slimes were squatting behind the wild boars, glowing with green light as they breathed rhythmically. Ding! Entering the 3rd level of the Tongtian Tower monsters, iron-armored wild boar X20, level 3 normal healing slime X8. Level 3 normal clear conditions, kill all monsters within an hour. Since it was a team of 4, the monster count quadrupled. Let's stick to the plan. Yin whispered. Su Lin will tank the monsters and the 3 of us will take out the slimes first. Su Lin nodded and stepped forward. The 20 wild boars immediately focused on him, tusks aimed ready to charge at any moment. Su Lin took a deep breath and charged forward. 20 wild boars' eyes turned red in an instant, and they all charged at him with a roar. The 20 wild boars crashed solidly into him. 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Su Lin took a step back, but steadied himself. The 20 wild boars surrounded him, madly jabbing him with their tusks, ramming and biting. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. The damage notifications flooded the screen. Su Lin ignored the monsters' attacks, surveying the battlefield, ready to intercept any monsters trying to attack the rear. Yin Yin and the others exchanged glances and rushed towards two slimes. Flame burst. Yin Yin slashed down with her sword, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, engulfing one slime. 1-2-0. The slime didn't even get a chance to scream before turning to ashes. Frost piercing. Han Bing thrust his sword, and dozens of ice spikes rose from the ground, piercing the other slime into a sieve. 1-1-0-0. The second slime fell. After a few attacks, the 8 slimes were dead in 3 seconds. 5 wild boars were still madly attacking Su Lin. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. Su Lin glanced at his health bar. 50 billion had lost less than 10,000. If those 3 had been hit like this by the wild boars, they would have turned to ashes by now. He lifted his head and looked at Yin Yin and the others. You can start attacking the wild boars now. Yin Yin grinned. All right. The 4 looked at the 20 wild boars and began the slaughter. Yin Yin took one with her sword, Han Bing took another, and Ing Rin took 2 with his dual blades. 20 wild boars dead in 30 seconds. Congratulations, you have cleared the 3rd level of the Tongtian Tower. Clear time 1 minute 23 seconds. You have leveled up. Current level 4. Current attributes: health 50 billion, 100 billion fold, 60 billion attack, 50 10 60. You will unlock the entrance to the 4th level of the Tongtian Tower in 7 days. A flash of light, and the 4 were teleported out. Standing in front of the light gate, Yin Yin stretched. Awesome. 1 minute 23 seconds. Did we break the record? Han Bing looked at the time. The record for the 3rd level with a team is 3 minutes 47 seconds. We were more than twice as fast. Ing Rin yawned with Su Lin. Here it's too easy. If those 20 wild boars had attacked me, I wouldn't have made it out. Su Lin opened his panel and glanced at his health. 60 billion. It had increased by 10 billion. Yin Yin leaned over. Hey Su Lin, honestly, what's your health? Su Lin glanced at her silent for 2 seconds, then said 6 million. Yin Yin paused for a moment. What? Han Bing was also stunned. 600,000. Ing Rinzong got stuck halfway. The 3 stared wide-eyed at Su Lin. Yin Yin swallowed. You. Can you say that again? Su Lin calmly replied. 6 million. Yin Yin. Han Bing. Ing Rin. Silence. A death-like silence. After a long moment, Yin Yin stuttered. 6 million. I only have 2,000 health. Han Bing's mouth twitched. I have 2,003. Ing Rin, rarely not gloomy, stared wide-eyed. Are you even? Su Lin said nothing. He knew this number was terrifying. Even if others had SS-grade health amplification, their health was only 6,000. His 6 million was 100 times that of the SS-grade talent. Yin Yin took a deep breath and patted her chest. All right, you're impressive. 6 million health, I'm convinced. Han Bing nodded, convinced, completely convinced. Ing Rin looked at him and suddenly laughed. From now on, shall we call you? We're the king of meat shields. Su Lin thought for a moment. Just call me Su Lin. The 3 exchanged glances and all laughed. The crowd around them looked at the 4, their expressions complex. There was envy, jealousy, admiration. But more than that, there was awe. Clearing the 3rd level in 1 minute 23 seconds. These 4 monsters would definitely be the prominent figures of Longqing Battle Academy in the future. That night, the Longqing Battle Academy forum had a new post. Shocking. Su Lin's team cleared the 3rd level in 1 minute 23 seconds. Breaking the record. The comments section erupted. Damn, 1 minute 23 seconds. Is this even human? With Su Lin tanking, it's too easy. I heard Su Lin has 6 million health. Is that true? 6 million. Level 4. Are you kidding me? Seriously, someone heard him say it himself. If level 4 has 6 million, how much would level 80 have? I can't even imagine. It's beyond comprehension. The Su family really messed up this time. They kicked out their own son, who is so strong. Deserved. Who told them to be blind? What about that green tea Su Chun? Come out and take a walk. He's been grounded. Ooh, I heard Wang Fu has confessed. The truth is out. Su Lin was wronged. From today on, Su Lin is my only idol. Su Lin lay on his bed looking at these comments, his expression unchanged. The 6 million health that the outside world thought was already shocking enough. If they knew he actually had 60 billion, they probably wouldn't be able to close their mouths. Level 4. He had just begun. Outside, the night was deep. In the distance, the Tongtian Tower stood silently waiting for his next challenge. The next morning, the forum of Longqing Battle Academy exploded. It wasn't because of the record-breaking clearing time, but because someone had recorded Su Lin's words 6 million and posted it online. The title was Explosive Exclusive Recording. Su Lin acknowledges my health is 6 million. Clicking on the audio, the dialogue was crystal clear. Hey Su Lin, tell me honestly, what is your health? 6 million. How much? 6 million. Silence. Then there was Yin Yan stammering, I only have 2,000 health. The entire comment section was in chaos. Oh my. 6 million. Am I hearing things? Level 4 6 million health. What does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean? Let me calculate. A level 4 whiteboard health is 400. Even if he has SS level health enhancement, that would only make it 40,000. 6 million. How many times is that? Over 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Is this a superpower or a cheat? The awakening stone showed level that day health doubled. Multiplied by 10,000. Is that what you call doubling? The awakening stone definitely malfunctioned. If that's level, then everyone in the world is useless. Don't forget the health added by equipment would also be doubled. If he wears high-level equipment. Don't say any more, I'm getting goosebumps. From today on, please call him the God of Health. God of Health Su Lin. As soon as this comment was made, the screen was flooded with responses. God of Health. God of Health. God of Health. In just 1 hour, the 4 characters God of Health Su Lin shot to the top of the trending list. The whole internet was discussing this monster with 6 million health. At the headquarters of the Awakener Association. At 8 in the morning, an emergency meeting. A dozen high-ranking members of the association sat in the conference room. At the head of the table was an elderly man with white hair wearing an 85-level badge. President of the association, Chen Jiuzhou. You've all listened to the recording, right? Chen Jiuzhou spoke, his voice hoarse but powerful. The crowd nodded. Level 4 6 million health. Chen Jiuzhou tapped the table. Can anyone explain to me what this means? A middle-aged man with glasses stood up. President, I did a quick calculation. A level 4 whiteboard health is 400 to reach 6 million. It needs to be increased by 10,000 times. The strongest health enhancement ability known was that Immortal King from 50 years ago in SS level with an increase of 200 times. 10,000 times. That's 50 times his ability. The conference room went silent for a second. Another elderly man spoke. Could it be that the awakening stone malfunctioned? It showed level the day he awakened. The glasses man shook his head. The awakening stone hasn't malfunctioned in 100 years. The only explanation is that his ability is not a conventional health enhancement. Then what is it? The glasses man was silent for several seconds before slowly saying, I don't know. But I suspect that this may be a completely new level of ability that has never appeared before. The conference room fell silent again. Chen Jiuzhou squinted. Are you saying? The glasses man took a deep breath. President, our current ability grading from D to SSS is based on data accumulated over the past 100 years. The upper limit is 200 times. But if someone can break this limit and achieve 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, then he would exceed the current grading system. I think we should establish a new level. What level? The glasses man looked at him and slowly uttered 2 words, divine level. The conference room fell into a deadly silence. Everyone was stunned by these 2 words. Divine level. Ever since the arrival of the Celestial Tower 100 years ago, awakening beings had never had this level. DCBAS, SS, SSS. These are all the levels. SSS is the ceiling, the limit of humanity. But now someone was telling them that this ceiling might be broken. Chen Jiuzhou remained silent for a long time. Then he stood up and said solemnly, let's vote. Those who agree to establish the new level of divine level, raise your hands. A dozen hands were raised in unison. The motion passed unanimously. Chen Jiuzhou nodded. Good. From now on, the classification of Awakener abilities will add divine level. Evaluation criteria: abilities that exceed 1,000 times enhancement or possess equivalent special abilities. You go draft the announcement and send it out before noon today. The glasses man nodded yes. Chen Jiuzhou looked at another person. Contact launching Battle Academy. I want to meet Su Lin in person. Yes. In Tianxiong City, at the Su family home. In the living room, the atmosphere was tense as if it were about to explode. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her face pale, gripping her phone tightly. On the screen was the announcement just released by the Awakener Association. Announcement on the establishment of the divine level of abilities. After an emergency meeting of the association, it was decided to establish a new level, divine level, in addition to the existing levels from D to SSS. Evaluation criteria: abilities that exceed 1,000 times enhancement or possess equivalent special abilities. This is hereby announced. Awakener Association, November 9, 2054. Below was an additional note. It is reported that the first Awakener nominated for divine level is Su Lin, a new student at launching Battle Academy. His level 4 health reaches 6 million and his ability enhancement is expected to exceed 10,000 times. The formal evaluation will be completed within 3 days. Lin Wanqing read it, and her hands trembled. Divine level. He has become divine level. Su Yao, standing nearby, looked pale and shocked. Mom, how? How is this possible? He was clearly a level waste. Su Ling bit her lip, unable to speak. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly scrolling through her phone, watching the comments flood with Su Lin is amazing, God of health, is invincible, the Su family is blind, feeling inexplicably pleased. Su Zhentian sat in the main seat silent. His expression was unreadable, but the fingers gripping the armrest turned white. Divine level. His biological son had become the first divine-level awakener in human history, and he had driven this son out of the house, wanted all of the city to hunt him down, wishing for his death. At this moment, Su Lin also came downstairs. His face was pale, and his eyes were red and swollen, looking extremely haggard. "Dad, Mom." His voice trembled. I saw the news. My brother. He has become divine level. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes complex. In the past, she found Su Lin very pleasant to the eye, kind, sensible, filial, and talented. But now she suddenly felt that this adopted son's kindness seemed a bit fake. Every time something happened, he always had that "I don't blame my brother" look. Every time Su Lin was in trouble, he just happened to be accidentally present. Wang Fu had already confessed that it was Su Lin who asked him to teach Su Lin a lesson. Lin Wanqing didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was right there. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end she just sighed. Su Lin saw that no one was responding, and his eyes turned even redder, tears streaming down. "Dad, Mom, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. I just wanted Uncle Wang to scare him. I didn't mean to hurt him. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Su Jintian finally spoke, his voice very heavy. "Enough." Su Lin was taken aback. Su Jintian looked at him, his eyes complex like a deep pool. "From today on, you will stay in your room. You are not allowed to go out without my permission." Su Chen's face turned pale. "Dad. Don't call me Dad." Su Jintian stood up and walked upstairs. "I don't want to see." He went upstairs. The living room was eerily quiet. Su Chun lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. But no one saw that beneath his lowered eyelids his gaze was as cold as ice. At Longqing Battle Academy, in the dormitory, Su Lin was awakened by the sound of knocking. Bang, bang, bang. "Su Lin, open the door quickly." It was Yin Yan's voice, anxious and urgent. Su Lin opened his eyes and glanced at the time, 9 in the morning. He had been browsing the forum until 3 in the morning, having only slept for 6 hours. He got up and opened the door. Yin Yan stood at the door holding up his phone, almost pressing his face against Su Lin's. "Look at this." Su Lin glanced at it. It was the announcement from the Awakener Association, establishing divine level. The first nominee, Su Lin. He paused for a moment, then his face showed little expression. Yin Yan's eyes widened. That's it. You became divine level. The first divine level awakener in human history. You just say him. Su Lin thought for a moment. "Well, thank you, haha, is that okay?" Yin Yan. Han Bing appeared from behind, also looking speechless. "Are you even human? Such a big deal, and that's your reaction?" Ingren leaned against the wall, unusually not yawning lazily, said he has 6 million health, and is still unfazed. What's this matter to him? Yin Yan took a deep breath, patting his chest. "Alright, you're amazing. Let's go, the principal is calling for you." Su Lin followed the three out of the dormitory. Along the way, everyone was looking at him. Their gazes held awe, admiration, curiosity, and envy. "Is that him? Su Lin?" "Yeah, that's him, the one with 6 million health. Oh my, he doesn't look like much. How could he become divine level?" "What do you know? That's called inner talent. We'll have to call him God of Health from now on." Su Lin lowered his head and walked quickly forward. The principal's office was on the top floor of the administrative building. He pushed the door open and saw several people already seated inside. Longqing Battle Academy's principal, Old Zhang, sat at the head of the table, grinning at him. "You're here. Sit down." Su Lin took a seat. Old Zhang pointed to a white-haired elder beside him. "This is the president of the Awakener Association, Chen Jiuzhou. He came specifically to see you." Chen Jiuzhou looked at Su Lin, his eyes carrying a mix of scrutiny and admiration. "Su Lin, I will be straightforward. Your ability is unprecedented in human history. We have decided to officially classify you as a divine-level awakener." Su Lin remained silent. Chen Jiuzhou continued, "But we need to confirm one thing. How did your ability come to be? Is it innate, or did something change after awakening?" Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds. He knew he couldn't avoid this question, but he couldn't tell the truth. At least not the whole truth. "It's innate," he said calmly. "I've been like this since I was a child." Chen Jiuzhou narrowed his eyes. "Since childhood. Have you ever been injured? For example, struck by lightning? Or have you fallen into any strange places?" Su Lin shook his head no. Chen Jiuzhou stared at him for a while, before finally nodding. "All right, no matter how it came to be, the facts are evident. We conducted a comprehensive analysis of your experience. 6 million health can't be faked." He stood up and extended his hand. "Congratulations, Su Lin, you are the first divine-level awakener in human history." Su Lin also stood up, shaking his hand. "Thank you." Chen Jiuzhou smiled. "Don't thank me, this is earned. From now on, you are the hope of the nation." Hope of the nation. Those 4 words weighed heavily on his shoulders. Su Lin's face showed little expression, but inside, he felt a bit complex. Hope of the nation. That waste who was wanted throughout the city had become the hope of the nation. He remembered the damp and moldy walls of the Su family's basement, those wronged nights, and Su Chen's condescending gaze. Then he smiled. A smile that felt a bit cold. Hope of the nation, not bad. At least no one would dare to bully him casually anymore. Upon exiting the dean's office, Yin Yan and the others immediately surrounded him. "So what happened?" Yin Yan's eyes sparkled. "The president personally sought you out. Are you getting a divine-level certification medal?" Han Bing also chimed in. "I heard the association is going to customize a badge for you. What is a divine badge? Ingrin, rarely yawning, lazily leaned against the wall and said, "Don't ask, just look at his face. It's clear he passed the assessment." Su Lin indeed showed little expression, merely stating, "It's just a confirmation, nothing more." "Tch, so boring." Yin Yin rolled her eyes. "Let's go, I'll take you to a good place." "What place?" "The equipment warehouse." Yin Yin looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You are now a treasure of the Longqing Battle Academy, personally approved by the Dean, a full set of level 4 rare equipment free of charge." Su Lin was taken aback. Free? A full set of rare? Old Zhang's loud personality could indeed pull off something like this. The four of them crossed the training ground and approached a small gray 3-story building. A sign hung at the entrance, Equipment Management Center. Pushing the door open, they entered a huge hall filled with transparent display cases on all 4 walls, showcasing a variety of equipment. Swords, spears, polearms, armor rings, necklaces, an array of items that sparkled in various colors under the lights. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man around 40, dressed in a gray uniform, wearing a level 45 badge on his chest. Upon seeing the 4 enter, his gaze landed directly on Su Lin. "Su Lin." Su Lin nodded. The middle-aged man grinned. "I've been waiting for you for half a day. Follow me." He led the 4 through the hall and entered an iron door, arriving at a separate storage room. The storage room was small, with a few pieces of equipment hanging on the walls, emitting a faint glow. The middle-aged man pointed at the wall, a level 4 rare set personally approved by the Dean. 1 weapon, 1 armor, and 1 ring, a total of 3 pieces. Su Lin looked up. On the wall hung a black longsword, its blade long and shimmering coldly with a dark red gem embedded in the hilt. Level 4 rare longsword, shadow attack 120. Beside, it was a silvery gray armor exquisitely crafted with a palm-sized heart-protecting mirror on the chest. Level 4 rare armor, solid rock, health 1200. Next to it was a ring, the silver band, embedded with a pea-sized blue gem. Level 4 rare ring, strength attack 60, health 600. Su Lin gazed at these pieces of equipment, silently calculating in his mind. The armor added 1200 health, the ring added 600 health, totaling 1800 health. If someone else wore it, they would gain 1800 health. If he wore it, it would be 1,800 times 100 million, equating to 180 billion health. Adding his current base health of 40 billion, it would total 220 billion. 200 billion health. He took a deep breath. And this was just level 4 rare. There are still higher levels, legends, and this is only level 4. If he were to wear even higher level equipment, what are you dawdling for? Yin Yin pushed him. Hurry up and try it on. Su Lin nodded, putting on the armor, slipping the rings onto his fingers, and finally gripping the black longsword. A warm sensation emanated from the equipment, as if something was connecting with him. He opened the panel. Name: Su Lin, level 4, health 220 billion, base 40 billion, x 100 million, 180 billion, equipment bonus, attack 220, base 40, sword 120, ring 60, 220, ability. Health cap increased by 100 million times, passive none, points 32778, 200 billion health. Su Lin stared at this number, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Yin Yin leaned in. "How much is it?" Su Lin glanced at her, paused for 2 seconds, then said, 20 million. Over 200 billion health was absolutely something he couldn't disclose. He needed to maintain the public image of a 10-fold amplification ability. Yen Yen. Han Bing. Ing Renzheng caught in his throat. The 3 stared at him in unison, as if looking at a monster. 20 million. Yen Yan's voice changed. "Weren't you just 6 million a moment ago?" "It's the equipment's edition," Su Lin calmly replied. Han Bing's mouth twitched. "What equipment adds over 20 million? What kind of equipment is that powerful?" Su Lin thought for a moment. Rare equipment. The 3 were completely speechless. They also had equipment and wore rare sets. Yen Yin looked at her own panel. Health 2800. Han Bing health 2200. Ing Ren health 20. Adding them up, it didn't even amount to a fraction of Su Lin's health. Yen Yin took a deep breath and patted her chest. "Alright, you're impressive. From now on in our team, you carry the weight, while we shout 666. Han Bing nodded vigorously. Yes, just 666. Ing Ren rarely laughed. "With 20 million health, you won't even need to dodge in battles. It just stand there and let the opponents hit you for a year without dying." The middle-aged man watched this scene with a complex expression. He had handled countless pieces of equipment and seen numerous talents. But a newcomer with 20 million health was a first for him. "Alright, you've received your equipment, sign here." He handed over a form. Su Lin signed it and returned it to him. The middle-aged man put away the form and suddenly said, "Kid, live well. With your health, you might even be able to carry the sky tower up and see the sights atop the sky tower." Su Lin glanced at him and nodded. "Thank you." The 4 exited the equipment management center. The sun outside was just right, warming their bodies. Yin Yin stretched lazily. "Let's go to the cafeteria. I'm starving." Han Bing agreed. Yes, we have to eat well today to celebrate our team having a 200 million health monster." Ing Ren, rarely dissenting, said agreed. Su Lin followed them towards the cafeteria. Yin Yin turned back, noticing Su Lin's contemplative expression. "What's wrong?" Su Lin remained silent, simply gazing at the distant sky tower. The black tower pierced the clouds, reflecting a cold light under the sun. 300 billion, 600 billion, 200 billion. He had grown stronger. But it was still not enough. He recalled Su Jintian. Level 89, SS level attack ability, likely also above 100-fold amplification, otherwise he couldn't be among the top 5. With equipment passives and skills, how much damage could he deal with a single punch? He had searched for the information. Level 89 base attack 9 billion SS level ability, 100-fold amplification 9 billion x, 900 billion 1 strike, 900 billion not accounting for equipment passive skills and item bonuses, adding those in a single punch, could effortlessly deal tens of trillions of damage. With his 200 billion health in front of that single punch, he would be a joke. He needed to grow stronger. To become even stronger. Hey! Yin Yan's voice pulled him back. What are you thinking about? Su Lin withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. Nothing, let's go. The four walked towards the cafeteria. But in his heart, Su Lin understood that the road ahead was still very long. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the classroom was filled with people. Lei Jin stood at the podium, scanning the more than 30 new students below, revealing a wide smile that showed all his white teeth. Very good, all of you cleared the 3rd layer. Not a single one was eliminated. You didn't disappoint me. Below, a small commotion erupted. Some sighed in relief, while others high-fived each other. Lei Jin clapped his hands, and the classroom quieted down. But he stretched his voice. Don't celebrate. Next Sunday is the opening day of the Sky Tower, and the monsters in the 4th layer will change from ordinary to excellent level, tripling the difficulty. Those who don't want to die or wish to remain at their lifetime level must train hard this week. He clicked on the projector, and a huge image appeared on the wall. It was the information for the 4th layer of the Sky Tower. Sky Tower 4th layer strategy, monster configuration: 8 ordinary level monsters, level 4, 2 excellent level monsters, level 4, elite level attributes: health 800, attack 80, rare level attributes: health 2400, attack 240. Skills: ordinary level monsters have charge and bite. Excellent level monsters have area, attack, and frenzy. Clear condition: kill all 10 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended configuration: main tank health over 500, off tank health over 300, damage dealers attack over 2000. X3 control healing. Failure rate statistics: 4-person team failure rate 65. 5-person team failure rate 48. The classroom echoed with gasps of astonishment. 2,400 health. 240 attack. The difficulty indeed increased, but in normal circumstances the elite class could clear it easily as long as they didn't make mistakes. However, who would dare to be careless? A mistake meant death or an inability to level up. Quiet. The classroom instantly fell silent. I know for you, as long as you don't make mistakes and understand each monster's attacks and habits, avoiding being overwhelmed, you can clear it. But I do not allow for any accidents, so this week you will endure devilish training to ensure everyone clears at 100. Su Lin looked at the information for the 4th layer. For him, it would be easier than the 3rd layer because the 3rd layer had healing. His attacks were low, and if he couldn't raise his attack above the healing, he couldn't clear it. However, this layer had no healing, so for him, it was certain he could clear it alone. But now he was in a team, needing to practice more skills to ensure their successful clearance. Lei Jin clapped his hands. So starting today, for the next 6 days you will train hard. What to train? Train coordination. Train positioning. Train skill releases. Learn how to handle the remaining monsters while the main tank withstands most of the damage. He pointed out the window. The training ground is already prepared for you. Form your teams and practice. Anyone who fails to train well and drags behind next Sunday can leave. With that, he turned and left. Reaching the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Lin. Su Lin, come here. Su Lin was taken aback, standing up to follow him out. In the corridor, Lei Jin leaned against the wall, watching him. Kid, I heard you have over 20 million health. Su Lin nodded. Lei Jin chuckled. Impressive. But remember, having thick health isn't everything. The excellent monsters on the 4th layer have an attack of 240. It won't hurt you, but they have skills. One rare monster called Frenzied Giant Ape can slam the ground repeatedly when enraged, causing area damage. You can withstand it, but your teammates might not. Su Lin fell silent for 2 seconds. I understand. Lei Jin nodded. Good. In these 6 days you need to primarily practice 2 things. First, how to stabilize the monsters, preventing them from attacking your teammates. Second, how to use your body to shield your teammates from area damage. He patted Su Lin's shoulder. Go to the training ground. The training ground, located behind the teaching building, was a vast outdoor area, as large as 5 football fields. The ground was laid with hard rocks surrounded by tall energy shields to prevent skills from injuring anyone. At this moment, many people were already training on the training ground. Some stood in a row, releasing abilities at flames, frost, lightning, wind blades. Various colors of light intertwined and struck the targets, creating loud bangs. Some groups of people collaborated in their movements. A boy carrying a shield stood at the front holding the line, while 2 others unleashed frenzied attacks from behind, and a healer stood at the back occasionally providing support. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the virtual combat room of the Longqing Battle Academy, Su Lin was practicing aggro management. To the left, to the left. Yes, just like that, stabilize the aggro of that raging giant ape. Yan Yan stood at a distance commanding while unleashing flames. Han Bing and Ying Ren were on either side of her, responsible for clearing out the smaller mobs. Following her instructions, Su Lin maneuvered skillfully amidst the simulated monster horde. Although his health was incredibly high, Lei Zhan was right, having a lot of health was not infallible. He needed to learn how to use his body to shield his teammates from those area attacks. Just after finishing a set, Ying Ren suddenly stopped and took out his phone to glance at it. Holy crap. His tone as he uttered holy crap was entirely different from his usual lazy demeanor, mixed with shock and a hint of schadenfreude. Yan Yan turned to look at him. What happened? Ying Ren said nothing and directly handed over his phone. Yan Yan took a glance and was also taken aback. Then she looked up at Su Lin, her expression a complex medley. Su Lin, you should see for yourself. Su Lin took the phone. On the screen was a news notification. Breaking. The Awakeners Association has officially granted Su Lin the Divine certification. The first Divine Awakener in human history has been born. The main text follows. This is a report from our correspondent. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, the Awakeners Association officially announced on their website that after rigorous assessment, they confirmed that the new student Su Lin from Longqing Battle Academy has a power level that has reached an unprecedented standard, officially granting him the Divine certification. It is reported that Su Lin's ability belongs to the health reinforcement category, but its enhancement far exceeds the existing SSS level standards. Calculated at level 4, his health reaches an astonishing 22 million, with his power amplification reaching 10,000 times. The association president Chen Jiuzhou stated at the press conference, "This is a milestone in the history of human awakening. The emergence of Su Lin signifies that our understanding of abilities needs to be redefined. Divine means an existence that transcends limits." After reading, Su Lin's expression remained neutral. He understood that being divine was merely a talent. Even the most gifted individuals could face demise. Each level of the Celestial Tower could bring unexpected dangers, and a single mishap would halt his progress regardless of his talent. He returned the phone to Ying Ren and turned back to continue his aggro practice. Yan Yan's eyes widened. Hey, is that your reaction? You are divine. The first in all of humanity. The entire nation is talking about you. I know, Su Lin replied while maneuvering, but can this talent guarantee that I can reach at least the 88th floor of the Celestial Tower? One failure along the way could lead to oblivion. Yan Yan was left speechless. Han Bing muttered quietly beside them, what a monster. Not in a derogatory sense, but literally. Ying Ren chuckled, come on, let's keep practicing. The protagonist isn't even excited. Oh, why should we be? The four continued their training. But what they didn't know was that the Su family in Tianxiong City was already in an uproar. Tianxiong City, Su family residence. 20 minutes past 3. The atmosphere in the living room was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Su Jintian sat in the main seat, 3 phones placed on the coffee table in front of him, all screens filled with news about Su Lin. Divine certification. Su Lin officially becomes the first person in human history. 22 million health. Level 4 health crushes level 40. From useless to divine, Su Lin's path of counterattack. Su family from discarded child to divine, what have they truly missed? Each piece of news felt like a slap in the face of the Su family. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her complexion pale and frightening. She clutched a tissue in her hand, her knuckles turning white as the tissue had already been crumpled. 22 million. She murmured, her voice trembling. Level 4. 22 million health. Su Yao stood nearby, biting her lips until they turned white. Her mind was a chaotic mess filled with past. She recalled when Su Lin woke up early to make breakfast for the family, and she thought it was terrible, directly tossing it into the trash. She remembered Su Lin staying up late to help her with notes, and she didn't even look at them, shoving them into a drawer to collect dust. She remembered Su Chan accidentally pushing Su Lin into the pond. She stood by the shore, not only failing to save him, but also scolding Su Lin for being careless. She recalled every time Su Lin was wronged, scolded, or punished to kneel in the basement. She had never once spoken up for him. Not even once. And now that brother whom she had stepped on had become the first divine awakener of all humanity. 22 million health. At level 4 he surpassed the health of level 40. What would he be like when he reaches level 89? Su Yao didn't dare to think. She felt as if something was blocking her heart, making it hard to breathe. If only she had treated him better back then. If only she hadn't been so biased. If only she had helped him just once. Then now she would be the sister of a divine awakener. Her family would be marked as a divine family. Stepping outside, who wouldn't look up to her? Who wouldn't envy her? But what about now? She didn't even have his phone number. She had been blocked on WeChat. The only way she could know about him was through the news. Su Yao's eyes suddenly turned red. Su Ling stood beside her, her face even more dreadful. Su Ling remembered even more disgusting things. She recalled when Su Lin saved up pocket money for half a year to buy a birthday gift for Su Chun, and Su Chen opened it in front of him, discarding it disdainfully. She didn't speak up for Su Lin as she laughed along. She remembered when Su Lin was nearly drowned after being pushed into the pond by Su Chen, and she scolded Su Lin for being careless. She remembered when Su Lin was punished to kneel in the basement as she didn't even glance at him as she passed by. She remembered every time Su Lin looked at them with that calm gaze. She only felt disgust, thinking he was gloomy, thinking he didn't deserve to be a part of the Su family. And now, who doesn't deserve it? Does she? What about Su Lin? Verification of a 10,000-fold amplification. In front of Su Lin, she was nothing. Su Ling lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly scrolling through her phone. She was the youngest, but also the most sensitive. She remembered once when Su Lin gave her a piece of candy and she didn't dare to take it, fearing her sisters would say something. Su Lin said nothing, just smiled, and took the candy back. That was the first time she saw Su Lin smile. He was clearly smiling, but she always felt there was something bitter in that smile. After that, Su Lin never gave her candy again. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the name in the news, murmuring softly, Su Lin. Then she glanced at her mother, and lowered. She didn't dare to speak. But what she thought in her heart was, if I had treated you better back then, would you have treated me better too? Lin Wanqing finally spoke, her voice hoarse like a broken gong. Jintian, did we do something wrong? Su Jintian said nothing. Lin Wanqing's tears fell. He is flesh of my flesh. But I have never held him once. She recalled when Su Lin was a child, just learning to walk, wobbling over to her, opening his little hands. She found him annoying and directly told the nanny to take him away. Su Lin didn't cry, he just stood there watching her back. That gaze she still remembered. That wasn't the gaze of a child. That was the gaze of someone abandoned. Lin Wanqing covered her face, shaking. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He is my son. How could I treat him like that? Su Yao walked over wanting to support her, but Lin Wanqing pushed her away. Get out. Lin Wanqing shouted through her tears. You are all accomplices. If it weren't for you all saying those things in front of him every day, how would he come to hate us? Su Yao was stunned. Su Ling was also taken aback. Su Xiaoxiao shrank in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Su Jintian finally spoke, his voice heavy like it came from the depths of the earth. Enough. The living room fell silent. Su Jintian stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to everyone. He looked outside, silent for a long time. He has become divine. Level 4, 22 million health. When he reaches level 89, his health will be immeasurable. At that time, he alone can withstand the entire celestial tower. Do you know what this means? Nobody dared to respond. Su Jintian spoke slowly. It means he is the hope for the future of humanity. It means all top academies, all powerhouses, the entire Awakeners Association will stand by his side. It means our Su family has offended someone we cannot afford to offend. Lin Wanqing looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Then, what should we do? Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds. Then he picked up his phone. Call him. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Call. Call who? Su Lin. Lin Wanqing fumbled to take out her phone, found Su Lin's number, and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently busy. Redial. The number you dialed is turned off. Lin Wanqing was stunned. She opened WeChat, found Su Lin's avatar, and sent a message. Su Lin, mom was wrong. Mom was really wrong. Please come back, okay? When you come back, let mom take good care of you. Red exclamation mark. You are not yet friends with the other party. Lin Wanqing's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. Su Yao also took out her phone and called. Beep. The number you dialed is currently busy. WeChat. Red exclamation mark. Su Ling. Red exclamation mark. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, and also tried to send a message. Brother Su Lin, I am Xiaoxiao. I miss you. Red exclamation mark. The family looked at each other, their faces pale. All of them had been, not a single one remained. Su Jintian remained silent for a few seconds, then picked up the phone and dialed the number. Get me the office of the Dean of Longqing Battle Academy. The call connected. Old Zhang, it's Su Jintian. On the other end of the line, Old Zhang's booming voice came. Oh, Su family head, what a rare guest. What's up? Su Jintian said in a deep voice. I want to talk to Su Lin on the phone. Old Zhang was silent for a second, then burst out laughing. Su Jintian, are you kidding me? Your son has been kicked out of the house, wanted all over the city, and now he is divine. I know. Su Zenshin's voice grew heavier. That's why I want to apologize to him in person. Old Zhang laughed even harder. Apologize? Forget it. I can't even reach that kid on the phone. How could you? Su Jintian fell silent. Old Zhang stopped laughing and said lightly, Su Jintian, let me give you a piece of advice. That kid is at Longqing Battle Academy. I'm protecting him. The elder Zhan Tianxiong also said that this kid is his closed-door disciple. If you dare to touch him, you are going against the entire Longqing Battle Academy, against elder Zhan Tianxiong. I don't want to touch him, Su Jintian said. I just want to redeem myself. Old Zhang was silent for a few seconds. It's too late. That kid is very cold-hearted. I can see it. He's not the type to be coaxed back with a little sweetness. He knows very well how you treated him back then. The call ended. The living room was dead silent. Lin Wanqing slumped on the sofa, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Su Yao kept her head down, her shoulders trembling. Su Ling bit her lip until it bled. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly watching them, feeling inexplicably vindicated. Su Jintian stood by the window, turning his back to everyone. His silhouette still looked upright and imposing. But no one saw the whiteness of his knuckles as he gripped his phone. The silence lasted a long time. Long enough for Lin Wanxing to think he wouldn't speak again. Su Jintian finally turned around. He looked at his wife and daughters in the living room and said in a deep voice, "Get ready. Tomorrow we go to Longqing Battle Academy." Lin Wanxing was stunned. Go to Longqing Battle Academy. To apologize in person, Su Jintian said word by word to beg him to come back. Lin Wanxing opened her mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged glances, both seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. Beg him to come back. Would he come back? Su Jintian spoke again, call Su Chen down. Su Yao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly went upstairs. A few minutes later, Su Chen was brought down. He sat in a wheelchair, his face pale, his eyes red and puffy, looking extremely haggard. Dad. His voice trembled. You were looking for me. Su Jintian looked at him, his eyes filled with complexity. This adopted son had been cherished for 18 years. He had given him the best resources, the best equipment, the best education. But now it was this adopted son who had ruined everything. Kneel down, Su Jintian said. Su Chen was taken aback. Dad. Kneel down. Su Zhenchen's voice was as cold as ice. Su Chen shivered, struggling to get out of the wheelchair, and knelt on the ground. Su Jintian walked up to him, looking down at him. Wang Fu has already confessed. It was you who sent him to teach. Su Chen's face turned pale. Dad, I just wanted to scare him. Scare? Su Jintian sneered. Level 21 against level 2, and you call that scaring? Su Chen lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked upstairs. When he reached the stairs, he stopped. From today onward, you will stay in the basement. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come out. Su Chen suddenly looked up. Dad. Don't call me Dad, Su Jintian said without looking back. I am not your dad. He went upstairs. Su Chen knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Lin Wanxing looked at him, her eyes filled with complexity. In the past, no matter how she looked at Su Chen, he seemed pleasing to the eye. But now she could only ask one question. Why did you want to harm him? The Su family held a press conference. Su Jintian, Lin Wanxing, Su Yao, Su Ling, Su Xiaoxiao, the whole family was mobilized. The reporters packed the conference hall to the brim. Camera. The Su family held a press conference. Su Jintian, Lin Wanxing, Su Yao, Su Ling, Su Xiaoxiao, the whole family was mobilized. The reporters packed the conference hall to the brim, cameras and microphones aimed at the podium. Su Jintian stood at the podium and said solemnly, "Today, I represent the Su family to publicly apologize to Su Lin." The audience was in an uproar. Su Jintian continued, "Over the past 18 years we have neglected Su Lin, causing him a lot of grievances. Especially in this wanted notice incident, we released the wanted without clarifying the truth, causing him great harm." He paused, his voice becoming solemn. "Here in front of everyone, I apologize to Su Lin. Su Lin, if you can see this news, Dad. Dad was really wrong. Please come back, and we promise to love you wholeheartedly from now on." Lin Wanxing took the microphone, tears already streaming down. "Su Lin, Mom is sorry for you. Mom has never held you once, never looked at you properly. When you were a child, you reached out for a hug, and Mom found you annoying, telling the nanny to take you away. Mom was wrong. Mom was really wrong." She couldn't continue through her tears. Su Yao took the microphone, her eyes red. "Su Lin, I used to treat you. Come back, and I promise to treat you well in the future, never letting you suffer again." Su Ling also spoke, her voice trembling. "Su Lin, me too. I know you won't forgive me, but I truly regret it. Please give me a chance." Su Xiaoxiao was the last to take the microphone, softly saying, "Brother Su Lin, I miss you. Will you come back?" The audience fell silent. The reporters wildly pressed their shutters, the flashes turning into a sea of lights. The video of this press conference quickly surged to the top of trending topics. The comments section was polarized. Some said, "The Su family has finally admitted their mistakes. Su Lin should give them a chance, after all, blood is thicker than water." Others said, "Nonsense. 18 years of neglect, 18 years of wrongful accusations, and you think a single apology can erase it? Dream on." More people were waiting for Su Lin's response. Longqing Battle Academy training ground. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yan Yan held up her phone, shoving it in front of Su Lin. "Look at this. The Su family held a press conference, crying and apologizing to you." Su Lin was practicing his positioning, not even turning his head. Yan Yan was anxious. "Hey, at least take a look. Your mom is about to faint from crying." Su Lin finally. He took the phone and looked for a few seconds. On the screen, Lin Wanxing was crying profusely, saying Mom was wrong. Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao, each with red eyes, were saying, "Come back." Su Jintian stood at the podium saying Dad was wrong. In the Dragon City Battle Academy on the training ground, Su Lin handed his phone back to Yan Yan and turned to continue practicing his movements. Yan Yan was stunned. "Your mother cried like that. Your father personally apologized. Will you go back?" Su Lin did not turn back, his voice calm. "Know that home is nothing but hell for me. Ooh, I will never return." Yin Yin fell silent. Han Bing whispered beside him. But they are your biological parents. Su Lin looked at him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Biological parents. Do you know who Su Tian is? Han Bing was taken aback. He is one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Huaxia, Su Lin said. Level 89, SS level ability. The blood on his hands is more than the salt you have eaten. Would someone like that care about a son? He turned around and continued practicing his movements. They apologize not because they feel sorry for me. It's because I've reached the divine level, because the whole internet is criticizing them, because they fear my future retaliation. That's all there is to it. Yan Yan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found he couldn't refute it. Ingren leaned against the wall surprisingly, not yawning lazily, saying, "Alright, don't persuade him. He knows in his heart." He glanced at Su Lin. "But Su Lin, you must be careful. Someone like Su Tian values face the most. If you slap him in the face now, he will apologize on the surface, but behind your back." Su Lin stopped in his tracks. He certainly knew. What kind of person was Su Tian? Who among those who can sit in the position of the 5 powerhouses is not ruthless? He had seen many instances of surface apologies followed by backstabbing. Moreover, the Su family still has Su Chun. That scheming person must hate him to the core. "I know," Su Lin said. "That's why I absolutely cannot go back." He looked up at the sky. The sunset was blood red, casting a glow across the horizon. Going back is a death. Meanwhile, at the Su family in Tianqiong City, after the press conference ended, the family returned to the living room. The atmosphere was tense, as if it were about to explode. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her eyes red and swollen from crying, still clutching a tissue. Su Yao lowered her head, lost in thought. Su Ling bit her lip, remaining silent. Su Xiaoxiao hid in a corner, secretly scrolling through comments on her phone. Su Tian stood by the window, his back turned to everyone. The silence lingered for a long time. He didn't answer the phone. Su Tian finally spoke, his voice heavy. "Not a single call." Lin Wanqing's tears fell again. Does he hate us to death?" Su Tian remained silent. Lin Wanqing covered her face. "I was wrong, I was truly wrong. If only I had treated him better back then, even just a little." "Enough?" Su Tian interrupted her. He turned around to look at the wife and daughters in the living room. His stern face showed no emotion, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "He will not come back." Lin Wanqing was stunned. "Tian. I said he will not come back." Su Tian enunciated each word. 18 years of neglect, 18 years of injustice, plus this latest wanted notice. "If it were you, would you come back?" Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, unable to speak. Su Yao whispered then. "What should we do? He is now divine level. If he seeks revenge in the future." Su Tian fell silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke calmly. "So we cannot allow him to grow." The living room fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed at him. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. "Tian, what do you mean?" Su Tian looked at her, his gaze complex. "Wanqing, do you know how I climbed to the position of the 5 powerhouses over the years?" Lin Wanqing shook her head. Su Tian slowly said 4 words: ruthless and merciless. "Those who block my path kill. Those who threaten me kill. Those who cannot be utilized by me kill." He looked out the window, his voice growing colder. Su Lin is now at the divine level with over 200 million health at level 4. What will happen when he reaches level 89? By then, if he seeks revenge, who in the Su family can stop him? Lin Wanqing turned pale. Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao all dared not speak. Su Tian turned around to look at them. So there are only 2 paths. The first path, he returns and sincerely submits to the Su family. I will do my utmost to cultivate him, making him the pillar of the Su family. The second path. He paused. He dies. Lin Wanqing trembled all over. "Tian. He is your biological son." Su Tian looked at her, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. "I know, but I am also the head of the Su family. I cannot gamble the entire Su family on his mercy." Lin Wanqing slumped back on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged fearful glances. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Su Tian fell silent for a few seconds, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. Check if there are any outbound missions from the Dragon City Battle Academy recently. And find someone to keep an eye on the academy. If he leaves the academy, let me know immediately." After hanging up, he stood by the window, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. The sunset was blood red. Meanwhile, at the Dragon City Battle Academy, Su Lin finished his last set of movements, exhausted, sitting on the ground to catch his breath. Yin handed him a bottle of water. "Here." Su Lin took it and gulped down a few sips. Han Bing leaned over. "Su Lin, do you think Su Tian will?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. "Yes." Yin was stunned. "Huh? Does he dare? You are at the divine level. The first in all of humanity. If something happens to you at the Dragon City Battle Academy, will the Awakeners Association let him off?" Su Lin shook his head. "He won't act openly. If he does, he will do it flawlessly, and no one will find evidence." The others looked at him. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "So, I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough that even if he acts personally, he cannot kill me. Yin looked at him, her eyes complex. Now at level 4 he claimed he would be strong enough to withstand level 89. If anyone else said that, she would definitely think they were boasting. But since Su Lin said it, she believed him. Alright. Yin patted his shoulder. We'll practice together. When you reach level 89, we'll rise together and show that Su Lin what a true powerhouse is. Su Lin glanced at her, a slight smile on his lips. Good. At 8 in the evening in the dormitory, Su Lin lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. The top trending topic was still the Su family's apology. The comments section was in chaos. Some people said, Su Lin should go back, after all blood is thicker than water, how can a family hold a grudge overnight? Others said nonsense. 18 years of neglect, and they think a mere apology can cover it up. Do they think people are fools? A portion was analyzing, did you not notice? Someone like Su Lin would never genuinely apologize, there must be ulterior motives. Su Lin read through the comments, his expression unreadable. Then he opened a private message. The sender was an unfamiliar account with a blank avatar. The message contained only a single line. Be careful of Su Lin. He stared at this line for a long time. Then he replied, I know. The other party quickly responded, that's good. Also, here's some news. Su Lin is already looking into the outbound missions from the Dragon City Battle Academy. Su Lin's pupils constricted. Who are you? The other party replied, someone who doesn't want to see a genius perish. Then the avatar grayed out. Su Lin stared at the screen silent for a long time. Su Lin indeed was taking action. He put down his phone and closed his eyes. His mind raced. The Dragon City Battle Academy is a safe zone, no matter how strong Su Lin is, he wouldn't dare act here. But outbound missions are different. If one day the Academy arranged for them to go out for real combat, and they were ambushed on the way. He recalled Wang Fu's punch. Level 21, 20,000 damage with a single punch. He currently had over 200 billion health, so 20,000 was certainly nothing. But what if it were at level 40? If Su Lin truly intended to act, he would definitely strike to kill. He wouldn't give him a second chance. Su Lin took a deep breath. He needed to level up quickly. He also needed to quickly accumulate points to buy percentage recovery potions and better equipment. He had to practice his movements, learn to kite monsters, and figure out how to survive in battle. He had no time to waste. The next morning at the training ground, just as dawn was breaking, Su Lin was already there. Alone, he practiced his movements repeatedly against a virtual projection of a monster. When Yin arrived, she saw him drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. Holy crap, you're up this early. Su Lin did not turn back. Han Bing also arrived. Seeing this scene, his mouth twitched. Are you trying to kill yourself? Su Lin remains. Ingren walked over yawning, took a glance, and surprisingly did not make a sarcastic remark, simply nodding. You have determination. The four began training. They trained for an entire morning. During the lunch break, Yin handed him a bottle of water, unable to help, but asked, Su Lin, tell me honestly, has something happened? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Then he recounted the private message from last night. The three of them turned pale upon hearing it. Damn! Han Bing slammed his thigh. Does Su Lin really dare? Yin gritted her teeth. But he is your biological son. Ingren scoffed. What does being a biological son matter? In that position among the 5 powerhouses, who hasn't walked over dead bodies? Su Lin has been in that position for so many years. How much blood is on his hands? Yin fell silent. Han Bing also stopped talking. Su Lin finished his water and stood up. So, I need to level up quickly. For the next 6 days I plan to spend all day in the training ground. The 4th level is nearly a guarantee for them, and every practice now is to avoid unexpected events in the Tower of Heaven. He looked at the distant Tower of Heaven. The black tower stood under the sunlight, silent and cold. Once I reach level 70 or 80, even if he acts personally, I won't be afraid. Yin looked at him and suddenly smiled. Alright, we'll accompany you. Han Bing nodded. Yes, we'll practice together. Ingren rarely did not oppose, since we have nothing else to do. Su Lin glanced at them, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the first time in 18 years that someone was willing to stand. Thank you. Yin waved her hand. What's there to thank? Let's go continue practicing. In the following 6 days, Su Lin almost welded himself to the training ground. Every morning he got up before dawn and practiced until late at night before returning to the dorm. Movements, kiting monsters, blocking skills, and managing angles repeating mechanically. Yin and the others were also swept up by him. At first they could still complain about being tired, but seeing Su Lin's reckless determination, no one dared to slack off. Damn, compared to him, I'm practically useless. Han Bing slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Yin wiped her sweat, looking at Su Lin, who was still practicing in the distance, her eyes complex. He's not practicing, he's risking his life. Ingren, surprisingly not yawning lazily, said, if someone wants to kill you, wouldn't you also risk your life? 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Sunday at 7 in the morning, the entrance to the 4th level of the Tower of Heaven was already crowded. Today was the day the Tower of Heaven opened, and many external schools returned to challenge it. Some groups had formed with confidence, while others were still cramming at the last minute, flipping through strategies and muttering to themselves. Su Lin and the others stood at the edge of the crowd. Are you ready? Yan Yan warmed up her wrists, her bright red combat outfit particularly eye-catching in the morning. Su Lin nodded. Han Bing gripped the hilt of his sword. After practicing so many times over the past 6 days, I could pass with my eyes closed. Ing Rinyan, stop talking, let's go in. The sword thrust forward and dozens of ice spikes erupted from the ground, turning another giant ape into a sieve. Both giant apes roared in fury and turned to pounce on them. But as soon as they moved, they felt their bodies being pulled by something. Looking back, Su Lin had a firm grip on one of the giant ape's ankles, dragging them in place. Where do you think you're going? He asked casually. The giant ape roared and turned to punch him in the face. 2,400. Su Lin didn't even blink. Taking advantage of the moment, Yin struck again with his sword. The first giant ape's health hit 0, and it crashed to the ground. The second giant ape panicked, struggling desperately to escape, but Su Lin's grip was like a vice, firmly holding its ankle. Ice and shadow blades struck simultaneously. Ice spikes and shadow blades pierced into the giant ape's body. The second giant ape fell as well. Within a minute, 8 elite monsters were all dead. The remaining 32 giant lizards paused for a moment, then crazily lunged towards Su Lin. But their meager attack power was insufficient to even tickle Su Lin. Yin and the others stood at a distance, effortlessly harvesting 1 lizard per sword. 3 minutes later. Congratulations on clearing the 4th level of the Sky Tower. Clearing time, 5 minutes 47 seconds. You have leveled up. Current level 5 current attributes: health 220 billion, 100 billion, 230 billion, attack 220, 230. You will unlock the entrance to the 5th level of the Sky Tower in 7 days. A flash of light, and the 4 were teleported out. Standing in front of the light gate, Yin stretched widely. 5 minutes 47 seconds, that's a record, right? Han Bing took out his phone to check. The fastest record for a 4-person team in the 4th level is 15 minutes 12 seconds. We are almost 3 times faster. Shadow Blade surprisingly didn't yawn, looking at Su Lin with a complex expression. With him around, there is truly no challenge at all. When those 2 giant apes tried to hit me, he grabbed one with each hand, holding them back single-handedly. I have played games for so many years, and I have never seen such a reliable tank. Su Lin looked at the 3 of them, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This feeling was quite nice. While the 4 were chatting, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. They are out. Su Lin and the others are out. 5 minutes 47 seconds. No way is that true. They broke the record again. They broke the record again. A crowd of reporters rushed over, cameras pointed at them. Student Su Lin. 5 minutes 47 seconds to clear the 4th level. Is there any secret to it? Su Lin glanced at them and calmly replied, there's no secret, just stay strong. The reporters were momentarily stunned, then began frantically clicking their shutters. The phrase stay strong sounds like nonsense coming from others, but when it came from him, it sounded like the truth. With over 20 million health, he truly could hold on. Yin stood in front of Su Lin, waving the crowd away. All right, no more pictures, we need to go eat. Han Bing and Shadow Blade also helped to block the crowd, escorting Su Lin out. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, the 4 let out a sigh of relief. These reporters are really annoying. Yin scoffed. Su Lin said nothing, but he knew deep down. From today on, such scenes would only become more frequent. The title of a god-level player and the record-breaking achievements would inevitably make him a public figure. But he didn't care. He just wanted to become stronger. Strong enough that no one could kill him. In the cafeteria, the 4 found a corner to sit down. After just 2 bites, a middle-aged man in a military uniform approached. Su Lin, the dean wants to see you. Su Lin looked up and recognized the man. Li, the deputy of Lei Jun, level 50. Now. Su Lin put down his chopsticks and stood up. Yin whispered, do you want us to accompany you? Su Lin shook his head, no need. Following instructor Li, they crossed the campus to the top floor of the administration building. Pushing the door open, there was more than just old Zhang in the office. There was also an elderly man, white-haired, and with a deep aura like a still pool. He wore an 85-level badge on his chest. The president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Jiuzhou. Su Lin was taken aback. Why was Chen Jiuzhou here again? Old Zhang sat in the main seat, grinning at him. You're here? Sit down. Su Lin took a seat. Chen Jiuzhou looked at him, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration. Student Su Lin, congratulations on clearing the 4th level in 5 minutes 47 seconds. Su Lin nodded, thank you. Chen Jiuzhou smiled, getting straight to the point. I called you here today to notify you of something. A month later, the National Academy competition. Su Lin was National Academy competition. Old Zhang explained from the side. It's held annually with all awakened academies participating. Divided into 3 groups: level 010, level 1120, level 2130. Each academy may send up to 5 participants in each group. He paused, looking at Su Lin. Your group is level 010. Our Longqing War Academy intends for you to lead the team. Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. What will we be competing in? Practical combat, Old Zhang said, a drawn elimination format with duels or team battles. The specific rules will be fine-tuned every year, but the core remains the same. Just win. Chun Jiuzhou interjected. This year's competition is more significant than in previous years. They want him to showcase the power of a god-level player at the competition. I will participate, he said. Old Zhang laughed. That's decisive. They want him to showcase the power of a god-level player at the competition. I will participate, he said. Old Zhang laughed. That's decisive. I knew you would agree. Chun Jiuzhou nodded. Good. The specific competition rules and opponent information will be sent to you in a few days. You have a month to prepare. Su Lin stood up. No problem. As he reached the door, Chun Jiuzhou suddenly called out to him. Student Su Lin. Su Lin turned around. Chun Jiuzhou looked at him, his expression complicated. I heard about. Su Lin said nothing. Chun Jiuzhou was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, You did the right thing. Someone like him isn't worth forgiving. Su Lin glanced at him, nodded, and pushed the door open to leave. Back in the cafeteria, Yan Yan and the others immediately surrounded him. So what did the dean want? Su Lin sat down, picked up his chopsticks. A month later, the National Academy competition. I will lead the team. The three were stunned for a moment, then simultaneously became excited. Wow. The National Academy competition. Yan Yan's eyes sparkled. That's going to be broadcast nationwide. Last year I watched it on TV. I didn't expect to participate this year. Han Bing rubbed his hands together. In the 0-10 level group, with you aren't we guaranteed to win? Shadowblade, surprisingly not downcast, said with a hint of excitement. I heard last year's champion was from Tianxiong Academy this year. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Tianxiong Academy. The stronghold of the Su family. Su Lin paused with his chopsticks. Tianxiong Academy, Su Chun is there too. Yan Yan noticed his reaction and whispered, Su Lin, are you alright? Su Lin shook his head and continued eating. But in his heart, turmoil had begun. The National Academy competition. Tianxiong Academy. Su Chun. Would they meet on the battlefield a month later? He didn't know, but he knew that if they did meet, he would let that green tea see with his own eyes what true god-level power is. At 2 in the afternoon in the training ground, Lei Jin stood in front of everyone holding a list. Have you all heard? A month later, the National Academy competition. A stir went through the crowd. Lei Jin clapped his hands, quieting them down. In the 0-10 level group, our launching War Academy will send 5 people. He scanned the list and called out Su Lin, Yan Yan, Han Bing, Shadowblade, and one more. He paused, looking towards an inconspicuous corner of the crowd. Lin Yu. All eyes turned in unison. In the corner stood a girl 17 or 18 years old, dressed in ordinary training clothes with long hair tied in a ponytail and a neutral expression on her face. A badge on her chest displayed SS level ability Healing Light. Lin Yu looked up, glanced at Lei Jun, nodded, and then lowered her head. Yan Yan leaned close to Su Lin's ear and whispered, Lin Yu are the only healer in our class. SS level healing ability, I heard she can instantly heal 2,000 health. She usually doesn't talk, more like an invisible person. Su Lin glanced at Lin Yu. The girl was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. Lei Jun continued, From today on, the 5 of you will form a team. Train together every day to improve your synergy. A month later, I want you to bring back the championship trophy. Any questions? The 5 responded in unison, no. Lei Jun grinned. Good, let's start training. Su Lin was momentarily stunned. Captain. He looked at Yan Yan and the others. They nodded at him, their eyes full of trust. He then looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised her head, glanced at him, nodded, and then lowered her head. Okay, Su Lin said. In the days that followed, the 5 began their intense training. Every morning they woke at 5 and returned to the dorms by 10 at night. Positioning, cooperation tactics, emergency responses they practiced over and over. Although Lin Yu didn't talk much, her cooperation was unexpectedly smooth. Su Lin tanks, Yan deals damage, Han Bing provides additional damage, and Control Shadowblade looks for chances to cut the backline, and I handle the healing. She rarely spoke, her voice cool and clear. With this configuration, as long as Su Lin doesn't fall, we won't lose. Yan Yan asked curiously, how much healing can you do? Lin Yu calmly replied. Instantly healed 2,000, continuous healing of 500 per second, able to heal 3 people at once. Yan Yan gasped. Wow, so as long as we're not killed instantly, we can survive indefinitely. Lin Yu nodded, theoretically yes. Han Bing was excited. With Su Lin tanking, and Lin Yu healing us 3, aren't we invincible? We could just lie back and output positioning would be redundant. Shadowblade, surprisingly cheerful, said, indeed. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, feeling somewhat complicated. This was the first time someone was fighting alongside him. Not seeing him as a tool, not as a monster, but genuinely treating him as a teammate. This feeling was quite nice. Days passed. The coordination of the 5 became increasingly seamless, their movements more fluid. The 5th, 6th, 7th levels. Every Sunday the Sky Tower became their showcase. With Su Lin tanking, the output of Yan Yan and the others was completely unleashed. Lin Yu's healing was hardly needed. Because no one got hurt, all the monsters were stopped by Su Lin. The clearing time for the 7th level was 7 minutes 8 seconds, breaking the record again. The 8th level 9 minutes 10 seconds. The 9th level 10 minutes 11 seconds. Each clearing was accompanied by heated discussions online. The Blood God has broken the record again. With him, Longqing War Academy is destined to be the champion this year. Tianqiong Academy is trembling. Does Su Qin dare to compete? Meanwhile, Su Lin remained indifferent to these comments. He simply leveled up quietly, accumulated points silently, and became stronger. On the day he cleared the 9th level, he reached level 10. Health 400 billion. Attack 1000. Points 120000. He opened the shop, bought a bunch of percentage recovery potions, and purchased several pieces of rare level 10 equipment. After equipping them, his health surpassed 1 trillion. 1 trillion. He looked at this number, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. A month's time, not too long, not too short. Finally, the day of the National Academy competition arrived. At 7 in the morning, 5 people stood in a row in the square of Longqing War Academy. Su Lin, Yin Han Bing, Shadowblade Lin Yu. Lei Jin stood in front of them, inspecting each one, nodding in satisfaction. Very good, everyone seems to be in good shape. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder. Kid, this time it's up to you. Old Zhang approached, followed by a middle-aged man with a deep aura. The man was in his 60s with graying hair, yet his posture was as straight as a spear. Dressed in a black combat uniform, he wore an 89-level badge on his chest. Zhang Tianqiong, the strongest among the 5 great powerhouses, the top figure in the military. Everyone immediately stood straight. Zhang Tianqiong approached Su Lin and inspected him from head to toe, then smiled. Kid, not bad. Su Lin watched him, feeling a bit nervous. This was Zhang Tianqiong, one of the strongest individuals in the country. Zhang Tianqiong continued, I've seen your videos. 100 million health at level 10, very impressive. He deliberately revealed a health figure of 100 million, not mentioning his true health of 1 trillion. He paused, his expression becoming serious. But remember, high health isn't everything. In the competition, you might encounter all sorts of strange abilities. Some can drain health, some can break defenses, and some might deal percentage damage. You can withstand 1,000,000 attacks, but if one oversight leads to a teammate falling, it could spell disaster. Su Lin listened attentively. Zhang Tianqiong patted him on the shoulder, so don't be careless. Fight seriously, fight well. Bring back the championship. Su Lin nodded yes. Zhang Tianqiong smiled, turned, and left. Old Zhang approached. All right, let's depart. The aircraft is waiting. The 5 boarded the aircraft. The cabin door closed, the aircraft ascended, flying northward. The competition venue is in Kyoto, the largest city in the country, home to the Awakeners Association headquarters. On the aircraft, Yin was so excited he couldn't sit still, constantly peeking out the window. Kyoto. I've never been there. I heard there's the largest sky tower in the country and the best equipment shops. Han Bing was also excited. I heard this year's championship reward is especially generous. Besides points, there's also a legendary equipment. Shadowblade, surprisingly not downcast, said lazily, legendary equipment. You can't even buy that with money. Lin Yu sat quietly in the corner, looking out the window, without saying a word. Su Lin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. His mind was filled with the upcoming competition. Tianqiong Academy. Su Chun. It had been a month since they last met. He wondered what he was like now. After 2 hours of flight, they finally landed at the square of the Awakeners Association in Kyoto. The square was already packed with people. Representatives from academies across the country wearing various uniforms were gathering in the square, waving colorful flags. Reporters wielding cameras were frantically shooting. Su Lin stood in the alley, his mind racing. Run. Where to run? That pair of blood-red eyes was clear. He gazed down at the crowd below. Su Lin and the other 4 stepped off the aircraft. No sooner had their feet touched the ground than countless gazes locked onto him. Look, it's Longqing War Academy. That's Su Lin, the blood god. Holy, he's even younger in person than in videos. The 3 beside him, Yin Han Bing and Ing Ruan, are all SS class. Who's that girl? Never seen her before. Lin Yu, SS class healing ability. Rumor has it her restorative power is overwhelming. The 5 threaded through the crowd toward the registration desk. All along the way, fingers pointed and whispers fluttered like autumn leaves. Su Lin kept his head lowered, expressionless. Yin, by contrast, waved cheerfully at onlookers, as though he were a celebrity. After registration and receiving their competition passes, the 5 were escorted to their dormitory. Longqing War Academy had been assigned a private villa, 1 room per person. Once settled, they headed to the cafeteria. It was packed. Students from across the nation filled every corner. Some wore ornate school uniforms, others donned finely crafted battle gear. Clusters debated tactics, lone figures ate in quiet concentration. Su Lin and his team found a secluded corner and sat down. They'd barely taken 2 bites when a group approached. At its head stood a silver-haired youth, 17 or 18, strikingly handsome, clad in gleaming silver combat attire, with the Tianqiong Academy insignia pinned proudly over his chest. 4 others followed him, 3 young men and 1 young woman, all bearing Tianqiong Academy's emblem. The silver-haired youth stopped before Su Lin and looked down at him imperiously. You're Su Lin. Su Lin lifted his gaze, meeting his eyes briefly. What do you want? The youth smiled, a faint teasing curl of amusement playing at his lips. I'm Bai Yi, captain of Tianxiong Academy SS class ability Lord of Light. He extended his hand. I've heard your divine tier. I'd like to see just how strong that truly is. Su Lin regarded the outstretched hand, motionless. Yan Yin murmured softly beside him, Bai Yi's formidable. I've watched dozens of his real combat recordings. Su Lin nodded once then rose. Calmly he met Bai Yi's gaze. We'll meet again during the tournament. Bai Yi blinked, then burst into laughter. Fine, then let's meet there. He withdrew his hand and turned to leave. At the doorway he glanced back over his shoulder. Oh, and a reminder for you. Your first round opponent is us, Tianxiong Academy. Prepare well. With that he strode out, leaving silence behind, instantly shattered by an eruption of chatter. Holy hell, first round. Longsheng versus Tianxiong. That's a championship preview. Su Lin versus Bai Yi, divine tier versus SS class. This is going to be legendary. Su Lin sat back down and resumed eating. Yin Yin leaned in quietly. Su Lin, how do you feel? Chewing slowly, Su Lin replied, tone serene, nothing at all. Han Bing raised a thumb. Steady. Ing Run, rarely smiling, grinned wryly. That kid Bai Yi just tried to flex on us. Lin Yu spoke at last, her voice cool and clear. Bai Yi's ability is light-based. His attack speed is extraordinary. Be cautious. Su Lin glanced at her then nodded. Thank you. After dinner the five returned to their villa. Just inside the door Lei Jin stood in the living room holding a file. Back already. Perfect, take a look. He handed the file to Su Lin. Your first round opponents, Tianxiong Academy. Here are profiles of their 5 members. Su Lin opened the file. The first page bore Bai Yi's name. Name Bai Yi. Level 10. Ability SS class, Lord of Light. Attributes exceptional attack speed. The second page showed a bald muscular man. Name Taishan. Level 10. Ability SS class, Indomitable Flesh. Attributes unrivaled defense. The strongest shield among peers last year. A tank and damage dealer combined. He served as last year's primary frontline protector. The third page featured a tall, slender youth. Name Feng Wuying. Level 10. Ability S-Class, Blade of Swift Wind. Attributes blistering speed, excels at ambushes, specializes in eliminating backline targets. The fourth page displayed a crimson-haired girl. Name Huowu. Level 10. Ability S-Class, Mastery of Flame. Attributes potent area effect damage, capable of both crowd control and high-output assault. The fifth page introduced a bespectacled young man. Name Shui Jing. Level 10. Ability SS Class, Water of Healing. Attributes exceptional restoration capacity, also dispels debuffs. Su Lin closed the file and passed it to Yin Yin. Yin Yin scanned it and drew a sharp breath. This lineup, it's insane. A tank, a primary DPS, a secondary DPS, an assassin, and a healer. A flawless quintet. Han Bing's expression grew grave, and their coordination is remarkably refined. Ing Run, uncharacteristically alert. Eyes sharpened. That tank Taishan. They say he can withstand 10-level rare monsters' assaults. His defense is absurd. With him anchoring the front line, Bai Yi and Huowu can unleash full offensive pressure. Lin Yu paused then said quietly, their healer Shui Jing restores 8,000 health instantly and dispels controls. He's nearly unkillable. The four turned to Su Lin. He remained silent for a beat, then spoke, with me present they won't breach our defenses. Yin Yin blinked, then grinned. Right? They have Taishan. We have Su Lin. Taishan blocks 10-level rare monsters strikes. Su Lin blocks attacks, meant for 40-level entities. They're not even in the same league. Han Bing's excitement surged, and even if their output is high, can it surpass ours? Bai Yi hits 20,000, Y strike 22, Yin Yin lands 25, Ing Ren's burst peaks at 30. Combined one coordinated volley will eliminate any target. Ing Ren nodded decisively, priority targets either the healer or Bai Yi first. Lin Yu spoke up, unusually proactive. What if they focus fire on me first? All four turned to her. She remained calm. As the healer, I'll be their priority. If I fall, no one remains to sustain you. Su Lin considered this, then said, stand behind me. Lin Yu faltered slightly. He continued, I'll hold the front line. You stay directly behind me. To reach you, they must pass through me first. Lin Yu studied him, her gaze complex, unreadable. After a pause, she nodded. Agreed. Lei Jun watched from the side, nodding approvingly. Excellent. Tactical awareness emerging. He clapped once. Rest well tonight. First round match tomorrow at 8 a.m. versus Tianxiong Academy, last year's champions. Don't disgrace Longsheng. The five responded in unison, yes sir. That night Su Lin lay awake, tossing and turning. He recalled Bai Yi's gaze, appraising, amused, and laced with quiet defiance. Divine tier. So what? Bai Yi likely believed the title meant little, that in true combat he might well prove superior. Su Lin smiled faintly. Tomorrow he would show him what true divinity entailed. Outside, night hung thick and deep. In the distance, the lights of Beijing's Tongtian Tower shimmered against the starless sky. Tomorrow, the first battle. Tianqiong Academy. Su Chun. If Su Chun appeared on the field, how would he respond? Su Lin closed his eyes. His mind flashed with Su Chin's perpetually gentle smile, and that cold condescending stare. What do you have to compare yourself to me? He drew a slow, deep breath. Tomorrow, he would show him what he had to compare himself to him. At 7 a.m. The next morning, all 5 rose precisely on schedule. They washed, ate, and inspected their gear. At exactly 8 o'clock they arrived at the arena, a colossal circular structure seating 50,000. The stands were already overflowing. Roaring crowds waving banners, vibrant energy pulsing through the air. At the center stood the main stage, a 100-meter platform encircled by shimmering energy shields to contain unleashed abilities. On the commentary platform, 2 hosts warmed up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Academy Tournament. Today's opening match is nothing short of epic. Absolutely. Longqing War Academy versus Tianqiong Academy, the reigning champion versus this year's most astonishing dark horse. Longqing boasts Su Lin, a divine-tier awakener. Tianqiong counters with Bai Yi, last year's individual runner-up. This match promises unparalleled spectacle. Now, let's welcome both teams onto the stage. The arena erupted. First came Tianqiong. Bai Yi led, silver combat suit, gleaming aura radiant. Behind him marched Taishan, Feng Wing, Huo Wu, and Shui Jing. They took position on one side of the stage. Then, Longqing War Academy entered. Su Lin walked first, black combat attire, face impassive. Yan Yin, Han Binging run, and Lin Yu followed in disciplined formation. They halted on the opposite side. 50 meters separated them, silent, locked in mutual appraisal. Bai Yi watched Su Lin, his lips curving into a subtle, confident smile. Su Lin met his gaze, expressionless. The commentator shouted, electrified, the match is about to begin. Both teams prepare. A referee ascended the stage and raised his hand. Rules: team battle. Victory awarded upon total incapacitation or surrender of one side. Lethal weapons prohibited. Intentional homicide strictly forbidden. Violators forfeit eligibility. Ready. Begin. At the final syllable, Bai Yi lunged forward, blindingly fast, a streak of white light aimed straight at Lin Yu behind Su Lin. Simultaneously, Taishan charged Su Lin, palms clasped, golden light blazing across his body. Indomitable flesh. Feng Wuing vanished, reappearing instantly behind Ingren. Huo Wu flung her hands upward. Waves of flame engulfed Yan Yin and Han Bing. Shui Jing stood farthest back, blue light shimmering around his palms, ready to heal. Within 1 second, Tianqiong's strategy unfolded perfectly. Eliminate the healer first. Bai Yi's speed was staggering. Lin Yu had no time to react. But she didn't need to, because Su Lin had already moved. At the instant Bai Yi launched forward, Su Lin stepped back, just 1 step. 1 step, exactly positioning himself between Bai Yi and Lin Yu. Bai Yi's blade pierced Su Lin's chest. 200,000. Su Lin didn't stagger, not even a millimeter. He glanced down at the blade's tip embedded in his chest, then lifted his eyes to Bai Yi. That's it. Bai Yi's pupils contracted sharply. That strike carried 20,000 force, capable of instantly felling any peer. Yet this man hadn't so much as flinched. Su Lin reached out, gripped the blade, and yanked sideways. Bai Yi staggered violently off balance. Su Lin raised his other hand, and slapped him across the face. Crack. 1000. Bai Yi spun dizzily in place. The entire arena fell utterly silent. 50,000 eyes widened, frozen in disbelief. Su Lin looked down at Bai Yi, voice calm, uninflected. I told you. We'd meet again during the tournament. Bai Yi clutched his burning cheek, face livid. Gritting his teeth, he charged again, sword flashing, once, twice, thrice. Each blow struck Su Lin's chest. 200,000. Su Lin stood unmoving, absorbing every strike without flinching. Elsewhere the battle tilted just as drastically. Taishan crashed towards Su Lin, only to be casually swatted aside. Feng Wuing ambushed Ingren, only to receive a counter-slash across the shoulder, sending him reeling backward with a cry. Huo Wu's flames enveloped Yan Yin and Han Bing, but neither evaded. They charged straight through the inferno, dispatching adversaries with single decisive strokes. Shui Jing attempted to cast healing, interrupted mid-spell by Lin Yu's silence. 30 seconds later, all 5 of Tianqiong Academy lay motionless on the ground. Bai Yi sprawled beneath Su Lin's feet, bleeding, gasping raggedly. Su Lin looked down at him. This is what you meant by prepare well. Bai Yi opened his mouth. No words emerged. Absolute silence gripped the stadium. Then, boom. Chaos erupted. Holy hell, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Tianqiong's elite lineup, down in half a minute. What kind of monster is this? Divine tier. This is true divinity. The commentator's voice cracked with exhilaration. Longqing War Academy wins. 30 seconds. A complete annihilation of Tianqiong Academy. Su Lin absorbed every assault, while his teammates sustained 0 injury. This defies belief. The referee raised his arm. Victory, Longqing War Academy. Su Lin turned, and walked calmly. Yin barreled forward, grabbing him in a bear hug. Holy shit, Su Lin. You're insane. Slapping Bai Yi clean off his feet. I'm dying laughing. Han Bing's face flushed crimson with excitement. 30 seconds. A record. Fastest match in tournament history. Ingrid actually laughed. That kid Bai Yi's probably regretting every word he ever bragged about right now. Lin Yu stood apart, watching Su Lin, her expression layered with quiet intensity. After a pause, she murmured, voice soft, "Thank you." Su Lin glanced at her, then nodded once. Appropriate. They descended the stage. Reporters surged forward, cameras flashing, microphones thrust outward. Mr. Su Lin, what are your thoughts on ending the match in 30 seconds? Su Lin paused, then replied unruffled, no particular thoughts. The opposition was simply too weak. The arena roared in stunned disbelief. Too weak. Last year's champions, dismissed as weak. Reporters intensified their frenzy. Meanwhile, Tianxiong Academy's team was carried away on stretchers. Bai Yi lay on the stretcher, pale eyes fixed unblinkingly on Su Lin's retreating back. He remembered his own words yesterday. I'd like to see just how strong that truly is. Now he had seen. Strength beyond resistance, beyond retaliation. After the match, the five returned to their villa. Lei Jin stood in the living room, beaming ear to ear. Outstanding. Crushing Tianxiong in 30 seconds. Teach those arrogant pups a lesson. Zhang Lao stood beside him, clapping Su Lin's shoulder with paternal pride. Well done, boy. Keep it up tomorrow. Su Lin nodded. Yan leaned in. Who's next? Lei Jin flipped open the tournament schedule. Shanghai Academy's second team, moderate strength. Should pose no difficulty. Han Bing exhaled in relief. Good. Ingrid stretched lazily. With Su Lin on the field, any team is moderate. Lin Yu almost smiled, just the faintest upward curve at the corners of her lips. Su Lin watched his four companions, warmth stirring quietly within him. Tomorrow, another match. And the day after, another. All the way to the championship. Then, his thoughts drifted to Su Chun. Today Su Chun hadn't appeared among Tianxiong's roster. Where was he? Su Lin didn't know. But he knew. If Su Chun had stepped onto that stage today, one of those bodies lying defeated would have been his own. On the night after the first match, a banquet was held. At the top banquet hall of the Kyoto Grand Hotel, the lights shone brilliantly, and the clinking of glasses echoed. Anyone who could enter this place was no ordinary person. Representatives from various academies, decision-makers from prominent families, high-ranking members of the Awakeners Association, and top-tier powerhouses who were usually seen only on television were all chatting in groups, holding their wine glasses. Su Lin stood in a corner holding a glass of orange juice. He didn't want to drink alcohol, and no one dared to force him. Classmate Su Lin. A cheerful voice called out. Su Lin turned and saw a middle-aged man walking briskly towards him, followed by a few others. The man was dressed in a sharp suit with a badge pinned to his chest, the emblem of the Lin family from Kyoto. I am Lin Jinnan from the Lin family in Kyoto. The man extended his hand with a broad smile. I watched your match today, defeating the Tianxiong Academy in 30 seconds. Impressive, truly impressive. Su Lin shook his hand. You flatter me, Lin family head. Lin Jinnan's eyes brightened. Oh, calling me the head of the Lin family feels too distant. I'm just a few years older than your father. Oh no, I'm just a bit older than Su Jintian. You can call me Uncle Lin. Su Lin did not engage with this. Lin Jinnan was not embarrassed and introduced the people behind him. This is my daughter Lin Yue. This year she is also at level 10 with an SS level ability. Yue, quickly greet your brother Su Lin. A girl in a light blue dress stepped forward, around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate appearance and a slight blush on her cheeks. Su. Hello, brother Su Lin. Su Lin nodded hello. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled, wanting to say something, but Lin Jinnan smiled. Yue has always wanted to meet you. Today, she finally has the chance. Classmate Su Lin, come visit Kyoto when you have time, and let Yue show you around. Another person interjected. Lin Jinnan, you're too quick to make your move right. I haven't even spoken yet. The speaker was a chubby, middle-aged man in a dark gray long gown, smiling warmly. Lin Jinnan laughed heartily. Old Zhou, what are you doing here from the Jiangnan Zhou family? Don't you have any eligible young ladies? The chubby man, Zhou Sihai, the head of the Zhou family, rolled his eyes. Just because there are no ladies doesn't mean I can't get to know someone. My son Zhou Yuan is also at level 10 with an SS level ability. Classmate Su Lin, you young people should communicate more. A young man standing behind him, around 17 or 18, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked honest and simple. Hearing his father point him out, he scratched his head and grinned at Su Lin. Brother Su Lin, you were so cool today. When you slapped Bai Yi's face, I felt the pain. Su Lin smiled slightly. Thank you. Zhou Yuan leaned in, lowering his voice. Brother Su Lin, let me tell you that Bai Yi is usually quite arrogant, relying on being the captain of the Tianxiong Academy. He looks down on everyone. Today, after what you did, he's completely deflated, but so satisfying. Lin Yue quietly added, actually Bai Yi is quite strong. It's just that he met brother Su Lin. Zhou Yuan scoffed. Strong. Getting taken down in 30 seconds is still considered strong. As they were speaking, another group of people approached. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair dressed in an ancient robe, exuding a deep aura. A few middle-aged men and several young people followed behind him. Lin Zhennan's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "People from the Wang family in Kyoto. The one leading is the head of the Wang family, Wang Tiangang, level 84. Su Lin looked up. Wang Tiangang approached, sizing Su Lin up with sharp eyes like a knife. "You are Su Lin." Su Lin nodded yes. Wang Tiangang was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Good, good, good. He repeated good 3 times, and then patted Su Lin on the shoulder. "Kid, I watched your match. 100 million health, level 10, enduring 200,000 damage like it was nothing. Such talent, it's almost beyond the definition of talent." He paused and lowered his voice. "If you need anything in the future, come find me at the Wang family in Kyoto. I, Wang Tiangang, will be your friend." With that, he turned and left decisively. The Wang family members behind him nodded at Su Lin and followed him. Lin Zhennan watched Wang Tiangang's back, clicking his tongue twice. Old Wang is usually aloof, never yielding to anyone. It's rare for him to take the initiative to speak to you today. Zhou Sihai also nodded. "Classmate Su Lin, you are quite the hot commodity now. Those old fellows are all eager to build a relationship with you." Su Lin remained silent. They all recognized his godly talent. Since the end of today's match, his phone had not stopped buzzing. Messages, friend requests, calls, overwhelming. Both acquaintances and strangers wanted to connect with him. This was the reputation that came with godly talent. This was the benefit of strength. "Su Lin." Another voice called out. Su Lin turned and saw a few familiar figures. Yan Yan, Han Binging, Run, and Lin Yu, walking over with plates piled high with food. Yan Yan, with cake stuffed in his mouth, said indistinctly, "Are you hiding here? We've been looking for you for half a day." Han Bing was also holding a chicken leg. "That group of people outside is terrifying. They kept asking where Su Lin was, and even asked us to pass along business cards." He pulled out a handful of business cards from his pocket, colorful, and at least 20 of them. Ing Ren, who rarely spoke, lazily said, "Someone even gave me a card claiming it's a VIP card for a business meeting, asking me to pass it to you. I didn't take it." Lin Yu stood quietly beside him holding a glass of juice, but her eyes kept glancing at Su Lin. Su Lin took the business cards and glanced through them. There were cards from various families, different business associations, and a few from school admissions offices. Despite already entering Launching Battle Academy, these people were still unwilling to give up. He put the cards away and said to the 4, "You all enjoy your food, but don't mind me." Yan Yan rolled his eyes. "Come on, do you think we came to find you? We came for the food. I heard this buffet costs several thousand points a meal. Why not eat while we can?" Han Bing nodded vigorously. "Exactly, look at that lobster, it's bigger than my face. And that crab, its legs are thicker than my arms." Ingren rarely laughed. "You two, can't you be a bit more ambitious?" Yan Yan and Han Bing chorused no. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile a little, though it was faint, but Su Lin noticed it. This was the first time he saw Lin Yu smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet hall, Su Tian held a wine glass, standing alone in a corner. Around him, there was no one. It wasn't that no one recognized him. On the contrary, almost everyone passing by would glance at him, their expressions complex. Some mocking, some sympathetic, some gleeful, but none showed the awe and flattery from before. But no one came over to speak to him. Not a single person. Lin Wanqing stood beside him, her face pale. She wore a meticulously prepared dress and had applied delicate makeup, but at this moment none of it mattered. Because no one looked at her. "Zhen Tian." She whispered, "Why don't we go back?" Su Tian remained silent, holding his wine glass motionless. Su Yao stood not far away, gripping a glass of wine, her knuckles turning white. She saw a few former close friends gathering and chatting together. She walked over to greet them, but when those people glanced at her, their smiles froze instantly, then they pretended not to see her and turned away. Su Yao stood there in a daze, her face burning red. Su Ling was almost the same. She saw a boy who had previously pursued her chatting with a few friends. She walked over wanting to greet him, but when the boy glanced at her, his eyes carried a complex look. Then he lowered his head, pretending not to see her. Su Ling bit her lip and turned to leave. Only Su Xiao hid in a corner, secretly watching the figure surrounded by a crowd in the center of the banquet hall. That was Su Lin, her brother. The brother whom she once looked down upon, ignored, and bullied. Now he stood in the brightest light, surrounded by people. Heads of various families, representatives of major forces, those big shots usually seen only on television, all smiled and chatted with him, handing out business cards and inviting him to their homes. And he simply nodded lightly, his expression unchanged. Su Xiao recalled a childhood memory when she secretly gave Su Lin a candy. Su Lin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said softly, "Thank you." That was the first time she saw Su Lin smile. After that, she never gave him candy again, because her sisters said not to play with that waste. Su Xiao lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. "Xiao." Lin Wanqing's voice came, "Let's go." Su Xiao looked up to see her mother standing in front of her, her eyes also red. Su Yao and Su Ling came over, both looking quite unhappy. Su Tian stood at the back, his expression blank, but the fingers gripping his wine glass turned white. "Let's go," he repeated. The family walked towards the exit. As they passed through the center of the banquet hall, Su Tian suddenly stopped. He saw Su Lin surrounded by a crowd talking to an elderly man with white hair. The old man was Wang Tiangang, head of the Wang family in Kyoto. Level 84 powerhouse from the same era as him. Wang Tiangang was laughing heartily, slapping Su Lin on the shoulder as he laughed. That demeanor was as affectionate as one would show to their own grandson. Su Tian withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Exiting the banquet hall, the door closed behind him, cutting off the light laughter and clinking glasses inside. Also cutting off that young man. Lin Wanqing finally couldn't hold back, tears fell down her cheeks. Zhen Tian. We were really wrong. Su Tian said nothing. He stood in the corridor with his back to everyone, motionless. A long time later he finally spoke. His voice hoarse as if squeezed out from the sand. Let's talk when we get inside the banquet hall. Su Lin had just sent Wang Tiangang off when another group of people approached. Classmate Su Lin, I am from the Jiangnan Yi family. Our family head asked me to greet you. Classmate Su Lin, this is our association's supreme card. Please keep it. You will get a 20% discount on purchases in the future. Classmate Su Lin, my daughter, is also at level 10 with its level ability. You should get to know each other. Su Lin dealt with them one by one, his expression remaining largely unchanged. But he was actually a bit tired inside. Some of these people were sincere, some were hypocritical, some wanted to win him over, and some wanted to use him. But regardless of their motives, they all smiled and said flattering words. This was the benefit that came with strength. It was also something that family had never given him. Yan Yin squeezed over at some point, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Su Lin, did you see? Su Tian and the others just left. Su Lin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He had seen them. From where he stood, he could see that corner perfect. Su Tian stood there holding a wine glass completely alone. Lin Wanqing looked pale, Su Yao and Su Ling lowered their heads, and Su Xiao hid in a corner. The five of them seemed like five isolated islands. But in his heart, there was neither joy nor sympathy. Only calmness. Classmate Su Lin. Another voice rang out. Su Lin turned and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform walking over, standing tall with sharp eyes. He wore a badge indicating level 75. Behind him were several young people dressed similarly in military uniforms. I am the military representative. My surname is Zhao Shanhe. The middle-aged man extended his hand. Zhan Tianxiong asked me to tell you to keep up the good work tomorrow. Su Lin shook his hand. Thank you, General Zhao. Zhao Shanhe smiled, giving a firm handshake. Kid, keep it up. The military has high hopes for you. With that he turned and left decisively. The young people nodded at Su Lin before following him. Yan Yin clicked his tongue. The military people are here. You're really something. Han Bing leaned in. I heard the military has been recruiting geniuses in recent years with better benefits than the 3 major academies. Su Lin, are you tempted? Su Lin shook his head. I'm doing well at Longqing Battle Academy. Ingren rarely spoke up. Longqing Battle Academy has military backing. It's about the same. Lin Yue, standing beside them, suddenly whispered, that person is looking at you. Su Lin followed her gaze. On the other side of the banquet hall, a young man in a black suit was looking this way. Around 17 or 18, with a delicate appearance and eyes sharp as a knife. He was surrounded by a few people, but they kept their distance, appearing both eager to approach and cautious not to get too close. Who was that? Su Lin asked. Yan Yin glanced at him, his expression shifting slightly. The young master of the Yi family in Magic City, Yi Wushang. SS level ability, Lord of Shadows. I heard he has a reclusive personality and doesn't like interacting with people, yet he is extremely powerful. This year's favorite candidate in the matches. Han Bing added, his father is Yi Wushang, one of the 5 great powerhouses. I heard he has a reclusive personality and doesn't like interacting with people, yet he is extremely powerful. This year's favorite candidate in the matches. Yan Yin whispered, this person is odd, you should keep your distance. Su Lin said nothing. The banquet people kept coming over to speak with Su Lin, handing out business cards, trying to establish connections. Su Lin dealt with them one by one, but he was starting to feel a bit irritable. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Su Lin turned and saw an elderly man with white hair approaching. The president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Jiuzhou. The people around immediately made way. Chen Jiuzhou came before Su Lin, sizing him up before smiling. Kid, you look tired? Su Lin. Chen Jiuzhou laughed heartily. You should be tired. These people are all sharp. You'll gradually get used to it. He paused, lowering his voice. Tomorrow's second match is against the first team of the Kyoto Academy. They are stronger than Tianxiong Academy, with an SS-level spatial ability contestant, quite troublesome. Be careful. Su Lin listened intently, nodding. Chen Jiuzhou patted his shoulder. Alright, go take a rest. I'll handle the rest for you. With that he turned and smiled at those who still wanted to approach. Everyone, classmate Su Lin is tired and is going to rest now. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow. Those people exchanged glances, but none dared to say anything. Who would dare to offend Chen Jiuzhou's authority? Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Chen Jiuzhou, then left the banquet hall with Yan Yin and the others through a side door. Exiting the banquet hall, they found themselves in a quiet corridor. Yan exhaled deeply, finally out. Those people inside are like wolves, it's too scary. Han Bing wiped his sweat. My face is so stiff from smiling. Ingrid rarely laughed. You two weren't even surrounded. Ooh, what's there to laugh about? Yan glared. How could we not be surrounded? That group asked Su Lin, then they asked us. It was so annoying. At 8 o'clock the next morning the second match commenced. Opponent Kyoto Academy's first team. On the competition stage, both sides took their positions. The 5 members of Kyoto Academy's first team, 4 males and 1 female, exuded a robust aura. Standing at the forefront was a tall and slender youth, his gaze sharp like that of an eagle. The spatial abilities contestant mentioned by Chen Jiuzhou. The referee raised his hand. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Lin's vision blurred. The slender youth vanished. In the next instant he appeared behind Su Lin, a dagger in hand, aiming directly at Lin Yu. Spatial teleportation. Lin Yu had no time to react. But she didn't need to react, because Su Lin had already moved. The moment the slender youth disappeared, Su Lin stepped back. 1 step, just in time to block in front of Lin Yu. The dagger struck Su Lin's back. 250000. Su Lin didn't even furrow his brows. He swiftly grabbed the slender youth's wrist with his other hand. The slender youth's expression changed, attempting to teleport away, but found his wrist firmly grasped, unable to move at all. Teleportation. Su Lin looked at him and calmly said, Is teleportation useful? The slender youth's pupils constricted. In the next second Su Lin lifted him up and slammed him down like a sack. Bang! The slender youth was slammed into a daze, unable to get up for a while. The audience fell silent for a second. Then, Yan charged out. Han Bing charged out. Ingrid rushed out. 3 individuals, 3 beams of light, charged directly at the remaining 4 opponents. Lin Yu stood behind Su Lin, her hands glowing with white light, ready to heal at any moment. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Kyoto Academy's first team lay on the ground. The commentator's voice became excited. Another victory. Another 30 seconds. Longqing Battle Academy claims another city. The crowd erupted. Su Lin stood in the center of the competition stage, his expression unchanged. He glanced at the slender youth lying on the ground. The youth was glaring at him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and turned to leave the competition stage. The reporters surged forward again. Su Lin, 2 consecutive matches ending in 30 seconds. What are your thoughts? Su Lin thought for a moment and calmly said, As I said, the opponents are too weak. The audience gasped. Too weak. Kyoto Academy's first team, ranked among the top 3 in the country, was called too weak. But no one could refute it, because the facts were evident. 30 seconds, indeed 30 seconds. After the match the 5 returned to the resting area. Lei Jin approached with a broad smile. Good. Well played. Tomorrow's 3rd match, the opponent is Jiangnan Academy. Keep playing like this. Old Zhang was also present, patting Su Lin's shoulder, smiling broadly. Su Lin nodded, but he felt a bit strange. From the start of the competition until now he had only fought in the 0-10 level group. He hadn't paid attention to the other 2 groups, 11-20 level and 2130 level. Instructor Lei, he asked, how did the other 2 groups fare? Lei Zhan's smile faltered for a moment. Then he sighed. They lost. Su Lin was taken aback. Old Zhang chimed in. Both groups were eliminated in the first round. The 11-20 level group was crushed by the second team of Magic City Academy. The 21-30 level group fared worse, utterly overpowered by the 3rd team of Kyoto Academy. Lei Zhan's expression darkened. The instructors of those 2 groups are still in the meeting room, getting reprimanded. Su Lin fell silent. He recalled seeing a few senior students in the cafeteria this morning. Their expressions were not good, and they ate hurriedly. It turned out they had lost. Yan whispered, So our group has become the hope of the entire village. Han Bing nodded. It seems so. Ingrid, rarely without a yawn, lazily said, With the other 2 groups losing, the pressure is on us now. If we lose too, then Longqing Battle Academy will face total annihilation this year. Lin Yu said nothing, but her eyes showed some concern. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds before saying, We will not lose. Everyone looked at him. He gazed into the distance and said calmly, I said I would bring back the championship. Then we will definitely bring it back. In the afternoon Su Lin was called to a meeting. In the conference room sat Old Zhang, Lei Zhan, and 2 other instructors. One surnamed Lu, responsible for the 11-20 level group. Another surnamed Sun, responsible for the 2130 level group. Both had grim expressions. Instructor Lu lowered his head, not daring to look at Old Zhang. Instructor Sun kept wiping sweat, his hands trembling. Old Zhang sat at the head of the table, his face ashen. Speak up, he said in a deep voice. What happened? Instructor Lu quietly said, I didn't expect that the captain of the 2nd team from Magic City Academy would have the rare ability of illusion. Our people fell for it, immediately unable to fight back. Instructor Sun also spoke up. The captain of Kyoto Academy's 3rd team possesses an SS-level lightning ability with overwhelming attack power. Our people couldn't withstand it. Old Zhang slammed the table. Couldn't withstand it. What were you doing during training? The two lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Lei Jun tried to mediate. Old Zhang, calm down. We lost, let's learn from this, and come back next year. Old Zhang glared at him, come back next year. Do you know how many people are watching us this year? The better Su Lin performs, the worse the other two groups look. How do you expect outsiders to view Longqing Battle Academy? Relying on a level 10 freshman. Lei Jun fell silent. Old Zhang took a deep breath and turned to Su Lin. Su Lin, he said, your group must win. Not a single match can be lost. Su Lin stood up, understood. Old Zhang nodded and waved his hand. All right, everyone else can leave. Su Lin stayed. After the others left, Old Zhang looked at Su Lin silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed and walked to the window. The other two groups have lost, and now the hopes of the entire academy rest on your 5. Win, and everything will be fine. Lose. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, we won't lose. Old Zhang turned to look at him. Su Lin calmly said, I will win. Old Zhang stared at him for several seconds before breaking into a smile. This time the smile was less bitter. All right, with your word, I'm at ease. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder. Go prepare well. Su Lin nodded, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, training grounds. The 5 were practicing their coordination. Yan Yan, while releasing flames, asked, Su Lin, who are we fighting tomorrow? Su Lin thought for a moment. Jiangnan Academy. Han Bing rolled his eyes. Jiangnan Academy. Never heard of them, are they strong? Ying Rin rarely spoke up. Jiangnan Academy isn't particularly strong, but they have an SS-level control ability contestant who excels at slowing and immobilizing opponents. We need to be careful. Lin Yu quietly said, I can dispel control effects. Su Lin nodded, that's good. The 5 continued. As evening approached, and the sky darkened, just as they were about to finish, someone brought news. Su Lin, someone is looking for you outside. Su Lin was taken aback. Who? It's the young master of the Yi family from Jiangnan, Yi Wuxiang. Yan Yan's expression changed slightly. That strange person. What does he want? Su Lin thought for a moment, and said, he'll go take a look. Stepping out of the training grounds, a figure stood outside. Dressed in black with a delicate appearance and eyes sharp as blades. Yi Wuxiang. He saw Su Lin and nodded slightly. Su Lin. Su Lin nodded back. Yi Wuxiang. The two locked eyes for a few seconds. Yi Wuxiang suddenly said, in tomorrow's match, Jiangnan Academy will lose. Su Lin remained silent. Yi Wuxiang continued, but I didn't come here to tell you that. He paused, his expression turning serious. I came to warn you. Warn me about what? Yi Wuxiang was silent for a few seconds before saying, Su Chun. Su Lin's eyes narrowed. Yi Wuxiang looked at him and slowly said, he's not on the competition roster for Tianqiong Academy. But he is in Kyoto. Moreover, he has been in contact with certain people. What people? Yi Wuxiang didn't answer, only saying, be. After saying this, he turned and left. Su Lin stood there watching his figure vanish into the night. Yan Yan popped out from behind whispering, what did he mean? What does Su Chun want? Su Lin said nothing. But deep inside, a bad premonition suddenly arose. Su Chun. That manipulative person was up to something again. He wasn't sure, but he knew that no matter what Su Chun was planning, he was ready. Because he was no longer that bully. He was Su Lin, a god-level awakener. Su Lin. That night Su Lin lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He recalled Yi Wuxiang's words. He has been in contact with certain people. Who are those people? What do they want? He didn't know, but he understood that someone like Su Chun would definitely not let things rest. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yi Wuxiang. Thank you for the warning. He waited a long time, but there was no reply. He turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Tomorrow there would be another match. No matter what Su Chun intended to do, it would be better to finish the match first. Outside, the night was deep. The distant sky tower stood silently in the darkness. The next morning at 8, the third match began. Opponent Jiangnan Academy. On the competition stage, both sides took their positions. Jiangnan Academy had 5 members, 3 males and 2 females. Standing at the forefront was a girl with a ponytail, her eyes lively, holding a staff. The SS-level control ability contestant. The referee raised his hand. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl waved her staff. Vines suddenly sprouted under Su Lin's feet, entangling his ankles. 0 damage dealt was 0. But Su Lin felt his speed slow down. The slowing effect. Su Lin looked down briefly, and then raised his head. The girl's expression changed slightly. Her slowing skill reduced speed by 70 against opponents of the same level, lasting 5 seconds. But against this person it seemed useless. Su Lin took a step forward. The vines snapped apart effortlessly. The girl widened her eyes. This is impossible. Su Lin looked at her and calmly said, you cannot control me. Then he walked toward her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was taken slowly, but every step was steady. The girl panicked, waving her staff frantically. Vines, frost, stun, immobilization. Various control skills all rushed towards Su Lin. 0. Su Lin seemed unfazed, continuing to walk forward. When he reached the girl, he extended his hand and gently patted her head. Are we done? The girl stood frozen, unable to utter a word. The audience fell silent for a second. Then, Yin Yin charged out. Han Bing charged out. Ingren charged out. 30 seconds later, all 5 members of Jiangnan Academy lay on the ground. The commentator's voice became exhilarated. 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds. Longqing Battle Academy achieves 3 consecutive victories. The crowd erupted. Su Lin stood in the center of the competition stage, glancing down at his ankles. The vines were still there, but they had withered. He squatted down, tore off the withered vine, stood up, and turned to leave the competition stage. Reporters surged forward again. Su Lin. 3 consecutive matches ending in 30 seconds. What is your goal? Su Lin paused, glancing at the reporter. Then he calmly said, the championship. After saying this, he turned and left. The reporters were left dumbfounded. The championship? Did he say it so casually? As if the championship was already within his grasp. But no one dared to refute it, because the facts were evident. 3 matches, 30 seconds. The opponents included last year's champions, a team ranked among the top 3 in the country, and the notoriously difficult controllability contestant. But before Su Lin, they were all the same. 30 seconds, all defeated. This is the prowess of a god level. After the match, the 5 returned to the resting area. Lei Jin approached with a beaming smile. Good. Well played. Tomorrow in the semi-finals, the opponent is the first team from Magic City Academy, who are quite strong. Keep playing like this. Old Zhang was also present, patting Su Lin's shoulder, unable to stop smiling. Su Lin nodded, but in his heart, he was still pondering Yi Wusheng's words. Su Chun. He is in Kyoto. He is in contact with certain people. What people? What do they want? He didn't know. But no matter what Su Chun intended to do, bring it on. I am on the 4th day, the semi-finals. At 9 in the morning at the Kyoto Sports Hall. The venue was particularly lively today, with every seat occupied, and even the aisles filled with spectators. The reason is simple. It's the semi-finals, with Longqing Battle Academy facing off against the first team from Modu Academy. Modu Academy's first team is ranked 2nd in the nation. Their lineup is nothing short of luxurious. 5 members, all possessing SS-level abilities, with the captain hailed as the light of Modu, an SS-level lightning genius named Lei Dong. On the other hand, Longqing Battle Academy has Su Lin. A battle between a divine level and an SS level is already at a finals level. The commentator is hyping the crowd. Dear audience friends, welcome to the semi-finals of the National Academy competition. Today's match is bound to be an explosive clash. Longqing Battle Academy's divine level team swept their opponents in 3 rounds in 30 seconds. Modu Academy's first team fully equipped. Who will advance to the finals? Let's wait and see. In the stands, various factions have gathered. In the box of the Kyoto Wang family, a girl in a pale yellow long dress is idly playing on her phone. Shiqing, stop playing on your phone, and the match is about to start, said a middle-aged man beside her. The girl didn't even look up. What's there to see? It's just a fight, isn't it? I watch it every day, or it's so boring. This girl is Wang Shiqing, the young lady of the Kyoto Wang family. 17 years old, level 10, with an SS-level telekinesis ability. But she never trained seriously, relying on her grandfather Wang Tiangang, who is level 84, to dominate Kyoto. Spoiled and unruly, she is famously known as a little demoness. Wang Tiangang, sitting beside her, shook his head helplessly at his granddaughter's demeanor. Today's match is different, he said. There's that Su Lin, a divine level awakener. Wang Shiqing finally looked up, pouting. Divine level. Is that just talk? I've seen the videos. Isn't it just about having thick blood? What's so impressive about that? Wang Tiangang laughed. Thick blood. Do you know how much blood he has? How much? 100 million. Wang Shiqing was taken aback for a moment, then continued to pout. So what? Thick blood doesn't kill. What's his attack power? 1,000. I could beat him. Wang Tiangang laughed heartily. With that little attack, you couldn't even scratch him in a year. Wang Shiqing snorted and fell silent, but her eyes darted towards the competition stage. On the stage, both sides had taken their positions. On Longqing Battle Academy's side, Su Lin stood at the front with Yin Han Bing Run and Lin Yu behind him. The 5 of them, dressed in black combat uniforms, wore blank expressions. On Modu Academy's first team, Captain Lei Dong stood at the front with silver hair and eyes sharp as lightning. Behind him stood 4 teammates, each exuding a powerful aura. Lei Dong looked at Su Lin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Lin, it's an honor to finally meet you. Su Lin looked at him, remaining silent. Lei Dong didn't mind, and continued, to sweep Tianqiong Academy in 30 seconds is impressive. But today you will lose. Yan Yan couldn't hold back. Lose? Are you dreaming? Lei Dong glanced at her, smiled, and said nothing. The referee raised his hand. Match rules. The match ends when one side is completely down or surrenders. Use of lethal weapons is prohibited. Prepare. Start. As soon as the words fell, Lei Dong raised both hands. Boom. Countless lightning bolts surged from his palms, forming an electric net that directly enveloped the 5 from Longqing Battle Academy. A range attack. Lei Dong's strategy was clear. Su Lin has thick blood and can't be hurt, but his teammates might not be so lucky. First, use a range attack to force them to scatter, then take them down one by one. But Su Lin didn't give him the chance. At the moment Lei Dong made his move, Su Lin stepped forward. One step, standing in front of everyone. The lightning struck him, crackling loudly. 200,000, 200,000, 200,000. Damage notifications jumped wildly. Su Lin stood still, unmoving. Lei Dong's pupils constricted. He knew Su Lin had thick blood, but he didn't expect it to be this thick. This lightning was his full-powered strike, capable of instantly killing any opponent of the same level, but for Su Lin it felt like a mere tickle. You can't hurt me, Su Lin said calmly. You are bound to lose. Lei Dong gritted his teeth and shouted to his 4 teammates behind him, follow the plan. Go around him and attack the backline. The 4 from Modu Academy immediately sprang into action. A girl with astonishing speed instantly vanished from her spot, reappearing behind Ing Ren in the next moment. A robust man glowing with golden light charged towards Yin Yan. A boy holding a staff began to chant, the temperature around him plummeting. The last girl wearing glasses emanated green light from her hands, ready to heal at any moment. Clear division of labor, seamless cooperation. But they overlooked one problem. Though Su Lin had thick blood, he wasn't a fool. At the moment the speedster girl disappeared, Su Lin took a step back. 1 step, right in front of Ing Ren. The girl thrust her knife. 220,000. Su Lin glanced down at the blade at his chest, then reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. The girl's expression changed as she tried to pull away to escape, but found her wrist firmly gripped, unable to move. Fast speed, Su Lin looked at her and said calmly, but if you can't hurt me, what's the use? The girl stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. On the other side, the robust man glowing with golden light charged towards Yin Yan, throwing a punch. Yin Yan didn't dodge at all and countered with a sword thrust. Bang! Both retreated a step aside. The robust man was stunned. His defense was said to be the strongest among peers, and with that punch most would be left severely injured, but this girl managed to withstand it. On Han Bing's side, he encountered the chanting boy. Frost against frost, the two fought fiercely. After Su Lin saved Ing Ren, he immediately vanished, reappearing behind the healing girl to stab her. The healing girl reacted quickly, instantly casting a shield on herself, but still lost half her health from the stab. Lin Yu stood behind Su Lin, her hands glowing, ready to heal at any moment, but no one could harm her. The battle reached a deadlock. But anyone with a keen eye could see that Longqing Battle Academy had an absolute advantage. Because of Su Lin, he single-handedly blocked the attacks of 3 opponents. The speedster girl was caught by his wrist, unable to move. The robust man tried to bypass him to attack Yin Yan, but was pulled back by the neck, as if he were a chick. The ice skills released by the chanting boy landed on him, without leaving even a mark. Lei Dong was anxious. He unleashed lightning frantically, one bolt after another, striking Su Lin. 200,000, 200,000, 200,000. Su Lin seemed unfeeling, allowing him to strike. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The spiritual energy within Lei Dong was nearly exhausted, but Su Lin still stood there. He finally stopped, bent over, gasping for air, looking up at Su Lin with a gaze full of unwillingness. What kind of monster are you? Su Lin looked at him and said calmly, are you done? Lei Dong's expression changed. Su Lin released the speedster girl and walked towards Lei Dong. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lei Dong wanted to run, but his legs had gone weak. Su Lin approached him, extending his hand to pat his shoulder. You are strong, he said, but you cannot hurt me. Lei Dong was stunned. Su Lin turned around and nodded to his teammates. Yin Yan smiled. It's our turn now. Flames burst forth. Frost pierced through. Shadow struck. The 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. 30 seconds later, all 5 from Modu Academy lay defeated. The commentator's voice became excited. They won. Longqing Battle Academy wins. For consecutive victories. Advancing to the finals. The crowd erupted in cheers. Su Lin stood in the center of the competition stage, glancing down at his chest. His clothes were charred black from the lightning, but his skin wasn't even red. He raised his head and looked towards a certain spot in the stands. There in the Wang family box, a girl in a pale yellow long dress leaned over the railing, her eyes wide and unblinking, staring at him. Su Lin paused for a moment, withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave the competition stage. Wang Shiqing stared at the figure disappearing into the corridor, and it took her a while to regain her senses. Grandpa, she said softly, is it really 100 million blood? Wang Tiangang laughed. So now you believe? Wang Shiqing said nothing, but her eyes were still fixed in that direction. She recalled the earlier scene, Lei Dong desperately unleashing lightning, illuminating the entire competition stage, while Su Lin stood there unmoving, not even furrowing his brow, as if the lightning was merely scratching him. Interesting, she murmured softly. Wang Tiangang looked at his granddaughter with a stirring heart. Shiqing, do you want to meet him? Wang Shiqing was taken aback, then snorted. Who wants to meet him? Isn't it just thick blood? What's so impressive about that? But the light in her eyes betrayed her. Wang Tiangang laughed heartily. All right, you don't want to meet him. Are you going to the celebration banquet tonight? Wang Shiqing thought for a moment and quietly said, I'll go. I might as well, since I have nothing else to do. Wang Tiangang smiled without saying a word. After the match, the five returned to the resting area. Lei Jin approached with a big smile. Good. You did great. You guys knocked out Modu Academy's first team. The finals are secured. Old Zhang was also there, patting Su Lin on the shoulder, grinning widely. Su Lin nodded, but was still thinking about the girl in the pale yellow dress. Who was she? Why was she staring at him? At 7 in the evening, the celebration banquet. At the Kyoto Grand Hotel, still in that top-floor banquet hall. But the atmosphere today was even more enthusiastic than in previous days. Because Longqing Battle Academy had made it to the finals. Because Su Lin was still here. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a crowd. Su Lin. You fought brilliantly today. Su Lin, I am the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Here is my business card. Su Lin, my daughter. Su Lin handled the attention one by one, his face showing little emotion. Yin Yin and the others squeezed in beside him, helping to block the crowd. Lin Yu stood quietly behind him, munching on snacks. Suddenly the crowd parted to make way. Su Lin looked up to see a girl in a pale yellow long dress walking toward 17 or 18 years old, exquisitely beautiful, with her chin slightly raised, her eyes revealing a mix of scrutiny, curiosity, and something indescribable. Behind her was Wang Tiangang. Wang Tiangang smiled and said, Su Lin, this is my granddaughter Wang Shiqing. She wants to meet you. Wang Shiqing approached Su Lin, appraising him from head to toe. You are Su Lin? She asked, her voice clear-laced with a hint of arrogance. Su Lin nodded yes. Wang Shiqing pouted. You don't look that impressive, not as tall as my brother, nor as... Su Lin remained silent. Yin Yin couldn't help but interject. Hey, who are you? How can you talk like that? Wang Shiqing glanced at her and snorted. I am Wang Shiqing, the young lady of the Kyoto Wang family. What's the problem? Yin Yin was left speechless. The Wang family is one of the 5 great families, stronger than the Su family. Su Lin calmly replied, no problem. Wang Shiqing stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. You are interesting. I say this to you, and Su Lin thought for a moment, and said, you are speaking the truth. I indeed am not very tall, and not particularly good-looking. Wang Shiqing was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are too funny. She laughed so hard she could barely catch her breath, and tears were nearly streaming down her face. The people around looked at each other, confused about what this young lady was laughing about. Wang Tiangang shook his head helplessly. Shiqing, stop messing around. After Wang Shiqing had her fill of laughter, she wiped her eyes and looked at Su Lin, her eyes sparkling. Hey Su Lin, who are you going to face in the finals tomorrow? Su Lin said, the first team from Kyoto Academy. Wang Shiqing nodded. Kyoto Academy, huh? Their captain is my cousin named Qin Hao with SS-level abilities, a dual attribute of space and lightning, very strong. Su Lin looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Wang Shiqing blinked. But don't worry, I will cheer for you. After saying that, she turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Don't lose tomorrow. Oh, it won't be fun if you do. Wang Tiangang nodded at Su Lin and followed her out. Yan Yin looked at the retreating figure and murmured, is this girl out of her mind? Han Bing also muttered, the young lady of the Wang family truly lives up to her reputation, spoiled and unruly. Ying Rin rarely spoke, but her grandfather is Wang Tiangang, level 84. Not someone to offend. Su Lin remained silent. He watched the pale yellow figure disappear into the crowd, feeling a bit puzzled. What was Wang Shiqing really here for? Just to say those few words? He didn't know, but he knew that in tomorrow's finals he could not lose. Too many people. The banquet continued. Surrounded by a crowd again, Su Lin managed to extricate himself after a long while. He walked to a corner, holding a glass of orange juice, observing the scenes in the banquet hall. Suddenly he spotted a familiar figure. Yi Wuxiang. The delicate-looking youth was standing alone by the window, gazing at the night scene outside. Su Lin thought for a moment and walked over. Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang turned his head, saw him, and nodded slightly. Su Lin. They stood side by side at the window. After a few seconds of silence, Su Lin asked, earlier you said Su Chun is in contact with some people. Can you tell me who they are? Yi Wuxiang was silent for a moment, then said, people from the Modu Yi family. Su Lin was taken aback. The Modu Yi family, the family of Yi Wuxiang, one of the 5 great powers. Yi Wuxiang continued, my father Yi Wuxiang recently received a confidential report. Someone is planning to attack you outside of Tianqiong City. Su Lin's eyes narrowed. Yi Wuxiang looked at him. I don't know specifically who it is, but I can tell you that this person has met Su Chun. Su Lin remained silent for a long time. Then he said, thank you. Yi Wuxiang shook his head, no need to thank me. I just can't stand some people using such despicable means. He paused, and added, be careful after the finals. It may not be safe once you leave Kyoto. Yi Wuxiang turned and left. Su Lin stood by the window, gazing at the night scene outside. The night view of Kyoto was beautiful, dazzling with lights. But inside him it felt somewhat cold. Su Chun, you still won't give up. Come on. He'll be waiting. The following day marked the finals. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Beijing gymnasium was packed. Every aisle overflowed with spectators. National live broadcast cameras focused intently on the competition stage, while an exuberant commentator warmed up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the National Academy Tournament. Longqing War Academy versus Beijing Academy Team 1. Divine Tier versus Dual Attribute SSS-tier. Who will claim the championship? Only time will tell. In the VIP box reserved for the Wang family, Wang Shiqing wore a striking crimson gown that drew every eye. She leaned over the railing, her gaze unwavering fixed upon the competition stage. Grandfather, who do you think will win? She asked. Wang Tiangang chuckled. Whom do you hope wins? Wang Shiqing paused thoughtfully before replying. Su Lin. If he loses, it simply won't be fun anymore. Wang Tiangang burst into hearty laughter. In another box across the arena sat the Su family, Su Jintian and his kin. Today being the final, their attendance was unavoidable, yet they occupied the most secluded, least conspicuous box in the entire venue. Lin Wanqing's face was pale. Su Yao and Su Lin kept their heads lowered. Little Su Xiao stole glances at the competition stage. Su Jintian sat farthest inside the box, expressionless, but his fingers gripping the armrests were bone white at the knuckles. On the stage, both teams took their positions. At Longqing War Academy's side, Su Lin stood foremost, flanked behind him by Yin Hanbing, Ren, and Lin Yu. Opposite them, Beijing Academy Team 1 lined up, with team captain Qin Hao leading the formation, a young man of about 20, handsome and sharp-eyed. Four formidable teammates stood behind him. Qin Hao regarded Su Lin and curved his lips into a faint smile. Su Lin, I've long heard your name. Su Lin remained silent. Qin Hao continued, my cousin Wang Shiqing. She visited you yesterday. Su Lin nodded. Qin Hao smiled again. She's headstrong and capricious. Did she cause you any trouble? Su Lin shook his head. Qin Hao's gaze grew earnest. But let me tell you this. Even as a divine tier cultivator, you will lose today. Because I possess this. He raised his palm where two radiant spheres shimmered. One silver-white pulsing with spatial energy, the other violet-blue crackling with lightning. Dual Attribute SSS-tier ability. The Spatial Lightning Sovereign. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The commentator shouted, electrified dual attribute. Qin Hao's dual attribute ability has awakened. Kept secret until now, unveiled at last. Yan Yan's expression darkened. Dual attribute. This is serious. Han Bing's brow furrowed deeply. Spatial plus lightning. The most perilous combination imaginable. For once, Ing Ren's usual lethargy vanished, his eyes sharpened like blades. If he combines spatial teleportation with lightning strikes, we'll struggle to defend. Lin Yu whispered Su Lin, what do we do? Su Lin gazed at Qin Hao, silent for several heartbeats, then said calmly, stand behind me. Yin hesitated. But Su Lin cut her off. Behind me. Without another word, the four stepped into place behind him. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The moment the word left his lips, Qin Hao vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Su Lin, his hand coalescing a searing bolt of lightning aimed straight at Lin Yu. Spatial teleportation fused with lightning assault, twice as swift as yesterday's spatial tier competitor. Yet Su Lin was faster still. The instant Qin Hao disappeared, Su Lin stepped back, just one measured pace. One step, precisely interposing himself before Lin Yu. The lightning sphere struck Su Lin squarely in the chest. 5,000,000 damage. He recoiled a single step, then stood firm. Qin Hao's pupils contracted sharply. That blow, 5,000 damage, would instantly obliterate any peer-level opponent. Yet this man merely staggered back one step. Su Lin met his gaze, voice calm and unshaken. You cannot harm me. Qin Hao clenched his teeth and vanished again. This time he reappeared behind Su Lin and struck once more. 5,000,000. Su Lin stepped back again. Qin Hao vanished anew. Reappeared. Struck again. 5,000,000. 5,000,000. 5,000,000. Over a dozen attacks, Su Lin retreated a dozen steps, yet never yielded an inch from his position, shielding Lin Yu. Finally Qin Hao halted, breathing hard, staring at Su Lin, eyes burning with raw, unrelenting frustration. You, how much HP do you even have? Su Lin looked at him, serene and unmoved. 100 million. Qin Hao froze. 100 million. A wry, hollow smile touched Qin Hao's lips as he lowered his hands. I concede. For one breathless second the arena fell utterly silent. Then, boom. The entire stadium exploded. He conceded. Qin Hao actually conceded. Even dual attribute couldn't break him. How is anyone supposed to fight that? Divine tier. That's what divine tier truly means. The commentator's voice cracked with exhilaration. Qin Hao concedes. Longqing War Academy claims victory. Su Lin leads his team to the championship. Yin Hanbing and Ing Ren rushed forward, throwing their arms around Su Lin. We won. We actually won. Champions. We're champions. Lin Yu stood nearby, her rare smile soft and subtle, yet undeniably real. Enveloped in their embrace, Su Lin wore no outward expression, but warmth stirred quietly within him. He lifted his gaze toward the stands, where the girl in the crimson gown waved wildly, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. In the distant corner, the Su family's box stood empty. Su Jintian and his kin had already departed. Su Lin lowered his eyes. Victory. Championship. Yet the road ahead stretched long and uncharted. Su Qin's matter remained unresolved. Gazing into the distance, Su Lin's eyes hardened with resolve. Whatever you intend, come forth. The podium was set in the center of the competition stage. Sunlight poured down from the dome of the gymnasium, illuminating the golden trophy and reflecting dazzling rays of light. Su Lin stood at the front of the team. Behind him were Yin Hanbing, Run, and Lin Yu. 5 people dressed in black combat uniforms stood in a row. The deafening cheers surrounded them, the venue filled with 50,000 people, at this moment resembling a boiling pot. Longqing Battle Academy. Longqing Battle Academy. Longqing Battle Academy. The shouts surged higher and higher. The announcer's voice echoed through the speakers. Now let us invite the award presenters. The president of the Awakeners Association, Mr. Chen Jiuzhou. The head of the Wang family from Kyoto, Mr. Wang Tiangang. The military representative, General Zhao Shanha. 3 figures rose from the VIP seats and walked toward the podium. Chen Jiuzhou walked at the front with white hair, but a steady gait. He wore a deep gray robe today, with an 85-level badge shining in the sunlight. Wang Tiangang followed behind him dressed in a black tang suit, smiling as he waved to the audience, causing a wave of screams from the Wang family area. Zhao Shanha brought up the rear, his military uniform, sharp, his steps resonant. He wore a neutral expression, but when his gaze swept over Su Lin, he gave a slight nod. The 3 men stepped onto the podium. Chen Jiuzhou picked up the golden trophy, examined it briefly, then handed it to Su Lin. Congratulations, Su Lin. Su Lin took the trophy with both hands. It was heavy and slightly cold. He gazed at the trophy, feeling little emotion, yet it seemed something within him was stirring. 18 years. For the first time he held something that belonged to him. Not something given by the Su family, nor something conceded by others. It was earned by his own efforts. Thank you, President Chen, he said. Chen Jiuzhou smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Wang Tiangang stepped forward holding 5 gold medals. The medals were small but exquisitely crafted, the front engraved with the words, National Academy Grand Championship, and the back bore the emblem of Longqing Battle Academy. He first placed one around Su Lin's neck, then proceeded to Yin Hanbing, Run, and Lin Yu. When he reached Lin Yu, Wang Tiangang glanced at her and said with a smile, Little girl, your healing is very steady. Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, Thank you, Head Wang. Wang Tiangang burst into hearty laughter and continued on. Zhao Shanha then stepped forward holding an envelope. He stood in front of Su Lin and handed it over. A small token from the military. This is from Senior Zhang Tianqiong, who asked me to pass it to you. He said this is just the beginning. Su Lin accepted the envelope without opening it, merely nodding. Thank you, General Zhao. Zhao Shanha looked at him, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Kid, train well. The road ahead is still long. With that he turned and left decisively. The award ceremony concluded, and the 5 of them raised the trophy for photographers. The flashes formed a dazzling array, blinding to the eyes. Yin smiled so widely she could barely close her mouth, waving like a star. Hanbing stood beside her, also smiling, though a bit foolishly, resembling a simpleton from a landlord's family. Ingren unusually did not yawn, standing there with the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Though he tried to appear indifferent, the light in his eyes betrayed him. Lin Yu stood at the edge, lowering her head, trying to avoid the cameras, but the reporters would not let her go, repeatedly calling out, Lin Yu, look this way. Look this way. She had no choice but to lift her head, forcing a smile, then quickly lowered it again. Su Lin stood in the center holding the trophy, his expression neutral. The reporters shouted, Su Lin, give us a smile. He did not smile. The reporters shouted again, Su Lin, say a few words. He thought for a moment and said thank you. Then he fell silent. The reporters exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. After the photos were taken, the 5 of them stepped down from the podium. As soon as they did, they were surrounded by a crowd. Representatives from various academies, envoys from prominent families, and managers from various business associations swarmed forward. Su Lin, congratulations. This is our academy's invitation. You can come here next year as a visiting student. Su Lin, this is our business association's black gold card. You can use it for a 30% discount on future purchases. Su Lin was surrounded, responding expressionlessly. Yin and the others were also surrounded, but fewer people asked them, mostly inquiring about Su Lin. Yin, what does Su Lin like to eat? Hanbing, does Su Lin have a girlfriend? Ingren, does Su Lin find? Yin grew annoyed from the questioning, rolling his eyes. Why are you asking me? Go ask him. The crowd chuckled awkwardly. He doesn't talk much. Yin was speechless. Lin Yu's side was quieter, with only a few people asking her about healing, then leaving. She didn't mind, quietly standing outside the crowd watching Su Lin, who was encircled. Suddenly the crowd parted, creating a path. A girl in a light yellow long dress swaggered in. Wang Shiqing. She walked up to Su Lin, looked up at him, and said, Hey Su Lin, congratulations. Su Lin looked at her and nodded, thank you. Wang Shiqing blinked. Did you hear me cheering for you earlier? Su Lin thought for a moment and answered honestly, I didn't hear you. Wang Shiqing's expression stiffened, then she huffed, you are really no fun. Yet she did not leave, instead leaning closer and saying softly, "Hey, there's a celebration banquet tonight. Are you coming?" Su Lin replied, "I will come." Wang Shiking's eyes brightened, "Then I will go too." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving behind a remark, "Don't avoid me, I want to sit next to you." Those around them exchanged glances. Yan Yan leaned over and whispered, "What does the young lady from the Wang family mean by that?" Han Bing murmured, "Is she interested in you?" Ingren rarely spoke, saying, "Don't guess about others' matters, it's none of our business." Su Lin remained silent. He watched the light yellow figure disappear into the crowd, feeling a bit puzzled. What does this girl really want? But he didn't think much about it, as another group of people surrounded him. At 3 in the afternoon, the award ceremony concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The 5 of them returned to the accommodation area. As soon as they entered, they were stopped by Lei Zhan and Old Zhang. Old Zhang couldn't stop smiling. "Great. Well done, champion. How many years has our Longqing Battle Academy not won a championship?" Lei Zhan added, "The last time was 13 years ago. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "That doesn't matter. What matters is we won this year. And it's a clean sweep. 30 seconds per match. Let those who look down on us take a good look." Su Lin stood there listening to them talk, feeling little emotion. Yan Yan couldn't help but ask, "Director Zhang, what about the other 2 groups?" Old Zhang's smile faltered for a moment, then he sighed. "The group from level 11-20 lost to the second team of the Magic City Academy, and then lost to Jiangnan Academy. They are currently in a ranking match. The group from level 21-30 is worse off, having lost 3 matches in a row, and is at the bottom." Lei Zhan's expression was also grim. "The instructors of those 2 groups will face criticism when they return." Han Bing whispered, "Doesn't that mean our group has become the only highlight?" Old Zhang nodded. "Exactly, so tonight's celebration banquet U5 will be the stars." Ingren rarely asked, "Where will it be held?" Old Zhang replied, "Kyoto Grand Hotel, the same top-floor banquet hall. It starts at 7, don't be late." At 7 in the evening, Kyoto Grand Hotel. Tonight's banquet hall was even livelier than the previous days. Because the championship had been decided. Because Su Lin had arrived. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a crowd. There were even more people than during the day, and they were even more enthusiastic. "Su Lin, congratulations. This is a gift from our Yi family." "Su Lin, this is a congratulatory gift from our business association." "Su Lin, this is a snack I made myself, please try it." Su Lin was surrounded, responding expressionlessly. Yan Yan and the others were also surrounded, but even more people asked them. Questions that were not asked during the day continued into the night. "Yan Yan, what does Su Lin really like to eat?" Han Bing, what color does Su Lin like? Ingren, what does Su Lin do during his rest time? Yan Yan was about to go crazy. "Can you all stop asking? I'm not his mom." The crowd chuckled awkwardly. "But you know him well, right?" Han Bing was also close to breaking down. "He likes black. Is that okay? Just stop asking." Ingren lazily said, "He sleeps during his rest time." "Alright, everyone disperse now." But no one left, instead crowding, and even tighter. On Lin Yu's side, there were more people today. Several girls surrounded her, chattering, "Lin Yu, how do you heal? Can you teach us?" Lin Yu lowered her head and softly replied, "I just treat like this." The girls exchanged glances and continued asking, "Are you familiar with Su Lin? Does he treat you well?" Lin Yu thought for a moment, and said, "He's pretty good." "In what way?" Lin Yu thought again, and said, "He has protected me from attacks." The girl's eyes lit up, wanting to ask more, but Lin Yu had already lowered her head and stopped speaking. On the other side of the banquet hall, Wang Shiqing sat at a table, bored out of her mind, playing with her phone. Beside her sat Wang Tiangong, chatting with several old friends. "Old Wang, why is your granddaughter so quiet today?" an elderly man asked with a smile. Wang Tiangong glanced at Wang Shiqing and replied with a smile, "She's waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone? Who?" Wang Shiqing lifted her head and shot a glare at the old man. "What does it have to do with you?" The old man laughed heartily, not offended. Wang Shiqing huffed, continuing to play with her phone, though her eyes occasionally darted toward the entrance. Finally, she saw the familiar figure squeeze out from the crowd and walk toward the corner. She immediately stood up and walked over. "Hey, Su Lin." Su Lin turned around, saw her, and nodded. "Miss Wang." Shiqing pouted, "Call me Shiqing. You just Miss Wang feels too distant." Su Lin remained silent. Wang Shiqing didn't mind pulling him along as she walked. "Come with me, I want to show you something." Su Lin was led by her through the crowd to a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the night view of Kyoto. Thousands of lights twinkled with cars flowing like a river. Wang Shiqing pointed outside and said, "Isn't it beautiful? This was my favorite place when I was little. I would come here to look at the night view whenever I was unhappy." Su Lin gazed outside without speaking. Wang Shiqing turned to look at him, suddenly asking, "Hey Su Lin, were you unhappy in the past?" Su Lin was taken aback. Wang Shiqing blinked. "I heard about your family situation." Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "It's all in the past." Wang Shiqing looked at him, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. "You know, I used to think my family was awful. My grandfather forced me to train every day, my dad scolded me for not being ambitious, and my brother compared me to others all the time. I was fed up and argued with them daily. She paused then continued, but later I realized they may be annoying, but at least they genuinely care about me. Unlike those in your family. Su Lin remained silent. Wang Shiqing looked at him suddenly smiling. But you are more successful than I am. You escaped and became a god tier. I escaped and I'd probably be caught back in 3 days. Su Lin's lips curled slightly though faintly. Wang Shiqing's eyes lit up. Did you smile? Did I actually make you laugh? Su Lin retracted his smile and restored his neutral expression. Wang Shiqing didn't mind continuing to talk to herself. Hey Su Lin, let's be friends. I'm so bored in Kyoto just training all day with no one to talk to. Su Lin looked at her silent for a few seconds then nodded. Wang Shiqing was delighted extending her hand. Pinky promise. Su Lin looked at her hand, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and linked pinkies with her. Wang Shiqing beamed like a flower. Alright, you are my friend now. If anyone bullies you in Kyoto, just mention my name. Su Lin looked at her feeling a bit strange. This girl, though willful and unruly somehow, was not unpleasant. In the distance, Yan Yan and the others were surrounded by a crowd looking distressed. Yan Yan saw Su Lin and Wang Shiqing talking by the window and murmured, this guy knows how to find peace. Han Bing also noticed, clicking his tongue, does the young lady from the Wang family really like him? Ingren lazily replied, stop guessing, it's none of our business what others do. Lin Yu stood nearby watching the two figures by the window, her gaze somewhat complex, but she quickly lowered her head again. The banquet continued. People kept coming over to talk to Su Lin, handing out business cards and trying to curry favor. Su Lin dealt with them one by one, but was starting to feel exhausted. Wang Shiqing sat beside him the whole time, helping to fend off the crowd. Alright, stop crowding him, I'll let him take a break. She waved her hand, shooing them away like flies. Though the crowd was reluctant, who would dare offend the young lady of the Wang family? They could only disperse awkwardly. Yan Yan finally squeezed over, plopping down beside Su Lin with a sigh. Damn, that was exhausting. Han Bing also squeezed over, wiping sweat from his brow. These reporters are too scary. Ingren strolled over, unusually not yawning lazily, saying, you'll get used to it. Lin Yu came over and quietly sat down. The 5 of them along with Wang Shiqing formed a table. Wang Shiqing looked at the 4 of them and blinked. So you are Su Lin's teammates? Yan Yan nodded. Yes, I am Yan Yan. Han Bing said Han Bing. Ingren added, Ingrun. Lin Yu quietly said Lin Yu. Wang Shiqing looked them over one by one then nodded. Not bad, you all seem reliable. From now on in Kyoto mention my name, and no one will dare bully you. Yan Yan was taken aback for a moment then laughed. Miss Wang, are you planning to protect us? Wang Shiqing raised her chin. What? Is that a problem? Yan Yan laughed heartily. Alright, we'll rely on you from now on, Miss Wang. Han Bing also laughed. Yes, Miss Wang is formidable. Ingren managed a rare smile, albeit faint. Lin Yu couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of her mouth. Su Lin looked at them, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the first time he had friends. True friends. As the banquet was nearing its end, Wang Shiqing suddenly leaned closer to Su Lin and whispered, Hey Su Lin, I heard someone is inquiring about you. Su Lin's expression tightened. Wang Shiqing lowered her voice. I don't know who exactly it is, but my grandfather said those people aren't from Kyoto. Be careful. Su Lin looked at her, remaining silent for a few seconds then nodded. Thank you. Wang Shiqing blinked. No need to thank me, we are friends after all. She stood up, stretching lazily. Alright, I should head back, or my grandfather will scold me. She took a few steps then turned back, waving at Su Lin. Hey Su Lin, remember to find me when you come to Kyoto. Su Lin nodded. Wang Shiqing smiled and ran off. Yan Yan leaned over, whispering, this young lady from the Wang family isn't bad. Han Bing nodded. Although she's a bit willful, she's quite sincere. Lin Yu said nothing, but as she watched the departing figure, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stood up. Let's go, time to rest. The 5 of them walked out of the banquet hall, the outside corridor quiet. At the end of the corridor stood a figure, dressed in black with an androgynous appearance and sharp eyes. Yi Wushang. Su Lin walked over. Yi Wushang looked at him and said, congratulations. Su Lin nodded, thank you. Yi Wushang was silent for a few seconds then said, I found out about those people. They are from the Yi family in the Magic City, but not from the main family. They are a branch bought off by someone. The one who bought them is Su Chun. Su Lin remained silent. Yi Wushang looked at him, his gaze complex. Su Chun intends to act against you on your way back to launching Battle Academy. He has recruited 20 people, all above level 40 assassins. The leader is level 50, with an assassination type ability specifically taking on such jobs. Su Lin remained silent for a long time. Then he said, thank you for telling me. Yi Wushang shook his head. No need to thank me. I just don't want to see the first god-tier Awakener perish through such vile means. He paused then added, what do you plan to do? Su Lin did not answer. He simply gazed out the window at the night, his eyes calm, still as stagnant water. After a long silence, he finally spoke. How many of them are there? 20, Yi Wushang replied. Ranging from level 40 to level 50. Their leader is called Shadow Serpent. Level 50, an assassination class ability user renowned across the mercenary underworld. He has never missed a target, and no one he marks has ever survived. Su Lin nodded, saying nothing. Yi Wuxiang studied him, unable to suppress his question, "Aren't you afraid?" Su Lin turned to look at him, and countered, "Afraid of what?" Yi Wuxiang faltered for a moment. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, and said coolly, "At level 50. How much damage can a single punch deal?" Yi Wuxiang paused and thought. A barebones level 50 attack deals 1 million damage. Factoring in abilities, gear, and passives, a single strike easily exceeds 5 million. Su Lin nodded. 5 million. He possessed 1 trillion hit points. 5 million meant 20,000 blows. Even standing still, letting them strike unimpeded, it would take half a day to land that many hits. And yet, he would never stand still. Yi Wuxiang watched him, his expression layered with complexity. "So what do you plan to do?" he asked again. "Just let them kill you." Su Lin considered it, then said no. "Then what will you do?" Su Lin met his gaze serene and unwavering. "Inform the authorities." Yi Wuxiang blinked. "Inform the authorities?" Su Lin nodded. "I am now a divine tier awakened, one who just claimed the national championship. The Awakened Association, the military, and Longqing War Academy all have their eyes fixed on me. If someone attempts my life, they will not stand idle." Yi Wuxiang fell silent for several seconds, then laughed. "Clever. Though your 100 million hit points at level 10 are astonishing, against level 40 or 50 opponents you'd fall in 2 strikes. He turned and walked away, tossing over his shoulder, "I'll stay out of this. Take care of yourself." Su Lin watched Yi Wuxiang's silhouette vanish down the corridor before turning back toward his room. Once inside, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Jiuzhou directly. The call connected after 2 rings. "Su Lin." Chen Jiuzhou's voice held mild surprise. "So late, anything urgent?" Su Lin cut straight to the point, "Someone intends to kill me." A beat of silence followed on the line. Then Chen Jiuzhou's tone shifted, lower, grave, commanding. "How many?" "Hired by Su Chun. 20 assassins, levels 40 to 50. Their leader is Shadow Serpent, level 50. They plan to strike en route back to Longqing War Academy." Chen Jiuzhou remained silent for several seconds. Then he asked, "Are you certain?" "Certain." Chen Jiuzhou paused again. "Is your source reliable?" Su Lin replied, "Yi Wuxiang, the young master of the Shanghai Yi clan, told me. He says he confirmed it." Chen Jiuzhou fell silent once more, this time longer, heavier. Then his voice returned, edged with cold steel. "Su Chun, what audacity." Su Lin said nothing. Chen Jiuzhou asked, "Where are you right now?" "In the dormitory, inside my room." "Don't leave." "I'll dispatch personnel immediately," Chen Jiuzhou continued. "Stay in your room tonight. Go nowhere." "Understood," Su Lin replied. After hanging up, he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Within 10 minutes, footsteps approached outside the door. A knock sounded. Su Lin opened the door. 4 figures stood in the hallway, led by a middle-aged man in his 50s, his aura deep and restrained. A level 70 insignia gleamed on his chest. He gave Su Lin a respectful nod. "Mr. Su Lin, we're from the Awakened Association. Director Chen sent us to protect you. We'll guard your door tonight. Rest assured." Su Lin said thank you. He closed the door and returned to bed. Outside, the night pressed down, dense and profound. "Su Chun, you truly refuse to let go." 20 assassins, levels 40 to 50. Their leader, a level 50 master of shadowed killing. This was no small move. Yet you miscalculated one crucial thing. I am no longer the powerless wretch you once tormented. The next morning, Su Lin awoke to a firm knock at his door. He opened it to find Chen Jiuzhou standing there, with several others behind him. "Awake," Chen Jiuzhou said. "Let's have breakfast, talk while we eat." Su Lin followed them to the cafeteria. Few students were present. Chen Jiuzhou chose a secluded corner and gestured for Su Lin to sit opposite him. "We verified the intelligence you provided," Chen Jiuzhou began without preamble. "A group of assassins has infiltrated the capital, and their target is you. Their leader is indeed Shadow Serpent, level 50, ranked among the elite within the mercenary world." Su Lin nodded silent. Chen Jiuzhou studied him, his gaze holding quiet admiration. "You're impressive, boy. You reported immediately, no reckless bravado. Too many youths intoxicated by early power believe themselves invincible, only to die unaware of how or why." Su Lin said, "I cannot defeat a level 50 opponent." Chen Jiuzhou smiled. "With 100 million hit points, you're untouchable to level 20 or 30 foes. But level 40 or 50 strikes deal millions per blow. You'd crumble in mere strikes." Su Lin nodded. Though his true vitality was 1 trillion, not the publicly declared 100 million, level 40 and 50 adversaries represented comprehensive superiority. Even attrition would grind him down. Chen Jiuzhou continued, "Leave this matter to us. The association and the military have joined forces. By days, and not a single assassin will escape." He paused, his eyes sharpening like drawn blades. As for Su Chun, he left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung unmistakable. Su Lin met his gaze. "Will you move against him?" Chen Jiuzhou hesitated, then shook his head. "It's difficult. He is the adopted son of Su Jintian. The Su clan's affairs lie beyond our direct jurisdiction. Unless irrefutable evidence proves his command, we cannot act." Su Lin remained silent. Chen Zhuozhou sighed watching him. Son, I know your hatred runs deep, but some things cannot be rushed. You are now a divine tier awakened, the nation's brightest hope. Train well. When your strength reaches the point where even Su Jintian dares not raise a hand against you, you may settle every score at your will. Su Lin nodded. He knew Chen Zhuozhou spoke truth. It could not be rushed. But Su Chun, this man would be dealt with. Not now, but inevitably one day. After breakfast, Su Lin returned to his room. No sooner had he stepped inside than his phone rang. It was Wang Shiqing. Hey Su Lin. Her voice bright and clear filled the line. I heard someone's trying to kill you. Su Lin paused. How did you hear? Wang Shiqing huffed. My grandfather told me. He said the Awakener Association and the military launched operations at dawn, arresting numerous suspects. He said they were after you. Su Lin said nothing. Wang Shiqing continued. Where are you now? Are you safe? Want to hide at my place? It's perfectly secure. My 85-year-old grandfather stands guard. No one dares approach. A faint smile lifted Su Lin's lips. No need. I'm under protection. Wang Shiqing made a soft, disappointed sound, then instantly rebounded. Be careful, okay? Call me if you need anything. I'll have my grandfather step in. One slap, and those thugs vanish. Thank you, Su Lin said. Wang Shiqing laughed. What thanks? We're friends, aren't we? All right, I'll let you go. After hanging up, Su Lin stared at his phone, warmth blooming quietly in his chest. This girl, she was rather intriguing. At noon, Chen Zhuozhou returned. It's settled, he said relaxed. 18 captured, 2 escaped. Shadow Serpent himself is in custody, undergoing interrogation. Su Lin blinked. 2 escaped. Chen Zhuozhou waved a dismissive hand. They won't get far. The military's already on their trail. You needn't worry, they pose no threat. Su Lin nodded. Chen Zhuozhou studied him, then added hesitantly, regarding Su Chun. We cannot act against him, for now. But if Shadow Serpent breaks and names him, everything changes. Will he break? Su Lin asked. Chen Zhuozhou smiled faintly. Assassins abide by codes. Normally they never betray employers. But Shadow Serpent is in our hands. And we possess many ways to loosen his tongue. Su Lin said nothing. Chen Zhuozhou clapped his shoulder. Rest well. Tomorrow you return to Longqing War Academy, escorted personally by military detail. Your safety is guaranteed. The next morning Su Lin and 4 others prepared to depart. At the capital airport, a massive military-marked aircraft awaited them. Zhao Shanha stood beside it, and nodded gravely as Su Lin's group approached. Su Lin, I'll escort you myself this entire journey. Yan Yan's eyes widened. General Zhao personally. This level of honor is extraordinary. Zhao Shanha replied calmly, a divine tier awakened deserves no less. The 5 boarded. The hatch sealed. The craft rose smoothly, heading north toward Longqing War Academy. Through the window, Su Lin watched the capital shrink beneath him. This trip to the capital had borne great fruit. He had claimed the championship, earned renown, forged friendships. Yet one stark truth remained. Su Chen still lingered, like a venomous serpent coiled in darkness, waiting to strike. But it no longer mattered. He now wielded strength, wielded patronage, wielded loyalty. If Su Chen sought to bite, first he'd have to ask them for permission. The aircraft pierced the cloud layer, flying steadily northward. Su Lin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. Ahead stretched a long road, still untraveled. The Tower of Ascension demanded each floor be scaled, step by deliberate step. His cultivation level required ascent, level by discipline level. For now Su Chen could wait. When his strength reached the point where he could erase Su Jintian with a single palm strike, every debt would be reckoned. Sunlight bathed the cabin in gold. Far ahead, the distant silhouette of Longqing War Academy emerged, faint yet unmistakable, on the horizon. The aircraft landed in the square of the Longqing Battle Academy. The cabin door opened, and Su Lin and his 4 companions stepped down. The square was already filled with people. There were instructors, students, and quite a few logistics personnel. As they descended, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Champion! 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 Yan Yan smiled broadly, waving his hand vigorously. Han Bing also grinned, foolishly high-fiving the person next to him. Ingren rarely yawned, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yu lowered her head, but her ears were a bit red. Su Lin stood at the front with little expression on his face, but warmth filled his heart. Lei Jun strode over and slapped Su Lin on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Good lad. You've really brought back the championship. Old Zhang also arrived, grinning broadly. Tonight, there will be a celebratory banquet for the whole academy, and you 5 will be the stars. Su Lin nodded. Thank you, Dean. In the crowd, the elite class students gathered around. Su Lin, you were amazing. You defeated the Kyoto Academy in 30 seconds. Yin Yin, your fire explosion was so cool. Han Bing, the Frost Piercer, was absolutely fantastic. Ingren, your stealth to cut behind the lines scared me while I was watching the live stream. Lin Yue, your healing was incredibly steady. The 5 were surrounded and made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, Su Lin noticed that everyone from the elite class wore a badge indicating level 10. Everyone had reached level 10. They hadn't been idle for more than a month. Every Sunday at the Tongtian Tower the elite class cleared the levels, and now they were all at level 10. By the way, Yin suddenly said, since we're all level 10, now shouldn't we consider the passive skill? Han Bing slapped his forehead, right? I almost forgot that at level 10, we can choose passive skills. Rin rarely spoke. Tomorrow is the open day for the Tongtian Tower. We need to finalize our passive skill. Lin Yu whispered. I heard the passive skill trial is very difficult, and only one person can enter at a time. Lei Xin chimed in, that's right. The passive trial gives each person one chance to choose a different passive skill and enter different trial scenarios. The difficulty can be chosen from normal to hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the passive skill obtained. He paused, scanning the crowd. You all should study this well tonight. Starting tomorrow, each of you will go into the trial one by one. Remember, there's only one chance. If you fail, it's gone. Choose wisely. After saying this, he walked away. In the cafeteria, more than 30 elite class students gathered together, discussing animatedly. What passive skill are you thinking of choosing? I'm definitely going for attack. I'm an attack type esper, so boosting attack is the best choice. I'm choosing critical hit. My esper has a high critical rate, and adding critical damage will be great. I'm going for health in the tank, and having more health is the way to go. A group of people huddled together, discussing heatedly. Su Lin found a corner to sit down with his tray. After just a couple of bites, Yin squeezed over with his plate and plopped down next to him. Su Lin, have you decided what passive skill to choose? Han Bing also leaned over, eyes sparkling. Yes, tell us, let us reference it. Rin, rarely not yawning, lazily leaned back in his chair. What will he choose? It must be health, right? With 1 billion health plus an extra 10,000, his esper amplification would make it 1 billion. Lin Yu sat quietly opposite him, taking small bites of her food, but her ears were perked up. Su Lin chewed on his meat, thought for a moment, and said, I haven't figured it out yet. Yin rolled his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? You definitely have something in mind, just say it. Su Lin remained silent. He truly hadn't decided. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, it was that he had thought too much. The passive skill trial occurred once at level 10, once at level 20, and once at level 30. One opportunity every 10 levels. The first trial, the choice of passive skill directly affected the path ahead. He couldn't choose randomly. Alright, stop pressuring him. Rin rarely spoke, he knows what he's doing. Yin huffed, but didn't press any further. After finishing their meal, the five returned to their dormitory. Su Lin lay on his bed, pulled out his phone, opened the Tongtian Tower encyclopedia, and flipped to the page on passive skill trials. Passive skill trial explanation. Every 10 levels one can enter the passive trial space. After choosing the desired passive skill type, the trial space will generate corresponding levels based on the choice. Upon clearing, one can obtain the corresponding passive skill. The strength of the skill is categorized based on the difficulty of the trial: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the skill effect. However, if the trial fails, the passive skill cannot be obtained this time, and must wait until the next 10 levels to try again. It is recommended to choose the difficulty according to one's strength. Do not aim too high. Below was a long list of passive skills. Su Lin read through it line by line, his mind racing. Attack enhancement, fixed value, clearing normal difficulty grants an attack 100 hard, 300 nightmare, 1000 health, 5000. Attack enhancement percentage, clearing normal difficulty grants an attack 5 hard, 10 nightmare. Health enhancement, fixed value, normal 1000 health, hard 3000 nightmare, 5000 health, 10,000. Health enhancement percentage, normal 5 health, hard 10 nightmare, 20 health, 50. Esper enhancement effect, increases Esper effect, normal 5 hard, 10 nightmare, 20. Esper enhancement cooldown reduction, reduces Esper cooldown time, normal 5 hard, 10 nightmare, 15 health, 20. Recovery enhancement, fixed value, recovers a fixed amount of health per second, normal 100 second, hard 300 second, nightmare 1000 second, hell 3000 second. Recovery enhancement percentage, recovers a percentage of maximum health per second, normal 0. 5 second every 2 seconds recover 1000th, hard 0. 1 second recover 1000th per second, nightmare 0. 5 second recover 5000ths per second, hell 1 second recover 1% per second. Critical strike enhancement, increases critical hit rate, normal 2, hard 5, nightmare 10. Defense enhancement, damage reduction percentage, normal 5 damage taken, hard 10, a nightmare 15. Health. Movement speed enhancement, increases movement speed, normal 5, hard 10, nightmare 20 health, 30. There were numerous options, at least hundreds. Su Lin scanned through them, calculating rapidly in his mind. Attack, fixed value, held difficulty, adds 5000 attack. His Esper does not amplify attack, so 5000 is just 5000. Others would augment it to 500 after amplification. Percentage held difficulty adds 50 attack. He has a base attack of 1000, level 10 naked stats 1000, equipment 50 would add 500, which is less than the fixed value. Others with their Espers amplifying 100-fold, adding 5000 attack, would mean 500, while adding 50 would mean adding 50 to the base, and then multiplying by 100-fold, which could be even more. But he couldn't do that. So attack-type passives were useless to him. Health enhancement. Fixed value held difficulty adds 1000 health. He has 1 trillion health, and with amplification it increases by 1 trillion. It looks like a lot now, but fixed values will be phased out in the later stages. Percentage held difficulty adds 50 health, which means adding 500 billion turning it into 5 trillion. It's not higher than the fixed value now, but later on the percentage will far surpass the fixed value. But the issue is enhancing health only makes him tougher, it does not help him recover. Taking too many hits will still slowly drain his health. Buying recovery with points will eventually run out of points, and at that time, he won't be able to escape, and will be ground down by higher-level opponents. Esper enhancement. Enhancing esper effects held difficulty 50 esper effects. What is his esper effect? Health increase by 1,000,000-fold. Adding 50 means it will increase to 5 million-fold, which is almost like the percentage health. Then he continued to look for similar passives. Su Lin's gaze landed on the line for recovery enhancement percent. Recovering a percentage of maximum health per second. Normal difficulty 0. 2 second, which means recovering 1,000th every 5 seconds. Hard 0. 5 second, recovering 1,000th every 2 seconds. Nightmare 0. 1 second, recovering 1,000th every second. Hell 1 second, recovering 1% every second. He has 1 trillion health. What is 10 billion. Recovering 10 billion health per second. Early the next morning the training ground for the elite class was crowded with people. Today marked the day of the level 10 passive trial, and all 30 participants were present, each bearing expressions of tension and anticipation. Lei Jin stood at the front, holding a list scanning the crowd. You all understand the rules, so I won't waste time. The passive trial allows each participant only one opportunity. Choose your level of difficulty wisely. Don't aim too high, nor be timid like a quail. He paused for a moment. There is a trial for every 10 levels, and the success or failure of each choice will determine your future heights. Choose incorrectly, and your foundation will be ruined, leaving you with no future. I trust you have all considered your choices carefully, and I hope they are the right ones. Lei Jun clapped his hands. Alright, enter one by one according to your student IDs. Number 1, Yin Yin. Yin Yin took a deep breath, waved her fist at Su Lin and the others. Wait, and see, I'll show you how it's done. With that she strode towards the trial gate at the center of the training ground. It was a shimmering blue portal 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, intricately engraved with complex runes. It was said to be a projection of the Tower of Heaven. Once inside, one would enter a separate trial space. Standing before the gate, Yin Yin glanced back at the crowd and stepped through. In a flash of light, her figure vanished. The training ground fell silent as everyone focused on the gate. Above the entrance to the trial space, a massive screen appeared displaying Yin Yan's trial situation in real time. Tester Yin Yan level 10 passive choice attack enhancement percentage difficulty, level hell trial content, within 10 minutes kill 100 elite level fire elements of the same level. On the screen Yin had already appeared in a sea of flames. Surrounded by fiery, elemental creatures, there were at least 100 of them. Damn hell difficulty, someone gasped, 100 elite monsters of the same level. Is this even possible? 10 minutes. That's 1 per second. The key is fire elements are immune to fire. Yin Yan's ability was that of the Flame Master, wouldn't she be defeated? The crowd murmured, their faces filled with shock. Su Lin stared at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. Yin was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Standing in the center of the sea of fire, the surrounding fire elements charged towards her. In the next second, she made her move. Not retreating, but charging forward. The fire-patterned sword in her hand ignited with blazing flames, but they were not red, they were blue. I am the Flame Master, not just someone who plays with fire. With a single slash, the blue flames cleaved a fire element in half. Kill count 1100, remaining time 948. The surrounding fire elements surged, closing in. Yin pressed forward, her entire being a whirlwind of blue flames as she rampaged through the sea of fire. 1 sword, 2 kills. 2 swords, 5 kills. 3 swords, 10 kills. She completely abandoned defense, focusing solely on offense. The attacks from the fire elements scorched her clothes, charring them black and reddening her skin, yet she didn't even flinch. Kill count 50,100, remaining time 512. Yin was covered in wounds, but her eyes shone with determination. Gritting her teeth, she gripped her sword tightly, spinning like a top. Flame storm. The blue flames whirled around her, forming a massive fiery tornado. The surrounding fire elements were sucked into it, evaporating instantly. Kill count 100,100, remaining time 103. On the screen, Yin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Her body was charred black, half of her hair singed, but she was still alive. Congratulations, you passed. Receive passive attack enhancement percentage, hell level attack 50. The portal flashed, and Yin was teleported out. She stumbled a couple of steps, nearly falling. Hanbing quickly supported her. Damn, are you okay? Yin looked up, grinning widely, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm fine, just a bit tired. That hell difficulty is no joke, Those fire elements took off 500 health with each hit. After being attacked several times, I thought I was going to die. Everyone looked at her with admiration in their eyes. Lei Jun nodded, rare praise escaping his lips. Not bad, you've got some grit. Next, number 2, Han Bing. Han Bing swallowed hard, gave Yin a thumbs up, then walked towards the portal. Tester Han Bing, level 10 passive choice ability enhancement cooldown reduction difficulty level hell trial content survive for 15 minutes while being hunted by a frost dragon. On the screen, Han Bing appeared in a snowy landscape. In the sky, a massive frost dragon circled its wingspan exceeding 50 meters, covered in blue scales, its eyes gleaming with a cold light. Damn, a frost dragon. Isn't that a level 20 boss? Level 10 fighting a level 20 boss. Is this a trial or a death wish? And he has to survive for 15 minutes. That dragon could kill him with a single breath, right? Han Bing was also dumbfounded. But the next second the dragon dove down. A blast of icy blue breath shot directly at Han Bing. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. The dragon's breath struck the ground, instantly freezing a large area, even the air solidifying. Shit. Han Bing scrambled to his feet and ran. While running, he frantically unleashed his frost abilities, trying to slow down the dragon. But the dragon showed no signs of slowing down. It unleashed another breath. Han Bing rolled again, but this time, he was a moment too late and his left leg was swept by the dragon's breath, instantly freezing. He let out a scream, dragging his frozen leg, limping as he continued to flee. Remaining time 12 minutes. On the screen, Han Bing was desperately escaping across the icy plains like a stray dog. The dragon pursued closely behind, unleashing its breath again and again, each time nearly freezing him solid. Come on. Yan Yan clenched her fists. Su Lin watched the screen, his brow furrowing tighter. Han Bing's health was rapidly dropping, already down by a third. But he kept running. While running, he used his ability to accelerate himself. Remaining time 6 minutes. Han Bing's health was now at half. He was covered in injuries, frostbite, bruises, and burns from the dragon's breath, and he looked terrible. But he kept running. Remaining time 4 minutes. Han Bing's health was down to a third. He could no longer run, and the dragon dove down behind him again. A breath of dragon fire. Han Bing exerted all his strength to roll to the side. The breath grazed his body, striking the ground and freezing half of him. Remaining time 3 minutes. Han Bing was frozen to the ground, unable to move. The dragon landed in front of him, opening its massive jaws to bite down. Fuck, Yin Yan gasped. But in that instant, a blinding blue light erupted from Han Bing. His abilities seemed to unleash in full force at this moment of life and death. An ice wall rose, instantly blocking the dragon's jaws. In the next second, Han Bing strained with all his might, breaking free from the ice and rolling forward. Remaining time 1 minute 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Congratulations. Receive passive ability enhancement cooldown reduction, hell level ability cooldown time 20. The portal flashed and Han Bing was teleported out. He collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, frostbite, burns, and bruises, looking like he had crawled out of hell. But he was still alive. I actually passed. He chuckled weakly, then tilted his head and fainted. Lin Yu rushed over, her hands glowing white as she began to heal him. Lei Jun nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Not bad, breaking through in the heat of the moment, quite interesting. Next, number 3, Ying Ren. Ying Ren surprisingly didn't yawn, standing up and walking towards the portal. Tester Ying Ren, level 10 passive choice, critical hit enhancement difficulty, level hell trial content in a dark maze, kill the shadow assassins hidden in the dark. On the screen, Ying Ren appeared in a pitch black maze. It was so dark that he couldn't see his own hand. But he wasn't flustered. He closed his eyes and perked up his ears. Breathing sounds. Very faint, very distant, but definitely there. In the next second, a shadow attacked from the side. Ying Ren vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind the shadow and stabbed down. The shadow vanished as well. The two battled fiercely in the darkness, blades flashing, neither able to see the other, relying solely on instinct. Kill count 0-1. Remaining time 14 minutes. A cut appeared on Ying Ren's arm, blood flowing freely. But he didn't stop, continuing to navigate through the darkness. Another shadow. He struck back with a knife. This time he hit. The shadow let out a pained cry and dissipated into black mist. But in the next second, more shadows appeared. At least 10. Ying Ren's eyes sharpened and he vanished into the darkness. For the next 10 minutes, the screen only showed swirling black shadows. Occasionally a blade would flash or a cry of pain would echo. No one could see what was happening. All they knew was that when the remaining time hit 0, Ying Ren stood in the center of the maze, covered in blood, wielding 2 daggers, surrounded by the corpses of several shadow entities. Congratulations, you passed. Receive passive critical hit enhancement, hell level critical hit rate 20. The portal flashed, and Ying Ren was teleported out. He staggered a step, but quickly steadied himself. Not bad, he said nonchalantly, his face showing little expression, but the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Yan Yan's eyes widened. Damn, are you even human? You're fine after that. Ying Ren glanced at her, rarely cracking a smile. Guess. Lin Yu treated Ying Ren after healing Han Bing. Lei Jun nodded, looking at the list. Number 4 Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood up, head down, walking towards the portal. Tester Lin Yu level 10 passive choice ability enhancement effect boost increases ability effects by 50 difficulty level hell trial content in the plague zone, heal 100 infected patients while protecting herself from infection. On the screen Lin Yu appeared in a desolate landscape. Everywhere were decaying corpses, a putrid stench filling the air. Maggots crawled on the ground, and a green poisonous mist wafted around. The poison dealt 200 damage per second. Lin Yu's health was only 5,000. She had 25 seconds before she would die, but she didn't panic. She approached the first patient, her hands glowing white. Healing progress 1100, remaining time 30 minutes. The patient was healed, but Lin Yu now bore a layer of green aura. Infection level 1 trial fails. If infection level reaches 100, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, but continued to move forward. Second patient, infection level 1. Third patient 1. Fourth patient 1. Lin Yu's health was rapidly decreasing and her infection level was rising quickly. But she didn't stop healing both herself and the patients as she walked. Healing progress 50100, infection level 67, remaining time 15 minutes. Lin Yu's complexion grew increasingly pale, her lips turning purple, trembling all over. But she persisted. Healing progress 80100, infection level 89, remaining time 6 minutes. Lin Yu could no longer stand, kneeling on the ground, crawling forward step by step. But she continued to heal. Healing progress 99100, infection level 99, remaining time 1 minute. Lin Yu crawled to the last patient, her hands trembling as she pressed them against him. A flash of white light. Healing progress 100100, infection level 100. Just as the infection level was about to hit 100, the patient was healed. Congratulations, you passed. Received passive ability enhancement effect boost increases ability effects by 50. The portal flashed and Lin Yu was teleported out. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, shaking all over. But she was still alive. Yan Yan rushed over and hugged her tightly. Lin Yu, you were amazing. Lin Yu smiled weakly, not saying a word. Su Lin looked at her, feelings swirling inside. This girl usually didn't speak much, like a transparent person. But just now she knelt on the ground, crawling forward step by step, determined to heal the last patient. That kind of persistence, that resilience, reminded him of someone. Himself. Lei Jin nodded, looking at the last name on the list. Number 5 Su Lin. The training ground instantly fell silent. All eyes were on Su Lin. A god-level awakener, 100 million health points, a national champion. What difficulty would he choose? Could he pass? Su Lin stood up and walked towards the portal. At the entrance, he paused, glancing back at Yan Yan and the others. The 4 of them were watching him, their eyes filled with anticipation, nervousness, and trust. Su Lin nodded and stepped into the portal. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared. Su Lin stood on a desolate, scorched earth, and before him several lines of golden text appeared. Tester Su Lin. Level 10. Selected passive recovery enhancement percentage. Difficulty level hell. Trial content: survive for 30 minutes amidst an endless beast tide. The beast tide increases every 10 minutes with 3 waves in total. First wave 1000, level 10 elite bloodthirsty wolves. Second wave 5000, level 10 elite bloodthirsty wolves. Third wave 1000, level 10 elite bloodthirsty wolves, plus 1 level 10 lord level wolf king. Failure condition: death. No other restrictions. After reading, Su Lin's expression remained unchanged. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. In total 16,000. He estimated the attack power of each elite bloodthirsty wolf. Level 10 elite monster base attack, 200 elite attributes doubled around 400. With skill bonuses, a single bite would deal 5 to 600 damage. If all 16,000 attacked him at once, they could chew through 8 to 10 million health in one round. 8 million in one round. He had 1 trillion health. It would take over 12,000 rounds of bites. And a single wolf could bite 2 to 3 times a second. Theoretically, if they could all swarm him and bite continuously, it would take approximately 6 to 7 hours. The corner of Su Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Trial time, 30 minutes. On the horizon, a dark mass of wolves appeared. A dense swarm, overwhelming like a tide of black, surged towards him. 1,000 bloodthirsty wolves, their eyes glowing blood-red, saliva dripping from their fangs, caused the ground to tremble as they ran. Su Lin stood still, unmoving. The wolf pack rushed forward, and the first wolf leaped up, biting his calf. 520. Su Lin glanced down. He felt nothing. The second, third, fourth. More and more wolves pounced on him, biting his legs, waist, arms, and some that couldn't reach jumped up to bite his shoulders, hanging on him and falling down. Su Lin was completely submerged by the wolves. From a distance, it looked like a giant black sphere rolling in place. But that sphere never toppled. Damage notifications cascaded before Su Lin's eyes. 520, 530, 510, 540, 525. He opened the panel and glanced at his health bar. 1 trillion. Dropped 200,000. That was the amount lost in just 2 seconds. Su Lin just stood there, letting the wolves bite. He even started to count the number of wolves out of boredom. 100, 200, 300. 10 minutes passed. The first wave of wolves had all pounced on him, and then what? There was nothing after that. Su Lin's health bar had dropped by less than 20 million. He stretched his neck, cracking sounds echoing. He shook off a few wolves hanging on him, but new ones quickly took their place. The second wave of wolves arrived. 5,000 more, totaling over 6,000. Now the wolves on Su Lin were piled up like a small hill. He was pressed beneath them, yet still standing. Remaining time 15 minutes. Su Lin glanced at the time, feeling a bit drowsy. He hadn't slept well last night. The third wave of wolves finally arrived. 10,000 plus, a lord-level wolf king. That wolf king was 3 times larger than ordinary wolves, with silver-white fur and eyes glistening with intelligence. It didn't rush in immediately but stood at a distance, coldly observing the figure submerged by the wolves. It was waiting for this human to collapse. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The human submerged under the wolves never fell. The wolf king's expression changed. It let out a low growl, and the surrounding wolves automatically cleared a path. The wolf king personally entered the fray. It lunged forward like a flash of white lightning, directly aiming for Su Lin's throat. That bite was its full-powered strike. 5,000. Su Lin looked down at the wolf's mouth on his neck. 5,000 damage. He raised his head again, looking at the imposing wolf king. The wolf king stared back at him. Their eyes met. For the first time, doubt appeared in the wolf king's gaze. This human, why isn't he dead yet? Su Lin reached out, grabbing the back of the wolf king's neck and lifting it off his. The wolf king struggled in his grasp, its limbs flailing and howling. Su Lin looked at it, patted its head, and said, "Good boy. Forget it, why kill it? Let it bite." After being set down, the wolf king paused for a second, then lunged at him even more fiercely. Su Lin continued to stand there, letting it bite. Remaining time 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Congratulations on passing the trial. Acquired passive recovery enhancement percentage. Hell level recovers 1 of maximum health per second. The light gate flashed, and Su Lin was teleported out. In the training ground, everyone stared at him wide-eyed. Yan Yan gaped. "You. How come you are completely fine?" Su Lin looked down at himself. His clothes were tattered, full of holes, but there wasn't a single red mark on his skin. He thought for a moment, and said, "Not bad." Han Bing's mouth twitched. "Not bad. We were nearly dead when we came out, and you call that not bad?" Ingrin rarely spoke, his eyes complicated. "What were you doing in there?" Su Lin honestly replied, "Just standing there letting them bite." Everyone. Lei Zhan walked over, appraising him with a mix of helplessness, admiration, and an air of "I knew this would happen." "All right," he clapped his hands, "everyone go rest. Today is your big day, and tomorrow you have a day off to relax." Yan Yan's eyes lit up. "A day off? Really?" Lei Zhan shot her a glare. "Am I going to lie to you?" "Go on." The 5 of them exited the training ground. Outside, the sun was shining warmly on them. Yan Yan stretched widely. "Oh my, I'm exhausted. It feels like I've died once." Han Bing touched his chest. "My legs are still weak. That giant dragon was too terrifying." Ingrin surprisingly didn't yawn, but his face was a bit pale. "The dark maze was harder than I imagined." Lin Yu walked with her head down, still a bit unsteady, but much better now. Su Lin walked at the back, his clothes torn and looking like a beggar. 5 people chatted and laughed as they walked toward the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Yen suddenly stopped. "Hey, how about we go out for a nice meal tonight?" Her eyes sparkled. "Today is our big day. We passed the hell difficulty, don't we need to celebrate?" Han Bing immediately raised his hand. "I agree. I want to eat barbecue." Ingrin rarely disagreed. "Whatever." Lin Yu quietly said, I can eat anything." Yan Yan looked at Su Lin. "What about you?" Su Lin thought for a moment and nodded. Yan Yan was delighted. "All right, it's settled then. At 6 in the evening, we will meet at the school gate. It's on me." Han Bing's eyes widened. "You're treating? The sun must be rising from the west." Yan Yan rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with that? I'm happy today. Is that a problem?" Han Bing quickly smiled. "All right, you treat." In the afternoon, the 5 returned to their dorms to rest. Su Lin took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on his bed. He pulled out his phone and opened the elite class group. The group was already buzzing. "Lilei, wow. Guess what difficulty I passed? Hard. I actually passed hard. Attack 10. So thrilling. Han Mimi, congratulations. I chose normal, passed, and gained 1,000 health at stable. Wang Tiezhui. I didn't pass. I chose hard and got killed immediately." The group fell silent for a second. Then someone sent a hug emoji. "Lilei Tiezhu, don't be discouraged. There's still a chance next time at level 20. Wang Tiezhu, but now I'm missing a passive. How can I compare with you all later?" No one replied. This question no one dared to answer, because everyone knew that passive skills are better acquired. Missing one at level 10 means even if you get it at level 20, you will still be behind by the accumulation of 10 levels. Missing one at level 30 widens the gap even more. Missing a passive could mean never catching up with others in a lifetime. This is the cruelty of the passive trial. If successful, one could soar. If failed, half of one's life is ruined. The group was filled with comforting messages, but everyone knew that comfort was useless. Such regret would follow him for a lifetime. Su Lin looked at these messages, his face showing no expression. Then he saw Yin. Yin sent a message. Sister passed the hell difficulty. Attack 50. Isn't that awesome? Instantly, there was a flurry of exclamations below. Lilei wow? Hell. Yin Jia is amazing. Han Mimi, Yin Jia is formidable. Wang Tieju, I'm envious to the point of tears. Zhao Gang, Yin Jia is too strong. Sun Qian bowed down to the Great One. Then Han Bing popped in as well. Han Bing, I also passed hell ability cool. Lilei wow, another hell. Han Mimi, Han Bing, you're too low-key. Zhao Gang, your team is going against the heavens. Zhou Chong. I feel like dying. Then Ing Rin sent a message. Ing Rin passed critical hit 20. The group exploded. Lilei wow wow wow. 3 hells already. Han Mimi, is your team a monster den? Zhao Gang, the strongest team in the history of launching Battle Academy, has been born. Sun Qian, what about Lin Yu? Did Lin Yu pass? The group fell silent for a moment. Then Lin Yu sent a very short message. Lin Yu passed hell ability enhancement, increases ability of. The group completely exploded. Lilei wow. For hells. Han Mimi, is your team going to the sky? Zhao Gang, Lin Yu, you usually don't talk, but when you do it's terrifying. Zhou Chong. I don't even want to talk. Then everyone waited. Waiting for Su Lin's message. The group suddenly fell silent. Yin Yin, directly Su Lin. Yin Yin, Su Lin, what about you? Did you pass? What difficulty? Su Lin looked at his phone, thought for a moment, and typed. Su Lin passed hell, regenerating 1 health per second. The group was silent for 3 seconds. Then it went wild. Lilei hell. Another hell. Han Mimi 5. Zhao Gang, is your team all hell difficulty? Sun Qian, is this what it means to be godly? Zhou Chong, I'm already dead, don't save me. Wang Tieju, mom asked me why I'm kneeling to look at my phone. Lilei, from now on you 5 are my dearest parents. Yin Yin sent another message. Yin Yin ha, we're going out to celebrate tonight, don't be envious. Han Bing, yes, let's go eat barbecue. Ing Run. Lin Yu The group wailed again. Lilei, I also want to eat with the great ones. Han Mimi, bring me along. Zhao Gang, I can be in charge of carrying the plates. Su Lin looked at these messages, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Though faint, it was indeed a smile. At 6 in the evening at the school gate, the 5 gathered. Yin Yin changed into a red dress, a rare adornment. Han Bing wore casual clothes with wet hair, clearly just out of the shower. Ing Rin remained in his black attire, lazily leaning against the wall. Lin Yu wore a white t-shirt and jeans, quietly standing aside. Su Lin wore the simplest black jacket, his hair a bit messy. Yin Yin looked him up and down, pouting. Can't you clean yourself up a bit? Su Lin looked down at himself. What's wrong? Yin Yin sighed. Forget it, let's go, I know a barbecue place that's especially delicious. The 5 got into a car and arrived at a snack street near launching Battle Academy. The street was bustling with people, various aromas wafting through the air. Barbecued skewers, hot pot spicy soup, everything you could want. Yin Yin skillfully led them into a small shop. The shop wasn't large, but was very clean, filled with people inside. The boss was a man in his 50s wearing an apron, busy at the grill. Boss, the usual spot. Yin Yin waved. The boss looked up at her and smiled. Little Yin is here. Have a seat, I've kept your usual spot for you. The 5 walked to the back, surrounding a square table. Yin Yin picked up the menu and quickly ordered a pile. 10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, 5 pairs of chicken wings, 2 grilled eggplants, a bunch of chives, and... She thought for a moment. Let's start with these, we'll add more if it's not enough. Han Bing swallowed hard. So much. Yin Yin glared at him. Today I'm happy, if we can't finish it we'll pack it up. The barbecue quickly arrived. Sizzling with oil, the aroma was mouth-watering. Yin Yin grabbed a skewer of lamb and ate heartily, saying as she chewed, delicious. I was exhausted today, that fire element nearly sent me sky high. Han Bing was also munching on chicken wings. You're lucky, I had a giant dragon chasing me, and biting for 15 minutes my legs nearly froze off. Ing Rin was eating slowly, rarely speaking. The dark maze couldn't see, only listen. 1 stab missed, and I was dead. Lin Yu was eating small bites, not speaking, but a faint smile adorned her face. Su Lin silently ate, listening to them talk. Yin Yin suddenly asked him, Su Lin, what was your trial like? Su Lin thought for a moment, and said, Beast tied 160 wolves, and 1 wolf king. He understated the number by 100-fold to avoid suspicion about his health. The 4 paused their actions, looking at him. 160. Yin Yan's eyes widened. How did you get out? Su Lin replied. I just stood there and let them bite me for 30 minutes. The 4 were astonished. Han Bing's mouth twitched. So you just stood there and let them bite for half an hour? Su Lin nodded. Ingrin rarely showed a helpless expression. Are you even human? Su Lin thought for a moment and said maybe. Yin Yin slammed the table. Damn, compared to you our experiences were all torture. If I had known I would have chosen a blood cow ability. Han Bing scoffed. Could you have chosen? Your ability is inherently offensive. Yin Yin huffed and continued eating. The 5 ate and chatted, the atmosphere growing more relaxed. The shop was bustling and the street outside was brightly lit. Lin Yu suddenly said softly, today. Thank you all. Yin Yin was taken aback. Thank for what? Lin Yu looked down. If it weren't for you all, I probably wouldn't have chosen hell difficulty. Yin Yin laughed. What's there to thank? We're teammates. You usually don't speak much, but you're always stable during crucial moments. Han Bing also nodded. Yes, 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 we can't do without any one of us. Su Lin looked at the four of them, feeling a warmth in his heart. After dinner, the five strolled around the street. The night market was bustling, selling everything. Grilled squid, candied hawthorn cotton, candy-fried skewers. Yan Yan bought a stick of candied hawthorn, nibbling as she walked. Han Bing followed her, carrying several takeout boxes. Ingren walked behind, surprisingly not yawning. Lin Yu and Su Lin walked at the back, quietly watching the two in front fooling around. Su Lin. Lin Yu suddenly called him softly. Su Lin turned to look at her. Lin Yu looked down, her voice very soft. In the future, please take care of me more. Su Lin looked at her, and Lin Yu raised her head, glanced at him, and quickly lowered it again. But Su Lin saw it. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, smiling. Back in the dormitory, it was already 10 at night. Su Lin lay on his bed, pulled out his phone. Opened the group chat. Leijun, I've compiled today's trial results. The group instantly fell silent. Leijun, there are 37 people in total in the class. Held difficulty successful 5 people. Hard difficulty successful 12 people. Normal difficulty successful 17 people. Failures 3 people. Leijun, the 3 people who failed have another chance at level 20. Next time lower the difficulty and don't take risks. Leijun, congratulations to the 34 who succeeded. From today on, you all have a gap of 1 passive skill compared to those in other schools at the same level. Leijun, but don't celebrate too early. Passive skills are just the starting point, the road ahead is long. This week rest well. Next Sunday we'll face level 10 of the Sky Tower, and the difficulty will double. Whoever drops the ball is on their own. The group was filled with responses like, received, understood, and yes. Su Lin looked at these messages, feeling a bit complex. 3 failures. Their current mood must be quite painful. But this is reality. The world of the awakened is this cruel. 1 wrong step leads to more mistakes. But he made no mistakes. Held difficulty perfectly passed. From today on, he regenerates 100 billion health per second. As long as the damage from a single hit doesn't exceed 100 billion, he won't die. Of course, he still has to say he regenerates 1 million health per second to match his 10,000-fold amplification. Su Lin turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the night was deep. In the distance, the Sky Tower stood silently, waiting for his next challenge. Tomorrow there would be a day off. He needs to rest well, then continue to grow stronger. The next day at the Dragon City War Academy morning. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dormitory as Su Lin opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 7 in the morning. A rare day off. He lay in bed, opening his personal panel. Name Su Lin. Level 10. Health, 100 billion base, 1,100 million equipment. Attack 1,000 base, 1,000 equipment. Special ability. Health limit increased by 100 million times. Passive recovery enhancement percentage. Hell level recovers 1 of maximum health per second. Points 150000. Regenerates 10 billion health per second. Su Lin stared at the text for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 100 billion, what does that even mean? Yesterday over 16,000 level 10 wolves bit him, and they only took away 8 million health in 1 round. He regenerates enough health in 1 second to withstand over 100 of their bites. In other words, unless he encounters an opponent capable of inflicting over 100 billion damage in a single strike, he simply cannot die. Moreover, he was still growing. Being this powerful at level 10, how strong would he be at level 20? Level 30. Su Lin put away his phone and got up to wash up. As soon as he finished brushing his teeth, his phone rang. It was Yan Yan calling. Su Lin, are you up? Come out for breakfast. Lin Yu is treating. Su Lin paused for a moment. Lin Yu is treating. Yes. She said thank you for helping her block attacks during the previous competition and insisted on treating us to breakfast. Hurry up, we're meeting at the school gate. After hanging up, Su Lin changed his clothes and went out. At the school gate, 4 people were already waiting. Yan Yan was wearing a pink hoodie today, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking vibrant. Han Bing stood next to her, still looking like a foolish son of a landlord. Ingren leaned against the wall, unusually not yawning, just lazily looking at his phone. Lin Yu stood at the edge, head down, her ears slightly red. Seeing Su Lin approach, Yan Yan waved. Hurry up, I'm starving. Lin Yu softly said, there's a breakfast shop at the east gate of the school. Their buns are especially delicious. The 5 of them walked towards the east gate. On the way they encountered several classmates from the elite class. Upon seeing the 5 of them, their expressions changed. Some looked envious, some admired them, while a few from yesterday's defeat had complex looks in their eyes. Aren't they Su Lin and the others? 5 of them are hellishly difficult, so strong. Sigh, if only I had half their strength. Don't think about it, they're on a godly level we can't compare. Whispers continued to come. Su Lin walked with his head down, expressionless. Yan Yan was waving at people along the way like a celebrity. The breakfast shop was small but clean. The owner, a woman in her 40s, smiled upon seeing Lin Yu. A little Yu is here. Still at your old spot. Lin Yu nodded. The 5 of them sat down, and Lin Yu ordered 2 baskets of buns, a few bowls of soy milk, and several small dishes. The buns arrived quickly steaming hot, with thin skin and generous filling. Yin Yin took a bite, juice splattering out, making her gasp, hot, 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 but delicious. Han Bing was also eating with grease all over his mouth. These buns are amazing. Lin Yu, how did you find this place? Lin Yu replied softly, I used to live nearby when I was a child. The others were taken aback. Lin Yu had never shared anything about herself. She usually spoke little, her presence low, like a transparent person. Aside from training and competitions, she rarely appeared in any circumstances. Yin Yin tentatively asked, Lin Yue, is your hometown in Dragon City? Lin Yu nodded, then shook her head, sort of, but I moved later. She didn't continue. Yin Yin didn't ask further. After finishing breakfast, the five of them wandered around the streets. The city where the Dragon City War Academy is located is called Dragon City, and while it's not as prosperous as Tianqiong City, it is still a leading second-tier city. The streets were bustling with people, various shops filled with goods. Yin Yin pulled Lin Yu into a clothing store with Han Bing following as a bag carrier. Ying Ren found a milk tea shop to sit in, lazily basking in the sun. Su Lin stood at the shop's entrance watching the crowd come and go. Suddenly his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Su Lin answered. Su Lin, I'm an investigator from the Awakener Association. My surname is Zhang. A middle-aged man's voice on the other end was serious. Regarding the previous batch of assassins, we've gotten some leads. Su Lin's gaze sharpened. Ying, she spoke up. Investigator Zhang said the person he named is Su Chun. Su Lin remained silent. He said Su Chun contacted him through a middleman, paid a 5 million point deposit, and would pay another 5 million upon completion. The target is you, and the request was to strike while you were on your way back to the Dragon City War Academy. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds before asking, is there evidence? There are transaction records, the middleman's testimony, and a recording from Ying Shi. Investigator Zhang paused, but the problem is Su Chun denies it. He claims to know nothing, and that someone— Su Lin scoffed. Framing. This excuse sounds quite familiar. What about Su Jintian, he asked. Investigator Zhang paused for a moment. Su Jintian personally intervened, stating that Su Chun has been at home during this period and could not have contacted outsiders. He demands we present evidence of direct contact from Su Chun. We can't provide that. The transaction went through the middleman, and Ying Shi has never met Su Chun directly. Legally, this is called indirect evidence chain, which is insufficient for conviction. Su Lin remained silent. Investigator Zhang sighed. Su Lin, I know you're unwilling. But the Su family is one of the 5 great families, and with Su Jintian personally protecting him, we can't force it. Unless there's solid evidence, we can't take action against him. But rest assured that batch of assassins has been cleaned up. Ying Shi and the middleman will face punishment. As for Su Chun, we will continue to keep an eye on him. After hanging up, Su Lin stood at the entrance of the milk tea shop, watching the crowd on the street. The sunlight was warm, shining down on him. But inside he felt a bit cold. Su Chun, it's you again. Last time it was Wang Fu, this time it's the assassins. Each time you hide behind others, letting them act on your behalf. Every time something happens, you put on that innocent face, crying out, I didn't know, I was wrong, I don't blame him. Then nothing happens. You continue to be the young master of the Su family, maintaining your facade of kindness, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity. Su Lin. Ying Ren's voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Lin turned to see Ying Ren standing next to him with a cup of milk tea, unusually, not yawning, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Whose call was it? Su Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, the associations. About the assassins, we got some leads. Ying Ren's expression sharpened. Is it Su Chun? Su Lin nodded. Ying Ren didn't speak, only took a sip of milk tea. After a few seconds he said, but you can't take action against him, right? Su Lin looked at him. Ying Ren, rarely serious, said, let me guess. There's indirect evidence, but no solid proof. Su Jintian protects him, and the association can't do anything. Su Lin nodded. Ying Ren sighed. This is the disgusting nature of powerful families. As long as they aren't caught in the act, they can use all kinds of means to protect their own. Money, power, connections, everything comes into play. He glanced at Su Lin. What do you plan to do? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, wait until I reach level 89, wait until I'm strong enough to slap Su Jintian dead. Su Lin said calmly, at that time it won't matter who protects him. Ying Ren was taken aback for a moment before smiling. It was rare to see such a genuine smile. Alright, that's the spirit. He patted Su Lin's shoulder. I'll be waiting to see that day. Yin Yin and the others came out of the shop carrying large bags. We're done shopping. Yin Yin exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu has a great eye. She helped me pick out 2 particularly beautiful pieces. Lin Yu followed behind, also holding a bag, head down, but with a faint smile on her lips. Han Bing was sweating profusely, his hands carrying 7 or 8 bags, looking like a moving shelf. Sister. Dear sister. Can we go back now? He had a pained expression. My hands are about to break. Yin Yin glared at him. This is just the beginning. We'll continue shopping in the afternoon. Han Bing turned pale. Ying Ren, rarely smiling, said, serves you right. Su Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. In the afternoon, the 5 of them wandered around a few more places. Yan Yan was like a person hyped up on adrenaline, shopping from clothing stores to accessory shops, from accessory shops to snack stalls, buying everything in sight. Han Bing followed behind her with his bags piling up higher than himself. Lin Yue, rarely relaxed, followed. Yan Yan trying on clothes and picking out jewelry, her smile growing more frequent. Ingren still maintained his lazy demeanor, but kept up, not falling behind. Su Lin walked at the back, watching the four of them playfully interacting, feeling a bit warm inside. Such days were things he couldn't even dare to imagine before. In the evening, the five of them returned to school. As soon as they entered the school gate, they saw Lei Jun standing under the dormitory building, looking displeased. Su Lin, come with me. Su Lin was taken aback for a moment, greeted Yan Yan, and the others then followed Lei Jun. Lei Jun led him into the administrative building up to the third floor and pushed open the door to a conference room. Inside the conference room were several people. Old Zhang Qinjiuzhou and two men in military uniforms. One of them Su Lin recognized. Zhao Shan, he a military representative. The other was older, in his 60s with graying hair, but stood upright, his gaze sharp like an eagle. He wore an 85 level badge on his chest. Sitting next to Zhao Shan, he was someone Su Lin also recognized, Zhang Tianxiong. The foremost among the five great powerhouses, the top figure in the military. Zhang Tianxiong nodded slightly upon seeing Su Lin enter. Sit down. Su Lin took a seat. Shun Jiuzhou spoke first in a serious tone. Su Lin, we called you here today because there are a few matters to discuss with you. He paused. The first matter, you should already know about the assassins. Su Lin nodded. Shun Jiuzhou sighed. We can't take action against Su Chun. Su Jintian personally intervened to protect him, and indeed there is no direct evidence. Unless you can provide solid proof, this matter must come to an end here. Su Lin remained silent. Zhang Tianxiong suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Kid, do you think this is unfair? Su Lin looked at him silent for a few seconds, then said, yes. Zhang Tianxiong smiled, but it was a cold smile. Unfair is just how it is. This world is inherently unfair. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to everyone. When I was young, I faced similar situations. Framed, hunted, driven into a corner. At that time, I also felt it was unfair. Why can the bad guys act freely while the good suffer? Later, I came to understand. Fairness is not given by others, it is earned by oneself. If you are strong, you will have fairness. If you are weak, you deserve it. Su Lin looked at him, remaining silent. Zhang Tianxiong returned to stand in front of him. You are now at the divine level, the hope of the nation. But you are not strong enough. Su Jintian protects Su Chen. What can you say? Even if you speak, it won't matter because Su Jintian is stronger than you. So don't expect others to provide you with justice. If you want revenge, make yourself stronger. When you are strong enough that no one dares to stop you, you can do whatever you want. Su Lin remained silent for a long time. Then he stood up, looked at Zhang Tianxiong, and said clearly, I will. Zhang Tianxiong stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled. This smile wasn't as cold. Good, I'll wait to see that day. He patted Su Lin's shoulder and turned to leave the conference room. Zhao Shan, he followed him out. Qin Jiuzhou looked at Su Lin, his expression complex. Although Zhan's words were blunt, the truth remains the truth. He sighed. Su Lin, you are still young, and the road ahead is long. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment, but focus on your training. When you are strong enough to stand on equal footing with Su Jintian, you can settle all accounts. Su Lin nodded. Old Zhang, who had been silent, finally spoke. All right, go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, continue your training. The difficulty at the 10th level of the Tongtian Tower is double that of the 10th level. Oh, don't drop the ball. Su Lin stood up and walked out of the conference room. It was already dark outside. He stood at the entrance of the administrative building, looking at the Tongtian Tower in the distance. The black tower loomed in the night, silent and cold. In the early morning, at the Dragon City Battle Academy, the training ground, the sun had just begun to rise and the field was already filled with people. All 37 members of the elite class were present, not a single one missing. Not only them, but many senior students had also come, standing in small groups on the periphery, whispering to each other. When Su Lin and the others arrived, they sensed that the atmosphere was off. Yan Yan looked around and muttered softly, what's going on? Isn't today a normal training day? Why are there so many people? Han Bing was also confused. Could it be that Instructor Lei is planning something big? Ingren, unusually not yawning, squinted his eyes and glanced around. It's not the instructor, it's over there. He raised his chin, pointing to the eastern side of the training ground. There, originally just an ordinary wall, now had a crack in it, through which a dark red light flickered like a heartbeat. The crack was not large, only about a person's height, and half a meter wide. Yet the aura emanating from it made everyone instinctively take a few steps back. That is... Yan Yan's eyes widened. A secret realm, came Lei Zhen's voice from behind. Everyone turned around to see Lei Zhen striding over, followed by Old Zhang and several middle-aged men with deep auras, all upper management of the Dragon City Battle Academy. Lei Zhen reached the front of the crowd, looking at the crack with a serious expression. The Dragon City Battle Academy has been established for 80 years, and this crack has appeared 4 times before. Every time it appears, it signifies that this secret realm has been activated. He paused, scanning the crowd. You all should have heard of secret realms. There are over 1,000 secret realms scattered throughout the world, some open every few years, some every few decades, and some have not opened even once in 100 years. Every time one opens it attracts countless awakeners to venture in. He continued, but very few come out alive. The training ground fell silent. Su Lin stared at the cracked memories from the original owner's mind flashing through his head. Secret realm. Most of them were solo challenge secret realms. There were only two outcomes: clear the challenge or die. There was no third possibility. Out of over 1,000 secret realms, only a handful had been cleared. And those few individuals were now top-tier powerhouses. Among the 5 great powerhouses, Zhang Tianxiong and Su Jintian had both cleared secret realms, and Yun Zhongzi had cleared one as well. In other words, those who emerged alive from secret realms were all among the pinnacle of humanity. As for those who perished inside, at least hundreds of thousands. Instructor Lei Yin couldn't help but ask, what type of secret realm is this? Is there any public information? Lei Jun nodded and took out a piece of paper from his pocket which had several lines of text printed on it. When the secret realm activated last night, the Awakener Association received this information simultaneously. He unfolded the paper for everyone to see. Secret realm name: Blood Prison Abyss. Activation time: 7 days. Entry level restriction: level 10, level 30. Secret realm type: solo secret realm. Difficulty ranking: 345. Known information: this secret realm has extremely high requirements for the challenger's blood volume. In the first 4 activations, a total of 872 people entered, none cleared, and none survived. Special note: this secret realm will permanently close after clearing, and the rewards are unique. In the first 4 activations, no one gained anything. The training ground was dead silent. 872 individuals. All dead. Not a single one emerged. Yin Yan's face turned pale, her lips moving, but not saying anything. Han Bing swallowed hard, and quietly said, 800 people all dead. Ingren, rarely quiet, furrowed his brows tightly. Lin Yu lowered her head, her expression unclear, but her fingers clutched her clothes tightly, turning white. The surrounding senior students began to discuss among themselves. Blood Prison Abyss. I've heard of it. It opened once 10 years ago, over 100 level 20 experts entered, but not a single one came out. My uncle wanted to enter back then, but my grandfather stopped him. Later I heard that everyone who went and died. My uncle was so scared he couldn't sleep for half a year. The test on blood volume. Isn't that just preparing for blood tanks? What use are blood tanks? Over 800 people died. Those who went in surely had S and SS level blood volumes, yet they still didn't come out. This secret realm is cursed. Don't enter. Only a fool would enter. Su Lin stood among the crowd, staring at the words on the paper. Extremely high requirements for blood volume. 872 people, all dead. No one cleared. He raised his head, gazing at the dark red crack. The light seeping from the crack was as red as blood. All day long, the entire Dragon City Battle Academy buzzed with discussions about this matter. In the cafeteria, in the dormitories, and on the training ground, the words Secret Realm, Blood Prison Abyss, and 800 people all dead could be heard everywhere. The forums were in an uproar. Shocking. A secret realm near Dragon City Battle Academy has opened. The Blood Prison Abyss reappears. In the first 4 activations, 872 people had no survivors. Who dares to enter? Expert analysis: how difficult is the Blood Prison Abyss? One of the 5 great powerhouses, Zhang Tianxiong, cleared a secret realm with a difficulty ranking of only 526. Blood Prison Abyss has a difficulty ranking of 345. The comment section was filled with shock and fear. Difficulty 345. Damn, isn't that even harder than what senior Zhang Tianxiong faced? In the first 4 activations, over 800 people died. Who the hell would dare to enter? I heard this secret realm only has blood volume requirements. Maybe blood tanks can give it a try. 800 people surely included those with SSS level blood volumes, yet they still died. My cousin's teacher's senior brother went in 10 years ago and never came out again. So terrifying, I can't even bear to think about it. Su Lin scrolled through the comments, his face showing little expression. Yan leaned over, whispering, Su Lin, you aren't actually thinking of entering, are you? Su Lin remained silent. Yan grew anxious. Don't scare me. 800 people died in there. 800 people. You may have thick blood, but what if? There won't be a what if. Su Lin looked at her. Yan opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Han Bing also leaned over. Su Lin, let's not be impulsive. You're god tier now, I'll focus on training. What resources won't you have in the future? Ingren, rarely speaking seriously, said secret realms are no joke. For every 10 that enter, 1 coming out is already impressive. And in this Blood Prison Abyss, not a single one came out. Lin Yu stood nearby without speaking, but her eyes were fixed on Su Lin. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds before saying, I know. He stood up and walked out. Hey! Yan called after him, where are you going? To find Instructor Lei. Su Lin didn't look back. In the administrative building in Lei Jun's office, when Su Lin pushed the door open, Lei Jun was frowning at the computer. Seeing him enter, Lei Jun was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. I knew you would come. Su Lin sat down opposite him and got straight to the point. I want to enter the secret realm. Lei Jun stared at him for a few seconds, then said, "Do you know how many people died inside?" 872. "Do you know how many of those had SSS-level blood volume?" Su Lin remained silent. Lei Jun leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. "I've checked the data. In the first 4 times entering the blood prison abyss, 17 had SSS-level enhancements. The strongest among them was level 30 with 1 million blood volume. He went in and never came out." He paused, looking at Su Lin. "You're level 10 with 100 million blood, indeed thicker than theirs. But secret realms don't only look at blood volume. What traps, what monsters, what mechanisms are inside, no one knows. 800 people, all elites, all dead. What makes you think you can come out alive?" Su Lin was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Because I want to live." Lei Jun was taken aback. Su Lin looked at him and calmly said, "I've worked hard to live to this day, well, I don't want to die. So I will definitely come out alive." Lei Jun stared at him for a long time. Then he smiled a resigned smile. "All right, you have guts." He stood up and walked to the window, looking outside. "You have 7 days to think about it. No need to rush your decision." "I've already decided," Su Lin replied. Lei Jun turned to look at him. Su Lin stood up, walked to the door, and paused. "Instructor Lei am entering tomorrow." The door closed. Lei Jun stood by the window, watching the departing figure in silence for a long time. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Old Zhang, that kid wants to enter the secret realm. There's no stopping him. No stopping him." Old Zhang sighed, then let him go in. "That kid has a hard life. Maybe he really can come out alive." Lei Jun hung up the phone, looking out the window. In the distance, the dark red crack flickered in the night. The next morning at 7 at the eastern side of the training ground. The area before the crack was already surrounded by people. Not only the teachers and students of Dragon City Battle Academy, but even outsiders had come. Reporters, representatives of various families, and people from the Awakener Association were gathered in large numbers with cameras and microphones aimed at the crack. When Su Lin and the others arrived, the crowd automatically made way. Old Zhang saw Su Lin and sighed, "Kid, are you really sure about this?" Su Lin nodded. Old Zhang remained silent for a few seconds, then patted his shoulder. "Come back alive." Lei Jun also approached, handing him a backpack. "There are rations and water inside. You may not need them, but take..." Su Lin took the backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and nodded. Then he stepped forward. A flash of light, and his figure vanished into the crack. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The red light from the crack continued to flicker. But that person was no longer visible. Yin Yin bit her lip, and tears finally fell. "You must come back." Everything went dark, then suddenly brightened. Su Lin opened his eyes to find himself standing on a dark red wasteland. The sky was gray and overcast, with no sun visible, only a thick layer of clouds pressing down low. A faint red light shone through the clouds, resembling coagulated blood. The ground was cracked, dry earth with fissures crisscrossing each crack, emitting dark red light. The air was thick with a rusty, bloody smell, along with a faint sulfur scent. In the distance stood a massive black structure resembling a palace or a tomb. It silently loomed in the center of the wasteland, surrounded by dark red mist. In the distance stood a massive black structure resembling a palace or a tomb. It silently loomed in blood volume 100 billion. Attack 1000. Passive regenerate 1 of maximum blood volume per second. Everything was normal. He took a deep breath and walked towards the black structure. After walking for about 10 minutes, the ground beneath his feet began to change. The originally cracked, dry earth transformed into dark red stone slabs. The slabs were engraved with intricate patterns resembling some ancient runes. The runes pulsed with dark red light, as if blood were flowing. Su Lin paused, lowering his head to observe closely. These runes reminded him of the ones on the walls of the Celestial Tower. But these were more complex and eerie. Just looking at them for a while made him dizzy. He withdrew his gaze and continued forward. When he reached the entrance of the black building, he finally saw the full view of the structure. It resembled a giant palace, yet like a tomb as well. The black stone walls were covered in dark red vines which bore sharp thorns. The entrance was 2 massive stone doors etched with a huge pattern, an eye weeping blood tears. Su Lin stood before the door and reached out to push it. The stone door did not budge. He pushed harder. Still immovable. He took a step back and examined it closely. There were no handles, no keyholes, no operable features. Only that eye weeping blood tears. Su Lin stared at the eye for a few seconds. Suddenly the eye moved. It blinked once, then fixed its gaze on Su Lin. In the next second, a voice echoed in his mind. "Challenger, welcome to the Blood Prison Abyss. I am the Eye of the Blood Prison, the Guardian here. Is your blood thick enough?" Su Lin remained silent. The voice continued, "The rules are simple. Clear 3 layers of trials, and you can leave alive. Failing means your blood will become a part of this place. Every layer of trial will make you bleed a lot. Are you ready?" Su Lin paused for a second, then said, "Let's begin." The voice laughed a chilling laugh. "Good." Just as the words fell, the stone door crashed open. Behind the door was darkness, nothing visible. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind him. The darkness lasted for 3 seconds. Then everything suddenly brightened. Su Lin found himself standing in a blood-red space. All around him was blood-red light. He could see no walls, no ceiling, no ground. Only beneath his feet was a transparent platform floating in the blood light. In the center of the platform stood a thing. It was humanoid, but not entirely human. Its body was covered in dark red scales with massive claws stained with blood. Its face was obscured by a mask revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes were staring at Su Lin. First layer, trial blood battle trial content. Kill 100 blood prison guards. Rules: for every guard you kill, the next guard's attributes will increase by 5. The guards leave behind blood orbs upon death. Consuming a blood orb can restore a small amount of blood. Limitations: none. The voice sounded again. Su Lin listened, his expression unchanged. 100 guards, each stronger than the last by 5. The attributes of the final guard would be approximately 105 raised to the 99th power, roughly 130 times. What were the attributes of the first guard? Su Lin didn't know, but in the next second he found out. The first guard moved. It charged at him with astonishing speed. One claw struck Su Lin's chest. 50,000, 50,000 damage. Su Lin looked down at his chest, then at the guard. Attack power 500,000. So the attack power of the first guard was about 500,000. Using a 5 increment, the attack power of the 100th guard would be approximately 50,000, 130, 65 million. 65 million for a single hit. Su Lin glanced at his health bar. 100 billion. 65 million means he would need to hit it over 15,000 times to kill it. And he had a passive regeneration of 1 health per second, recovering 1 billion per second. Even if the 100th guard kept hitting him, delivering a total of 5 billion damage in a second, he could instantly recover full health. Su Lin felt reassured. He raised his head and looked at the guard. Su Lin punched the guard in the face. 1,000. The guard's health bar dropped a minuscule amount. Su Lin. This attack power was indeed a bit underwhelming. But that's alright. He continued to hit. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After 50 punches, the guard's health bar finally dropped noticeably. Su Lin glanced at the guard's health. Approximately 5 million. 1,000 damage per punch. Would it take 5,000 punches to kill one? Su Lin glanced at the guard's health. Approximately 5 million. 1,000 damage per punch. Would it take 5,000 punches to kill one? 5,000 punches. 5,000 punches at 1 punch per second would take nearly an hour and a half. And there were still 99 more. Each one thicker in blood than the last. If he relied solely on punching. Su Lin was silent for a second. Then he continued to hit. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After an unknown number of punches, the guard finally let out a wail and turned into a pool of blood. In the blood, a dark red orb appeared the size of a thumb, glowing faintly. Su Lin picked it up and took a look. Blood orb restores 1 of maximum blood volume when consumed. Su Lin was stunned for a moment. 1. His current blood volume was 100 billion, so 1 was 1 billion. Just now the guard hit him twice, causing a loss of 1 million blood. Consuming 1 blood orb would restore 1 billion. This blood orb would be enough for him to die 10,000 times. He had a passive regeneration of 1 blood and didn't need to eat it. Su Lin silently stored the blood orb away without consuming it. The second guard appeared. Attributes increased by 5. Su Lin continued to strike. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After finishing off the second one, it took about an hour. The third one took another hour. The 4th, 5th, 6th. The 70th, 80th, 90th. Finally, the 100th guard fell. Su Lin stood on the platform watching the last pool of blood dissipate. His arms were so sore he could barely lift them. Yet he still stood. The voice sounded again. The first layer of the trial is complete. Time taken 116 hours and 47 minutes. Congratulations, you are still alive. Now the second layer of the trial is about to begin. The second trial, the blood path. Na's sinister voice echoed through the palace, each word scraping like a blade across bone. The rule is simple. Traverse this palace and reach its far end. Within lie 99 chambers, each housing 1 blood corpse. You must extract a single drop of blood from each blood corpse to proceed to the next chamber. In, there is only one way to draw that blood. In, with your blood you trade for its blood. Within each chamber rests a blood blade. Grasp it, and pierce your own flesh. The volume of blood you shed shall match precisely the volume the blood corpse releases. When the quantity of blood you spill equals the residual blood remaining within the blood corpse, its eye shall open, and only then may you collect a single drop from the corner of its eye. Should your blood fall short, the blood corpse will not awaken. Should you bleed too profusely, and the voice paused, then chuckled softly, you will perish here. And upon hearing this, Su Lin's expression remained impassive. And he approached the entrance of the first chamber. And the door was composed of pulsating flesh, like a vast gaping maw, its crevice dripping thick, dark crimson fluid. He pushed the door open, and the chamber lay shrouded in darkness, lit only by the stone altar at its center. Upon it lay a corpse, withered, ashen gray, desiccated like a mummy aged centuries. Beside the altar stood a short blade, its surface stained deep crimson. Su Lin stepped forward and grasped the blood blade. Its edge was icy, so cold it seared the nerves. He glanced down at his own hand, then at the blood corpse. With my blood, I trade for its blood. And raising the blade, he drove it into his forearm. The instant the blade pierced flesh, agony tore through him. Not ordinary pain, but the visceral rending sensation of blood violently siphoned from his veins. Blood, 100 billion consumed, 1 million remaining 999 billion simultaneously. The blood corpse upon the altar stirred. Within its shriveled body something seemed to flow, subtle, sluggish. Su Lin stared, waiting. Seconds stretched taut. It did not awaken. He withdrew the blade, and struck again. Again, and again. On the 10th strike the blood corpse finally opened its eyes, pale pupilless, hollow as twin voids. It fixed its gaze upon Su Lin. Slowly a single drop of dark crimson welled at the corner of its eye. Su Lin extended his palm, and caught the droplet. Its touch was glacial, bone-deep, piercing cold. Acquired tear of the blood corpse. The next breath the blood corpse closed its eyes, returning to absolute stillness. Su Lin exited the first chamber. The crimson droplet in his palm shimmered faintly. Without hesitation he strode toward the second chamber, where another stone altar awaited, and another blood corpse lay motionless. He seized the blood blade, and pierced himself. Once, twice, 3 times, and this time 12 strikes were needed before the corpse stirred. The third chamber demanded 15 strikes, and the fourth 18, and the fifth 20. Su Lin advanced blade after blade. Each strike drained 1 million units of blood, but his regeneration surged at 100 billion per second. He bled slower than he healed. Ni's life bar remained perpetually full. Yet the pain was real, tenfold sharper than any ordinary wound. Each incision felt as though a drill bit bored relentlessly into his marrow. Jaw clenched, Su Lin struck, again and again. The 6th chamber required 23 strikes. The 7th, 27. The 8th, 31. By the 20th chamber he paused, eyeing the blood blade in his hand. Its hue had shifted. The once dull crimson edge now gleamed with a faint golden sheen. He glanced at his status panel. Blood, 100 billion consumed, 20 million cumulative, and remaining 100 billion fully regenerated. In his life bar remained unblemished. Yet 20 crimson droplets now rested in his possession. He secured them, and moved on. The 21st chamber demanded 35 strikes. The 22nd, 39. The 23rd, 43. By the 30th chamber Su Lin's hand began to tremble, not from pain. Each strike compounded the tearing agony. What had been bearable at first became unbearable by the 300th cut, raw guttural fury rising unbidden. Still he did not cease. Nanli gritted his teeth, and struck again and again. The 31st chamber required 51 cuts. The 32nd, 55. The 33rd, 59. By the 40th chamber he paused, gazing upon the blood corpse. This one was fresher than those before, its skin supple, even revealing the delicate tracery of subcutaneous vessels. Su Lin delivered the first strike. The corpse twitched. On the 70th strike its eyes opened. Not pale and gray, but deep, fathomless crimson. Nit locked eyes with him. Lips parted slightly, as if striving to speak. But no sound emerged. Only a single tear, dark as old wine, welling at its eye's corner. Su Lin collected the droplet, and withdrew. Leaning against the corridor wall, he drew a ragged breath. Ni's hands shook violently. Yet he pressed onward. The 41st chamber demanded 75 strikes. The 42nd, 80. The 43rd, 85. By the 50th chamber Su Lin had grown, not to pain, but to its ceaseless repetition. He stabbed himself with blank mechanical detachment, as if piercing wood. None strike. 2, 3. The blood corpse awakened. He took the blood. He entered the next chamber. The 51st chamber required 103 strikes. The 52nd, 108. The 53rd, 113. By the 60th chamber Su Lin suddenly recalled a detail. The voice had said 1 blood corpse per chamber. 9 chambers. How many strikes would that demand? He did not know. But the number would be immense. He glanced at the droplets in his palm. 60. Enough to restore 600 billion blood. Though he had no need. He continued. The 61st chamber demanded 125 strikes. The 62nd, 130. The 63rd, 135. By the 70th chamber the blood corpse changed. No longer a desiccated husk, nor a fresh cadaver, but a corpse clad in garments. Garments Su Lin recognized. The uniform of Longqing Battle Academy. He froze. The corpse was that of a youth, 17 or 18, frozen in death's final terror. A badge gleamed upon his chest, rank 28 SSS class ability stone armor. Su Lin fell silent for several heartbeats. This youth must have been one of the 4 prior expedition's awakened cultivators. One among 872. He had died. Here, Ni's body reforged into a blood corpse, awaiting successors who would trade blood for blood. Su Lin averted his gaze, and seized the blood blade. and he struck himself. Nods. Twice. 3 times. And after 150 strikes the blood corpse opened its eyes. Its gaze held no fear, only vacancy. Su Lin took the droplet, and departed. In the 81st chamber. In the 82nd. The 83rd. By the 90th chamber Su Lin could no longer tally his strikes. He only knew. 90 crimson droplets now filled his palm. Each earned in blood. And though his regeneration outpaced loss, the agony remained undiminished. He leaned against the wall, breathing hard. 9 chambers remained. And almost there. He rose, and approached the 91st. He pushed the door open. And upon the stone altar lay a blood corpse. Clad in black robes, its chest bore a badge rank 29 SSS class ability source of life. Su Lin faltered. SSS class blood enhancement. And the cultivator who at rank 30 possessed 10 million blood points. He too had perished. Here, Ni's corpse transmuted into a blood corpse. Su Lin stood in silence, for a long while. Then he lifted the blood blade. None strike. 2. 3. On the 300th strike the blood corpse opened its eyes. Empty. Pale gray. Su Lin collected the droplet, and left. In the 92nd chamber. In the 93rd. The 94th. At last, the 99th. Su Lin halted before its threshold, and drew a slow deep breath. Then pushed the door open. Inside upon the stone altar lay a blood corpse, cloaked in tattered rags, its face obscured. Yet as Su Lin drew near he stopped dead. Across its chest ran a scar. Its shape, he knew it well. Ni's own. The mark left upon him during beatings in the Su family's underground chamber. Su Lin's pupils contracted sharply. He bent closer, studying the corpse's face. It was identical to his own. He stood frozen. Then the voice resounded. The 99th chamber is yourself. To claim the final drop of blood, you must trade your blood for your own blood. Will you do it? Su Lin remained silent, for a long, long time. Then he raised the blood blade, and plunged it into his own chest. None strike. 2. 3. He lost all sense of time. Minutes blurred into weeks, weeks into half years. Pain had long since ceased to register. On the 1 millionth strike the blood corpse opened its eyes. 1 million strikes equaled exactly 1 trillion blood units. The corpse possessed no passive regeneration, yet he did. Its eyes mirrored his own, identical in every line and depth. Nit gazed upon him, and a single crimson tear welled at its eye's corner. Su Lin reached out, and claimed the droplet. In the next heartbeat the blood corpse closed its eyes. He stepped out, into the corridor, his entire body trembling. 99 droplets rested in his palm. The voice resonated once more. The second trial is complete. Duration 29 days, 5 hours, 22 minutes. Congratulations, you still live. Now the third trial begins. The third layer of trial blood prison. In an instant after that voice vanished, the flesh ground beneath Su Lin's feet suddenly split apart. He had no time to react, and his body fell straight down. The sound of the wind howled past his ears, and everything around him was pitch black. He did not know how long he had been falling. Perhaps a few seconds, a few minutes, or even a few hours. In this bizarre space-time, seemed to lose its meaning. Bang! Su Lin crashed heavily onto the ground. He got up, rubbed his aching shoulder, and looked around. It was a vast underground space so large that he could not see the edges. Above him was a thick layer of blood-colored clouds, and the ground was covered with eerie white bones. Some belonged to humans, some to monsters, and others to creatures he could not recognize. Mountains of bones formed paths that extended to the end of his sight. The air was thick with a strong smell of decay along with an indescribable eerie aura. The voice sounded again, this time laced with a hint of mockery. The third layer of trial blood prison. The rules are simple, walk out alive. But there is no direction, no time here. You can only walk, keep walking until you die, or walk out. One more reminder here, your health will not regenerate automatically. Su Lin froze for a moment, and looked down at the health 100 trillion passive regeneration enhancement percentage hell level. Recovers 1 of maximum health every second. Current status passive skill sealed. Su Lin's pupils constricted. A passive skill that regains 10 billion health per second is sealed. He tried to move his body, but truly felt his health bar remained at 100 trillion unmoving. The voice laughed again in a chilling manner. I forgot to tell you, in the blood prison I dictate the rules. Your passive skill is useless here. Your health will decrease with every hit. Treasure it well. The voice vanished. Su Lin stood still, silent for a long time. Then he raised his head, looking towards the boundless wasteland of bones. So be it. He took a step forward and walked on. The first day, Su Lin had no idea how long he had been walking. In the wasteland of bones there were no reference points. The blood clouds above were always the same color, and the white bones beneath were always identical. He could only rely on his instincts to move forward continuously. After walking for a few hours, perhaps half a day, it was impossible to tell time in this sunless place. He encountered a living creature for the first time. It was a creature crawling out of the pile of bones. It resembled a dog, but had no fur, only exposed red. Its eyes were two black holes and foul liquid dripped from its mouth. Upon seeing Su Lin, it let out a hoarse roar and pounced directly at him. Su Lin sidestepped and punched it hard on the head. 1,000. The creature's head caved in a bit, but it did not die. Instead it lunged more frantically, biting Su Lin's calf. 500,000. 500,000 damage. Su Lin looked down at it and punched again. 1,000. Another punch. 1,000. He struck it with over 500 punches before it let out a wail and turned into a puddle of blood. From the blood, a dark red pearl floated up. Su Lin picked it up. It was a blood pearl, just like the one from the first layer, restoring one of maximum health upon consumption. He glanced at the panel. Health 99. 95 trillion. He had lost 500 million. He fell silent for a second and stored the blood pearl. He continued walking. The third day, perhaps the third day. Su Lin no longer remembered how long he had been walking. There was no day or night here, only eternal blood clouds and everlasting bones. He could only estimate time by the increasingly frequent appearance of monsters. The number of monsters increased. Initially he only encountered one of those red-skinned dogs occasionally, but soon it became 2, 3, then a group. Later on other types began to appear. A wild boar with bone spikes, a giant lizard dragging its rotten intestines, and deformed creatures that were half human, half beast. Each one had an attack power between 500,000 and 1 million. It took several hundred punches to kill one. Each one left behind a blood pearl upon death. Su Lin walked, fought, and accumulated blood pearls. The number of blood pearls increased. 10, 20, 50, 100. His health continued to decrease. 99. 95 trillion 99. 90 trillion 99. 80 trillion 99. 60 trillion. Although each monster only bit him a few times before dying, the sheer number was overwhelming. A group of 30 red-skinned dogs could chew away 1.5 billion health in a single round. After finishing off this group of dogs, he took down a group of wild boars, and then a few giant lizards. His health was dropping, albeit slowly. Su Lin glanced at the panel. Health 99. 12 trillion blood pearls, 348, enough to recover 348 of health, which is 34,800 trillion. But he did not consume any. Not a single one. He did not know how much longer he had to walk, or what he would encounter next. These blood pearls had to be saved. In case he reached the end and ran out of blood, he could still save his life. He stored the blood pearls and continued walking. The seventh day, likely the seventh day, Su Lin encountered his first real trouble. It was a mountain of bones. Not an ordinary hill, but a genuine mountain. At least 500 meters high, broad beyond measure, entirely constructed from bones. The bones belonged to humans, monsters, and some enormous skeletons that were completely unrecognizable, with ribs measuring dozens of meters long. And atop the mountain, monsters crawled densely. Red-skinned dogs, bone-spiked wild boars, rotting giant lizards, and creatures he had never seen before. Monsters resembling spiders, but with human faces, each leg a massive bone spike. The number? Countless. At least 10,000. Su Lin stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing at it, silent for a long time. Take a detour. He turned to look at either side. Both were mountains made of bones, both crawling with monsters. There was only this one path. Suddenly the voice sounded, laughing joyfully. I forgot to tell you, there is only one way in the blood prison. It is this mountain. You must climb over it to continue. If you cannot, you will stay here forever. Su Lin ignored. He took a deep breath and walked towards the mountain. As soon as he stepped onto the first bone, the monsters on the mountain, over 10,000 monsters, turned simultaneously, looking at him. In the next moment, they surged down like a tide. The red-skinned dogs charged in front, their speed astonishing. The bone-spiked wild boars followed, shaking the ground with every step. The rotting giant lizards twisted their fat bodies, drooling foul saliva, and those human-faced spiders flanked him, their 8 legs crunching on the bones. Su Lin stood still, unmoving. The first red-skinned dog pounced, biting into his leg. 500,000. The second, third, and fourth. Dozens of red-skinned dogs leapt at once, overwhelming him. Su Lin clenched his fists and began to strike. One punch, one punch, one punch. He did not know how many punches he threw. All he knew was that the number of dogs was increasing, their bites growing more painful. Just as he killed one, 3 more immediately took its place. He did not know how many punches he threw. All he knew was that the number of dogs was increasing, their bites growing more. His health was dropping. 99. 20 trillion 99. 15 trillion 99. 10 trillion 99. 0 trillion. Slowly but surely. He did not know how long he stood there. Perhaps 1 hour, perhaps 3 hours, perhaps an entire day. He only knew that when the last red-skinned dog fell, his health had dropped to 98. 50 trillion. He looked up at the mountainside. There was still 2/3 of the way to go. Continue walking. The 10th day, perhaps the 10th day, Su Lin encountered the second wave of trouble when he reached halfway up the mountain. A horde of bone-spiked wild boars. These wild boars were much tougher than the red-skinned dogs. They were large, tough-skinned, and hitting them only took away a few hundred health. He needed 700 or 800 punches to kill one. Additionally, their attack power was higher, inflicting 800,000 damage with a single charge reaching 1 million during a rampage. A group of 300 wild boars charged at him. Su Lin was knocked back repeatedly, but did not retreat down the mountain. He endured the charge of the boars while striking back punch after punch. His arms grew numb, his palms cracked, and his hands were covered in blood. But he did not stop. After finishing off 300 wild boars, his health dropped to 87. 30 trillion. He accumulated over 100 more blood pearls. He continued to climb. The 15th day, probably the 15th day, the rotting giant lizards. These creatures were more repulsive than the wild boars. Their attack power was not high, around 60,000, but their mouths contained corruption. A single bite not only dealt damage but also inflicted continuous poison, causing an additional 50,000 health loss per second for 30 seconds. Moreover, there were many of them, a group of 500. Su Lin was surrounded with one biting from the left, one from the right, one from the front, and one from behind. The poison state stacked layer upon layer, causing his health to plummet from 50,000 to 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. His health began to drop rapidly. 87. 20 trillion, 87. 10 trillion, 87. 00 trillion, 86. 80 trillion. Su Lin glanced at the panel, frowning slightly. Then he continued to strike. One punch for each, one punch for each, one punch for each. After who knows how long, the last giant lizard finally fell. His health had dropped to 85. 10 trillion. He looked at the blood pooled from the giant lizards, then glanced at the panel, silent for a second. Then he continued to climb. The 20th day, should be the 20th day, the human-faced spiders. These were the most disgusting. Their attack power was not high, only 400,000, but they could spray webs. The webs wrapped around him, causing no damage but slowing his speed and making his movement sluggish. Su Lin was wrapped in webs layer upon layer until he was completely encased in a white cocoon with only his head exposed. Then the spiders pounced, biting him one by one. He could not move, only standing there letting them bite. His health dropped even faster. 85. 00 trillion, 84. 80 trillion, 84. 50 trillion, 84. 10 trillion. He tried to struggle, but the more he fought, the tighter the webs became. He could only wait. Wait for the spiders to finish biting, wait for the webs to fall off by themselves. After about 3 hours, the webs finally began to loosen. He broke free with all his might and punched the nearest spider. After over 800 punches, he finally killed one. There were still hundreds left. He was ensnared by webs again. This time it lasted 6 hours. Break free again, punch again, then get ensnared again. A cycle. By the time he finished off all the human-faced spiders, he had no idea how much time had passed. His health had dropped to 80. 20 trillion. He had accumulated over 500 blood pearls. Leaning against a pile of bones, he gasped for air. His hands were completely numb, feeling like they weren't his own. But he was still alive. He stood up and continued to climb. The 25th day, roughly. The summit was fine. Su Lin could see the outline of the summit. It was a flat platform of white bones with a blood-red light portal standing in the center. That was the exit. But before him lay one last wave of trouble. At the summit there squatted a massive... This monster was larger than any he had seen before, like a small mountain covered in pitch-black bone armor with 3 curved bone horns on its head and dark red flames burning in its eyes. It stood at least 100 meters tall. Su Lin stood beneath it like an ant. The voice sounded again, laughing triumphantly. I forgot to tell you, there is a Lord-level blood beast on the mountain. You must kill it to pass. If you can't kill it, you'll stay here to accompany it. Su Lin looked up, staring at the colossus. A Lord-level blood beast. He took a deep breath. In the next second, the blood beast moved. It lifted its massive paw and stomped down. Su Lin rolled to the side. Boom. The ground was smashed into a giant pit, bones scattered, and the shockwave sent Su Lin tumbling several times. 5 million. 5 million damage. Just from the shockwave. Su Lin got up and ran. The blood beast chased after him, stomping down with each step, creating massive craters in the ground. Su Lin dodged left and right like an ant fleeing beneath a giant's feet. But he was not merely running away. He observed as he ran. Where was the blood beast's weakness? Its eyes. But they were too high to reach. Its ankles. He tried slicing with a sword. 1,000 damage. The blood beast's health bar did not move at all. Then he could only grind it down slowly. Su Lin changed tactics, no longer fleeing, but frantically attacking the blood beast's feet. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The blood beast was enraged, lowering its head to bite down. Su Lin dodged and countered with another sword. 1 sword, 1 sword, another sword. He had no idea how many swords he had struck. Perhaps 10,000 swords, perhaps 100,000 swords. The blood beast's health bar finally moved, a nearly imperceptible sliver. Su Lin looked at his own health. 79. 00 trillion. Still enough. He continued to strike. The 30th day, perhaps. The blood beast's health bar had dropped by 1/3. Su Lin's health dropped to 80. 00 trillion. He was still attacking. His hands were no longer hands, but 2 wooden sticks. Every sword stroke required all his strength. But he did not stop. The 35th day, probably. The blood beast's health bar had dropped by 2/3. Su Lin's health had dropped to 65.00 trillion. He had accumulated over 800 blood pearls. He did not consume any, not even one. The 40th day should be. The blood beast's health bar was finally nearing the bottom. Su Lin stood at the blood beast's feet covered in blood, his hands trembling as if they were sifting flour. He raised his sword and delivered the final blow. The blood beast let out a thunderous wail, its massive body collapsed with a rumble, shaking the entire mountain. Kill the Lord-level blood beast. The blood beast's corpse turned into a puddle of blood, and from that blood floated a giant blood pearl, 10 times larger than a normal one, shimmering with a dark golden light. Su Lin picked it up and took a look. Lord Blood Pearl restores 100 maximum health upon consumption. He remained silent for a second and stored the blood pearl. Then he raised his head, looking at the blood-red light portal. 42 days. Finally arrived. He stepped forward, walking towards the portal. As he stepped in, a flash of light transformed the scene before him entirely. No longer was it the wasteland of bones, the endless blood path, or the strange palace. Instead, it was a grand hall. The hall was resplendent, completely different from the previous style of the blood prison. The ground was laid with white jade slabs, the walls embedded with various gems, and the dome adorned with intricate murals. In the center of the hall stood a figure. To be precise, it was the owner of that voice. An old man clad in a blood-red robe with white hair and a peculiar smile on his face. Congratulations, trial taker. He spoke, his voice as eerie as before, but with an added touch of genuine admiration. You are the first to walk here alive. You are the 873rd, and the only one to survive. He extended his hand, and a blood-red light appeared in his palm. According to the rules, you are eligible for a reward. The amount of the reward depends on the number of blood pearls you possess. Su Lin froze for a moment, and then reached into his pocket. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls. He took out all the blood pearls and piled them on the ground. 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles. Ultimately, it formed a small mountain. The old man stared at the mountain, his smile freezing. This is... He squatted down, counting them one by one. He counted for a long time. Then he stood up, looking at Su Lin, his expression completely changed. 1,372 ordinary blood pearls, and 1 Lord Blood Pearl. You. How did you do it? Su Lin said calmly, I didn't use them. The old man was stunned. Did not use. Over 1,300 blood pearls, each capable of restoring 1 health. Together they could restore 1,300 health, enough for him to die 13 times. But he did not use a single one. He endured it all, fighting his way through. The old man was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed, a very complex laughter. Good, good, good. He repeated the word 3 times, and then waved his hand, making the pile of blood pearls disappear. I will take these blood pearls. In exchange, I will give you the highest quality item as a reward. A prop suddenly appeared in his hand. Translucent, like a thin layer of water film, gleaming with a faint dark light. There was no description next to it, only a few words. Invisible mask, unique. Su Lin pointed at it and asked, what is this? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. The invisible mask, the only unique grade item in the blood prison abyss. Wearing it, you can change your appearance, body shape, aura, and even ability fluctuations. Even a level 99 supreme powerhouse standing before you would not recognize who you are. This thing was left by the powerful being who created the blood prison abyss. He himself used this mask to move among various powers, and no one could uncover his true identity. Su Lin listened, remaining silent. He just stared at the mask, looking at it for a long time. Change appearance, body shape, aura, ability fluctuations. Even level 99 could not recognize him. This thing. The old man waved his hand, and the mask floated before Su Lin. Take it. From now on you can be whoever you want to be. Su Lin reached out and caught the mask. It felt icy cold at first, but in the next moment it melted into his palm and vanished. Obtained invisible mask, unique, bound, cannot be dropped or traded. Usage controlled by thought, can change appearance, body shape, aura, and ability level fluctuations at any time. Function, any being of level 100 or below cannot see through your true form. Su Lin looked at the line of text on the panel, silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head, looking at the old man. How do I get out? The old man pointed to the end of the hall. There was a light portal glowing with soft white light. Pass through that door, and you will return to the Dragon City Battle Academy. Su Lin nodded and walked towards the light portal. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, he did not turn around. My name is Su Lin. The old man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I know. The 873rd, and the only one to survive. Su Lin, I will remember you. Su Lin stepped forward and crossed into the light portal. A flash of light, and his figure vanished. The hall fell silent. The old man stood in place, looking at the light portal, muttering to himself, over 1,300 blood pearls, and not a single one used. This kid has some interesting qualities. Before the fissure, the crowd grew larger and larger. 3 hours. It had been exactly 3 hours since Su Lin entered. The open space on the east side of the training ground was packed with people. Not only were the students and teachers of the Dragon City War Academy present, but even the reporters and members of various families outside had not left. Everyone was waiting for a result. Yan Yan stood at the forefront staring intently at the dark red fissure, her eyes unblinking. It's been 3 hours. She murmured softly, her voice tight. Why isn't he out yet? Han Bing stood beside her, gripping a bottle of water so tightly that the plastic was deforming. He wanted to say something comforting, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Ingren leaned against the wall, unusually not yawning or playing with his phone. He simply stared at the fissure, his gaze terrifyingly heavy. Lin Yu stood at the far side, her head lowered, her expression unreadable. But her fingers were tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, turning her knuckles white. Wang Shiqing was also there. She had rushed over from Kyoto and squeezed her way to the front. Anyone who tried to stop her was met with her fierce glare, and the reporters, recognizing her as the young lady of the Wang family, dared not say anything. At that moment she stood beside Yan Yan, her eyes fixed on the fissure, muttering, Su Lin, you promised to treat me to a meal. You can't die. You mustn't die. Han Bing and Old Zhang stood not far away, their expressions grave. It's been 3 hours, Old Zhang said quietly. The longest one of the first 4 who went in only lasted 40 minutes. Lei Jun remained silent, merely watching the fissure, his brows furrowed tightly. Shen Zhozhou had also arrived, standing at the outskirts. Several senior members of the Awakener Association stood beside him, each with a serious expression. President, should we? Someone nearby whispered. Shen Zhozhou waved his hand. Let's wait a bit longer. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. 3 hours, still no sign of him. It looks grim. In the first 4 times, over 800 people died. No matter how godlike he is, can he be stronger than all those 800 elites combined? What a pity, a godlike figure just like that. Stop talking. The people from the Dragon City War Academy are already looking terrible. Yan Yan heard these discussions and suddenly turned around, glaring at the few people who spoke. Shut up. Her eyes were red and her voice was sharp like a knife. The few people she glared at shrank back, not daring to speak further. Yan Yan turned back, continuing to stare at the fissure. Time passed by second. 3 hours and 10 minutes. 3 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Suddenly, the red light on the fissure flashed brightly. Everyone simultaneously held their breath. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from the fissure. Su Lin. He stood before the fissure, looking disheveled, his clothes riddled with holes, his hair a mess, and his face smeared with dried blood. But he was standing, alive, and while standing there, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence. Then, holy crap! Yan Yan was the first to rush forward, throwing her arms around Su Lin tightly. You scared the hell out of me. Scared the hell out of me. I thought you wouldn't make it out. She yelled while crying, her tears and snot rubbing against Su Lin's shoulder. Han Bing also rushed over, eager to hug, but hesitating, standing beside, and foolishly smiling. He's out. It's good he's out. Ingren walked over, rarely showing a smile, patting Su Lin's shoulder. All right, you're alive. Lin Yu stood a few steps away, not moving. But she lifted her head and glanced at Su Lin, her eyes red, but the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Wang Shiqing squeezed through the crowd, rushing to Su Lin, examining him from head to toe. You didn't lose any limbs, did you? She sniffed, then punched Su Lin in the chest. You really are lucky. Remember to treat us. Su Lin was pushed back a step by her punch, looking down at his tattered clothes, then at the few people in front of him. A warmth spread in his heart. MHM, he said, I will treat you. The crowd erupted into chaos. Su Lin. What was the situation in the secret realm? Su Lin. How did you survive? Su Lin. What reward did you receive? Numerous questions surged like a tide. Su Lin glanced at the reporters, then at the people around him. Some were expectant, some curious, some jealous, and others hiding some indescribable feelings. He retracted his gaze and said lightly, nothing much. Nothing much. A reporter was disbelieving. In the blood abyss, 872 people died in the first 4 attempts, yet you came out alive. How could it be nothing? Su Lin looked at him calmly, saying, it really is nothing. The reporter was left speechless. Shen Zhozhou walked over, and the crowd parted for him. He looked at Su Lin, his gaze complex. Kid, you've worked hard. Su Lin nodded. President Chun. Shen Zhozhou was silent for a moment, then asked, is it convenient to talk about the situation in the secret realm? Su Lin thought for a moment and replied, not convenient. Shen Zhozhou was taken aback for a second, then smiled. All right, if it's not convenient, then it's not. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder. It's good that you're alive. Rest well. After saying that, he turned to the reporters who were still trying to push forward. All right, disperse. Su Lin needs to rest. Once the president made the announcement, the reporters reluctantly dispersed. But the members of various families they stood at a distance, staring at Su Lin. Their expressions varied. Some were from the Wang family in Kyoto, some from the Yi family in Modu, some from the Zhou family in Jiangnan, and others from the Su family in Tianqiao. On the edge of the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in gray quietly slipped away. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Head of the family, Su Lin, has come out. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then the voice of Su Jintian came through. He came out alive. Alive. He seems to have no serious injuries. Another silence followed. Understood. The call ended. Su Lin was surrounded by a group of people heading back. Yan Yan clung to his arm all the way as if afraid he would run away if she let go. Han Bing stood beside him grinning foolishly muttering, "We need to have a good meal tonight to calm our nerves." Ingrid, usually not talkative, said, "Let's go home, take a shower, and get some sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Lin Yu followed behind quietly, but didn't fall behind. Wang Shiqing led the way acting like a little leader, waving her hand to clear the path. Move aside, don't block the way." Lei Zhun and Old Zhang followed behind, exchanging glances and smiling. "This kid, he sure is tough," Old Zhang said. Lei Zhun nodded. "Out of 872 people, he is the only one who came out alive. In the future, he will have a place in this world." When they returned to the dormitory building, Wang Shiqing stopped. "I won't go up. I'll wait for you here," she said to Su Lin, blinking. "Remember that you owe me a meal." Su Lin nodded. Wang Shiqing smiled, turned, and left her pale yellow skirt shimmering in the sunlight. After she walked away, she suddenly turned back, calling out, "Su Lin." Su Lin looked up. "You are my friend. The best kind." She waved her hand and ran away. Yan Yan watched her retreating figure and muttered softly, "That young lady from the Wang family is really nice." Han Bing nodded. "Exactly." Ing Run, who rarely spoke, said, "Let's go up. Let Su Lin take a shower," and the five of them went upstairs. Su Lin returned to his room and closed the door. He stood in front of the mirror looking at the person reflected in it. He was disheveled, covered in blood, his hair a tangled mess, and his eyes sunken like he had just crawled out of hell. Indeed, he had just crawled out of hell. He raised his hand, looking at the faint blood mark on his palm. That was the mark left by the blood blade. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Flashes of images swept through his mind. The endless white bone wasteland monsters filling the sky, the bloody path he carved with knife after knife, and the colossal lord-level blood beast. He had no idea how many days he had stayed in there. Yet outside, only 3 hours had passed. He opened his eyes, looking at himself in the mirror. Then he focused his thoughts. The face in the mirror began to change. His eyebrows thickened slightly, his nose bridge rose a bit, his chin became squarer, and his eyes shrank a little. A completely unfamiliar face appeared in the mirror. Su Lin stared at that face for a few seconds, then thought again. The face reverted to its original appearance. He touched his own face. Invisible mask. Wearing it allows him to become anyone. Even a level 99 would not recognize him. This thing. He suppressed that thought and turned to walk into the bathroom. The hot water poured down, washing away the blood and grime from his body. He closed his eyes, letting the hot water wash over him. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Su Lin lay on the bed and took out his phone. Notifications 999. Class group, private messages, friend requests, all flooded in. He casually flipped through and turned it off. Then he opened the forum. Trending topic number 1, shock. Su Lin survives the blood abyss. Trending topic number 2, exclusive analysis, what did Su Lin experience in the secret realm? Trending topic number 3, expert interpretation, what are the rewards for clearing the blood abyss? He scrolled through each one, his face showing no expression. The comments below were already in an uproar. Holy crap. 872 people died, and he came out alive. Is he even human? Godlike. This is godlike. I would call him the strongest. What reward did he receive? I really forget it. Those who clear the secret realm never reveal what they got. Battling the heavens doesn't say. Su Jintian doesn't say. Yun Zhongzi doesn't say. How could he possibly say? That's true. But the more they don't say, the more curious I become. I guess it's got great equipment. The legend, that's possible. It could also be a unique item. Stop guessing, you won't figure it out. Su Lin closed the forum and set his phone aside. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. He closed his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You can keep guessing. That night at the cafeteria of the Dragon City War Academy, the elite class had booked a large private room, more than 30 people squeezed together lively, as if it were the new year. Su Lin was seated in the main spot, a table full of dishes in front of him. Roasted whole lamb, braised pork knuckles, steamed base, oil braised shrimp. A full table of food. Yan Yan sat to his left, relentlessly adding food to his bowl. Eat, 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 eat more, you're so thin. Han Bing sat to his right, holding up a cup. Come Su Lin, I toast you. With tea instead of wine, since you don't drink. Su Lin raised his teacup, clinking it against his. Lin Yu sat opposite him, quietly eating, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Su Lin. Suddenly she spoke softly. Did you get hurt? Su Lin shook his head no. Lin Yu nodded, lowering her head to continue eating. Several classmates beside them also leaned over, chattering with questions. Su Lin, what was it like in the secret realm? Was it particularly scary? What did those monsters look like? Were they strong? How many monsters did you fight? Su Lin handled each question, saying mostly trivial things. It was alright. Quite a few. I don't know. After asking around, nothing substantial was revealed. Everyone didn't mind continuing to eat and drink heartily. Halfway through the meal, the private room door was pushed open. Lei Zhun and Old Zhang walked in. Old Zhang was holding 2 bottles of wine, placing them on the table with a grin. Kid, tonight's an exception, let's drink. Lei Jun also sat down looking at Su Lin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Out of over 800 people, you're the only one who came out alive. From now on, everyone will look up to you. Su Lin looked at them and nodded. Thank you, instructors. Thank you, Dean. Old Zhang waved his hand. What's there to thank? This is what you deserve. He poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Su Lin. Come, let's have a drink. Su Lin took the cup, clinked it with him, and drank it all in one go. The wine burned his throat, but he felt warm inside. That night Su Lin drank quite a bit. It wasn't intoxication, but a warm feeling that made him want to linger a little longer. Looking at the smiling faces around him, listening to their chattering voices, he suddenly felt that the 42 days in hell were worth it. By the time they left, it was already 10 at night. Su Lin was supported by Yin Yin and the others as they headed back. The night wind blew cool, but pleasant. Yin Yin said, Su Lin, do you know? During those 3 hours you were inside, my heart was about to jump out. Han Bing said, me too, those 3 hours felt longer than 3 years. It was alright he didn't die. Ingren said. Lin Yu remained silent, but continued to follow beside them. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, and suddenly said, thank you. The 4 of them were taken aback. Yin Yin glared at him. What are you thanking us for? We're teammates. Su Lin nodded, saying nothing more. Returning to the dormitory building, the 5 of them parted ways. Su Lin lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. In his mind, those images resurfaced. The excruciating pain of the blood blade piercing his body, the hollow eyes of the blood corpses, the countless monsters in the bone mountain, the rumbling when the Lord-level blood beast collapsed. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he focused his mind, and the invisible mask appeared, and it was translucent, as thin as a cicada's wing, glowing with a faint dark light. He stared at it in silence for a long time. This thing could allow him to become anyone. Su Lin retracted it back into his body and closed his eyes. There would be plenty of chances to use it in the future. His phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Su Lin opened his phone and saw a shocking message. The phone buzzed with notifications, and Su Lin opened it to see a shocking message. Breaking news. Su Jintian announces he will challenge the 89th floor of the Tongtian Tower this Sunday. If successful, he will become the first 90-level powerhouse of humanity. Exclusive interview. Su Jintian claims he is fully prepared with a success rate of over 90%. Expert analysis. If Su Jintian succeeds, his combat power will overshadow the combined strength of the other 4 powerhouses. In-depth analysis. What does level 90 mean? Not only will his attributes skyrocket, but he will also gain the opportunity to trial the 9th passive skill. Su Lin scrolled through the messages, his expression growing colder. He quickly browsed various analysis posts. No one in human history has ever reached level 90, and no one knows what the 9th passive skill will be. But everyone knows that with each additional passive, combat power increases exponentially. An expert declared if Su Jintian successfully clears the challenge, he will become the true number 1 in the world. The other 4 powerhouses combined wouldn't be able to match him. Su Lin stared at the phone screen, his fingers slowly tightening into a fist. Su Jintian, that so-called father of his. He had been thrown away like garbage into a basement and neglected for 18 years. Later the entire city was after him, wanting him dead, while Su Jintian sent assassins to protect him. Now he would become the number 1 in the world. He understood his father. Everything he did was well thought out, never taking a risk unless he was certain. Since he had chosen to challenge the 89th floor, he would undoubtedly succeed. Once he reached level 90, who would be the first to die? Su Lin could already guess the answer. It would be himself. With a god-level talent, someone who clears the secret realm would inevitably become a future threat. With Su Zhenxian's ruthless nature, how could he leave this potential calamity alive? Before he had the Dragon City Academy's protection and the Awakeners Association watching him, so Su Jintian didn't dare act openly. But once he reached level 90, unbeatable under heaven, who could stop him? He could make up any excuse. Su Lin colluding with external enemies, Su Lin involved with evil cults, Su Lin attempting to assassinate a powerhouse. Just throw any label on him and come to kill him. Who could stop it? The Dragon City Academy. Zhang Tianxiong is formidable at level 89, the top of the 5 powerhouses. But after Su Jintian reaches level 90, even the combined strength of the 4 powerhouses wouldn't match him. Zhang Tianxiong alone could not hold him back. The Awakeners Association. The association's president Qin Jiuzhou is only level 85. As for his teammates, Yin Yin, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu all at level 10. In front of Su Jintian, they wouldn't even be worth a glance. Su Lin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He couldn't stay here. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but he couldn't involve others. As long as he remained in the Dragon City Academy, Su Jintian would have a reason to come. If that happened, not only would he die, but the entire Dragon City Academy could be leveled to the ground. He had to leave. He needed to disappear without a trace before Su Jintian challenged the tower. He knew that tomorrow everyone in the academy would be discussing Su Jintian, and they would all be watching him. Zhang Tianxiong might even come to talk with him, making it harder for him to leave. Su Lin opened his eyes, his thoughts moving as the invisibility mask appeared in his palm. He looked at the gossamer thin mask. This would be his trump card. Once he left and changed his appearance, even a level 100 warrior wouldn't recognize him. But there was one problem. Where to go? He couldn't stay in a normal city. Any legitimate city has an identity verification system. Entering a city requires an ID card, registering to stay in a hotel, and verifying identity when entering or exiting. He could change his face, but he couldn't create a corresponding ID card. Once verified, he'd be exposed. He needed a city without rules. A place that doesn't require an ID, where anyone can come and go freely. Su Lin searched through the memories of the original owner in his mind. Soon 3 words emerged. The Dark Night Market. It was a legendary city located 3,000 miles north of Tianqiong City in the depths of the desert. It was said that it was originally an abandoned mining area which was later occupied by a group of fugitives, gradually developing into a massive underground black market. There are no armies, no governments, no administrators. Only thousands of factions balancing and slaughtering. The permanent population exceeds 30 million, all unregistered. What is an unregistered person? It means someone without an ID card. Fugitives on the run, traitorous awakeners, desperate fugitives, and those hunted by powerful families. And some simply madmen who don't want to be bound by rules. In short, not a single innocent person exists. No ID checks are needed there because no one has an ID. Everyone is equal, so no one is more noble than the other. As long as you are ruthless enough, you can survive. As long as you are strong enough, you can live well. The more Su Lin thought about it, the more he felt that this place was tailor-made for him. He had the invisibility mask, which could turn him into anyone. In the Dark Night Market today, he could be Zhang San, tomorrow Li Si, and the day after Wang Wu. No one would ask, and no one could check. He also remembered that there were spatial rifts around the Dark Night Market from which endless monsters emerge. The spatial rifts, like the secret realms, also have clearing modes, and those who succeed receive unique items or skill passive rewards. Historically, as long as those who cleared didn't die, they would grow into powerful figures through the rewards. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was now Tuesday night at 11 o'clock. Su Lin would challenge the tower on Sunday, which was 5 days away. He had to leave the Dragon City Academy today, leaving this place where he could be found. Moreover, he couldn't let anyone know where he was going, including Yan Yan and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he couldn't involve them. What if Su Lin couldn't find him and vented his anger on his teammates? What if those people targeted his friends to force him out? The best solution was to disappear completely. Make everyone think he had gone missing, died, or fled to the ends of the earth. Only then could his friends be safe. Su Lin sat up and began to pack his things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. A few changes of clothes, some food, and gear. He wore his gear ready for use at any moment. After thinking for a moment, he stuffed the clothes into his backpack, and he opened his contacts and stared at the 4 names. Yan Yan, Han Binging, Ren Linyu. He stared at them for a long time. Then he removed the SIM card, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the trash. He still had some purchased food and water left, enough to last a few days. He tucked the phone into his pocket, stood up, and took one last look at the room he had lived in for over a month. It was ordinary but warm. This was the best place he had ever lived in his life. Because there were friends. Su Lin took a deep breath and pushed open the window. Outside was the night, the moonlight bright and clear, with the silhouette of the Dragon City Academy standing quietly in the distance. He climbed out the window, gently landing on the grass outside. Then, without looking back, he disappeared into the night. The next morning at 7, the training ground. Yan Yan stood at her usual spot, looking left and right, but didn't see Su Lin. Why is this guy late today? She murmured. Han Bing also wondered. He usually arrives first. Oh, what's going on today? Ying Ren, who rarely yawned, frowned and said, "I'll go call him." He turned and walked towards the dormitory. 10 minutes later, he returned. His face looked grim. He's not here. The room is empty, his things are gone, and the window is open. Yan Yan was taken aback. What do you mean? Ying Ren looked at her and said word by word, "He's gone." Yan Yan's face turned pale instantly. She turned around and ran towards the dormitory. Han Bing and Lin Yu followed. They pushed open Su Lin's room door, and it was empty inside. The bed was neatly made, and on the table lay a letter. Yan Yan trembled as she opened the letter. It contained only a few lines. "I'm gone. Don't look for me, you won't find me. Su Lin is about to become level 90, he will come to kill me. I can't involve you. Don't worry, I have ways to survive. If there's a chance in the future, I will come back to see you." Su Lin Yan finished reading, and tears streamed down her face. "You damn. Are you stupid?" She clenched the letter, her voice trembling. "Who said you had to bear it all alone?" Han Bing stood beside her, his eyes red. Ying Ren said nothing, but his fists were tightly clenched. Lin Yu lowered her head, her shoulders slightly shaking. Leijin and Old Zhang also arrived. Old Zhang read the letter and remained silent for a long time before. "This kid is afraid of involving us." Leijin gritted his teeth. "That bastard Su Lin. Once I reach level 90, the first thing he'll do is kill him." But everyone knew that this was just an angry remark. Leijin was only level 80, it would take a long time, or perhaps a lifetime, to reach level 90. And Su Lin would reach level 90 in just 5 days. Meanwhile, at the Su family in Tian, Su Jintian stood by the window listening to the report on the other end of the phone. Master Su Lin has gone missing. He left the Dragon City Academy last night, whereabouts, unknown. Su Jintian squinted his eyes. Missing? Yes. Our people went to monitor this morning and found he was no longer in the dormitory. The phone is unreachable, the SIM card was thrown away, and no one knows where he went. Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled a cold smile. He runs fast. He turned around and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall. Sunday is just 5 days away. Notify everyone for a nationwide search. He said casually, find him alive or dead. Yes. The person replied and retreated. Su Jintian stood by the window gazing at the silhouette of the Tongtian Tower in the distance. Run the farther the better. Once I reach level 90, there will be no place for you in this world. After 2 days of changing vehicles and rushing along, Su Lin stood before the entrance of a massive underground city 3,000 miles north of the Dragon City Academy. The entrance was a giant sinkhole with a diameter of 100 meters reinforced with steel, and countless chains hung down from the edge into the unfathomable darkness. The area around the sinkhole was crowded with people. There were burly men carrying big knives, skinny men covered in tattoos, masked oddballs, and elderly people in tattered clothes. Everyone was armed, their eyes vigilant like wolves. No one spoke and no one lined up, though everyone was. Suddenly a voice came from the bottom of the pit. Go down. The crowd began to move. Those people grabbed the chains, sliding down one after another. Su Lin also walked over, grasped the chain, took a deep breath, and slid down. The chain was long, and it took a full 5 minutes before his feet finally touched solid ground. Before him lay a vast underground space, so large it was impossible to see the edges. Above was a thick layer of rock with huge searchlights hanging every 100 meters, illuminating the entire space, as bright as day. The ground was a hard rock surface, polished, smooth, and shiny. Surrounding him were densely packed buildings. Houses made from abandoned mine carts, high-rises welded from steel pipes, and neighborhoods built from stacked shipping containers. The streets were filled with crowds, people of all skin colors, various outfits, and different auras jumbled together like a pot of boiling water. Shouts, haggling voices, curses, and screams mixed into one. Welcome to Dark Knight City. A hoarse voice rang in his ears. Su Lin turned to see a one-eyed old man standing nearby, grinning with yellow teeth. New here? Need a map. 100 points for a copy. Su Lin looked at him and calmly said no need. The one-eyed old man didn't mind chuckling. All right, take your time to explore. Let me give you a reminder. Here, trust no one, don't follow anyone, and don't casually enter any store. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. After saying that, he turned and vanished into the crowd. Su Lin stood still, observing this chaotic city. The Dark Knight Market. A gathering place for over 30 million unregistered people. There are no laws, no rules, only fists and knives. He focused his thoughts and the muscles on his face began to shift. His eyes shrank slightly, his nose flattened a bit, his chin squared off, and his cheekbones rose a little. In less than a second his face transformed into a completely unfamiliar visage. Then he turned his clothes inside out, stood up, the collar of his jacket covering half of his face. Now even if Yin Yin stood in front of him, she wouldn't recognize him. The night of the night market is never dark. Neon lights pierce through from all directions, red, green, blue, and purple, slicing the entire city into countless fragments. Giant holographic advertisements flicker in the air, one moment promoting a weapons shop, the next recruiting for a certain faction, then showcasing the face of a woman with blood-red lips, smiling seductively. Su Lin stood by the street, observing everything before him. The street was wide but crowded with various stalls. There were vendors selling weapons, potions, intelligence, and even lives, everything one could imagine. The crowd jostled around, a cacophony of languages mingling together, creating a noise that pained the ears. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Roasting meat, blood, gunpowder, perfume, and a rotting sweetness, all swirling together. He took a step forward and stepped on something soft. Looking down, he saw a severed hand. A ring still adorned its finger, the cut clean, as if it had been severed in one swift motion. A nearby vendor selling grilled meat glanced at him with an expressionless face and said, new here. Don't step on that thing, as someone will come to collect it later. Su Lin nodded, stepping around the hand and continuing forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning back, he saw several people in matching uniforms pushing through the crowd, weapons in hand. Leading them was a bald man, his face adorned with thick flesh and a scorpion tattoo on his neck. Make way, make way. Scorpion Gang is on duty. The crowd immediately parted like a tide, their movements practiced as if rehearsed countless times. The bald man crouched beside the severed hand, took a look, then stood up and said to a trembling man nearby, did you? The man turned pale and shook his head desperately. No, it wasn't me. The bald man grinned, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. Not you. So how did this hand end up in front of your stall? The man was speechless. The bald man waved his hand, take him away. Several people rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground. The man struggled, desperately shouting for help, but the surrounding people merely watched unmoving. Su Lin stood in place watching as the man was dragged away and disappeared into an alley. The surroundings returned to their previous bustle as if nothing had happened. This is the night market. There are no laws, no order, only fists and points. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued walking. He needed to find a place to settle down and understand the rules of this city. After about 20 minutes, he found a small inn in a relatively quiet alley. The sign was crooked with the words peace and written on it, and two of the light tubes were broken, flickering intermittently. Upon entering, he found an old man sitting behind the counter, gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, dozing off. Su Lin tapped on the counter. The old man, startled awake, looked at him and squinted for a while before asking, looking for a room. Yes. Single room, 500 points a night. Monthly rate is 12,000. Su Lin nodded and transferred 500 points over. The old man handed him a key. Second floor room, 201. Don't cause trouble. If you do, you handle it yourself. Su Lin took the key and went upstairs. The room was small, containing a bed, a table, a chair, and a window that let in the wind. But it was better than the shabby inn in the Valley of Evil. He closed the door and lay on the bed. He took out his phone. Oh right, no SIM card. He sat up, needing to buy a phone card first. The phone cards in the night market are all anonymous, available at any small shop on the street. He went downstairs to ask the old man, who pointed across the street. That grocery store has everything. Su Lin crossed the street and entered the grocery store. The shop wasn't large, but it had a full range of items. The owner was a middle-aged woman with big waves in her hair, red lipstick, and she was cracking sunflower seeds. What do you want? A phone card. The woman pulled out a card from a drawer and tossed it on the counter. 100 points, anonymous, use it freely. Su Lin paid the points, picked up the card, and immediately installed it. The phone signal was full. Back at the inn, he lay on the bed and opened the browser to start searching for information. Night market rift. These two terms had caught his attention even before he came here. He quickly searched and lines of information popped up. Rift Encyclopedia. Rift, unlike Secret Realms, a rift is a spatial tear that continuously spawns monsters. Once a rift is formed, monsters will continue to appear until the rift is closed. Rift closure method, challenge mode. Each rift has an independent space inside, and after entering, one can choose to challenge. If successful, the rift will close permanently and cannot be reopened. If the challenge fails, the challenger dies and the rift persists. Challenge difficulty comparable to Secret Realms, even higher. Every rift has a level restriction. Reward: successful challengers receive special rewards similar to Secret Realms, which may include equipment, skills, or items. Historically, those who succeeded have become powerful figures. Total number of rifts nationwide, according to incomplete statistics, approximately 3,200, with about 2,800 located in wild areas and 400 near human settlements. High-risk rifts. Rifts located within or near cities must be closed as soon as possible, or they may lead to citywide massacres. Historically, 17 cities have perished due to rift monster outbreaks, the most recent being Qinghe City 2 years ago, where 370 people lost their lives. Rift Handling Group, a specialized agency established by the state responsible for clearing rifts. Currently, there are about 3,200 official members and countless reserves. Every year, the number of deaths resulting from participating in rift challenges averages over 3,000. Night Market Rift number CN0374, a level restriction below level 30, located in the eastern district of the Night Market. This rift has existed for 23 years, with over 600 challengers entering. None have succeeded, and none have returned. The state has abandoned handling it, and currently the Night Market sees over 2,000 deaths annually from monsters emerging from the rift. Su Lin scrolled through the lines, his finger gliding slowly across the screen. Over 600 challengers, all dead. No one succeeded. No one returned. The statistics were similar to those of the Blood Abyss. Daily deaths continued due to monsters emerging. He closed the page and opened another one. Detailed information on Night Market Rift, unofficial for reference only. Rift name: Bloodbone Abyss. Popular name: level restriction below level 30. Opening time: 23 years ago. Number of entrants: approximately 620. Incomplete statistics: number of survivors 0. Known monster types: undead, flesh-based, shadow-based. Known danger mechanisms: according to footage from challengers during the early stages of the rift, the internal environment resembles a gigantic tomb populated by numerous undead creatures and possesses an infection characteristic. Those killed by monsters will become monsters themselves. Special reminder: this thing is a bottomless pit. Don't enter. Absolutely don't enter. Su Lin finished reading, his expression unchanged. He lifted his head and looked out the window. The night of the Night Market remained chaotic, the neon lights flickering. He recalled the days spent in the Blood Abyss. Countless monsters, endless pain, and infinite darkness. But he had emerged alive. This rift, no matter how difficult, could it be tougher than the Blood Abyss? He didn't know, but he knew he needed to grow stronger. He needed the rewards from clearing this rift, and the fastest way to grow stronger was to gamble with his life. Secret Realms and rifts are all casinos. Win, and you soar to great heights. Lose and you die. He had won once in the Blood Abyss, so he could win a second time. Su Lin stood up and went downstairs. The old man was still dozing. Boss, I have a question. The old man opened his eyes and glanced at him a question. For extra points. Su Lin transferred 100 points. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Ask away. How do I get to that rift in the east? The old man was taken aback, sizing him up with a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. You want to challenge it? Su Lin remained silent. The old man was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. Young man, you're still so young, don't think too hard. That rift has existed for 23 years, with over 600 people entering, all dead. What do you plan to do? Go to your death. Su Lin calmly replied, just curious, asking around. The old man stared at him for a while, then shook his head. Alright, if you want to die, no one can stop you. He pointed east. Walk east until you reach the end, and you'll see a red tower. That's the entrance to the rift. Su Lin nodded, thank you. He turned and walked away. East District, the rift. The further east he went, the more dilapidated the streets became, and the fewer people he encountered. The shops by the roadside transformed from flickering neon into shanties made of broken wooden boards, the bright incandescent lights dimming into gloomy oil lamps. The ground was littered with more and more trash, and the air was filled with a stench of decay. Occasionally a few drunken men stumbled out of the alley, glancing at Su Lin with a hint of appraisal, but no one acted. After walking for about an hour, a red tower finally appeared ahead. It wasn't an ordinary tower, but a massive structure built from blood-red stones towering at least 10 stories high. The tower was riddled with cracks from which a dark red light flickered, pulsating like a heartbeat. Surrounding the tower was a simple fence with sharp iron spikes protruding from it. At the entrance of the fence stood a dozen people dressed in red, each with a blood-red axe tattooed on their chest. The Blood Axe Gang, they were likely clearing monsters at the entrance. Su Lin changed his appearance, transforming into a woman of around 40 years old as he approached. A large man at the entrance blocked his way, sizing him up with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What do you want? Su Lin replied to go in. The big man was momentarily taken aback, then laughed loudly. Ha ha. How do we get a suicidal one? Still blinded by the rewards for clearing the rift. You look pretty good. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you eat well and live luxuriously. Why risk it? What do you say? The other big men nearby also laughed, whistling. Su Lin ignored them and walked straight towards the small door. The big man beside him looked surprised that he was genuinely here to challenge the rift, but did not stop him. They were dispatched to deal with the monsters emerging from the rift, living day by day, unaware that at any moment they could be devoured by a powerful monster. The door was wooden and very old, inscribed with twisted runes. He pushed it open with a creak. Behind the door was darkness, nothing could be seen. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind him. Su Lin opened his eyes. All around him was darkness. A pitch-black void where he couldn't see his own fingers. He stood still, waiting a few seconds as his eyes gradually adjusted to the dark. He could see now. The ceiling was a heavy stone arch. The ground was rough stone slabs inscribed with complex runes that glowed with a dark red light. Countless skulls were embedded in the walls, with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. In the distance, a rustling sound could be heard, as if something was crawling. He took a step forward, heading deeper into the darkness. Behind him, the door he entered had completely vanished. Only endless darkness and infinite monsters awaited him ahead. But Su Lin showed no fear on his face. He had climbed out of the blood abyss, so what was there to fear? Bring it on. He stood still, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The surroundings were eerily silent. The rustling sounds from before had vanished. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Steady and rhythmic. 3 seconds later, a flicker of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was a ghostly blue light drifting towards him like a will-o'-the-wisp. The light moved slowly, swaying gently, and with each sway the surrounding darkness was torn apart. Su Lin could see clearly now. He was standing in a wide corridor, wide enough to run 5 trucks side by side. Above him was an arched stone ceiling at least 20 meters high, covered in twisted runes that glowed faintly in red, pulsating like a heartbeat. The walls on either side were densely embedded with skulls. They were not decorations, they were real skulls. Some belonged to humans, some to monsters, and some were completely unrecognizable. Some skulls were as large as basins, while others were as small as fists. Some had horns and others were still biting onto something. In the eye sockets of those skulls flickered ghostly blue flames. Thousands of skulls, thousands of points of ghostly blue light. All those lights were watching him. Su Lin locked eyes with the skulls for 3 seconds. Then he took a step forward. After just 2 steps, the stone slab beneath him suddenly shook. Booming! It was not an earthquake. Something was crawling beneath the stone slab. Su Lin looked down, and through the gaps in the slab, could see shadows moving below. The shadows were quick, darting like fish in water, one after another, densely packed. The stone slab began to crack. Crack! 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 The cracks spread from under his feet, releasing dark red light and a pungent stench, like a corpse that had been dead for 3 days, soaking in blood and fermenting. Su Lin did not run. He stood there waiting. Bang! The stone slab exploded. Countless pale hands reached out from below, grasping at his ankles. Some of those hands still had flesh while others were just bones, but each one was incredibly strong. When they grabbed him, Su Lin felt as if his ankles were trapped in iron pincers. 5,000 damage notifications popped up. Su Lin glanced down at those hands, and then at his health bar. 1 trillion. He lost 50,000, but it quickly recovered. He moved his ankle, shaking off a few hands, but immediately more hands reached for him. Bang, bang, bang. The stone slabs exploded one after another, and more hands reached up from below. Soon the entire ground of the corridor shattered, leaving only a few thick stone pillars standing. Between the stone pillars was a bottomless abyss. Countless hands waved in the abyss. Su Lin stood on one of the pillars, taking in the scene before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed. First challenge abyss of 10,000 hands. Rules: cross this corridor and reach the end. The corridor is 3 kilometers long with a stone pillar every 50 meters. You can only step on the pillars to get across. Fall down and you die. Dragged down by hands and you die. If you do not reach the end within an hour, you die. The voice faded. Su Lin glanced at the stone pillar beneath. The pillar was less than a meter in diameter, just enough for one person to stand, but if 2 hands reached out from both sides at once, there would be nowhere to hide. He lifted his head, looking ahead. In the darkness, he could faintly see the shadow of the next stone pillar. About 50 meters away, that pillar was even thinner, already covered in hands. Beyond that, he could see nothing. Su Lin took a deep breath. Then he jumped. In the moment he leaped, countless hands reached for him at once. Legs, waist, arms, neck, hair, every part of him was grabbed. Those hands pulled down with all their might. 5,000 damage notifications flooded the screen. But Su Lin didn't pay. As he fell, he aimed for the next stone pillar. Then he pushed off a hand that was grabbing his leg. Using the force, he lunged forward. He grabbed another hand, swinging with all his strength. His whole being shot forward like a monkey, propelling himself over 30 meters amidst the countless hands pulling at him. Then he landed on the second stone pillar. Just as he steadied himself, hands reached out from the pillar. Su Lin didn't stop. The moment he landed, he jumped again. Once again plunging into the abyss, once again being grabbed by countless hands, once again using the force to swing forward. Third pillar. Fourth pillar. Fifth pillar. He continued to leap forward. With each jump, his body was covered in hands. With each swing, he lost thousands of health points. But he didn't care. The amount of health he lost was nothing compared to how quickly it returned. He pressed on. When he reached the 23rd stone pillar, the situation changed. Those hands suddenly stopped grabbing him. They retracted. Su Lin was taken aback, standing on the pillar and looking down. In the abyss, those hands were retreating, as if something even more terrifying was coming. The next second, a roar echoed from the bottom of the abyss. The sound was so loud that the pillars shook. Then a massive dark shadow rose from below. It was a hand. But it was not like the pale hands before. This hand was as large as a house, entirely black with blood-red nails, each nail like a sword. It reached up from the bottom of the abyss, directly grasping at Su Lin. Su Lin did not dodge. He stood on the pillar, watching the giant hand come crashing down. Boom. The giant hand slammed him into the pillar. 5 million damage. Su Lin was smashed into the pillar, leaving a human-shaped dent. But the next second he struggled and crawled out of the dent. The giant hand came crashing down again. Boom. Another hit. 5. Su Lin was hit back into the pillar. He crawled out again. Boom. Hit again. Boom. 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 The giant hand slapped Su Lin like swatting a fly, one after another. Each hit dealt 5 million damage. Each hit smashed him into the pillar. After dozens of hits, the pillar finally couldn't hold up anymore. Crack. The pillar broke in two. Su Lin fell down along with countless shards of stone. The hands in the abyss surged up again, frantically grabbing at him. The giant hand also chased down from above, slapping him repeatedly. As Su Lin fell, he was grabbed by the hands, slapped by the giant hand. There wasn't a spot on his body that wasn't bleeding. But he simply looked upwards, waiting for the giant hand to come crashing down again. He suddenly reached out, grabbing one of the giant hand's fingers. The giant hand froze. Using the momentum of his fall, Su Lin swung hard, flipping onto the back of the giant hand. Then he stepped on the giant hand and ran up wildly. 30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters. He saw at the next stone pillar. Just as the giant hand reached its highest point, Su Lin leaped fiercely. His entire being soared into the air, tracing an arc, landing steadily on the 107th stone pillar. Behind him, the giant hand let out an unwilling roar, slowly sinking back into the abyss. Su Lin stood on the pillar, catching his breath. He glanced down at his health bar. Health 10,000 billion, all the lost health instantly returned. He looked ahead again. The end was finally in sight. There were about 30 more stone pillars ahead, and beyond that was a massive stone door. The stone door was tightly shut, with dark red light seeping through the cracks. Su Lin took a deep breath and continued to jump. This time the hands did not appear again. He smoothly jumped across the last 30 stone pillars and landed in front of the stone door. The door was huge, 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide, with a giant eye engraved on it. exactly like the eye in the blood prison abyss. The eye moved looking at him. Then the door opened. Behind the door was a crimson light. Su Lin stepped forward, and the scene before him completely transformed. No longer was there a dark passage nor abysses and stone pillars. Instead there lay a forest. A forest made entirely of bones. The ground was not covered in soil, but in a dense array of bones. Human rib bones, leg bones, skulls, along with monster spines, claw bones, and fangs, as well as some enormous skeletons that were unrecognizable, with ribs towering over 10 meters high. The bones piled together formed small hills, and from those hills new bones sprouted, emerging from the ground like trees growing upwards. The tallest bone tree reached over 100 meters, its branches also made of bones adorned with desiccated corpses. Su Lin stood at the edge of the forest, gazing at all of this. This place was far larger than the previous passage, so vast that it seemed boundless. Above was a gray sky devoid of sunlight, only a thick layer of clouds from which a faint red light seeped through. Beneath his feet, a winding path led deep into the forest. The path was the only area devoid of bones, paved with black stone slabs etched with twisted runes. The voice sounded again. Second challenge: Bone Forest Maze. Rules: traverse through the bone forest and find the exit. 100 bone demons are hidden within the forest. For every bone demon you slay, you will earn a bone token. Gather 30 bone tokens, and the exit will appear. Bone demons will not attack you proactively, but they will run, hide, and disguise themselves as ordinary bones. You have only 12 hours. After 12 hours, if you have not collected 30 bone tokens, the bone forest will come. At that time, every bone in the entire forest will hunt you down. The voice faded away. Su Lin listened, his expression unreadable. He stepped into the bone forest. After just 2 steps, the bones beneath his feet let out crackling sounds, shattering into pieces. Those broken bones fell into the gaps below, where rustling noises emerged, as if something was moving. Su Lin paid no mind, and continued forward. After about 10 minutes, he spotted the first bone demon. It was squatting beneath a bone tree, scratching at something with its claws. It blended perfectly with the surrounding bones, all of them a ghastly white. If it hadn't moved, he would have never noticed it. The bone demon was not large, only half a person tall, on all fours, resembling a dog. Yet its body was entirely composed of bones lacking flesh, just a skeleton. Some strands of flesh still clung to it, swaying with its movements. Its head was a human skull with eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. As Su Lin approached, the bone demon looked up and met his gaze. Then it turned and ran. Its speed was astonishing, its 4 bony legs kicking up debris as it vanished into another pile of bones in the blink of an eye. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Then he took off after it. The terrain in the bone forest was complex, littered with bone piles, bone trees, and bone hills. The bone demon was far too familiar with the area, darting left and right, managing to escape every time Su Lin was close to catching it. After chasing for several minutes, he still hadn't managed to catch up. He stopped, panting. This wasn't working. That creature was too fast to catch. He needed a different approach. He glanced around, his mind racing. Bone demons would not attack proactively, they would only run. This meant they lacked combat power and would only hide, though they were fast and familiar with the terrain. So how to catch them? Unless... Su Lin looked down at the bones beneath his feet. He crouched down, picked up a handful of broken bones, weighing them in his hand. Then he stood up, closed his eyes, and perked up his ears. The surroundings were quiet, with only the wind blowing through the bone trees, creating a soft, whistling sound. But if he listened closely, he could hear faint cracking sounds in the distance. Bones being crushed underfoot. The bone demon was still running. Su Lin opened his eyes and chased in that direction. This time he didn't run, just walked briskly, listening carefully as he went. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds grew closer. He turned around a pile of bones and spotted the bone demon crouching behind a bone tree, watching its surroundings warily. Su Lin stopped, slowly crouched down, hiding behind a pile of bones. Then he threw the handful of broken bones in another direction. The sound of the broken bones hitting the ground rang out. The bone demon heard it and immediately looked in that direction. In the instant it turned its head, Su Lin leapt from his hiding place. His speed was astonishing. By the time the bone demon reacted, Su Lin was already in front of it. The bone demon let out a shriek and turned to flee. But this time Su Lin was prepared. He didn't try to grab it, instead he threw a handful of broken bones directly in the direction it was escaping. The bones struck the pile of bones in front of the bone demon, creating a loud clatter. The bone demon was startled and instinctively dodged to the side. In that moment of dodging, Su Lin caught up. He reached out and grabbed the bone demon's hind leg. The bone demon shrieked and struggled desperately, its 4 legs kicking the ground, chaotically scattering bones everywhere. But Su Lin's grip was as tight as a vice, refusing to let go. After struggling for a while, the bone demon finally went still. It turned its head, gazing at Su Lin with its eerie blue eye sockets. Then its body began to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter. Crack! The bone demon's body shattered. It broke into a pile of ordinary bones, indistinguishable from the ones surrounding it. Among the pile of bones lay a white bone token, palm-sized, inscribed with a twisted rune. Su Lin acquired bone token 1. Current progress 130. He glanced at the bone token, stowed it away, and continued searching for the next one. 3 hours later, Su Lin crouched behind a bone tree watching the 12th bone demon. It was the 12th one. In 3 hours he had caught 12. An average of 15 minutes per demon. The speed was acceptable, but not fast enough. He realized that the further along he went, the harder it became to find bone demons. The first few had been running everywhere, but now they seemed to have received some signal, and all were hiding. Some were hiding at the very bottom of bone piles, others burrowed into the hollows of bone trees, and some simply blended in, with ordinary bones remaining perfectly still. Without the eerie blue glow in their eye sockets, he would never have discovered them. But that glow was not always on. They could control whether to emit light or not. When they completely concealed themselves, they looked just like ordinary bones. Su Lin focused on the bone demon in front of him. It was hiding beneath a massive rib, completely motionless. If Su Lin hadn't seen it burrow in just moments ago, he would have never guessed there was anything there. He slowly stood up and tiptoed over. As he reached the rib, he suddenly bent down and reached out to grab. The bone demon darted out the instant he made his move. It hadn't been asleep, or it had been on high alert. Su Lin took off after it. But this time the bone demon didn't run far. It sprinted about 50 meters, suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced Su Lin. Su Lin was stunned. The next second the bone demon opened its mouth and let out a sharp shriek. Squeak. The sound was ear-piercing, like nails scraping glass, and akin to countless rats screaming at once. Su Lin covered his ears, but was still rattled, his head buzzing. Then he heard it. Responses echoing from all directions. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bone demons screamed in unison. Su Lin looked up and saw the entire bone forest in motion. From the piles of bones beneath the bone trees atop the bone hills, countless pairs of eerie blue eyes lit up. 100. No wrong. At least 300. The bone demons emerged from their hiding spots, slowly encircling him. They no longer ran. They were preparing to swarm him. Su Lin stood in the center, gazing at the dense mass of bone demons around him, his expression unreadable. Then he smiled. It would have been much better if it had been like this from the start. He took a step forward. 300 bone demons lunged at him simultaneously. Su Lin did not dodge at all, charging directly towards them. The first bone demon pounced onto him, biting into his shoulder. 8,000. Su Lin retaliated with a punch to its head. 1,000. The bone demon's skull cracked, but it didn't die, and it bit him again. 8,000. Su Lin punched again. 1,000. After 5 punches, that bone demon shattered into a pile of bones. A bone token dropped out. Su Lin didn't pick it up, because more bone demons were coming. 10, 20, 50. They surged over like a tidal wave, biting his legs, waist, arms, and neck. Each bite dealt 8,000 damage, each one aching deeply. But Su Lin did not stop at all. He simply stood there letting them bite, while he retaliated with punch after punch. Shattering one, and collecting a bone token. Shatter another one, collect another token. The bone tokens increased. 10 tokens. 15 tokens. 20 tokens. 25 tokens. Su Lin was covered in bone demons like a moving mountain of bones. Yet he continued to smash and collect. The bone demons began to feel fear. They realized that this human could not be killed no matter how much they bit. After biting for a while, he was still moving, still smashing, still collecting. The bone tokens were nearing 30. Some bone demons attempted to flee, but it was too late. Su Lin grabbed one that was trying to escape and crushed it. Then he bent down, picking up the last bone token. Current progress 30-30. A rumble echoed. The ground began to shake. All the bone demons simultaneously halted, freezing in place. The next second they all shattered. 300 bone demons burst into ordinary bones at once. The bones piled up into a small hill, burying Su Lin within. He struggled to crawl out from the pile of bones, his body covered in bone dust, his hair, face, and clothes all coated in white. He dusted himself off and looked at the changes before him. In the center of the forest, a blood-red portal slowly rose. The door opened. Su Lin stepped inside. The scene of the third level is a gigantic underground palace larger than the first 2 levels combined. The palace stands at least 200 meters high, its width stretching beyond sight, supported by massive stone pillars engraved with twisted runes. The ground is paved with enormous stone slabs, each measuring 10 meters on each side, densely inscribed with names, the names of those who died here. Su Lin glanced over briefly, counting at least tens of thousands, possibly more, than just those who perished in his world. In the very center of the palace, a high platform looms. On the high platform rests a stone chair upon which sits a gigantic skeleton. The skeleton is 10 meters tall, clad in tattered armor, wearing a crown, and holding a rusted giant sword. Its eye sockets burn with blood-red flames, fixating on Su Lin. Around it stand countless skeleton soldiers, densely packed and perfectly aligned like a formidable army. These skeleton soldiers wear various types of armor, wielding an array of weapons: daggers, guns, swords, axes, bows, and shields. Some ride skeletal steeds, some stand on war chariots, and others hold banners. They form a square formation, motionless, with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. The number: At least 100,000. That voice echoed again. Third level Undead Legion. Rules: defeat the Undead King, the one on that chair. But you must first pass through its army. 100,000 skeleton soldiers, each with an attack power ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. They will strike together without pause. You only have one chance: die here, and you will remain forever. Additionally, I remind you, the Undead King, every 10 minutes, it will summon a new batch of skeleton soldiers ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. Think you can grind it out? No way. The voice vanished. Su Lin stood still, gazing at the sea of skeletons before him. 100,000. Each with an attack power of 10,000 to 50,000. A single wave of attacks could deal at least 1 billion damage. He had a passive ability that restored 100 billion health per second, theoretically capable of enduring. But if they kept attacking endlessly. Moreover, there was the Undead King and its summoning. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. The 100,000 skeleton soldiers moved simultaneously. They all turned their heads in unison and raised their weapons. In the next second, they charged at him. Like a white tsunami, they surged forward. The first row of skeleton soldiers reached him, launching a barrage of blades and weapons. 100, 200, 300, 500. Damage notifications flooded the screen. Su Lin was submerged in the white ocean. He couldn't move at all, surrounded by skeletons, all attacking. Dozens of attacks struck him every second, causing him to lose millions of health each instant. But he did not panic. He simply stood there, allowing them to strike. Then he began to counterattack. With a single punch, he shattered a skeleton soldier. 1000. The skeleton soldier crumbled into a pile of bones. Another punch. Another. Again. Another. He continued to smash away. The pace was not fast but steady. For every skeleton he smashed, that spot would clear a little. He would step forward, smash another, and then move forward again. Surrounded by 100,000 skeleton soldiers attacking frantically. But he did not retreat, inching forward step by step. After 10 minutes, Su Lin moved forward 50 meters. He glanced at his status panel. Health 1 trillion. He had lost 500 billion, but had regained it all. The skeleton soldiers continued their assault, causing him to lose health. Yet his health regeneration was 100 billion per second. Oh, as long as he wasn't killed in one round, he wouldn't die. Just then the Undead King on the high platform moved. It raised its giant sword, pointing to the sky. A blood-red light shot from the sword tip to the dome above. A gigantic rune lit up on the dome. Then the ground around the palace cracked open. From the fissures, new skeleton soldiers crawled out. 5,000 of them. They joined the battle, rushing towards Su Lin. Su Lin took a glance and continued to smash. The 20th minute. He moved forward another 50 meters. The Undead King raised its sword once more. Another 5,000. The 30th minute. 5,000 more. The 40th minute. 5,000 more. Su Lin continued to advance step by step. Every 10 minutes, an additional 5,000 skeleton soldiers appeared. But he could smash 3 to 4 of them per second. In 10 minutes, he could destroy around 2,000. The new arrivals outnumbered the ones he defeated. The skeletons grew in number, surrounding him thicker and thicker. But Su Lin was still pushing forward. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. Finally, he reached the foot of the high platform. Less than 50 meters from the Undead King. He looked up at the enormous skeleton. The Undead King also looked down at him. Then it stood up, lifted its giant sword, and jumped down from the high platform. Boom. The ground was smashed into a large pit. The Undead King stood before Su Lin, its 10-meter-tall body resembling a small mountain. It swung its giant sword down. 100,000,000. 10 million damage. Su Lin was knocked back a step. He looked down at the wound on his chest, then raised his head to gaze at the Undead King. Then he smiled. The Undead King stood before Su Lin, its 10-meter-tall body resembling a small mountain. It swung its giant sword down. 100,000,000. Then it swung its sword down again. 100,000,000. Su Lin took another step back. Another punch. 100,000. The Undead King was stunned. It had lived for over 10,000 years, seen countless challengers. Some were fast, some were clever, some had high attack power, and some could cast skills. But it had never seen anything like this. Just standing there to be hit, then punching its toes. It swung its sword again. Su Lin retreated another step and punched again. The Undead King was furious. It gripped its sword with both hands and slashed wildly. 100. Each strike hit Su Lin. Su Lin was pushed back by the onslaught, sustaining more and more wounds, blood spilling faster. But he did not fall. While being hit, he continued to punch back, smashing its toes, hitting its ankle, striking its calf, attacking its knee, gradually moving upward. The Undead King's health was slowly depleting. Though the decrease was pitifully slow, it was indeed dropping. The surrounding skeleton soldiers continued their frenzied assault, landing dozens of attacks on Su Lin every second. But his health regeneration was 100 billion per second. The Undead King dealt 10 million with each strike, while the skeleton soldiers dealt several 100,000 in a single round. He lost between 100 million and 200 million health per second. regenerating 100 billion. He simply couldn't die. After half an hour of being slashed by the undead king, it finally became tired of swinging its sword. It stopped panting heavily. The blood-red flames in its eye sockets flickered uncertainly. It looked at the bloodied human before it who simply would not die, and for the first time fear arose. What is this thing? Su Lin also paused staring at it. Had enough of chopping. He cracked his neck, making a pop. Then he clenched his fist and continued to smash. The undead king swung again. Su Lin kept smashing. Another 2 hours passed, and the undead king's health dropped by 5%. It panicked. It raised its sword, summoning frantically. From the cracks around the palace, skeleton soldiers surged out like a tide. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Su Lin was submerged in the sea of skeletons. But he ignored the small soldiers. He focused solely on the undead king, smashing it punch by punch. The undead king wanted to flee to jump back to the high platform. But Su Lin wouldn't allow it. He gripped the undead king's toe, refusing to let go. The undead king dragged him through the palace, breaking dozens of stone pillars and shattering countless skeleton soldiers. Yet Su Lin would not let go. While being dragged, he continued to punch. Another 2 hours passed, and the undead king's health dropped by 15%. It was utterly terrified. It knelt down, staring at the bloodied human beneath it, the flames in its eye sockets dancing wildly. Su Lin looked up, locking eyes with it. Then he released his grip and stood up. Surrender. The undead king nodded desperately. Su Lin fell silent for a second. Then he shook his head. No way. He smashed his fist into the undead king's kneecap. Crack. The kneecap shattered. The undead king let out a cry, swinging its giant sword wildly. Su Lin didn't even dodge, charging straight at the sword, punching it in the abdomen. Crack. A rib broke. Another punch. Another punch. Another punch. The undead king's massive body began to lean. It wanted to stand, but its knee was already shattered, unable to rise. It tried to summon more soldiers, but the sword had already fallen. It could only watch as that human continued to punch it relentlessly. Boom! The undead king finally fell. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the entire palace. Su Lin stood on its chest, watching as the flames in its eye sockets slowly extinguished. The moment the last glimmer of red light vanished, the undead king's body began to disintegrate. Flesh vanished, armor disappeared, and the crown dissolved. Only a pile of enormous bones remained. Among the bones, a blood-red token surfaced. Su Lin picked it up. Passing certificate, Undead Legion. The palace began to collapse. The stone pillars shattered, the dome fell, and the ground cracked. The skeleton soldiers lost control, collapsing one after another into piles of bones. Su Lin stood in place, waiting. As the last piece of the dome fell, a light gate opened before him. He stepped through and walked inside. Beyond the light gate lies a grand hall. It is smaller than the previous trials, yet more eerie. Surrounding the hall there are no walls, only endless darkness. In the darkness, something faintly stirs occasionally, revealing a glimpse of pallid color before swiftly disappearing. In the center of the hall there is a chair. The chair is made of blood-red bones. Those bones still seem to quiver, as if alive. A figure is seated. No, not a person. It is a humanoid shape constructed from countless bones. It has the outline of a human, but no face, no skin, only a mass of bones resembling a sculpture made entirely of white bones. It gazes at Su Lin. The voice echoes one last time. Fourth trial, Bloodbone Throne. The rules are simple: sit in that chair and accept the recognition of the Bloodbone King. The way to gain recognition is sit opposite it and gaze into each other's eyes. It will watch you continuously, testing how long you can endure. The longer you last, the better the reward. If you look away, stand up, or fall down, the trial will end. But if you endure until the end. The voice paused. You will receive its most precious gift. The voice faded. Su Lin looked at the chair, then at the bone figure. It too was watching him. Its eye sockets were empty, containing only two black voids. But Su Lin knew it was observing him. He walked over and sat down opposite the bone figure. The moment he sat down, a red light suddenly blazed from the chair. Then those hollow eye sockets focused on him. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Su Lin blinked. In that instant, countless images flashed before his eyes. Blood. Countless blood. A mountain of corpses. A blood sea. A massive shadow stood atop the mountain of corpses, looking down below. That figure turned its head and gazed at him. Those eyes were blood red. In that moment, he felt he would immediately perish. Then the image vanished. Su Lin returned to his senses, realizing he was still seated in the chair. The bone figure was still watching him. Yet within its eye socket, something seemed to stir. Su Lin continued to gaze into its eyes. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The images returned. This time there were more. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless skeletal soldiers engaged in battle. The sky was blood red, the ground paved with white bones. That massive shadow stood at the center of the battlefield, and with every lift of its hand, hundreds and thousands of skeletons fell. It looked at him again. This time it spoke. You are qualified. Su Lin returned to his senses. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The images became more frequent and clearer. He saw the life of that massive figure. From a small skeleton, it gradually grew, gradually became stronger, slowly transforming into the Skeleton King and eventually establishing its own undead army. He saw it battle countless foes, slay numerous enemies, and also be besieged by many. He saw it ultimately seated in this very chair waiting for someone who could endure until the end. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Su Lin remained motionless, locked in gaze with the bone figure. His eyes began to ache, tears welled, and his vision blurred. He felt as if his mind would explode, yet he did not blink. Not once did he blink. 5 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours. The red light in the bone figure's eye sockets grew brighter. It looked at Su Lin as if waiting for something. Su Lin was holding on, but the gaze of the bone figure made him feel that if he continued to look he would die. But he knew that to receive the gift he must overcome his fear. 13 hours, 15 hours. Finally the bone figure moved. It stood up and walked in front of Su Lin. Those hollow eye sockets were inches from his face. Su Lin stared into its eyes. Less than 10 centimeters apart. Then the bone figure spoke softly like the sound of wind passing through the gaps in bones. You are the first. The first to endure until the end. You are qualified to receive my gift. It extended a hand composed of countless tiny bones gently pressing against Su Lin's chest. A wave of icy sensation spread from his chest throughout his body. Then golden letters appeared before Su Lin's eyes. Congratulations on clearing the blood bone abyss. Time taken 23 hours 47 minutes. You have received a reward, the right to choose a passive skill once. Please choose one from the following 5 passive skills. 1. Attack enhancement percentage, attack power 32. Critical strike enhancement probability, critical rate 20. 3. Speed enhancement teleportation, can teleport every 30 seconds a distance of 100 meters. 4. Defense enhancement damage reduction, all damage taken 20. 5. Rage of bone spikes, when taking damage rebound 25 of the damage received back to the attacker. Su Lin read through each option. The first 4 were all powerful. Attack 30, critical 20, teleportation damage reduction of 20. Any one of them would be a top-tier passive. But the 5th, Rage of bone spikes, when taking damage rebound 25 of the damage received back to the attacker. His current attack power was only 1000, and the first attack enhancement of 30 wouldn't add much damage for him. Similarly, critical strikes weren't suitable for him and damage reduction was unnecessary since his current health was sufficient. What he lacked most was damage, and compared to speed, this reflective damage passive suited him best. With this passive against wild monsters with hundreds of thousands or millions of health, he wouldn't need an attack power of 1000, he could rely on reflecting damage to defeat them. Even if the opponent dealt damage exceeding 1 of his health, he would still endure high damage. As long as the opponent's health was less than 1/4 of his own, the opponent would surely perish first. Thus he directly chose 5. You have selected Rage of bone spikes. Passive effect, when taking damage rebound 25 of the damage received back to the attacker. The moment the line of golden text vanished, Su Lin felt a surge of strange power welling up throughout his body. Then a golden light gate opened before him. Behind the gate lay the night scene of Night City with neon lights flickering. The moment Su Lin stepped out of the golden light gate, the brilliance behind him instantly vanished. He turned back for a glance. The door had already disappeared, leaving only the dilapidated wall with a blood-red crack that was visibly shrinking. The stones at the edge of the crack began to peel away, and that blood-red gash, which had existed for 23 years, it resembled an eye that was closing. 3 seconds later, it completely vanished. All that was left was an intact wall, not even a scratch on it. Su Lin stood there, his face devoid of expression. But he knew in his heart, this crack had closed. For 23 years, over 620 people had attempted to pass through, all perished. Now it was gone. He looked down at his hands. They were still the hands of a woman in her 40s, rough, calloused, and with nails cut very short. He was still her. Damn! A sharp scream erupted from behind. Su Lin turned around to see the dozen members of the Blood Axe gang, all standing up, their weapons clattering to the ground. The bald man in the lead who had been teasing him before now looked as if he had been struck by lightning, wide-eyed, mouth agape, pointing at him, trembling like a leaf. The crack. It's gone. The nearby thin man's legs gave way, and he knelt down. 23 years. 23 years. This thing let someone pass. Another burly guy was rubbing his eyes, frantically looking and rubbing again. Am I drunk? Am I hallucinating? The bald man swallowed hard, took 2 steps forward, then retreated, took 2 more steps, and then backed away again, finally standing still, tremblingly pointing at Su Lin. You did this. Su Lin looked at him, silent. His gaze was calm like a still pond. The bald man's heart skipped a beat. He recalled what he had said earlier. You seem quite good looking, stick with me, and he'll make sure you live well. He remembered how loudly he had laughed back then. He also remembered that the more than 600 people who had entered the crack had been just as calm. Then they never came out. Now this person had emerged. The crack was gone. The bald man's knees buckled, and he knelt with a thud. Big sister. No, auntie. Ancestor. I was wrong. I spoke too harshly. I deserve to die. Please don't kill me. I beg you don't kill me. The others around them also knelt down, not daring to lift their heads. Su Lin looked at them and remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked away. Without saying a word, the group remained kneeling for a long while before daring to look up. The person was already gone. The bald man collapsed to the ground drenched in cold sweat. Damn, I almost died. The thin man trembled as he took out his phone. Boss, should we report this? Report your mother's head. The bald man slapped him. Do you want to die? Reporting that kind of person will only get us checked out. The thin man covered his face, not daring to speak. But it was already too late. What kind of place was the dark night market? Over 30 million unregistered individuals, countless eyes watching every day. Less than 10 minutes after Su Lin left the crack, the news spread throughout the entire Eastern District. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The crack in the Eastern District is gone. What do you mean gone? That crack, where over 600 people died. The one that hasn't been cleared for 23 years. It's gone. Disappeared. Are you dreaming? That thing can disappear. Really? My brother is in the Blood Axe gang. He saw it with his own eyes. A woman in her 40s went in and came out, and the crack disappeared. A woman in her 40s. What does she look like? I don't know. My brother said she looked somewhat good, but that crack, more than 600 people couldn't clear it, but she did alone. Amazing. Who the hell is she? What kind of god? The forum of the dark night market exploded. Half an hour later, the news surged out of the dark night market and spread nationwide. Breaking news. The CN0374 crack in the dark night market has been closed. The Bloodbone Abyss, which hadn't been cleared for 23 years, was cleared by a mysterious woman. Witnesses say the woman is about 40 years old, of average height, with an average appearance, and has now gone missing. The death crack that claimed 620 lives has finally been conquered today. A hero. An absolute hero. One person cleared it and saved countless lives. The trending searches came one after another, completely overshadowing the previous news of Su Lin challenging level 89. The comments section went completely wild. The Dark Night Market is such a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. It could be some retired big shot. The key is that crack killed over 600 people. Over 600 elites. All dead. And she came out alive. A hero. This is a true hero. Much stronger than those geniuses who rely on gear. The National Crack Handling Task Force issued an announcement. They said they would offer a substantial reward to find this mysterious woman. The Awakeners Association also issued a statement. They said they would award her the highest honor medal. The Longqing Battle Academy reposted. They said they would unconditionally accept her as an honorary mentor. The forum was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley in the eastern district of the Dark Night Market, Su Lin entered an abandoned mine, confirmed that no one was around, and concentrated. His facial muscles began to shift. His eyes shrank, his nose flattened, his chin squared, and his cheekbones rose. 3 seconds later, the face of a woman in her 40s vanished. In its place was the face of a man in his 20s. It was not his original face, but the one he used when he first entered the Dark Night Market. Ordinary, unremarkable, indistinguishable in a crowd. He flipped his coat inside out, raised the collar to cover half his face, and then walked out of the mine, blending into the crowd as he headed towards the Western District. Half an hour later, he returned to the Peace Inn. He pushed the door open. The old man was still dozing behind the counter. Hearing the door chime, he glanced up at Su Lin, then lowered his head and continued to sleep. He didn't even recognize him as the earlier woman in her 40s. Su Lin went upstairs, entered the room, and closed. He lay on the bed, took out his phone. He opened the forum. Trending at number 1, mysterious woman clears 23-year crack. Nationwide. Trending at number 2, moment of the crack closing exposed. Trending at number 3, expert analysis. What is the background of this mysterious woman? He clicked on the second. The video was shaky, filmed with a phone, but it was clear enough. In the footage there was that dilapidated wall and the blood-red crack. The crack was shrinking, getting smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared completely. The wall returned to its original state, not even a scratch to be seen. In the video, someone was shouting, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. It's gone. It's really gone. That woman came out. The crack is gone. The comments section was flooded. Awesome. A hero. Is this even human? Su Lin watched for a few seconds before shutting it off. Then he clicked on another one. Official announcement from the Crack Handling Task Force this afternoon. The CN0374 crack in the Dark Night Market was successfully cleared and is now permanently closed. This is the 37th high-risk crack closed in our country this year. The person who cleared it is a middle-aged female, approximately 165 centimeters tall, of average build, wearing a dark coat. If anyone has any information, please contact our team immediately for a substantial reward. Below was an attached sketch, drawn based on eyewitness descriptions resembling his face from earlier about 70%. Su Lin took a glance and closed it. He clicked on another one. Awakeners Association announcement. Congratulations on the clearance of the CN0374 crack in the Dark Night Market. The clearers displayed extraordinary courage and strength, serving as a role model for all Awakeners. The association has decided to award her the title of Honorary Hero and present her with the highest honor medal. Please contact us as soon as possible. Su Lin read through at his face, showing little expression. He continued scrolling down. Longqing Battle Academy reposted, "We are willing to unconditionally accept the clearer as an honorary mentor with generous benefits. Magic City Academy, we are willing to offer a permanent teaching position, preferential resources, standing above. Kyoto University, the clearer can come to our school for lectures and exchanges at any time, all expenses. Military, welcome the hero to join us. Rank and benefits negotiable." Su Lin went through them one by one, his fingers slowly scrolling. Everyone was looking for that woman in her 40s. And that woman had already vanished. Now living was another ordinary man. He put down his phone and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the neon lights continued to flicker. Su Lin stood by the window gazing at the bustling night of the dark city, yet his mind replayed the names he had just seen in the great hall over and over. The names were densely packed, etched across the entire stone slab. At least tens of thousands. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now he realized something was amiss. Among those names, a small portion were familiar to him. Human names written in the script of this world. However, he did not recognize most of the names. The strokes of those characters were twisted and bizarre. Some resembled traces left by crawling insects, others appeared as symbols formed by geometric shapes, and some were simply with several curves. He had never seen anything like them. At that moment, he was only focused on claiming his reward and hadn't thought deeply. Now the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. The Great Hall of the Blood Abyss and the Palace of the Bone Abyss were both inscribed with names. The names of the deceased. But why were there characters he completely did not recognize among those names? Did this rift not signify that people from their world were intruding? Shouldn't there only be the names of a little over 600 people? Who were the others? Were they from another world? He recalled the old man from the Blood Abyss. Dressed in a blood-red robe with white hair, he spoke in a sinister tone, yet when he rewarded him, his eyes reflected genuine admiration. Was that old man human? If he was human, why was he in such a place? If he wasn't, then what was he? He also remembered the skeletal figure from the Bone Abyss. It had no face, only a figure formed by countless bones. It said, "You are the first to reach the end." All the previous 600 people had died. They perished in the bone forest under the blades of the undead legion. Yet their names were inscribed on the stone slab. Were those tens of thousands of names the souls of all who had perished in the rift over the centuries? Or, Su Lin suddenly had a chilling thought. What if some of those names belonged to other worlds? What if this rift, this secret realm, was not just open to humans? He took a deep breath, suppressing that thought. Yet he couldn't help but continue down that path. A century ago, the Celestial Tower had suddenly descended. Monsters poured out from the rift in space. Humans awakened their powers. Everything seemed like a rebirth after the apocalypse. But upon closer inspection, it was too coincidental. Coincidental enough to suggest someone had designed it all. The Celestial Tower, a multi-layered structure with a passive trial every 10 levels. The secret realm had only two outcomes, success or death. The rift continuously spewed out monsters waiting for people to close it. All of this resembled a gigantic selection mechanism. Selecting what? Selecting those who could succeed. Su Lin recalled the data. The difficulty ranking of secret realms. The Celestial Tower was ranked 526th. The Blood Abyss was 345th, and the Bone Abyss had no ranking, but had seen over 600 deaths. Every secret realm and every rift had an absurdly high difficulty. Over the past century, so many SS-grade geniuses had entered, yet only a handful emerged alive. Those few were now at the pinnacle of humanity. Zhang Tianxiong, Su Jintianyin, Zhongzi Yi Wushuang. But after they emerged, none dared to enter again. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they couldn't. Because they understood how much luck played a role in their success. If they tried again, they would surely die. Thus, the secret realms and rifts were a gamble for everyone. Win the bet, and one would soar to great heights. Lose the bet, and death awaited. Did this design not resemble raising pigs? First scatter some feed, namely the rich rewards of the secret realms. Then let a batch of pigs in. Those awakened ones who thought themselves strong. The ones who survived were just the provide them the best feed, allowing them to grow the fattest. Then, wait until they reached the top before. Su Lin's hand slowly clenched. If it were truly like this, then the 99th floor of the Celestial Tower was a slaughterhouse. Whoever cleared the 99th floor would be harvested by the ones above. And those ones above might just be the masters of those strange names. An advanced civilization. Treating Earth as a pig farm and humans as pigs. For a century, humanity had climbed desperately, thinking they were growing stronger, believing they were saving the world. But in reality, they were merely fattening themselves. Waiting for the day they would be slaughtered. Su Lin stood by the window watching the neon lights outside, feeling a chill running down his spine. Yet he was not panicked. Because he thought of another matter. Did those advanced civilizations consider the possibility that someone could clear more than 2 secret realms and rifts when they designed these selection mechanisms? They probably hadn't. Because according to their design, SS-grade powers with 100-fold amplification were already the limit for humans. Clearing one realm was all about luck. Clearing two, the probability was negligible. Therefore they wouldn't even consider that aspect. They set the rewards of the secret realms and rifts so lavishly because they were sure no one would be able to take a second round. This was the loophole. A massive loophole. And Su Lin happened to be able to exploit this loophole. Because his powers were not SS grade, nor were they 100-fold amplification. It was a billion-fold, far exceeding their calculable range. He cleared the blood abyss. He also cleared too. Moreover, he suffered no injuries because health was completely full throughout. Those designers would never have predicted that someone could achieve this. Su Lin's mind raced. If it was indeed as he suspected, then the rewards of the rifts and secret realms would be a loophole designed by them. He took out his phone, opened the forum, and searched for keywords. Level 10 Rift Dark City Surroundings. Search results quickly appeared. Summary of high-risk rifts surrounding Dark City, must read for beginners. Rift Sin 0412, also known as Frost Tomb level restriction below level 10, located 35 kilometers north of the eastern district of Dark City, existing for 17 years, approximately 320 people entered. 0 survivors difficulty assessment, even SS-grade health abilities cannot survive. 2. Rift Sin 0417, also known as Flame Hell level restriction below level 10, located 28 kilometers west of the western district of Dark City, existing for 14 years, approximately 280 people entered. 0 survivors difficulty assessment, even SS-grade attack abilities cannot clear. 3. Rift Sin 0423, also known as Shadow Maze level restriction below level 10, located 42 kilometers south of the southern district of Dark City, existing for 19 years, approximately 410 people entered. 0 survivors difficulty assessment, even SS-grade perception abilities cannot escape. Su Lin read through each entry. 3. All restricted to level 10 and below. Su Lin took a deep breath and set his phone down. He looked out the window. The night was still long. There was no rush. He needed to plan first. Not to level up to 11. Just to stay at level 10. He would clear each of the 3 rifts surrounding Dark City one by one. Claim all the rewards. And then what? Then continue searching. There were 320 rifts nationwide, and surely many more below level 10. He would clear them one by one, claiming the rewards from each rift. By the time he cleared all the rifts and secret realms, how strong would he become? Su Lin didn't know. But he knew that by then, even if advanced civilizations descended to reap, he wouldn't be the pig to be slaughtered. He could be the one to turn the tables and stab back. As for Su Jintian, Su Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. That biological father was no longer a significant threat to him. Level 89. Level 90. Moreover, he possessed the invisible mask. He could run or hide whenever he wanted. No one would be able to find him. After clearing all the rifts, he could deal with Su Jintian later. But now there was no rush. He needed to survive first. To live until the day he could resist. Su Lin stood up and stretched his neck. Then he opened his phone's map and marked the locations of the 3 rifts. Frost Tomb 35 kilometers north of the eastern district. Flame Hell 28 kilometers west of the western district. Shadow Maze 42 kilometers south of the southern district. None were far away. Which one would he go to first tomorrow? After some thought, he decided to start with Frost Tomb. Ice Sniper, it should be defensive. His health was thick. He wasn't afraid of freezing. He put his phone away and lay back down on the bed. Before closing his eyes, he thought of that old man again. In a blood-red robe with a sinister smile, yet genuine admiration in the end. What did that old man know? When he said you were the first to come here alive, did he mean the first human or the first of all races? He didn't know. But if he had the chance in the future, he would have to go back and ask. If he could return, that is. Outside, the night in Dark City remained loud. The flickering neon lights painted the room in various colors. Su Lin closed his eyes, slowly sinking into sleep. Tomorrow, new rifts awaited him. The next morning, the daytime of Dark Night City was forever a mere illusion. A thick layer of rock 300 meters above blocked all sunlight. Only the giant searchlights hanging from the dome gradually brightened according to a preset program announcing the start of a new day. Su Lin opened his eyes, glanced at his phone. It was 7 in the morning. He lay in bed, without moving, first opening the forum to browse. The top trending topic was still the mysterious woman completing the 23-year rift with over 100,000 comments below. Some were analyzing her identity, others were worshipping her strength, and some were spamming, "We need the hero to show up." The Rift management team issued another announcement stating that they had sent someone to Dark Night Market for on-site investigation, hoping to find witnesses and gather more clues. After reading, Su Lin turned off his phone, got out of bed, and washed up. He had to find that woman in her 40s. What did it have to do with him? As he went downstairs, the old man was still dozing behind the counter. Hearing the noise, he lifted his head to take a glance before lowering it again. Su Lin walked out the door. The morning in Dark Night Market was much quieter than at night. The streets had half as many people, with only a few setting up early stalls, selling buns, soy milk, and a few second-hand equipment dealers. The neon lights were off and the daylight leaked through the gaps in the overhead rock layers, casting a grayish hue. He bought 2 buns from a roadside stall, eating as he headed towards the Eastern District. After walking for about an hour, the number of people decreased further and the houses grew more dilapidated. Eventually the road disappeared, leaving only a patch of gravel. Su Lin took out his phone and opened the navigation. Frost Tomb, 35 kilometers north of the Eastern District. He switched to walking navigation and followed the arrow forward. After crossing the gravel, he entered a Gobi desert, which led to barren mountains. There wasn't a soul in sight, only the wind howling. After 2 hours of walking, the sun, if that grayish light could be called a sun, had risen above his head. Su Lin stopped for a drink, checking the navigation. There were still 15 kilometers to go. He continued walking. At 11 o'clock, he finally arrived. It was a mountain. To be precise, it was a frozen mountain. The mountain was not high, only 300 to 400 meters, but it was completely covered in a thick layer of ice. The ice was not transparent, but a grayish-white resembling mixed ashes. Sunlight reflected off it, casting a glaring light that hurt the eyes. He used his mind to change his appearance, transforming into the woman in her 40s from last time. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he found a few shabby tents set up. Around the tents stood about 20 people. There were both men and women, all relatively young, between 20 and 40 years old. Their gear varied widely. Some wore leather coats, others wrapped in blankets, while one was simply draped in a rug. Everyone held weapons, nervously staring at the mountainside. There was a cave there. The cave entrance was large, at least 50 meters in diameter, sealed by a layer of grayish-white ice. The ice membrane was riddled with countless cracks, with cold air seeping out. Even from hundreds of meters away, Su Lin could feel the chill. That ice membrane should be the entrance to the rift. At that moment, the people noticed Su Lin and turned their heads in unison. The leader was a man in his 30s with a face full of flesh and a snake tattooed around his neck. He scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe, his gaze holding a mix of caution and curiosity. "What do you want?" Su Lin ignored him and continued walking. The tattooed man snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and took a couple of steps forward. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he shouted. "Want to pass?" "Sure. Pay the toll first. 10,000 points. Su Lin turned around. He looked at the tattooed man. The face of the woman in her 40s showed no expression. Her eyes were as calm as a still pool, dark and bottomless. The tattooed man felt a chill in his heart from her gaze, but with so many people watching, he couldn't back down. He stiffened his neck, pointing the knife he held forward. "What? Don't have money? If not, then get out of the way." Su Lin spoke. His voice was very calm, as if he were casually commenting on the weather. The tattooed man was taken aback. "What did you say?" Su Lin looked at him and repeated, "Get out of the way, or die." The tattooed man's face froze. The few people next to him also froze. The surrounding air became eerily quiet, with only the mountain wind howling. The tattooed man opened his mouth, wanting to say something fierce, but with that gaze locked on him, he couldn't utter a single word. He stood there, the knife in his hand, raised in the air like a statue. Su Lin shifted his gaze away, turned around, and walked toward the cave entrance. None of the 20 or so people behind him dared to move. The tattooed man stood frozen and placed his hand still raised. As the wind blew, the knife in his hand trembled, almost falling to the ground. The thin man beside him whispered, "Boss." The tattooed man slowly lowered his hand. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, damn it, to maintain some face, but those words got stuck in his throat and didn't come out. He stood there watching the woman's back disappear behind the ice membrane. It was only when the membrane closed that he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Su Lin approached the cave entrance and stood still. He glanced back. The 20 or so people were all standing dozens of meters away, wide-eyed, staring at him. None dared to approach. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped into the frozen cave entrance, the entrance to the secret realm. The ice membrane automatically split open a gap in front of him. Once he entered, it sealed shut behind him. The 20 or so people outside stared at the closed ice membrane, exchanging glances. She went in." The thin man stuttered. The tattooed man slapped him on the back of the head. "No shit. I saw." "So, do we wait?" "Wait for what? She can't come out, right?" "What nonsense are you saying?" The tattooed man gritted his teeth. Beyond the ice membrane, there was a passage. Su Lin stood at the entrance of the passage, looking at everything in front of him. The passage was very wide, at least 50 meters, and the top was invisible, only a pitch-black void above. The walls on both sides were made of ice, but not transparent ice. It was a grayish-white ice mixed with countless black particles. The particles varied in size, some as large as a fist, others as small as sand, densely packed in the ice. Su Lin leaned closer to take a look. Those black particles were eyes. Human eyes. Countless thousands of them embedded in the ice walls. Some were still open, their pupils dilated and ghostly white, some half up in their eyeballs drooping down, others were just two black holes with frozen bloodstains around their eye sockets. They all stared at him. Su Lin locked eyes with those eyes for 3 seconds. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued walking. The passage was long. He walked for 10 minutes and still hadn't reached the end. The ice walls on both sides grew thicker, and the eyes embedded in the ice increased. In some places entire walls were covered in eyes crammed together, giving a chilling sensation. But there was little expression on Su Lin's face. He simply walked. After 20 minutes, he finally reached the end of the passage where a wide expanse opened up before him. It was an underground frozen canyon, vast beyond sight. Above was a grayish-white ice dome at least 500 meters above the ground with countless giant ice spikes hanging from it, each several dozen meters long resembling swords suspended overhead. Underfoot was a smooth ice surface reflecting shadows. Beneath the ice, countless corpses were frozen. Some were human, some were monsters, and some were entirely unrecognizable. A human corpse lay 3 meters deep beneath his feet. It was a young man in his 20s dressed in combat gear with a badge pinned to his chest, level 10 SS class ability flame control. His eyes were open, still holding the fear from moments before death. His mouth was wide open as if trying to shout something. Next to him was a monster's corpse. The creature resembled a wolf, but had 3 heads, each larger than a water tank. Its 6 eyes were all fixed upward, its 6 legs straight, as if frozen at the moment of escape. Further away was a giant frost dragon. It lay on the ground, its wings spread out covering at least 500. Its eyes were 2 huge ice orbs staring blankly ahead. On its back rode several armored figures holding swords and guns, their armor covered in frost. Su Lin stood on the ice looking at the corpses beneath his feet. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They had died here, frozen in the ice, becoming part of this canyon. He took a step forward. A crack echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw the ice surface splitting open, white, cold air gushing out. The cold air brushed against his ankles, instantly forming a thin layer of ice. 10,000. Su Lin looked down at the ice on his ankles, then at the display. Environmental damage, extreme cold attack, losing 10,000 health per second, 1,000 a second. He had a healing rate of 10 billion per second. 10,000 was negligible. He continued walking. In the center of the canyon stood a gigantic ice pillar. The pillar was at least 500 meters tall with a diameter of 100 meters, completely transparent, like a crystal pillar reaching for the sky. Inside the ice pillar was a person. No, not a person. That thing had a human shape, but was enormous, at least 300 meters tall. It knelt in the ice pillar, its hands supporting the ground with its head lowered, obscuring its face. Its body was covered in pitch-black armor with ice spikes growing on it. Su Lin stared at that thing for a few seconds. It felt like it was alive. Although frozen in ice, it always seemed like it would move at any moment. He withdrew his gaze and continued walking. After about 10 minutes, that voice finally sounded. Trialist, welcome to the Frost Tomb. The voice was different from that of the old man in the blood prison abyss. It was colder, more mechanical, like the sound of metal scraping against ice. First, challenge the path of ice marks. Rules: traverse the canyon and reach the end. The total distance is 12 kilometers. There are 13,600 frost wraiths in the canyon, and they will attack you. But you do not need to kill them. You only need to walk past them. Each wraith's attack power ranges from 30,000 to 80,000. Their attacks will stack an ice mark effect. Each time you are hit, the ice mark count increases by 1. When the ice mark count reaches 100, you will be frozen for 3 seconds. During the freeze, all surrounding wraiths will focus their attacks on you. Additionally, every 500 meters on the canyon floor, there is an ice crack. If you step on it or stay on it for more than 3 seconds, the ice crack will explode, dragging you into the abyss beneath the ice. In the abyss beneath the ice, there are things more terrifying than the wraiths. Good luck. The voice vanished. Su Lin stood still looking at the 12-kilometer ice-locked canyon before him. Above him was a grayish-white ice dome with countless ice spikes hanging from the ceiling, some over 100 meters tall, others only as thick as a finger. Sunlight filtered through from an unknown source, passing through those ice spikes and refracting into millions of colorful beams. Those beams fell upon the ice surface, resembling countless shattered diamonds covering the entire canyon. Beneath the ice surface lay frozen corpses. There were humans, monsters, and unrecognizable entities. They maintained the positions they held at the last moment before death. Some were running, some were kneeling, and some were holding weapons. Their eyes were all wide open, their pupils reflecting the colorful light. Su Lin took a deep breath and took his first step. The moment his foot landed on the ice, a low wail echoed from afar. Then he saw them. Those frost wraiths. They emerged from the ice layer 1, 2, 10, 100. Transparent, semi-transparent humanoid figures glowing with a faint blue light. There were both men and women, young and old, some wearing tattered clothes, others completely naked. Their faces were indistinct, with only the 2 icy blue flames in their eye sockets glaring at Su Lin. They floated in midair, their feet not touching the ground, forming a huge circle that trapped him in the center. The closest one was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 small braids, wearing a floral dress. Her face was transparent, revealing the light refracted by the ice spikes behind her. Only her eyes, the icy blue flames, burned fiercely. She reached out her hand and gently pressed it on Su Lin's shoulder. 45,000 counter damage, 11250. The little girl was momentarily stunned. She looked down at her hand, and a crack suddenly appeared on her transparent palm. But she did not stop. She opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of teeth like ice spikes, and bit down on Su Lin's arm. 52,000 counter damage, 13,000. The little girl's palm cracked again, and her arm also split. She took a step back, looking at the cracks on her body, tilting her head, as if pondering something. But the surrounding wraiths had already lunged at him. 10, 20, 50. They rushed in from all directions, clawing, biting, and colliding. Each strike carried a bone-chilling coldness, and with each strike a thin layer of ice formed on Su Lin's body. 38,000 counter damage, 9,500, 47,000 counter damage, 11750, 61000, counter damage 15250, 43000, counter damage 10750. Damage notifications flooded the screen. Counter damage notifications followed suit. Su Lin ignored the attacks. This challenge was about traversing the canyon to the end, and he kept moving forward. The wraiths lunged at him, attacking, then being repelled by the counter damage. One wraith clawed him 5 times, shattering its own hand. Another wraith bit him 8 times, cracking its own head. And yet another rushed at him, colliding 3 times, creating a large hole in its transparent body, leaking icy blue light. But they did not stop. They charged at him like they had gone mad. Su Lin looked at the little girl. Her dress was already torn, her body covered in cracks, her left arm missing, and her right leg shattered below the knee. But she was still limping toward him. Those icy blue eyes were fixed on him. Su Lin locked eyes with her for a second. Then he looked away and continued to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, new wraiths lunged at him. With each step, old wraiths shattered from the counter damage. Those shattered wraiths did not disappear. Instead, they transformed into ice crystals scattered across the ice surface. The ice crystals reflected the colorful light, appearing even more beautiful than before. After walking about 500 meters, Su Lin stopped. Ahead was a crack. An ice crack. Just as the voice described, there was a long, narrow opening on the ice surface from which a faint blue light seeped out. The light was faint, but it was immediately noticeable, because it was completely different from the surrounding colorful lights. Su Lin stood 1 meter in front of the crack, gazing at the opening. He recalled the voice's warning. Step on it or stay on it for more than 3 seconds, and the ice crack will explode, dragging you into the abyss beneath the ice. In the abyss beneath the ice, there are things more terrifying than the wraiths. He looked down at the ice surface beneath his feet. Transparent, smooth, revealing the frozen corpses below. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform with a badge pinned on his chest, his hands still extended forward. His eyes were wide open, his pupils reflecting the ice spikes above. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, looked at the ice crack, then stepped over it. The moment his foot landed, a loud crash echoed behind him. Boom! The ice crack exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the shockwave pushed him forward 2 steps. Su Lin turned around, and saw that the crack had transformed into a 10-meter-wide pit. Inside the pit was a pitch-black abyss, unfathomable, with only the sound of rustling coming from below. Something was climbing up. Su Lin did not wait. He turned and continued moving forward. Behind him, the rustling sound grew closer. After walking about 100 meters, he suddenly felt a tightness beneath his feet. Looking down, a hand stretched out from beneath the ice, grasping his ankle. The hand was a bluish-purple with long fingers and black nails resembling 10 small knives. It gripped tightly, its nails digging into the flesh. 80,000 counter damage, 20,000. The hand trembled slightly, but did not let go. Su Lin looked down at it. Beneath the ice, a face was pressed against the surface. The face had no eyes, only 2 black holes. The nose was missing, leaving only 2 nostrils. Its mouth stretched to the roots of its ears, filled with sharp, needle-like teeth, like a piranha. It pressed against the ice surface, staring at Su Lin with those 2 black holes, its mouth moving, as if trying to say something. The grip tightened further. 80,000 counter damage, 20,000. One of its nails broke. But it still did. Su Lin lifted his other foot and stepped on that hand. Crack! The bones of the hand shattered. The face twisted beneath the ice, its mouth opening wider, letting out a soundless scream. Su Lin ignored it and continued moving forward. After taking only a couple of steps, another hand reached out from beneath the ice. Then there were 2, 3, 10. They emerged from all directions, grabbing his ankles, his calves, his knees. Each one gripped tightly, each one pulling him down beneath the ice. 80,000 counter damage, 20,000, 80,000 counter damage, 20,000, 80,000 counter damage, 20,000 damage, and counter damage flooded the screen. Su Lin was pulled down to the point he could not move. He looked down at those hands. They were densely packed, at least 30 of them. All bluish-purple, their black nails digging into his flesh, blood seeping out. Beneath the ice, those faces were also pressed against the surface. 1 face, 2 faces, 10 faces. All eyeless, all with mouths agape, silently screaming. Su Lin locked eyes with them for a second. Then he began to lift his foot step by step, moving forward. With each step, he crushed a few of the hands gripping him. Crack, crack, crack. Those hands were crushed and retracted beneath the ice. But immediately new hands stretched out. Su Lin continued to inch forward step by step. The ground beneath his feet was filled with the sounds of broken bones. Behind him the rustling sound grew closer. After walking another 500 meters, the second ice crack appeared ahead. When Su Lin stepped over it, he glanced back. He saw the thing climbing up from the abyss. It was a woman. No, half a woman. From the waist up, she was intact. From the waist down, only a spine dragged along the ground like a tail. Her skin was bluish-gray, covered in ice crystals. Her face was beautiful, unrealistically so. Delicate features, snowy white skin, long black hair. But her eyes were hollow. Two black holes looking inside, revealing no bottom. She lay on the ice, using her two hands to support herself, dragging that long spine along as she crawled forward bit by bit. With each movement, the joints of the spine made crackling sounds. She crawled very slowly, but she kept crawling. Towards Su Lin. Su Lin glanced at her, withdrew his gaze, and continued moving forward. Ahead the wraiths were increasing in number. They emerged from the ice layer one after another, densely packed, like a blue sea. They lunged at him, attacking, and shattered from the counter damage. Again they lunged, again shattering. They lunged again, and shattered once more. The ice surface became increasingly thick, with shattered ice crystals. Stepping on them made crackling sounds. The ice crystals reflected colorful light, sparkling like walking on a ground of shattered rainbows. After walking 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, the wraith's attacks became increasingly frantic. The half-woman continued to follow behind, neither too close nor too far, about 100 meters away. She did not attack. She merely followed, crawling while staring at him with those hollow eyes. Su Lin paid her no mind. He just walked. At 6 kilometers, the ice cracks increased. There was one every 200 meters or so. Some were thin, some were thick, some were just a small crack, while others had split into a large web-like pattern. Su Lin had to keep detouring or leap over them. Once while jumping, his foot slipped, landing on the edge of a crack for just 1 second. Boom! The crack exploded. The shockwave knocked him off his feet, sending him sliding several meters on the ice. Before he could get up, a hand stretched out from the exploded pit, grabbing his ankle and yanking him down fiercely. Su Lin was half dragged into the pit. Below the pit, countless hands were waiting for him. They grasped his legs, his waist, his arms, desperately dragging. 80,000, 80,000, oh 80,000. Counter damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Those hands trembled from the counter damage, but did not let go. Su Lin was pulled down little by little. He could see the faces below him now. Dense thousands of them, all gazing up, mouths agape, waiting for him to fall. The most beautiful face was at the front. It was the half-woman. She lay at the very bottom, looking up at him with her hollow eyes, her mouth open in a silent smile. Su Lin locked eyes with her for a second. Then he extended his hand, grasping the edge of the pit. He pushed with all his might. His entire body was pulled out from the pit. Those hands still clutched his legs, coming out with him. They struggled in midair, then crack, 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 they all shattered. Su Lin stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at it. The half-woman was still below, gazing up at him. Her mouth was still agape, still smiling. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, turned, and continued walking. Behind him the half-woman began to crawl again. Crack, crack, crack. 7 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 9 kilometers. The wraiths were becoming fewer. Not that they had disappeared, but they dared not attack. They surrounded him, floating in midair, watching him with their icy blue eyes. But none dared to approach. They watched their companions shatter into pieces, gazing at the path paved with shattered ice crystals, and at the human drenched in blood, yet still alive. They were frightened. When Su Lin walked past them, they retreated. One to a group. He took a step forward, and he walked a bit faster, and they floated further away. They maintained a distance of about 50 meters. Su Lin paid them no mind. He just walked. At 10 kilometers, that voice echoed again. Ice mark, count 87. 13 layers left, until freezing. Su Lin was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the panel. Ice marks, 87 layers. He had not really paid attention to this. Each time he was attacked by a wraith, it added 1 layer of ice mark. What about those hands earlier? Those hands reaching out from beneath the ice should count too, right? He calculated. It seemed about right. 87 layers, 13 layers left. He continued moving forward. After 10 kilometers, the wraiths were even fewer. But they had not gone far, just floating further away, around 70 or 80 meters, following at a distance. The half-woman was still behind. She crawled slower and slower, her spine dragging on the ground, leaving a long streak of blood. But she did not stop, continuing to crawl. At 10 kilometers, Su Lin stepped on the 11th ice crack. Not by stepping on it, but the crack suddenly appeared beneath his feet. There was no warning. 1 second the ice surface was fine, the next it cracked with a snap, and his foot sank in. Su Lin reacted swiftly, pulling his foot out as soon as it sank. But he was still a second too late. Boom! The crack exploded. This time it exploded more violently, the shockwave flipping him in the air, tumbling twice, before crashing onto the ice 20 meters away. Before he could get up, the ice surface cracked. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around him, the ice surface cracked like a spider web, spreading fissures in all directions. From the cracks, countless hands reached out. They grabbed his arms, his legs, his neck, his hair. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. Counter damage 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Su Lin was pulled down beneath the ice. There were too many hands, too much strength. He could not break free. He slid down little by little. Beneath the ice, those faces were waiting for him. They looked up, mouths agape, densely packed like a swarm of fish waiting to be fed. The most beautiful face was at the front. It was the half-woman. She lay at the very bottom closest to him, less than 10 meters away. Those hollow eyes were fixed on him. Her mouth was open, silently smiling. Su Lin and she locked eyes. Little by little he felt his body sliding down. 1 meter. 8 meters. 5 meters. He could see her face clearly. It was truly beautiful. Beautiful like an ice sculpture, like a fairy in a painting. If not for those two black hole-like eyes, if her mouth wasn't stretched to her ears, if she wasn't half of a body dragging along a spine, Su Lin stared at that face. Suddenly he moved. He did not struggle, did not try to climb up. He reached down, grabbing that face. His fingers dug into those two black holes for eyes. Zero. That face froze. Then she screamed. A silent scream, but Su Lin could feel it. The entire ice layer trembled. Her hands released his legs to grab his hands. Her nails were black like 10 small knives, desperately clawing. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. Counter damage 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Her nails broke. Her fingers cracked. Her wrists shattered. But she still clawed, still grabbed, still screamed. Su Lin did not let go. He held onto her face, fingers digging into her eye sockets, lifting her up. That face was pulled from beneath the ice, along with half of her body. She struggled in his hands, her spine thrashing about her mouth, silently screaming. Su Lin looked at her. She looked at him. Those hollow eyes were now even emptier. Su Lin lifted her up, aiming her at those hands still grabbing him. Those hands froze. Then they released their grip. They retracted back. The faces beneath the ice one by one, retreating back into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Su Lin looked down at the face in his hands. That face was still struggling, still calling out. He looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he let go. The face fell crashing onto the ice surface, shattering into ice crystals. The ice crystals reflected colorful light. Su Lin stood amidst the shattered ice crystals, looking at his hands. His hands were still dusted with a bit of ice crystal sparkling. He dusted off his hands and continued walking. 11 kilometers. 12 kilometers. Ahead he finally saw the end. It was a frozen throne. The throne was 100 meters high, entirely crystal clear, glowing with a faint blue light. On the throne sat a gigantic skeleton. The skeleton was 50 meters tall, dressed in tattered armor, wearing a crown of ice crystals. Its eye sockets held no flames, only 2 pitch black holes. Before the throne was a door. An ice door intricately carved with complex runes flowing with icy blue light. Su Lin approached the door. Behind him the half-woman was no longer there. Those wraiths had also vanished. Only the 12-kilometer path remained, paved with shattered ice crystals, shimmering in colorful light. He extended his hand and pushed the door open. The door opened. Behind it was an even larger space. But the voice rang out. First challenge cleared. Time taken 3 hours 47 minutes. Number of attacks received 3462. Counter damage kills of wraiths 241. Counter damage kills of abyssal ghost hands 137. Counter damage kills of abyssal succubus 1. Ice mark count 98. No freezing triggered. Su Lin looked at the line on the panel. He recalled the half-woman. Counter damage kills of abyssal succubus 1. That was her. So she was called the abyssal succubus. So beautiful, yet she was a succubus. Su Lin pushed open the second door. Behind him the 12-kilometer path was still paved with shattered ice crystals glittering in colorful light. Ahead lay the second challenge. Su Lin pushed open the icy door, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. It was not the battlefield he had imagined, but a lake. To be precise, it was a vast lake frozen in ice, its surface as smooth as a mirror capable of reflecting a person's figure. Above the ice dome had a massive crack, allowing light to filter through from an unknown source, casting countless rays of colorful light upon the lake's surface. The light illuminated the entire space, creating a dreamlike fairy tale atmosphere. In the center of the lake stood an ice sculpture. The sculpture took the shape of a woman, glistening all over with her hands clasped together and her head bowed as if in prayer. Behind her was a door, identical to the icy door he had just encountered. Su Lin stood by the lake's edge, gazing at the ice sculpture. The lake's surface was very calm, so calm that it seemed devoid of danger. Yet he knew that the more beautiful a place, the more deadly it could be. The voice echoed again, cold and mechanical. Level 2, Ice Mirror Maze. Rules: cross the ice lake to reach the ice sculpture in the center. There are 13,600 ice mirrors on the lake's surface, each hiding a mirror spirit. The mirror spirits will not attack you unless you pass in front of an ice mirror. Then the spirit will reach out from the mirror and pull you in. Those who are pulled in will be trapped in the mirror world. In the mirror world, there are countless yous, each wanting to kill you. You only have one chance to escape the mirror world. If you fail, you will be trapped inside forever. Additionally, every 100 meters on the lake's surface, there is an ice fracture. Like in the first level, stepping on it, or lingering for more than 3 seconds will cause the ice fracture to explode. But this time what falls in is not an abyss, but another mirror. A larger mirror. In that mirror there are more yous. Good luck. The voice faded away. Su Lin stood still gazing at the ice lake before him. 13,600 ice mirrors. Behind each mirror lay a hidden mirror spirit. He took a step forward, his foot landing on the icy surface. The ice was slippery as slick as if it had been greased. He slowly moved forward, his eyes fixed on the surrounding ice mirrors. The mirrors varied in size and shape. Some were as small as a palm lying flat on the ground. Some were 2 people tall standing upright. Some were embedded in ice pillars revealing only a corner. Others hung upside down from the overhead ice dome like lanterns. Each mirror was bright enough to clearly reflect a person's figure. Su Lin could see his reflection in the mirror. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark coat, her hair somewhat disheveled, her face expressionless. He walked past the first mirror. The her in the mirror was also looking at him. At the moment he passed, the surface of the mirror suddenly rippled. A hand reached out from the mirror. The hand was pale thin, and its nails were transparent, as if made of ice. It shot out quickly, heading straight for Su Lin's ankle. Su Lin glanced down, unable to evade. The hand grasped his ankle. 60,000 counter damage, 15,000. The hand trembled slightly, but did not let go. Instead it tightened its grip and pulled with all its might. Su Lin could feel the force trying to drag him into the mirror. He resisted the power of that hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The hand could not pull him in. It exerted more force. 60,000 counter damage, 15,000. One of its nails broke. But it still did not relent. Su Lin looked down at the hand, then glanced at his reflection in the mirror. The her in the mirror was still watching him, her face still devoid of expression. But her eyes seemed to shine a bit brighter than before. Su Lin raised his foot and stepped down on that hand. The severed hand turned to shards of ice scattering across the surface. The her in the mirror moved her lips as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued forward. After just a few steps he encountered another mirror. This time an arm reached out, grabbing his calf. 60,000, counter damage 15,000. Grasp, stomp, shatter. Another mirror showed a hand grabbing his waist. 60,000, counter damage 15,000. Grasp, stomp, shatter. Yet another mirror had 2 hands grabbing both of his legs. 120000, counter damage 30,000. Grasp, stomp, shatter. Su Lin continued his path. Each time he passed a mirror, hands would reach out, grabbing him, pulling him, trying to then they would be repelled, trembling from the counter damage shattering under his feet. The ice surface increasingly littered with shards of ice. Those shards glittered in the colorful light, resembling a ground strewn with broken stars. After walking approximately 500 meters, Su Lin spotted the first ice fracture. Just 20 meters ahead, a narrow gap in the ice surface emitted a faint blue light. He slowed his pace and tried to go around it. Just halfway around, his foot slipped. The ice surface was too slippery, and he stumbled forward, 1 foot landing on the edge of the crack. He stood on it for just a second. Boom! The crack exploded. The shockwave flipped Su Lin over, and he rolled 7 or 8 meters on the ice before coming to a stop. Before he could get up, the ice beneath him suddenly split open, and he fell down into a void of darkness. The moment Su Lin landed, everything around him brightened. He stood up and looked at the scene before him. It was a vast space. Mirrors surrounded him on all sides. The ceiling was a mirror, the floor was a mirror, the walls were mirrors, even the ice stalactites hanging overhead were made of mirrors. Countless reflections of himself were visible in the mirrors, but not from the same angle. Some faced him directly, some were turned sideways, some had their backs to him, some tilted their heads, some looked down, and some looked up. Each reflection of him in the mirrors was in motion. Some were walking, some standing, some squatting, some jumping. Su Lin stood still, gazing at those reflections of himself. Suddenly he noticed something was off. In the mirror to his left front, a reflection of him faced him, but those eyes were not looking behind him. They were directly staring at him. It met his gaze. Su Lin was momentarily stunned. In the next second, that reflection stepped out from the mirror. It truly stepped out, as if crossing through a layer of water, emerging from the surface and standing before him. Identical. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark coat, her hair somewhat disheveled, face expressionless. Yet those eyes were a bit brighter than her outside the mirror. Bright as ice blue fire. The Su Lin in the mirror looked at him and spoke. Her voice was identical to his, but colder, more mechanical. You have arrived. Su Lin did not respond. The Su Lin in the mirror took a step forward. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Su Lin looked at her and asked, waiting for me for what? The Su Lin in the mirror smiled. A smile appeared on the face identical to his own. But that smile looked so awkward, as if it were forced out by someone learning to smile for the first time. Pulling the corners of the mouth upwards, but the eyes remained unmoving, still bearing that icy blue lifelessness. Waiting for your death. After she finished speaking, she lunged at him. Her speed was astonishing. A fist struck Su Lin's face. 80,000 counter damage, 20,000. Su Lin took a step back. The Su Lin in the mirror also stepped back, looking down at her hand. A crack had formed on that hand. She raised her head, looking at Su Lin, her icy blue eyes shining even brighter. Interesting. She lunged again. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch landed on Su. 80,000, 80,000, 80,000 counter damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. With each punch from the Su Lin in the mirror, another crack appeared on his body. But she did not stop. Instead, she became more frenzied. Her punches grew faster and more ferocious. Su Lin stood still, allowing her to strike. He watched her frenzied face identical to his own. After approximately 50 punches, the Su Lin in the mirror finally stopped. She stepped back 2 paces, panting heavily, looking down at herself. Her body was covered in cracks, densely packed, resembling a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering. From those cracks, ice blue light leaked out. She raised her head, looking at Su Lin. For the first time, her eyes showed an emotion other than madness. Confusion. What? Won't you die? Su Lin looked at her and remained silent. He walked up to her, looking down at her. That face identical to his own. But now that face was filled with terror. Su Lin reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. With a gentle push, she toppled backwards and crashed into the mirror. The surface rippled, swallowing her whole. In the mirror that her remained. Facing him, but those eyes had returned to being like those in the other mirrors. Hollow, devoid of spirit, like something lifeless. Su Lin withdrew his hand, turned, and looked at the other mirrors. The reflections of him in those mirrors were all staring at him. But none of them moved. He took a step forward. The reflections in the mirrors also took a step forward. He raised his hand. The reflections in the mirrors also raised their hands. He smiled. The reflections in the mirrors smiled back, identical to his own. Su Lin paid no further attention to them and began searching for an exit in this mirror world. Surrounded by mirrors, he could see no doors, no differences. He walked in a circle, returning to his starting point. Walking another circle, still at the starting point. A third circle, a fourth circle, a fifth circle. Each time returning to the origin. Those reflections of him continued to watch him. Some tilted their heads, some looked down, some raised their heads, some stood sideways. But their eyes were all fixed on him. Su Lin stopped staring at those reflections of himself. He suddenly realized something. The number of U's in those mirrors seemed to have increased. Previously he had counted about 50 mirrors, 50 U's. Now there were at least 70. The newcomers stood in the back, crowded in corners, hidden among the upside-down ice stalactites. When did they appear? He stared at them. They stared back at him. Suddenly one of them moved. Not stepping out, but moving its lips. He opened his mouth and silently uttered a sentence to him. Will die here. After speaking, it smiled. That smile was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the mirror moments ago. Corners of the mouth curled up, eyes unmoving, and icy blue lifelessness. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to look at the mirror beneath his feet. In the mirror, another him was looking up at him. That version of him had especially bright eyes. Su Lin and he locked eyes for 3 seconds. Then he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Crack! The mirror shattered. Shattered ice flew everywhere, and that version of him disappeared into the cracks. Below the cracks was another space. It was pitch black and the bottom could not be seen. Su Lin stood at the edge of the crack, looking down. There was light below. An icy blue light. It flickered like a heartbeat. He took a deep breath and jumped down. In the moment he landed, everything brightened again. It was another mirror world. But this time there were even more mirrors. At least 500 densely packed, forming a huge circle. In the very center of the circle stood a figure. No, not a person. It was a humanoid shape made of mirrors. It had a head, a body, and limbs, all constructed of mirrors. Every mirror was glowing, and in each mirror was a version of Su Lin. It looked at Su Lin and spoke. The voice was neither mechanical nor cold, but an amalgamation of countless voices. Some male, some female, some old, some young, some sharp, and some deep, all mixed together like 10,000 people speaking at once. You are very special. Su Lin remained silent. The mirror figure took a step forward. With each step it took, the mirrors on its body shifted, and the reflections of those Su Lins also jolted, some laughing, some crying, some screaming, and some madly smashing the mirrors. You have shed a lot of blood. Your injuries are severe. But here is the mirror world. Your blood is of no use. It finished speaking and raised a hand, pointing behind Su Lin. Su Lin turned around. Behind him a mirror was growing larger. From the size of a palm it grew to the size of a basin, then to the size of a door panel, and finally became an entire wall. In the mirror stood a version of him. That version was the same height, the same build, wearing the same dark coat. But those eyes were pure black. So dark they shone. They were blacker than eyes. The version of him in the mirror stepped out, standing right in front of him. Exactly identical. Then the second version of him walked out of another mirror. The third, the fourth, the fifth, 10, 50, 100, densely packed surrounding him. All were him. All had those pure black eyes. They stared at him motionless. The mirror figure spoke again. They are all you. Some are your fears. Some are your resentments. Some are your hatred. Some are your despair. Some are the version of yourself that you want to kill. Su Lin looked at the surrounding selves. Over 100. All with those pure black eyes. He suddenly smiled. A light faint smile. You, he said, are you worthy to call me? The moment the words left his mouth, the closest self lunged at him. A punch struck his face. 1,000,000 counter damage, 25,000. That self froze for a moment, looking down at its hand. A crack appeared on its hand, black liquid seeping out. But it didn't retreat, instead it lunged at him, even more furiously. The second, third, fourth. Over 100 selves pounced simultaneously. Fists, feet, heads, elbows all targeted him. 1,000,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000 damage notifications flooded the screen. Counter damage 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000 counter damage also flooded the screen. With each punch they landed on him, cracks multiplied on their own bodies. Black liquid dripped from the cracks onto the ground, corroding small pits. Yet they did not stop. They came at him like madmen, determined to strike him at least once. Su Lin stood still, letting them hit him. He looked at the faces of those selves. All his face. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark coat with slightly messy hair, her expression flat. But those eyes, pure black, stared at him like prey. He watched as they cracked one by one, fell one by one, and transformed into black water. The first fell down. The 20th fell down. The 50th fell down. The 80th fell down. The last one also fell. It collapsed at his feet, looking up at him with those pure black eyes. Its mouth moved silently, saying something. Su Lin looked at that mouth and recognized it. You are who? He stared into those eyes and fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he lifted his foot and stepped on its face. Crack! It shattered. The last self turned into black water. Everything around fell silent. Over 100 cells were all dead. Only the mirror figure remained standing in place. The mirrors on its body were cracked over half. Among those broken mirrors, some were empty, some had half a Su Lin left, some only had a hand, a foot, or half a Those severed limbs and half faces were still moving, still struggling. The mirror figure looked at Su Lin, and this time its voice was no longer an amalgamation, but singular, cold, and mechanical, exactly the same as the voice from the first challenge. You have won. You are the first to emerge from the mirror world. Time taken 4 hours and 23 minutes. Mirror clones defeated 137. Body hit count 1782 times. Su Lin looked at it and said nothing. The mirror figure's body began to melt. Those mirrors fell piece by piece, crashing to the ground and shattering into ice shards. In the shattered ice, his face was reflected. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark coat with slightly messy hair. But those eyes were still his own. Dark, heavy, unfathomable. The mirror figure melted until only a palm-sized mirror remained, falling at his feet. In that mirror there was no him. Only a door. Su Lin bent down and picked up the mirror. The door in the mirror slowly grew larger before his eyes. Then a door truly appeared in front of him. A door made of ice, covered in intricate runes with icy blue light flowing within the runes. It was exactly the same as the previous 2 doors. Su Lin pushed open the door. Behind it was the icy lake. He stood by the lake facing the ice sculpture. The 13,600 ice mirrors on the surface of the lake were still present. But the himps in those mirrors were nowhere to be seen. Only empty mirrors remained shimmering in the colorful light. Su Lin stepped forward, walking towards the center of the lake. This time no hands reached out to grab him. No ice cracks exploded. No mirror spirits crawled out from the mirrors. He simply walked forward, step by step, passing by those empty mirrors. He reached the center of the lake, standing before the ice sculpture. The woman in the ice sculpture remained in that posture, hands clasped together, head bowed, as if in prayer. Su Lin looked up at her. She was taller than he had imagined, at least 10 meters. The ice was clear, allowing a view of her face. It was an extremely beautiful face. Not the kind of enchanting beauty, but a compassionate, gentle beauty akin to that of a mother. Her eyes were closed with long eyelashes and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she were having a good dream. Su Lin looked at her, suddenly recalling a phrase. That phrase was spoken by the voice from the first challenge. Beneath the ice layer there are things more terrifying than vengeful spirits. He had seen that thing. Half a woman, beautiful, dragging a spine, crawling out from the abyss. That thing was called a abyss succubus. So who is this? Who is this ice sculpture woman praying in the center of the lake? He had no time to think, because that voice sounded. Second challenge cleared. Successfully emerged from the mirror world. Congratulations. You have acquired the passive skill Taunt Ice Skeleton's Fury Taunt. Taunt Ice Skeleton's Fury Taunt. Range 100 meters around yourself. Effect forcibly locks all monsters within 100 meters, generating an extreme animosity, towards you, ignoring all target skills and hatred interference, and will madly attack you until you or they are completely annihilated. Can be activated or deactivated at will. The eyelashes of the ice-garbed woman were adorned with delicate ice crystals shimmering in the multicolored. Su Lin stood before her, gazing at the line of golden text on the panel. Congratulations on acquiring the passive skill Taunt Ice Corpse Fury Taunt. Range 100 meters around yourself. Effect forces all monsters within 100 meters to develop an insatiable malice towards you, ignoring all target skills and hate interference, and they will relentlessly attack you until either you or they are completely annihilated. The effect can be toggled on or off with thought. Su Lin stared at the line of text, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Taunt. Forcing all monsters within 100 meters to be locked onto. Insatiable. Relentless assault. Until one side is utterly annihilated. He recalled his trillion health points. He remembered the 1 health regeneration per second. He remembered the Bone Spike Fury he had obtained earlier. 25 of the damage taken is reflected back. He opened the panel. Name Su Lin, disguised state. Level 10. Health 100 trillion base, 1000 billion equipment. Attack 1000 base, 1000 equipment. Abilities. Health cap increased by 1 billion times. Passive 1, a recovery enhancement percentage. Hell level restores 1 of maximum health per second. Passive 2, Bone Spike Fury, when taking damage reflect 25 of the damage back to the attacker. Passive 3, Taunt Ice Corpse Fury Taunt forces all monsters within 100 meters to develop an insatiable malice towards you, ignoring all target skills and hate interference, and they will relentlessly attack you until either you or they are completely annihilated. The effect can be toggled on or off with thought. Item Invisible Mask. Anyone below level 100 standing in front of you cannot see your true appearance. Points 180000. Heavenly Marketplace. Click to enter shopping. What the hell is this combination? Walking into a pile of monsters while taunting, all the creatures charged at him and bid him unable to inflict damage, and instead died from the backlash. He didn't even need to lift a finger. He just needed to find monsters. Su Lin took a deep breath, suppressing a smile. He raised his head and looked at the ice-garbed woman before him. She still bore that compassionate and gentle expression, hands clasped, eyes closed as if praying for him. Thank you, Su Lin said softly. He didn't know if she could hear him, nor did he know who she was. But the gratitude in his voice was genuine. The ice-garbed woman naturally did not respond. Yet that faint smile at the corner of her mouth seemed to lift slightly. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked back the way he came. He passed by the empty mirrors, walked across the ice lake, traversed the 12-kilometer path marked by ice scars. When he reached the cave entrance, he glanced back. The entire frozen canyon shimmered in the multicolored light. The paths paved with shattered ice crystals looked like a ground strewn with broken rainbows. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped out of the frozen cave exit. Just as the ice membrane closed behind him, the sunlight outside made him squint. Su Lin stood still, adjusted. Then he heard, "You came out." A stuttering voice came from several meters away. Su Lin turned his head. The 20 or so people were still standing there. Not a single one was missing. The tattooed man at the front stood there, his knife already dropped to the ground, but he didn't pick it up. He just stared, wide-eyed, mouth agape, as if someone had paralyzed him. The skinny guy next to him began to tremble again. "Boss." She came out. The tattooed man ignored him. He just kept staring at Su Lin, fixated on the face of the woman in her 40s and the eerily calm eyes. He wanted to say something. He wanted to say, "You actually came out alive," wanted to ask what happened inside, wanted to know, "Who exactly are you?" But the words stuck in his throat. Su Lin glanced at him. Just a glance. Then Su Lin withdrew his gaze and walked past him. The sound of footsteps crunched on the gravel. The 20 or so people stood there motionless, watching that figure walk further and further away until it finally disappeared behind the desolate mountains. Once he was completely out of sight, the tattooed man plopped down on the ground. "Damn." He gasped, his back drenched in cold sweat. The skinny guy leaned over, whispering, "Boss, it's that woman. It must be that woman." She cleared it again. The tattooed man slapped him on the back of the head. "Of course it's her. Do you need me to remind you?" The skinny guy, covering his head, said pitifully, "So should we report this?" The tattooed man was taken aback. "Report it? Right, it needs to be reported. With such a character, such a situation, are we going to just wait for blame?" He fumbled for his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. The Frost Tomb in the East District." "Yes. The crack from 2017. It's gone. Someone cleared it." "Who?" "A woman. In her 40s. The same one from yesterday. She's back. Cleared it again." "Really? I saw it with my own eyes." She walked out from inside. "The crack is gone." Yes. It's that woman. The one who cleared the Bloodbone Abyss yesterday." The Forum of Dark Knight City exploded again. "Holy crap. That mysterious woman has appeared again. The Frost Tomb in the East District has been cleared by her. The crack from 2017. It's gone. She cleared it again. Wasn't she just in the Bloodbone Abyss yesterday? How did she clear another one today? Is she even human? One crack a day. The key is that she is still alive. Came out alive. In and out twice. The crack handling team has rushed to the East District, but the person has already vanished. Is this woman specifically coming to clear cracks? There are still 2 level 10 cracks around Dark Knight City. Is she trying to monopolize them? Is the next one the Blazing Hell or the Shadow Maze? The comment section was in a frenzy. But not long after, an even more explosive post emerged. Title: Rational Analysis. Who is this mysterious woman? Content. Let me list a few facts. 1. She can clear level 10 cracks, indicating her level is 10 or below. 2. The Bloodbone Abyss and Frost Tomb are top-tier cracks with hundreds of deaths. That she cleared both indicates her strength far exceeds that of an SS-level genius of the same level. 3. Choosing a place like Dark Knight City shows that she doesn't want to be found or that someone is hunting her. 4. She continuously clears cracks, indicating she needs to grow stronger quickly. Now the question arises. Level 10 is strength far exceeding SS level, doesn't want to be found, needs to grow stronger quickly. Who does that remind you of? As soon as this post was made, the comment section fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded even more fiercely. Oh my god. Su Lin. That's Su Lin from the Dragon City Battle Institute. A divine level awakener. Yes. He was missing before. The Dragon City Battle Institute issued a missing person notice. He's also level 10. His health is absurdly high. He can take hits and fight. Moreover, he is indeed being hunted. His father Su Lin wants to kill him. The key is that a place like Dark Knight City is indeed his best hiding spot. No way, right? That woman is Su Lin in disguise. But he's clearly a man. How could he turn into a woman? Isn't that simple? It's a disguise. What doesn't Dark Knight City have? But that's too absurd. Can a disguise fool everyone? Even the images released by the crack handling team match. What do you know? If he really disguised himself, he would have prepared well in advance, finding a lookalike to take the picture. Anyway, I believe it. Who else can clear 2 cracks in level 10 except the divine level being? Exactly. Those big shots who have cleared several cracks, which one of them dared to enter again after clearing just one. Only a divine level being can continuously clear. This post spread like wildfire, quickly rising to the top of trending topics. In the comment section below, some were already shouting, Su Lin is awesome, divine level is divine level, Su Lin, you must regret it now. However, there were also skeptics. Where's the evidence? Just a few coincidences. But the voices of doubt were quickly drowned in the tide of, it must be Su Lin. Meanwhile, in the Su family of Tianqiong City, the study room was illuminated. Su Lin stood by the window facing away from the door, holding a mobile phone in his hand. On the phone screen was a post titled The Mysterious Woman's True Identity, suspected to be Su Lin. The door was pushed open. Lin Wanqing walked in, her face slightly pale. Jintian, did you see? Those people online are saying that the one who passed through the rift is Su Lin. Su Lin did not turn around. I saw it. Lin Wanqing walked up behind him, her voice trembling. Is it really him? Is it truly him? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Level 10 able to clear 2 death rifts in a row. Who else could it be but him? Lin Wanqing was stunned. She opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words. She remembered the child who had been locked in the basement for 18 years. She recalled the years of neglect, wrongful accusations, and beatings. She thought back to the day Su Lin left the Su family standing at the door and saying, since I am your shame, from today onwards, I sever all ties with the Su family. At that time she thought he was just speaking out of anger. A class waste, how long could he survive after leaving the Su family? But now, that class waste had cleared 2 death rifts. The Bloodbone Abyss with over 600 deaths in 23 years. The Frost Tomb with over 300 deaths in 17 years. He alone cleared them both in 2 days. Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. How? How did he do it? Su Lin turned around to look at her. His stern face showed no expression. But something was churning in his eyes. He accomplished what none of us could. Su Lin said, his voice heavy. For 100 years, each of the several people who cleared the rift had to gamble their entire fortune, surviving by sheer luck and skill. After clearing, not a single one dared to enter a second time. But he went in twice. And he came out alive both. Lin Wanqing raised her head to look at her husband. In his eyes she saw a hint of apprehension. Su Lin, one of the 5 strongest in Huaxiao, with an SS-level ability, at level 89, stood at the pinnacle of humanity. He was apprehensive of his own biological son. Jintian. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. What do you plan to do? Su Lin did not answer. He turned around, walked to the desk, picked up another phone, and dialed a number. It's me. A respectful voice came from the other end. Head of the family, please give your orders. Are there any level 10 rifts near Dark Knight City? Yes, head of the family, there are 2. One is called Flame Hell, located 28 kilometers west in the Western District. The other is called Shadow Maze, 42 kilometers south in the Southern District. Send people to guard them, Su Lin said. If anyone attempts to clear them, notify me immediately. I will go personally. The voice on the other end paused. The head of the family will go personally. What about the tower challenge on Sunday? Sunday I will attempt the challenge, though I have already announced nationally that it cannot be changed. Su Jintian interrupted him. Do as I say. Understood. The call ended. Lin Wanqing stood beside him, her face pale. Jintian, do you plan to kill him? Su Jintian looked at her, remaining silent. Lin Wanqing's tears fell. He is your biological son. Su Jintian was silent for 3 seconds. Then he spoke, his voice cold as ice. Precisely because he is my biological son, he must not be spared. He hates me. He hates the Su family. He hates all of us. Once he clears a few more rifts, gains more rewards, and levels up to 20 or 30, what do you think he will do? He will return. He will return to settle the score with us. Su Jintian turned around, looking out at the night. By that time, can you stop him? Or can I stop him? Lin Wanqing was left speechless. Su Jintian continued. He is only level 10 now, and he has already achieved such feats. When he levels up to 60 or 70, what will he become? At that time, the entire Su family, or even all of Huaxia, who could possibly block him? Therefore, he must be eliminated before he grows stronger. Lin Wanqing slumped in her chair, tears streaming uncontrollably. She wanted to say something, but found herself unable to speak, because she could not refute what Su Jintian said. That abandoned child had now grown into a being they feared. And all of this was caused by their own hands. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Awakeners Association, the top-floor conference room was brightly lit. 7 people sat around the round table. Chen Jiuzhou occupied the main seat, his hair graying and his expression serious. To his left sat an elderly man in military uniform level 85, a representative from the military named Zheng. To his right was a middle-aged man wearing glasses level 83, the chief researcher of the association named Zhou. The other 4 were also high-ranking officials of the association, all above level 80. Several documents were laid out on the table. The top document was titled Analysis Report on the Dark Knight City Rift Clearing Incident. Chen Jiuzhou spoke, his voice heavy. Have you all read it? The others nodded. What are your thoughts? Researcher Zhou adjusted his glasses and spoke first. From the data, the Bloodbone Abyss and Frost Tomb are both top-level rifts with hundreds of deaths. To clear 2 in a row and survive this person is definitely not simple. No kidding. General Zheng leaned back in his chair, speaking gruffly. The key is whether he is really Su Lin. Researcher Zhou glanced at him. Based on the existing clues, the probability of it being Su Lin exceeds 90%. 90%. General Zheng furrowed his brows. Where's the evidence? First, the level. Researcher Zhou opened a document. The Frost Tomb is a level 10 rift, and those entering must be level 10 or below. Su Lin is exactly level 10. Second, the strength. He opened another document. The Blood Abyss difficulty ranking 345. Over 800 people died. He came out alive. In the National Academy competition, he swept his opponents in 30 seconds. This level of strength far exceeds that of SS-level geniuses of the same rank. Who else could it be but a god? Third, the motive. He paused. Why did Su Lin go missing? Because Su Jintian wanted to kill him. He needed to hide, and Dark Knight City was the best place to go. It's filled with people without records, making it nearly impossible to find someone. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to go to Dark Knight City and clear the rifts. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Jiuzhou looked at him with a complex expression. Old Zheng, do you know what this implies? General Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jiuzhou stood up and walked to the window. For 100 years, every one of those who cleared the rifts was at the pinnacle of humanity. Zhang Tianxiong, Su Jintian Yun, Zhongzi Yi Wushuang. They upheld the entire human defense. But do you know why they dared not attempt a second rift after clearing one? General Zheng remained silent. Chen Jiuzhou continued, because it is a gamble on life. They could survive due to 30 skill and 70 luck. To try again is certain death. But now there is someone who has cleared 2, and he has come out alive from both. Chen Jiuzhou turned around, looking at everyone present. What does this mean? It means his strength far exceeds that of those top-tier powerhouses when they were young. It means if he grows, he will become the strongest awakened in human history. It means those rifts that kill millions each year could potentially be closed one by him. The conference room was dead silent. Researcher Zhou stood up, his voice a bit excited. The president is right. There are about 320 rifts nationwide, and the average death toll from monsters emerging from rifts exceeds 1 million each year. For the past 100 years, we could only block, only defend, only sacrifice our lives. Why? Because no one could clear them. But what if Su Lin can? If he can truly clear the rifts one by one, those death rifts that have plagued us for decades, or even centuries, could be permanently closed. How many lives could be saved each year? 1 million? 2 million? More? General Zheng remained silent for a long time. Then he raised his head to look at Chen Jiuzhou. You want to protect him? Chen Jiuzhou nodded. Yes. Even if it means going against Su Jintian. Yes. General Zheng stared at him for several seconds before suddenly laughing. All right, count me in. He stood up and patted Chen Jiuzhou on the shoulder. Damn it, I've long found Su Jintian relying on being one of the 5 great powerhouses. What disgusting things has he done over the years? Issuing a bounty on his biological son, sheltering his adopted son, does he really think he's a big shot? He wants to kill Su Lin, and I will protect him. Chen Zhuzhou laughed as well. Then it's settled. He turned to researcher Zhou. Xiao Zhou, take people to Dark Knight City overnight. Don't make a big fuss, keep it discreet. If you find Su Lin, don't startle him, see what he plans to do. If he really intends to continue clearing rifts, find a way to protect him secretly. Researcher Zhou nodded, understood. He looked at General Zhang. Old Zhang, can you help me give a heads up to the military? In case Su Jintian really takes action, we need a backup plan. General Zhang waved his hand. Don't worry, I will talk to Zhang Tianqiong about it. That old guy has long been unhappy with Su Jintian. He will definitely be willing to lend a hand when he hears about this. Chen Zhuzhou nodded, returning to his main seat. He looked out at the pitch-black night softly, saying, Su Lin, what kind of person are you? At Dark Knight City in the Peace Inn. Su Lin returned to the inn at 8 p.m. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. His phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a newly pushed post on the forum. Exclusive. President of the Awakeners Association, Chen Zhuzhou, rushes to Dark Knight City overnight. Suspected to be here for the mysterious woman. The comments section below had exploded. Holy crap, the president is personally taking action. Is he going to snatch someone? Su Lin has it made now. The association is protecting him. Will Su Jintian still dare to act? You don't understand at all. If Su Jintian becomes level 90, what does the association matter? True. In 2 days, Su Jintian will be attempting the tower challenge. Su Lin looked at these comments, his face showing no expression. The association wants to protect him. Expected. Clearing 2 rifts, anyone with half a brain can see his value. Su Jintian wants to kill him. Also expected. That cheap father of his has always been ruthless. But he has the invisible mask. He can run or hide whenever he wants. However, if he enters the secret realm and is blocked at the entrance, if Su Jintian doesn't care about what he looks like and firmly believes that the one who comes out is Su Lin, then escaping death would be difficult. The 2 secret realms might not be attempted for now. As long as he enters, Su Jintian might sense it and block him at the entrance. He could also wait for Su Jintian to attempt layer 89 and then enter, but Su Jintian might also have a backup plan, sending others at level 70 or 80 to block him, making it still impossible. He could only attempt rifts in the wilderness area, but those rifts are at least over 1,000 kilometers away, requiring him to grind monsters to earn points to buy a flying machine. If he walks back and forth, it would take at least 20 days, which is far too time-consuming. Su Lin rolled over, opened his phone, and continued to browse rift information. Total number of rifts nationwide, approximately 3200. Rifts below level 10, approximately 220. Located near human settlements, about 20. Located in the wilderness, about 200. Wilderness. Su Lin looked through them one by one, his brows gradually furrowing. These wilderness rifts are all over 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest city. Some are deep in deserts, some on snow-capped mountains, some in the heart of primitive forests, and others directly on isolated islands in the sea. How to get there? Walking there. A level 10 awakened can walk over 100 kilometers in a day without eating, drinking, or sleeping. 1,000 kilometers would take 10 days. 20 days round trip. 20 days is far too much time. Moreover, the road is filled with high-level monsters, many at levels 30 and 40. He might not die due to his thick blood, but getting entangled would be troublesome. He needs a means of transportation. A flying machine. Su Lin opened the Dark Knight City trading platform and searched for keywords, flying machine, vehicle transportation. A multitude of search results popped up. The cheapest was a second-hand hovering motorcycle with a range of 800 kilometers, a top speed of 300 kilometers, priced at 800,000 points. Going up, a single-person flying machine, range of 1,500 kilometers, top speed of 500 kilometers, priced at 1,500,000 points. Further up, a small flying pod that can carry 2 people, range of 3,000 kilometers, top speed of 800 kilometers, priced at 3 million points. Further up, a military-grade flying machine, range of 5,000 kilometers, top speed of 1,200 kilometers, equipped with a shield, priced at 8 million points. Su Lin looked at those prices, the corners of his mouth twitching. How many points does he have now? He opened the panel and took a look. Points 174500, 17,000. The cheapest hovering motorcycle costs 800,000. The gap is too wide. He needs to grind for points. Su Lin pulled out the monster distribution map for Dark Knight City. Surrounding Dark Knight City, there are 3 level zones. Low-level area, level 120 monsters suitable for newcomers to grind. Mid-level area, level 2040 monsters suitable for ordinary awakened ones. High-level area, level 4060 monsters suitable for experts. Beyond that, there's the forbidden area, monsters above level 60, extremely dangerous, generally no one dares to go there. Su Lin thought for a moment and directly crossed out the low-level and mid-level areas. Too slow. He needs to go to the high-level area. Su Lin set his phone down, opened the shop, and flipped to the equipment page. He was still wearing that set of rare level 10 gear which had decent attributes, but he had already ground for points with it, so he needed to grind a bit more to buy 2 pieces of level 10 legendary gear. He doesn't need attacking gear. His damage comes from the passive ability Bone Spike Fury, reflecting 25 of the damage taken. The harder the monsters hit him, the faster they die. So he only needs to stack health. The thicker his blood, the longer he can stand. Su Lin opened the panel for the Heavenly Mall, scrolling down to find the level 10 legendary armor and ring. Level 10 legendary armor, immortal armor, health 200, level 10 legendary ring, life ring, health 100, attack 1000. Together they add up to 300 health. After equipping his base health of 1,030 trillion from the gear 31 trillion. Although it seems like a small increase, it's better than nothing. Su Lin calculated the numbers. He needs flying machine 3 million, planning for that one with a 300 kilometer range, fearing it might break down midway. Legendary armor 1 million. Legendary ring 1 million. Total 5 million. With the target set, he turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the night in Dark Knight City remained bustling. Tomorrow he would go to the high-level area. The next day, Su Lin opened his eyes lying still in bed. As per his usual habit, he first pulled out his phone and opened the forum. He scrolled through the posts, his face betraying no expression. Qin Jojo has arrived. General Zheng is also here. Has Su Jintian sent someone? He paused for a moment, then clicked on the third post. Reporter Master Su, what are your thoughts on the Rift Conqueror? Su Jintian smiling, she is an extraordinary hero. If she is willing, the Su family would like to extend the highest honor of invitation for her to visit. Reporter, there are speculations online that this conqueror is your son Su Lin. What do you think? Su Jintian silence for 3 seconds. Su Lin is my son. Although he has run away from home, I have always kept him in my thoughts. If he can achieve such accomplishments as his father, I can only feel proud of him. Su Lin stared at the statement for several seconds. Then he smiled. It was a cold smile. Proud of me, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. You must want to kill me yourself, he said. He put down his phone, sat up, and leaned against the headboard. Outside, the streets of Dark Knight City were much livelier than yesterday. At this time, usually the streets would only have a handful of people. But now, at least several hundred people packed tightly, as if they were at a market. There were awakened ones in combat gear, reporters carrying cameras, and civilians dressed casually, but with sharp gazes, clearly spies sent by some forces. Many ordinary citizens gathered to enjoy the commotion, taking pictures with their phones and chattering excitedly. Su Lin leaned by the window, observing the crowd below. He concentrated, and the muscles on his face began to shift. He transformed into the appearance he had when he first entered Dark Knight City. Then he went downstairs and exited the inn. The street appeared even more bustling than from above. People were everywhere, eyes were everywhere. Those spies in casual clothes stood at the street corners, their eyes scanning every passerby like scanners. Reporters held microphones asking everyone they saw, have you seen this woman? Holding up a sketch based on eyewitness accounts. The woman in the sketch bore a resemblance to the face Su Lin had used yesterday. He walked past them. The reporter glanced at him, their gaze lingering on his face for less than a second before moving on. An ordinary man, not particularly noteworthy. Su Lin continued walking. After a few steps, he was suddenly bumped into by someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. A small man kept apologizing, bending over and bowing profusely. Su Lin looked down at his pockets. His pockets were not lacking in items. He glanced at the man. The man felt uneasy under his gaze, awkwardly backing away 2 steps before turning and fleeing into the crowd. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued forward. The morning in Dark Knight City was 10 times more bustling than usual. The street vendors were doing booming business, with the bun sellers' hands nearly breaking from the work. Shops selling gear had long lines outside, all eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos. A few clearly came from out of town, their eyes darting around, clearly first-timers in Dark Knight City. Su Lin stopped at a bun stall. Boss, 2 meat buns. The boss was a lady in her 50s, quick on her feet, making buns while chatting with him. You're here to join the excitement too, right? The lady handed him the buns, saying, today our Dark Knight City is really lively, people everywhere. Those reporters, those big shots, usually we don't see them for 800 years, but now they're all here. Su Lin took the buns, took a bite, and asked why. The lattice eyes widened. You don't know? That mysterious 2 rifts were cleared in 2 days. Bloodbone Abyss. Frostgrave. Hundreds have died in each. She cleared them all by herself. Su Lin chewed on the bun, nodding. Oh. The lady was choked by his reaction. Young man, your reaction is too flat, right? That's a hero. A hero from our Dark Knight City. Su Lin swallowed the bun and asked, she's a hero? Of course. The lady slapped her thigh. That rift has existed for 23 years. How many people die every year? 2 to 3,000. With her clearing it, those 2 to 3,000 people are alive this year. Isn't that a hero? Su Lin said nothing. The lady handed him another bun. Here, this is for you. Eat more, it'll help you grow. Su Lin was taken aback, took the bun, and said thank you. He continued walking while eating. Behind him, the lady was chatting with someone nearby. What does the woman look like? I heard she's in her 40s, of average build, looks pretty ordinary. Oh, the more ordinary a person is, the more likely they are to be a master. Su Lin walked away. He reached a relatively quiet alley and leaned against the wall, finishing the second bun. Then he took out his phone and continued browsing the forum. Latest news: the rift handling team has been stationed near the Frost Grave in the Eastern District all night, but no one showed up. There are also people waiting at the entrance of the Flame Hell in the Western District, and it's said that the Su family has sent someone. The Southern District's shadow maze is even more exaggerated, with both the Awakened Association and military present. With this kind of setup, would that mysterious woman dare to show herself? What would she come out for? To walk into a trap? It might not necessarily be to catch her. Perhaps it's to protect her. Protect my ass. With the Su family's attitude, it's clear they mean no good. Su Lin scrolled through the posts, his brows slowly furrowing. The Eastern, Western, and Southern Districts all had people guarding the rift entrances. The Awakened Association, the military, the Su family, and a bunch of others from unknown forces. If he were to attempt a challenge now, he would be blocked as soon as he exited. At that time, even with an invisibility mask, escape would be difficult. He closed the forum and continued walking. As he walked, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Looking up, he saw a crowd gathered with layers of people surrounding something, unsure of what they were watching. Su Lin approached and squeezed into the crowd. In the center stood several people. The leader was a man in his 30s, dressed in a crisp black uniform with a badge on his chest, the Awakened Association's. Beside him were a few others in uniform, and one carrying a camera. The man was speaking loudly enough for everyone around to hear. We, the Awakened Association, express our highest respect for the Rift Conqueror. President Chen Zhuzhou personally came to Dark Knight City to thank her in person. If she is willing, the association will award her the highest honor medal and provide all possible support. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Good. The association is doing great. This is the right path. Let that Su family stand aside. The man smiled and waved his hand, continuing. Additionally, President Chen asked me to convey to everyone, if anyone knows the whereabouts of the Conqueror, please be sure to notify the association. We guarantee that we will protect her safety. Anyone who seeks to harm her will be opposing the entire Awakened Association. Another wave of cheers followed. Su Lin stood in the crowd watching that man. Protect her safety. Opposing the entire Awakened Association. Who is this meant for? He withdrew his gaze and turned to push his way out of the crowd. After a few steps, he heard another commotion from the other side. Turning his head, he saw another group gathered with several people in military uniforms at the center. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a voice as loud as thunder. What does the military mean? The military's meaning is very simple. That woman is a hero. Anyone who harms her will be going against the military. This woman was personally protected by the elder Zhang Tianxiong. Good. Zhang Tianxiong is awesome. The military is awesome. Another round of applause erupted. Su Lin stood by the street watching the two groups, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were shouting at each other. Once the association finished shouting, the military shouted. Once the military finished, the association continued. The excited onlookers were taking pictures with their phones, as if they were watching a play. Su Lin glanced a few times and continued walking. Reaching another street, he found yet another group gathered. This time it wasn't the association or the military. It was a group of people in casual clothes, the leader looking quite ordinary, but with piercing eyes. He stood in the center of the crowd, silent, just observing. A few people beside him were handing out flyers. Su Lin took one and glanced at it. The flyer displayed the sketch with several lines underneath. Searching for the Rift Conqueror. The Su family is offering a heavy reward. A reward of 1 million points for providing clues. A reward of 5 million points for directly finding the person. We absolutely will not go back on our word. Su Lin finished reading, crumpled the flyer into a ball, and threw it into a nearby trash can. The person handing out flyers glanced at him, but said nothing. Su Lin continued walking. After a few steps, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He remained calm and continued on. With his peripheral vision, he glanced to the side. Across the street, a man in gray clothing was staring at him. The man was in his 30s, of ordinary appearance, but his gaze was very cold. Su Lin locked eyes with him for a second. The man withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Su Lin continued forward. After about 10 minutes, he turned into a more secluded alley. The alley was deep with old houses on both sides, their walls covered in moss. The ground was uneven, puddled with dirty water. He walked to the middle of the alley and suddenly stopped. Come out, he said. Behind him, footsteps echoed. The man in gray stepped out from around the corner, blocking the exit. Su Lin turned to look at him. The gray-clad man was also looking at him. They locked eyes for 3 seconds. The gray-clad man suddenly smiled. You're quite alert, he said, his voice hoarse, but it won't help you. Su Lin remained silent. The gray-clad man took a step forward. You were just looking at that flyer, he said, but you threw it away after reading. Others would keep it in their pockets, but you tossed it in the trash. Why? Su Lin looked at him and calmly replied, not interested. The gray-clad man chuckled softly. Not interested, he slowly approached. An ordinary awakened one seeing a reward of 5 million points wouldn't be interested. Su Lin said nothing. The gray-clad man stepped in front of him, appraising him from head to toe. You don't have a badge, so I can't tell your level, he said, but when you walked past me just now, your steps were very steady. Ordinary people would at least feel tense under my gaze. You, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He paused, his eyes sharpening further. You are not an ordinary person. Su Lin looked at him and suddenly smiled. It was a light, faint smile. So, the gray-clad man was taken aback. Su Lin took a step forward, facing him less than half a meter apart. His eyes were as calm as a still pool, dark and unfathomable. The gray-clad man suddenly felt a chill. He was a spy sent by the Su family, level 37, having seen many grand scenes. But at this moment, under that gaze, he unexpectedly felt a desire to retreat. What? What do you want? He instinctively stepped back. Su Lin looked at him, remaining silent. He just kept watching. The gray-clad man felt uneasy under his gaze and took another step back. Then he turned and hurried away. Reaching the mouth of the alley, he couldn't help but glance back. The young man was still standing in the middle of the alley, motionless, watching him. Those eyes remained as calm as ever. The gray-clad man swallowed hard and quickened his pace, disappearing into the crowd. Su Lin stood in the alley watching the figure disappear. Then he turned and continued walking. When no one was around, he once again changed into the appearance of a 40-year-old man. Then he kept walking. Damn, that was close to being exposed. Those spies from the Su family have senses sharper than dogs. Just by glancing at that flyer, he was targeted. Forget it. First go outside the city to earn points. Su Lin emerged from the alley, having already changed his appearance. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s with rough skin, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and stubble on his chin. Dressed in a dull gray coat with a slightly hunched back, he appeared to be a seasoned veteran who had spent half his life navigating the dark night market. He blended into the crowd and slowly made his way towards the city outskirts. The streets were still bustling with people. Members of the association were shouting, military personnel were calling out, and spies from the Su family scurried through the crowd like mice. Reporters raised their cameras, chasing after every suspicious-looking individual. The gates of the Dark Knight City were always the liveliest place during the day. Though referred to as city gates, they were actually a massive iron barrier that separated the underground from the wilderness outside. The iron barrier stood 20 meters high with searchlights illuminating the entrance, brightly spaced 10 meters apart. The entrance was packed with people. There were groups forming to venture out and hunt monsters, checking their gear and assigning tasks. Some had just returned from outside, covered in blood, carrying various spoils of battle, their faces a mix of exhaustion and excitement. There were also those conducting business here, collecting materials, selling potions, and even selling food. Su Lin stood among the crowd and glanced at the bulletin board nearby. The bulletin board was plastered with various notices: team recruitment, material purchases, task bounties, and portraits of those who had passed through the rift. A portrait was prominently displayed in the center, depicting a woman in her 40s with the words "Hefty Bounty" written beneath it. Su Lin glanced at it, and then looked away, continuing towards the city outskirts. Hey buddy, going alone? Someone suddenly spoke from beside him. Su Lin turned his head. It was a young man in his early 20s, looking quite spirited, dressed in a somewhat worn combat uniform, with a level 18 badge pinned to his chest. 3 others stood behind him, 2 males and 1 female, all seemingly around levels 15 or 16. The young man grinned. Our team is short. 1 member want to team up and hunt monsters together. It's dangerous outside the city. It's easy to get into trouble alone. Su Lin glanced at him and shook his head. No need. The young man was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something more, but the girl beside him tugged at him. If he doesn't want to, just let it go. Don't cause trouble. The young man scratched his head and fell silent. Su Lin walked past him and out of the iron barrier. Outside the city lay a vast wasteland. The ground was dry and cracked black soil, with fissures crisscrossing, seeping dim red light. The air was filled with a sulphurous scent, along with a faint metallic tang of blood. In the distance, rolling hills and sparse dead trees could be seen. Farther away, immense dark shadows were moving. That was where the high-level monsters resided. Su Lin pulled out his phone and opened the map. He was currently positioned outside the east gate of the Dark Night Market. Heading east for 20 kilometers would lead him into the low-level zone. 50 kilometers further east would take him into the mid-level zone. 100 kilometers east would enter the high-level zone. In the high-level zone, monsters ranged from level 40 to 60. He put away his phone and stepped forward. After about 2 hours of walking, the ground beneath him began to change. The black soil turned into grayish-white gravel mixed with fragments of bones. The sulphurous smell in the air intensified, so thick it was suffocating. The overhead rock layers were no longer visible, replaced by a grayish sky, light filtering down from above. The surroundings were eerily quiet. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed, only the sound of wind sweeping across the gravel. Su Lin slowed his pace and perked up his ears. To the left, there was a commotion. He turned his head and saw peeking from behind a sand dune half a large head. The head was the size of a basin, grayish-brown, covered in bumps. Its eyes were slit like pupils, yellow and glaring at him. Su Lin locked eyes with it for a second, and then it retreated. Su Lin continued walking forward. Just a few steps later, there was another disturbance on the right. This time it was a group. At least 20 creatures poked their heads out from behind the dunes, all with that same grayish-brown lumpy head. Their eyes were all fixed on him, yellow and flickering in the dim light. Su Lin glanced at them, but paid no heed, continuing his advance. Half an hour later the terrain around him began to shift. The gravel transformed into crushed stones interspersed with larger bones, some resembling ribs, others leg bones, and still others skulls. The bones were scattered haphazardly like trash carelessly tossed aside. In the distance a grove of dead trees appeared. All the trees were lifeless, their bare trunks twisted into strange shapes resembling countless struggling hands. Black bumps covered the trunks looking disgusting. Su Lin approached the grove of dead trees. Just as he reached the edge of the woods, those creatures following him finally moved. They charged out from behind the dunes, moving with astonishing speed. Su Lin turned around and caught a clear glimpse of their full appearance. They were monsters resembling a cross between a lizard and a dog, 2 meters long with sturdy limbs and covered in grayish-brown scales. Their heads were large, and when they opened their mouths, rows of sharp, dense teeth were visible. Monster Sand Plains Lizard Dog, level 41 normal health, 5 million attack, 5/0 skills, bite. Sand Dune Escape, over 20 level 41 Sand Plains Lizard Dogs charged in from all directions, pouncing on Su Lin in the blink of an eye. The first one lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his calf. 5/0 counter damage, 7/5/0. The lizard dog paused for a moment, looking down at its mouth. Its lips had split open, blood seeping out. But it didn't stop. Instead it became even more frenzied in its biting. The second, third, and fourth ones. Over 20 lizard dogs pounced on him simultaneously, biting his legs, waist, arms, and neck. 5/0/0/0, 5/0/0/0, 5/0/0/0. Damage notifications flooded the screen. Counter damage, 7/5/0, 7/5/0, 7/5/0/0. Counter damage notifications also flooded the screen. With every bite, the lizard dogs inflicted injuries upon themselves. The harder they bit, the wider the wounds tore. Su Lin stood still, allowing them to bite. He looked down at the frenzied lizard dogs, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly a thought struck him. He had a new passive ability he hadn't tested yet. Taunt, Icebone Fury Taunt. Forces all monsters within 100 meters to develop an extreme malice towards you, relentlessly attacking you until either you or they are utterly destroyed. Su Lin concentrated. Activation. In an instant the eyes of the surrounding lizard dogs all turned red. What had once been mere madness now became outright insanity. They no longer bit and retreated. Instead they clung to him, tearing desperately. Some bit down on his legs without letting go, dragging their bodies along. Others climbed onto their companions, leaping towards his shoulders. Still others jumped directly at his face, only to be swatted away, only to get back up and jump again. A woo! A sharp screech echoed from the grove of dead trees. Soon after, more lizard dogs surged out from all directions. 30, 50, 100. Dense and overwhelming like a tide of grayish-brown fur. They all charged, all of them crazily lunging and biting. Su Lin was submerged in a sea of lizard dogs covered from head to toe, forming a small mountain. Those lizard dogs were biting wildly on top, while those below were pressed down and gasping for breath, yet still desperately trying to push forward, wanting to take a bite out of him. Even a single bite would suffice. The damage notifications had become a blur, with the only thing visible being 5/0 flashing incessantly before his eyes. Counter damage was also flashing wildly. As the lizard dogs bit him, they were met with counter damage. Some bit a few times, their heads splitting open, unable to close their mouths, yet still pushing forward. Some had bitten dozens of times, their bodies riddled with cracks, blood oozing out, their eyes blinded, yet they still lunged forward with their mouths open. Some halfway through their bite had their bodies break apart, scattering blood and flesh everywhere, but before falling apart their mouths remained clamped onto his leg. Su Lin stood there. He remained motionless, letting them bite. Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed. The number of lizard dogs began to dwindle. The corpses on the ground increased. The bodies piled up into mountains surrounding him in the center. Su Lin crawled out from the mound of corpses, standing atop it and looking down. Surrounding him were still over 200 lizard dogs. But they had stopped attacking. They stood 100 meters away, looking at him with their yellow eyes. There was no longer any madness in their gaze. Only fear. Su Lin looked at them. He took a step forward. They turned and fled. Over 200 lizard dogs, like frightened rabbits, dashed away in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye they vanished into the depths of the wasteland. Su Lin stood atop the mound of corpses, watching their retreating figures. He opened his panel and took a glance. Killed Sand Plains Lizard Dog, 347. Earn points, 347, 500. Su Lin gazed at the line of text, his eyes gradually brightening. 347 level 41 Lizard Dogs. 500 points each. 347, 500, 17. 35 million points. He stared at the number, stunned for several seconds. 17. 35 million. His original target was 5 million. Now after one battle, it was 17. 35 million. Su Lin took a deep breath, realizing that points could be so easily obtained, and closed the panel. Then he looked down at the corpses scattered on the ground, and suddenly remembered something. Would these lizard dogs drop anything? He squatted down and rummaged beside a relatively intact lizard dog corpse. Underneath the body, he found several thumb-sized crystal nuclei, glowing with a dark yellow light. Acquired sandplane lizard dog crystal nucleus 1. Crystal nucleus description can be used to craft potions, enhance equipment, or sold directly in the marketplace. Price 1,000 points each. Su Lin was taken aback. 1,000 points for one. He looked at the pile of corpses around him, at least 200 to 300. He picked them up one by one. After an hour, he had collected over 300. Acquired sandplane lizard dog crystal nucleus 347. Total sale price 347 million points. He stored the crystal nuclei and continued forward. Passing through the withered forest, he came to a more open wasteland. The ground was no longer gravel and debris but densely packed with bones. There were human rib bones, leg bones, skulls, monster spines, claw bones, fangs, and some gigantic skeletons that were completely unrecognizable. The bones were piled in heaps here and there, some forming small mountains while others were scattered all over. Su Lin stepped on the bones, making a crunching sound. Not far ahead, a crack appeared. It was not a crack like an ice fissure but a real ground fissure, at least 500 meters long, over 10 meters wide, and its depth unseen. The edges of the fissure were jagged rocks covered in dark red vines. Steam was rising from the fissure. Su Lin stood at the edge of the fissure and looked down. Below was pitch black, nothing was visible, only the sound of rumbling could be heard, as if something was rolling beneath. Suddenly a glimmer of red light appeared deep within the fissure. The red light grew larger and brighter, surging upwards from the depths of the crack. Su Lin took a step back. In the next second, a massive figure burst forth from the fissure. It was a giant lizard wreathed in flames. At least 30 meters long, 10 meters high, with limbs as thick as pillars, each step thundering on the ground. Its body was covered in dark red scales with flames spewing from the gaps between the scales. Its head was larger than a truck, and its mouth revealed a full set of fiery fangs. Its eyes were pure golden, with vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Lin. Monster Lava Giant Lizard, Level 48 Elite. Health 40 million, Attack 4 million. Skills Lava Breath, Flame, Impact, Earth Split Claw. Elite Level. Level 48. Attack 4 million. Su Lin looked at the massive creature, his expression unreadable. The Lava Giant Lizard was also staring at him. They locked eyes for 3 seconds. The Lava Giant Lizard opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of lava breath. The dark red magma poured over him like a waterfall, engulfing him entirely. 4,000,000. Reflect damage 1,000,000. The Lava Giant Lizard paused for a moment. It saw that the human emerged from the lava, his body still smoking, but his eyes remained calm. Su Lin looked at it, and a thought crossed his mind. Taunt Ice Corpse Fury Taunt, activated. The Lava Giant Lizard's eyes turned crimson in an instant. It let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. One claw slammed onto Su Lin. 4,000,000. Reflect damage 1,000,000. The Lava Giant Lizard went wild, clawing and biting relentlessly. Flame Impact. Earth Split Claw. Lava Breath. All aimed at him. 4,000,000. 4,000,000. 4,000,000. Damage notifications flooded the screen. Reflect damage 1,000,000. Reflect damage also flooded. With each hit from the Lava Giant Lizard, another crack appeared on its body. Flames burned on him, and the reflected flames scorched its own body as claws struck him, and the reflected force echoed back into its claws. But it just wouldn't stop. It kept hitting. It kept hitting. For a full 10 minutes. Its body was riddled with cracks, scales missing in half, blood and magma flowing down together. One of its front legs was already limping, dragging on the ground. The golden light in its eyes dimmed, flickering on and off. It lifted its head and gazed at the human. The human still stood there, his body smoking, but his eyes remained calm. Suddenly it split in half down the middle. It crashed to the ground. Killed Level 48 Elite Lava Giant Lizard. Gained points 2 million points. Acquired Lava Giant Lizard Crystal Nucleus. 1 rare sale price 5,000 points. Acquired Lava Giant Lizard Scales. 10 sale price 1,000 points each. Acquired Heart of Lava. 1 rare material sale price 2,000 points. Su Lin stood beside the giant lizard's corpse, looking at the harvest displayed on the panel. An elite level 48A, just the points alone amounted to 2 million plus materials totaling 2. He looked up at the distance. He spotted numerous monsters. Su Lin's lips curled slightly. Come on. That day outside the eastern gate of the Dark Night Market, the high-level area was bustling like never before. A middle-aged man was seen from afar walking into the dense area of monsters, and then, the monsters went wild. Those high-level monsters, as if drawn by something, charged towards that direction. Level 41 Lizard Dogs, Level 45 Sandworms, Level 48 Lava Giant Lizards, Level 50 Rock Giants. Hundreds and thousands of high-level monsters surged in from all directions, heading towards the same place. Then they never came out again. Only the thunderous sounds of battle echoed from morning till night. By evening that tattered and ragged, his clothes full of holes, smoking with half of his hair singed. But he was alive. The guards at the city gate of the dark night market witnessed him return from outside the city covered in blood, but his steps were steady. As he passed by the guards, one couldn't help but ask, "Bro, what's the situation outside?" The man glanced at him. His eyes were as calm as a still pond. "Nothing," he said, "just farm some points." Then he walked away. The guard stood there dumbfounded, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The bloody scent emanating from that man was overwhelmingly pungent. How many monsters had to be killed to acquire such a scent? He first went to the bathhouse for a wash and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Then he wandered around the city, changing his appearance several times. Later, Su Lin returned to the inn. He ascended the stairs, entered his room, and closed the door. He plopped down on the bed. Tired. Really damn tired. How many monsters had he killed in a day? He opened the panel and glanced at it. Today's kill statistics: level 41 common sand plain lizard dogs 1047. Level 43 common sandworms 562. Level 45 common poison scorpions 389. Level 48 elite lava giant lizards 23. Level 50 common rock giants 78. Level 52 elite rock armored turtles 5. Level 55 lord level sandstorm giant scorpions 1. Total kills 2105. Today's points earned 2 billion. Total points 2 billion. Su Lin stared at the line of numbers in silence for 3 seconds. 2 billion points. He had never seen so many points in his life. No, he hadn't seen this even in his past life. Taking a deep breath, he opened the Celestial Mall and flipped directly to the Legendary Equipment page. Level 10 Legendary Armor Immortal Armor Health 200 priced at 1 million points. Level 10 Legendary Ring Life Ring Health 100 Attack 100 priced at 1 million. Su Lin paused for a moment and then clicked to purchase. Purchase successful. Immortal Armor 1 consumed 1 million points. Purchase successful. Life Ring 1 consumed 1 million points. Remaining points 98 billion. After purchasing, the equipment appeared out of thin air in Su Lin's hands. The Immortal Armor was a set of dark silver, close-fitting soft armor, cool and smooth to the touch, resembling some special material. It was very lightweight and he hardly felt it when worn. The Life Ring was a silver ring adorned with a green gem the size of a grain of rice, which seemed to glow with a faint light. Su Lin put on the soft armor and the ring. A warm sensation flowed from the equipment throughout his body. He opened the interface. Name: Su Lin. Disguised state: level 10 health, 100 billion base, 100 million 0 equipment, 100 million 3 trillion, 100 billion attack, 0 base, 0 ring, 0. Su Lin looked at the numbers, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards. 3 trillion, 100 billion health. Today he earned 2 billion points, spent 2 million, and still had 998 billion left. With so much money he had to spend, he continued to scroll through them all. Legendary weapons. Not needed. His current damage came from retaliation. Attack power was merely a facade. He kept scrolling down. Space equipment. Su Lin's eyes lit up. Space ring beginner internal space, 10 cubic meters, cannot store living beings, priced at 5 million points. Space ring intermediate internal space, 100 cubic meters, cannot store living beings, priced at 50 million points. Space ring advanced internal space, 100 cubic meters, cannot store living beings, priced at 500 million points. Space bracelet top tier internal space, 100 cubic meters, can store living beings, limited to small sizes, priced at 5 billion points. Su Lin stared at the line of text, his finger hesitating. Space equipment. He had seen this item in the original owner's memories. His parents and several sisters, including an adopted son, had one, but the original owner couldn't even sit at the dining table in the Su family, let alone buy such a thing. However, though expensive, it was extremely practical. A beginner space ring, 10 cubic meters, cost 5 million points. Intermediate 100 cubic meters cost 50 million. Advanced 100 cubic meters cost 500 million. Top tier 100 cubic meters cost 5 billion. He currently had 998 billion. He could afford the advanced version, but not the top tier. Su Lin thought for a moment and selected advanced. Purchase successful. Space ring advanced 1 consumed 500 million points. Remaining points 98 billion. A pitch black ring appeared in his palm. The ring was matte black, without any decoration, looking quite ordinary. But the moment he put it on, a vast space suddenly appeared before his eyes. The space was 100 cubic meters, as large as a warehouse. It was empty and gray, waiting for him to fill it with items. Su Lin dumped everything from his backpack inside: a few sets of changeable clothes, dry food, water, the blood beads he had saved before, and the crystal core materials he had obtained today. A small pile of items thrown into the 100 cubic meter space looked like a few sesame seeds tossed into a warehouse, nearly invisible. He thought for a moment, and also threw in his phone power bank and the blanket and pillow from his bed. It was still empty. Su Lin smiled. This thing was really useful. He lay back on the bed and continued to browse them all. What else did he need? Medicines. He opened the potion page. Percentage recovery potion special restores one of maximum health priced at 1000 points. He was familiar with this item. Although he now had a passive ability that healed 1 per second, it was basically unnecessary, but it wouldn't hurt to have some on hand. He directly ordered 1000 bottles. Purchase successful percentage recovery potion, 1000 consumed 10 million points. Remaining 88 billion. 1000 bottles were enough for him to die 100 times. What else? Food, water, clothes. These needed to be bought outside, no rush. He closed them all and shut his eyes. Tomorrow he would buy a flying vehicle, buy supplies, and then head to the uninhabited zone. Saturday morning, Su Lin opened his eyes. Outside the window, it was still noisy, the shouts continuing. People from the association, military personnel, and spies from the Su family were swirling around the streets like a revolving lantern. He hadn't forgotten that today's task was to buy a flying vehicle. He went downstairs and exited the inn. There were even more people on the street than yesterday. He walked to a deserted spot, concentrated, and his facial muscles began to change. This time, he transformed into a man over 60. His hair was gray, skin rough with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that could squash a mosquito, his back slightly hunched. He looked like a seasoned veteran who had spent most of his life in the dark night market. Su Lin walked past them, hunched over, moving at a leisurely pace. A reporter glanced at him, his gaze lingering on Su Lin's face for less than a second before looking away. A man over 60 wasn't anything to look at. Su Lin headed towards the West District. The trading area of the Dark Night Market was in the West District, a massive open-air market covering at least 100 football fields. Inside it was packed with stalls selling everything. Weapons, armor, potions, materials, crystal cores, intelligence, and even people. Of course, slaves. Su Lin entered the trading area, instantly filled with various colors. Reds, greens, blues, and purples flickered with all sorts of visual effects among the stalls. The shouts of vendors, the sounds of bargaining, and curses blended into a cacophony, painfully loud to the ears. He pushed through the crowd and headed toward the flying vehicle section. The flying vehicle section was at the back of the trading area, enclosed by a fence. Two big men stood at the entrance wearing badges of level 35, their eyes sharp as eagles. Su Lin walked in. It was much quieter inside than outside. A dozen shops lined up, each with a few flying vehicles parked out front, the smallest like motorcycles, and the largest like small planes. He looked at each shop. The first one sold hoverbikes. The cheapest was 800 points with a range of 800 kilometers and a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The owner was a thin man who brightened up when he saw Su Lin enter, as enthusiastic as if he had seen his long-lost father. Old man looking at flying vehicles. This hoverbike is our best seller with a high cost-performance ratio. At 800 points, the range is 800 kilometers, enough for you to get from the Dark Night Market to the nearest city. Su Lin glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. The thin man was taken aback, muttering softly, "Is it too expensive? Then don't leave. We can negotiate." The second shop sold single-person flying vehicles starting at 1.5 million points with a range of 1500 kilometers and a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The owner was a middle-aged woman wiping a silver flying vehicle with a cloth. When she saw Su Lin enter, she glanced up, then lowered her head to continue wiping. Su Lin walked over and looked at the silver flying vehicle. "How much is this one?" The middle-aged woman didn't even raise her head. 1.8 million. Range of 1800 kilometers, top speed of 550. Su Lin asked, "Do you have anything better?" The middle-aged woman paused for a moment, then looked up, sizing him up. A man over 60, dressed plainly, hunched over, looked like a poor old man. "Yes," she replied, her tone slightly probing, "but it's expensive." Su Lin nodded. "Let's take a look." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and led him inside. There was a larger flying vehicle parked inside. With a streamlined body, it was entirely black with a faint metallic sheen. The cockpit could seat two, and there was a small cargo hold at the back. Military-grade flying vehicle, range of 500 kilometers, top speed of 1000 kilometers per hour with a protective shield, the middle-aged woman said, 8 million points. Su Lin walked around the flying vehicle. 8 million. He had won 46 billion. "Do you have anything better?" he asked. The middle-aged woman was stunned. She looked at this plainly dressed old man, opened her mouth, and couldn't find words for a long time. "Something better? 8 million for a military-grade vehicle isn't good enough." She took a deep breath and said in a lowered voice, "Old man, follow me." She led him to the back, opened an iron door, and entered a secret room. Inside the secret room was only one flying vehicle. It was smaller than the others outside, about the size of a regular car, but its design was extremely futuristic. It was entirely silver with smooth lines like a drop of water. The cockpit was fully transparent with 2 seats inside. There were no markings on the body, only a small line of text engraved on the wing, "Dark Knight Special Phantom Class." The middle-aged woman closed the door and said in a low voice, "Old man, this is our shop's treasure. Assembled by several big shots from Dark Knight City, made with top-tier materials. Range of 100 kilometers, top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The protective shield can withstand attacks below level 60, and it has a stealth function. She paused, looking into Su Lin's eyes. Price 500 million. Su Lin stared at the flying vehicle, saying nothing. The middle-aged woman felt a bit nervous. 500 million, this price could buy an entire street in the dark night market. Could this old man afford it? Su Lin finally spoke. Do you have it in stock? The middle-aged woman was stunned for 3 seconds, and then nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. It's right here. If you want it, you can take it away now. Su Lin nodded, took out his points card. Swipe it. The middle-aged woman took the card, her hands trembling. This was her first time encountering a transaction of this size after selling flying vehicles for 20 years. After swiping the card, she returned it to Su Lin, her smile so wide it seemed to ooze honey. Old man, this phantom class is yours from now on. Let me introduce you to the functions. Su Lin waved his hand. No need. He opened the cockpit door and sat in. The seat was very soft and the view was excellent. In front of him was a large holographic screen displaying various data. He pressed the start button and the body trembled, gently illuminating the holographic screen. Remaining energy 100. Protective shield activated. Stealth mode awaiting activation. Current coordinate Dark Night Market West District Trading Area. Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. He got out and asked the middle-aged woman, "Where's the gas station?" The middle-aged woman quickly replied, "Go east out the door, walk 500 meters, and there's a large oil depot. If you say I introduced you, you can get a discount." Su Lin nodded and stored the flying vehicle in the space ring. The moment the flying vehicle disappeared, the middle-aged woman's eyes nearly bulged out. A space ring. This old man has a space ring. It made sense. Buying a 500 million flying vehicle without blinking an eye was unusual without a space ring. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Su Lin had already turned and left. Exiting the secret room, leaving the store, he blended into the crowd. The middle-aged woman stood at the door watching the hunched figure disappear, dazed for a long time. Su Lin came out of the flying vehicle area and walked toward the supplies area. The supplies area was on the east side of the trading area, selling all kinds of daily necessities. Food, water, clothing, tents, medicines, tools, you name it. He entered the first grain store. The owner was a plump woman in her 40s sitting behind the counter cracking sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Su Lin enter, she didn't even lift her eyelids. "What do you want to buy, eh?" Su Lin glanced at the shelves. Rice, flour, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and various vacuum-packed dried meats, dried vegetables, and dried fruits. "How much for all these?" The plump woman was taken aback looking at him. "What do you mean?" Su Lin pointed at the shelves. "All these rice, flour, oil, dried meat, dried vegetables, I want as much as you have." The plump woman froze for a full 5 seconds before suddenly standing up. "Why, you wait a moment." She turned and dashed into the back storage, dragging a small man out a few minutes later. The man was the owner, and after hearing Su Lin's request, his eyes widened like copper bells. "Old man, are you sure? I have quite a bit in stock." Su Lin nodded. "Give me a number." The small man swallowed hard and began to calculate. Rice 500 gene, 50 points per gene, totaling 25000. Flour 300 gene, 45 points per gene, 13500. Cooking oil 500 barrels, 200 points per barrel, 1000. Salt 200 bags, 100 points per bag, 2000. Soy sauce, vinegar, and various condiments around 5000. Dried meat 100 gene, 200 points per gene, 3000. Dried vegetables 500 gene, 80 points per gene, 4000. Dried fruits 300 gene, 120 points per gene, 3600. After tallying everything up, he looked up cautiously and said, "Old man, a total of 800 point." Su Lin nodded slightly. "Bought it." The small man almost lost his balance. He grabbed his wife's hand, his voice trembling. "Quick, hurry to the warehouse. Move all the inventory out." An hour later, Su Lin's ring contained 5,000 gene of rice, 3,000 gene of flour, 500 barrels of oil, various seasonings, dried meat, dried vegetables, and dried fruits piled into a small mountain. 800,000 points were like a drop in the bucket for him. He walked out of the grain store, and beside it was a water shop. Water in the Dark Night City was not free. This place was underground without any natural water source. All drinking water had to be purchased after purification. He entered the water shop. The owner was a bald man napping on a broken chair. Hearing the door open, he opened his eyes and yawned. "Buying water. 100 points for a large barrel, 30 for a small one." Su Lin asked, "How many do you have?" The bald man was taken aback, sizing him up. "Why do you ask that?" Su Lin said, "I want them all." The bald man sat up and stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he laughed. "Old man, don't joke with me. Although my shop isn't big, I have about 200 to 300 barrels in stock. You want them all?" Su Lin nodded. The bald man stopped laughing and became serious. "Wait a moment." He walked into the back warehouse and a few minutes later came out with a notebook. "I counted. There are a total of 320 barrels of large drinking water and 150 barrels of small ones. The total price is 39,500 points." Su Lin nodded. "Bought it." The bald man was stunned for 3 seconds, then suddenly turned and rushed into the back warehouse, shouting, "Ergo! Sanhua, stop sleeping. Get up and work." 20 minutes later, Su Lin's ring contained 320 barrels of large water and 150 barrels of small water. He walked out of the water shop and opposite was a clothing store. He walked in. The owner was a woman in her 30s, quite beautiful, trying on a new dress in front of the mirror. Seeing Su Lin come in, her eyes lit up. "Old man buying clothes. We have everything here, feel free to browse." Su Lin glanced at the shelves. Coats, pants, underwear, socks, shoes, various styles and colors. Underwear, cotton, 50 sets. The female owner was taken aback. Outerwear, the durable kind, 20 sets. Pants, casual, 20 pairs. Socks, 100 pairs. Shoes, sports, shoes, 10 pairs. Also quilts, 5 beds. After he finished listing, the female owner was already stunned. Old man, what are—" Su Lin looked at her without explaining. The female owner took a deep breath and didn't ask further. "Please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you." 5 minutes later, Su Lin's ring contained 50 sets of underwear, 20 sets of outerwear, 20 pairs of pants, 100 pairs of socks, 10 pairs of sports shoes, and 5 quilts. The total price was 123,000 points. He walked out of the clothing store and wandered into a few. In the grocery store, bought 20 buckets, 10 pots, 50 bowls, 50 pairs of chopsticks, various tools, lighters, candles, flashlights, batteries. Spent 80,000. In the pharmacy, bought various common medicines, cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, bandages, disinfectants. Spent 150,000. In the seed store, bought various vegetable seeds, grain seeds, and also bought a few planting manuals. Although they might not be used, it's always good to have them. Spent 50,000. At the last stop, he went to a fuel shop. Aircraft needed fuel. Just in case he ran out of energy in uninhabited areas, he needed a backup. He bought 1,000 barrels of high-energy fuel, spending 2 million. When he walked out of the fuel shop, it was already dark. Su Lin stood by the street watching the bustling crowd. The association's people were still shouting, the military personnel were still shouting, and the spies from the Su family were still sneaking about. He glanced at his spatial ring. The 1,000 cubic meters of space was now filled to the brim. 5,000 gene of rice, 3,000 gene of flour, 500 barrels of oil, over 300 barrels of water, 50 sets of clothes, 5 quilts, 100 barrels of fuel, plus various seasonings, medicines, tools, and seeds. Enough for him to eat well for several years. Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. He turned and walked into a secluded alley. After confirming that no one was around, he concentrated, and the muscles on his face began to change, transforming into a new face. A man in his 30s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes appeared quite honest. He walked out from the other end of the alley, blended into the crowd, and headed towards the east gate. Outside the east gate, though shouting had already dispersed, the street was empty, with only a few guards dozing by the iron railing. Su Lin walked out of the city gate and stepped onto the wasteland. The sunlight was bright, casting a glaring white on the ground. The distant hills and the withered trees looked like silent giants under the sunlight. After walking for an hour and confirming that no one was around, he finally stopped. With a thought, a silver-white Phantom-class aircraft appeared before him. Su Lin opened the cockpit door and sat inside. The holographic screen lit up. Energy remaining 100, shield activated, stealth mode, ready to start. He pressed the start button. The body of the aircraft shook, gently levitating 1 meter off the ground. Su Lin took a deep breath and pushed the joystick. Whoosh. The aircraft shot into the night sky like a silver-white streak of light. The speed was astonishing. The wind howled past his ears, but there was no sound inside the cockpit, quiet as if in another world. Su Lin looked at the data on the holographic screen. Current speed 1200 km/h, current altitude 3000 meters, destination Rift No. CN0571, uninhabited zone approximately 1,800 kilometers away, estimated arrival time 1 hour 30 minutes. He leaned back in his seat watching the clouds rush by outside. 1,800 kilometers, 1.5 hours. If he walked, it would take half a month. This is the benefit of having points. After an hour and a half, the aircraft began to slow down. Su Lin looked down at the ground. Below him was an endless desert. The dunes rolled and undulated, appearing like a golden ocean under the moonlight. There were no trees, no grass, no signs of life. On the holographic screen, a red dot was flashing. Destination reached. Rift No. CN0571 is 500 meters ahead. Su Lin landed the aircraft behind a dune and stored it in his ring. Then he walked forward on foot. After 10 minutes, he saw the rift. It was a massive stone door. Indeed, it was not a tear in space like a rift, but a solid stone door. 50 meters high, 30 meters wide, completely black, covered with complex runes. The runes pulsed with dark red light, flickering like a heartbeat. The stone door stood in the middle of the desert, surrounded by a circle of rubble. Among the rubble were countless bones. Some were human, some were monsters, and some were unrecognizable. Some of the bones had weathered and crumbled at a touch, and others were still relatively fresh, with dried flesh hanging from them. Su Lin stood in front of the stone door, looking up at the pulsating runes. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the door of death. Rift No. CN0571, also known as Sandstorm Death Zone. Level restriction below level 10. Time since existence, 34 years. Number of entrants, approximately 47. Number of survivors, 0. Last clearance time, 12 years. Challenger, are you sure you want to enter? Su Lin said nothing. He reached out and pushed open the stone door. Behind the door was a sea of golden sand. Above him was a gray sky without a sun, yet there was light. Beneath his feet was fine sand, soft and sinking when stepped on. In the distance were rolling sand dunes undulating like frozen waves. The air was very dry enough to tighten the throat. When the wind blew, sand hit his face painfully. Su Lin stood still for 3 seconds. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the sandstorm. First challenge, survival in the sand sea. Rules: survive in the desert for 24 hours. The desert hides 137 types of monsters, including, but not limited to, sandworms, sand scorpions, sand pythons, sand puppets, and sandstorm phantoms. First challenge, survival in the sand sea. Rules: survive in the desert for 24 hours. The desert hides 137 types of monsters, including, but not. Su Lin stood still, looking down at his hands. Passive 1. Regenerate 1 of maximum health per second. Hell level. Current environment suppression recovery effect. Have becoming 0. 5 per second. 0. 5. What is 0? 5 of 310 billion. 1. 55 billion. Regenerating 1. 55 billion health per second. Su Lin's lips twitched slightly. This method did not affect him much. He raised his head and gazed at the distant rolling sand dunes. 137 types of monsters. Each type gives 110 survival points. Needs 1,000 points. This means he must kill at least 100, and at most 1,000. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. The wind grew stronger. Sand hit his face like knives. Su Lin squinted his eyes and moved forward step by step. After about 10 minutes, his feet suddenly sank. Quicksand. Su Lin reacted quickly, pushing his hands against both sides and pulling himself out of the quicksand, rolling to the side. Just as he steadied himself, a massive head emerged from the quicksand. The head was as big as a water tank, entirely yellow-brown with no eyes, only a round mouth, filled with rows of sharp teeth that rotated like a meat grinder. Monster: Abyssal Sandworm, level 10, elite health, 1/0 attack, 1/0 skills, devour sand, escape. The Abyssal Sandworm sprang out of the quicksand, its body at least 20 meters long, resembling a gigantic yellow intestine. It opened that round mouth, aimed at Su Lin, and swallowed him whole. He was engulfed entirely. Everything went dark, surrounded by those rotating sharp teeth, mercilessly shredding his body. 1/0, 1/0, counter damage, 2/5/0, 2/5/0, 2/5/0. The Abyssal Sandworm's body shook violently. What it swallowed felt like it had devoured a piece of iron. Not only could it not shred him, but it was also hurting itself. It wanted to spit Su Lin out, but it could no longer do so. Its stomach kept churning, causing damage to Su Lin, completely uncontrollable. The Abyssal Sandworm twisted in pain from the counter damage, rolling frantically on the sand. 3 seconds later, the Abyssal Sandworm was still. Its mouth was still rotating, but it slowed down until it finally came to a stop. Su Lin crawled out from its mouth, covered in a sticky liquid, the stench making him want to vomit. Kill Abyssal Sandworm 1, gain survival points, 8 points, current survival points, 81,000, remaining time, 23 hours, 47 minutes. Su Lin looked down at the goo on him, then at the dead sandworm. Damn, that's disgusting. He continued to walk forward. After a few steps, the sand beneath his feet suddenly bulged into small mounds. Puff, puff, puff. The small mounds burst open and countless black scorpions crawled out of the sand. These scorpions were only the size of a fist, but their numbers were terrifying, a black tide surging towards him. Monster: Sandstorm Poison Scorpion, level 10, normal health, 5/0 attack, 5/0 skills, poison, sting, adds poison on attack, dealing 500 damage per second for 10 seconds, stackable. Su Lin looked down at the black tide, his mind focused. Taunt Ice Skeletal Roar activated. In an instant, the scorpions went wild. They no longer approached tentatively as before, but directly pounced on him. The ones in front were trampled by those behind, and the rear ones pushed forward, a dark mass overwhelming Su Lin in the blink of an eye. Su Lin found himself buried under a mountain of scorpions. His body was crawling with scorpions, densely packed layer upon layer. Those scorpions frantically stung him once, twice, thrice. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Counter damage: 1250, 1250, 1250, 1250. Poison stacks: poison 1, poison 2, poison 3, poison 4. Damage per second: 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Su Lin stood in the pile of scorpions, completely still. He looked at the data on the panel. Current health: 31 billion. Damage per second: 2,000. Health regeneration per second: 1.55 billion. The damage taken was still more than the regenerated amount. He glanced down at the scorpions that continued to sting him frantically. Some stung a few times and broke their own tails. Some stung a few times and split their bodies apart. Some stung so fiercely they shattered into a puddle of black water. Yet they did not stop. One after another they charged forward. Even if it meant death, they wanted to sting him at least once. Su Lin just stood there letting them sting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. The mountain of scorpions grew lower. The corpses of scorpions on the ground increased. Black liquid mixed with sand flowed into a small river. After 20 minutes, the last scorpion fell. It collapsed at his feet, using its last bit of strength to sting him in the foot. Then it died. Su Lin looked down at it. Kill Sandstorm Poison Scorpion 347. Gain survival points 347. 2694 points. Current survival points 702. 1000. Remaining time 22 hours 15 minutes. 702 points. Still 298 points short. Su Lin pulled the stinger from his foot and continued forward. After about an hour, a massive ruin appeared before him. The ruins were vast, covering at least 10 football fields. The broken walls were askew, some still showing the shape of houses while others were just piles of rubble. Strange characters were carved on the stones identical to those seen in the Bloodbone Abyssal Hall. Su Lin stood at the edge of the ruins looking inside. The ruins were eerily quiet. So quiet it was abnormal. Even the wind stopped here, and the sand fell to the ground without a sound. He stepped inside. As soon as he entered the ruins, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The broken walls disappeared, replaced by a blood-red space. The ground was covered in white bones, the sky was blood-red, clouds and chilling screams echoed all around. Countless translucent humanoids surged in from all directions. They were male and female, young and old, some wearing ragged clothes, some completely naked. Their faces were blurred, only their blood-red eyes fixed on him. Monster Sand Golem, level 10, elite health, 1-0 attack, 0 skills, illusion attack, possession, 1 chance to directly kill the target on attack. If the target's overall data is more than double its own, it will fail. Su Lin froze for a moment. Possession, 1 chance of direct kill. Thankfully it's not invincible. I should be much stronger than it now. He watched the approaching sand golem, his mind focused. Taunt Ice Skeletal Roar activated. The sand golem's eyes turned even redder as they charged forward. The first one pounced on him, its pale hand grasping for his chest. 20,000 counter damage, 5,000. The sand golem's hand broke off, but it did not stop. Another hand reached out. 20,000 counter damage, 5,000. The second, third, fourth. Over 100 sand golems pounced on him simultaneously. Their hands grabbed at him. Each strike dealt real damage. Each strike ignored defense. Each strike was painfully piercing. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Counter damage 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. He glanced at the panel. Current health 31 billion. He lost 200 million. Immediately regained it. It seems possession indeed cannot trigger. Otherwise I would have been dead by now. Each time they grabbed him they lost a hand. Grab twice, lose 2 hands. Grab 3 times, the whole arm is gone. Grab 10 times, half the body is shattered. Yet they did not stop. They charged forward like madmen. Su Lin stood still, letting them grab him. 10 minutes later, all the sand golems were shattered. They broke into a ground of gray-white powder mixing with the white bones, indistinguishable from one another. Kill Sand Golem 127, gain survival points 1278, 1016 points, current survival points 1718, 1000, remaining time 21 hours 8 minutes. Su Lin looked at the panel. 1,000 points is enough. But he did not leave. He stood still, gazing at the powder. The sand golem's eyes seemed to be watching him before they disappeared. Not madness, not hatred, but liberation. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued deeper into the ruins. After about 20 minutes, he came across a gigantic altar. The altar was circular, at least 500 meters in diameter, built of black stone. In the center of the altar stood a massive stone pillar covered with twisted runes. The runes flowed with blood-red light, flickering like a heartbeat. Below the stone pillar crouched a figure. No, not a human. It was a humanoid figure made of sand. It had a head, a body, and limbs, but was entirely composed of fine sand grains. Those grains flowed constantly, making it appear like a swirling sandstorm. It faced away from Su Lin, staring at the stone pillar, completely still. Su Lin stood at the edge of the altar observing it. Suddenly the figure spoke. Its voice was hoarse like the sound of wind and sand grinding against stone. Another one has come. It slowly turned around. Its face was made of flowing sand, without eyes, nose, only a mouth. The mouth opened, revealing a full set of teeth formed from sand grains. You will die? Su Lin looked at it, remaining silent. The figure stood up, towering at least 5 meters tall, like a moving sand mountain. I am the guardian here, it said. If you wish to pass to the next level, you must first defeat me. The rules are quite simple. It raised a hand pointing behind Su Lin. Su Lin turned around. Behind him the ruins had vanished. In its place was an endless sea of sand. Countless sand golems were crawling out of the sand sea. 110, 100, 1,000. Thick and overwhelming. Their eyes were all fixed on him. Blood red. The figure continued, they won't attack you. But they will watch me strike you. Every time I hit you they will laugh. Every time you fall they will cheer. When you are utterly dead, they will pounce on you, tearing your body to shreds, and it paused, its mouth twisting into a grin. Are you ready? Su Lin said nothing. He just stared at the sand golems, gazing at the sand figure. Then he focused his mind. Taunt Eye skeletal roar activated. The sand figure's body trembled violently. It looked down at the flowing sand grains, which were now vibrating intensely, as if stimulated by something. It lifted its head to look at Su Lin. For the first time, an expression appeared on its face devoid of eyes. Confusion. What have you done? Su Lin did not respond. He simply took a step forward. The sand figure's body trembled even more violently. Suddenly it let out a roar and charged at him, shattering into countless grains of sand scattering everywhere. But it did not stop, and another hand came crashing down. Shattering into countless grains of sand scattering everywhere. But it did not stop, and another hand came crashing down. 10000 counter damage, 25000. That hand shattered too. It kicked with its foot. The foot shattered. It headbutt. The head shattered. It pressed down with its body. The body shattered. Yet it did not stop. It shattered and reformed, and continued attacking. Su Lin stood still, letting it hit. He watched as the grains of sand broke apart each time, then reformed again. With every punch, the light on the sand figure dimmed. With every kick, the sand figure shrank. 10 minutes later, the sand figure was only a third of its original size. It stood before Su Lin, trembling all over. The sand grain stopped flowing, becoming lifeless. It lifted its head to look at Su Lin. On its nearly invisible face, its mouth moved. You are not human. Su Lin looked at it, remaining silent. The sand figure's body began to collapse. Grains of sand fell off one by one, landing on the ground, never to reform. At this moment, a door appeared behind the stone pillar in the center of the altar. Identical to the previous stone door. Su Lin walked over and pushed open the door. Beyond it was darkness. He stepped inside. The darkness lasted for 3 seconds. Then everything suddenly brightened. Su Lin stood in a gigantic palace. The palace was larger than any he had seen before. The dome was so high it was invisible, only a gray mist was visible. The walls were covered with murals depicting a war. Countless humanoid creatures clashing, rivers of blood flowing, corpses strewn everywhere. In the center of the palace stood a tall platform. An old man sat atop the platform. With white hair and beard, dressed in tattered gray robes, he had his head lowered, as if asleep. Su Lin walked up to the platform. The old man slowly raised his head. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes were murky like 2 dead fish eyes. He glanced at Su Lin. Then he smiled. A light, faint smile. He said, "Finally someone has arrived who can make—" The old man slowly lifted his head. Those murky eyes fixed on Su Lin as if they sought to see through him. "It has been 1,000 years." The old man's voice was as gravelly as stones grinding together. "You are the first to stand before me." Su Lin remained silent, simply standing there quietly observing him. The old man smiled a smile imbued with an indescribable desolation. "Sit down, child." He gestured towards the stone steps below the high platform. "Standing must be exhausting." Su Lin hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down on the steps. The old man slowly descended from the high platform, each step taken with great slowness, as though he were expending all his strength. He reached Su Lin's side and sat down, leaning against the stone steps, gazing up at the gray mist shrouding the palace dome. Silence lingered for a long time. Long enough for Su Lin to think the old man might never speak. "What is your name?" the old man suddenly asked. "Su Lin." "Su Lin." The old man repeated, nodding. "I am called Agura the shaman." Of course, this name has not been uttered for 1,000 years. Su Lin turned to look at him. Agura the shaman. This was not a name from this world. "You are not from this world?" Su Lin inquired. The old man laughed a bitter laugh. "Child, this place is not this world either," he said. "It is merely a rift connecting multiple primary planets. And I am a lonely soul trapped here for 1,000 years, now a part of this rift." Su Lin said nothing, waiting for him to continue. The old man fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. "I come from a place very far away. So far that you cannot imagine. It is called Tianyan Star, a primary planet." Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. "Primary planet?" The old man looked at him and nodded. "It is normal for you not to understand. Let me start from the beginning." He leaned against the edge of the high platform, his gaze becoming distant. "The universe is vast, so vast that you cannot fathom it in your lifetime. In this universe there are countless planets. These planets are divided into 3 tiers: primary planets, secondary planets, and tertiary planets. Primary planets are the lowest tier. The inhabitants there are just beginning to awaken their abilities, cultivating strength, thinking that this is all there is to the world. They do not know that above them there exists a stronger world. Secondary planets are 1 tier above prime. The inhabitants there are stronger, resources are more abundant, and technology is far more advanced. A secondary planet connects hundreds or thousands of primary planets. Tertiary planets are the highest tier. The inhabitants there are so powerful that you cannot even imagine. They can even control rules and change laws." Su Lin listened closely, his mind racing. "The Tower of Heavens," he murmured. The old man nodded. Yes, the Tower of Heavens is the passage. A passage created by the world's will. World's will, eh? You can think of it as the very rules of this universe, the old man said. It has no consciousness, but it has a purpose. Its purpose is to strengthen all planets. How does one grow stronger? The old man looked at him, his gaze complex. Through competition. Inhabitants of primary planets strive to climb up. Reaching the 99th floor will allow them to enter a secondary planet. And the strong will be rewarded. Su Lin fell silent for a few seconds. The old man said slowly, but the terrifying thing is, when you reach the 99th floor and enter a secondary planet, you will find that the inhabitants there do not regard you as a person at all. His voice grew heavy as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. I was the first from Tianyan Star to pass the 99th floor. At that time I was full of vigor, thinking I was the strongest hero of the entire planet. I stepped into the secondary planet with glory and pride. And then, he paused. Silence stretched for a long time. What happened then? Su Lin asked. The old man looked up, staring at the dome, his eyes slightly red. Then I was captured. The ones who captured me looked like us, spoke our language, and were even more civilized than us. But the way they looked at me was like gazing at an ant. They took me to a vast city. In that city there were countless others like me, captured from various primary planets. What did they make us do? The old man turned his head to look at him. To do their menial labor, to provide them entertainment. They built countless places of amusement on our planet through the Tower of Heavens, treating our people as playthings. Women were captured to dance, men were captured to fight, those with good looks were made slaves, and those with a bit of strength were made laborers. Our lives meant nothing in their eyes. Our dignity was trampled beneath their feet. We cried, they laughed. We died, and they cheered. Su Lin's fingers slowly clenched. Was there no resistance? There was, the old man replied, but those who resisted all perished. Do you know why? Su Lin did not speak. The old man fixed his gaze on Su Lin's eyes, enunciating each word. Because their level 100 powerhouses could easily single-handedly take on 100 of our level 100 powerhouses. The gap between primary and secondary planets cannot be bridged by ordinary talent. It is a qualitative difference, a crushing blow at the level of rules. They control abilities that are one tier above us. Their equipment is countless times better than ours. What do you have? Su Lin fell silent. The old man sighed and continued. Later I learned that most secondary planets are not like this. I met someone from another secondary planet. He said that the inhabitants of their planet treat people from primary planets very kindly. Those who pass through would be accepted, nurtured, regarded as valuable talents, and become part of them. But the secondary planet we are connected to, he paused, his expression turning cold, is called Bloodfire Star. They take pride in conquest and find joy in enslavement. In their eyes, inhabitants of primary planets are mere ants, mere playthings. They send powerful beings down after passing the 99th floor of the Tower of Heavens to directly enslave entire planets. What they desire is not equal exchange, but total submission. Su Lin's breath hitched. Is the planet we are connected to also Bloodfire Star? The old man looked at him and nodded. According to my observations, yes. Su Lin remained silent for a long time. Then he asked, when will they come? The old man shook his head. I do not know. But under normal circumstances they will launch a major invasion after someone from your side passes the 99th floor. Because at that time the passage will be completely stabilized, and they can send more people down. But the people of Bloodfire Star do not act according to common sense. They might come down at any time, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, perhaps in 10 years. It depends on their interest. Su Lin stared at him. How do you know all this? The old man smiled a bitter smile. Because I have seen it with my own eyes. I was captured by Bloodfire Star and became a slave for 200 years. There I encountered countless individuals captured from various primary planets. Through conversations with them, I learned these truths. Later I escaped amidst the chaos, fleeing into a rift. But that rift was unstable, pulling me here, trapping me for 1,000 years, and making me a part of the rift, completely unable to escape. He raised his hand, staring at his dry palm. 1,000 years. I cannot leave, cannot die, and can only wait here, waiting for someone to come before me. He looked at Su Lin. Now I have waited long enough. Su Lin met his gaze. Why are you telling me all this? The old man remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, because you are different. You have a very special aura. Your blood is thick, absurdly thick. Your passivity carries a very unique power. I cannot see through you. The old man remained silent for a long time, his murky eyes fixed on Su Lin. Then he suddenly smiled. You are different. You are truly different. He stood up and walked back to the high platform, pulling something out of his robe. It was a fist-sized stone, completely black with faint golden patterns shimmering on its surface. Those patterns seemed alive, flowing slowly, alternating between light and dark. Do you know what this is, eh? Su Lin shook his head. The old man handed him the stone. This is called Furnace Stone. It is a rare treasure found throughout the universe. Su Lin took the stone. It felt icy to the touch, but the golden patterns suddenly glowed when they made contact with his palm. The old man's voice became serious. Its function is quite simple. Transform an unused skill of yours into energy to enhance another skill. The skill being transformed will completely disappear. The skill being enhanced will increase in strength. Su Lin was taken aback. Enhancing skills. He opened his panel and looked at his 3 passive skills. Recovery enhancement percentage hell level recovers 1 of maximum health per second. Bone Spike Fury reflects 25 of damage taken back to the attacker. Taunt Ice Bone Fury taunt forces all monsters within 100 meters to harbor an extreme malice towards you. All 3 of these passive skills were essential to him. Each one was crucial and none of them could be sacrificed. The old man observed his expression and smiled again. He continued, this thing is produced only once every 100 years on our Tianyan star. I have kept this piece for 1,000 years waiting for someone fated to have it. He looked into Su Lin's eyes. If you use it well, it will greatly enhance your power. I believe you will understand its significance. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds before asking, why give it to me? The old man paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Why? Because you are the first person I have seen in 1,000 years. Because I damn well don't want that bunch of beasts from Blood Flame Star to have it easy. Because I find you pleasing to the eye. Is that enough? Su Lin also smiled. Though it was faint, it was indeed a smile. Enough. The old man ceased smiling and looked at him earnestly. Kid, let me tell you something else. Su Lin sat up straight. The old man slowly began to speak. People from first-level planets awaken a single ability. SSS level is the pinnacle. But people from second-level planets can awaken twice. Su Lin frowned. Twice? Yes, the old man nodded. They awaken for the first time at 18, just like us. The second awakening occurs after the first awakening using their own Star Source Stone. After the second awakening, they will gain an additional ability. In other words, an SS-level genius from a second-level planet actually possesses 2 SS-level abilities. Su Lin's fingers slowly clenched. That's not all, the old man continued. Their equipment is also beyond legendary level. Above legendary, there are epic, mythical, and eternal levels. Each level multiplies the attributes. And people from third-level planets can awaken 3 abilities. Above legendary, there are epic, mythical, and eternal levels. Each level multiplies the attributes. And people from third-level planets can awaken 3 abilities. So that's how it is. They are not people from the same world. They come from different planets connected by the same rift, dying in the same place. Then if someone from our side passes the 99th level and enters a second-level planet. Su Lin spoke slowly. The old man looked at him and nodded. Yes, you would gain a chance for a second awakening. Using their Star Source Stone, you could awaken a second ability. But the problem is, he paused, his gaze turning icy. The Star Source Stone is in their hands. They must give it to you for you to awaken. If they do not give it, you will forever have only 1 ability. Do you think that bunch of beasts from Blood Flame Star will give it? Su Lin said nothing. The answer was painfully obvious. No. They would only treat Earthlings as slaves, as playthings, as ants. The old man stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Kid, I've said all I needed to say. The rest is up to you. He turned and walked toward the high platform. As he reached the door, he paused for a moment. The old man's voice came from behind, soft as the wind. Kid, remember, don't let that bunch of beasts succeed. Su Lin did not look back, stepping through the door. A flash of light enveloped him. He found himself standing in the middle of a desert. The massive stone door was collapsing. Chunks of stone fell, and the runes flickered and extinguished one by one. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it completely collapsed. As the dust settled, Su Lin stood still, gazing at the pile of ruins. The rift had existed for 34 years. 47 people had ventured in, all dead. Now it was gone. He took a deep breath and opened his panel. Congratulations on clearing the CN0571 Rift Sandstorm Dead Zone. He looked down at the fist-sized black stone in his hand. The golden patterns on the stone's surface still flowed slowly, as if alive, warm to the touch. Item Furnace Stone can convert an acquired skill into energy for enhancing another skill. The transformed skill disappears permanently, while the enhanced skill increases in strength. Su Lin stared at this line of text for several seconds. Increase in strength. He opened the panel and looked at Passive 3, Taunt Icebone Fury Taunt. This passive was obtained in the Frost Tomb, forcing all monsters within 100 meters to lock onto him. Combined with Bone Spike Fury, it was simply a monster-clearing artifact. Today he earned those 2 billion points solely because of their synergy. Cannot be sacrificed. Next he looked at Passive 2, Bone Spike Fury. Reflecting 25 of damage taken was his current core output. Without this, he would be like a thick-skinned tiger without teeth, only able to take hits without fighting back. Even less could he be sacrificed. Passive 1, Recovery Enhancement Percentage Hell Level. Recovering 1 of health per second was the fundamental guarantee for him to stand firm. Without this, even the thickest health could be worn down. The 3 passive skills were all indispensable. Su Lin stored the Furnace Stone in his spatial ring. He could venture into the rift again, and if he obtained a useless skill reward, he could convert it to strengthen these 3 passive skills. Currently the second and third were sufficient, so he could enhance the first one first, then the second, and finally the third. He looked up at the sky. The sun hung overhead probably around 11 or 12 o'clock. He had spent 24 hours in the rift, only an hour had passed outside. If it took an hour to travel and an hour to clear the rift, he could still challenge 5 more rifts today. Su Lin focused his thoughts, and the aircraft emerged from the ring, its silver body glimmering in the sunlight. He stowed away the furnace stone and activated the holographic map of the flying device. 2 level 10 rifts remained near the Dark Night Market, Blazing Hell, and Shadow Maze. But both entrances were currently occupied. The forces from the association, the military, and the Su family were waiting like hunters lying in ambush. No rush. He would wait until they grew weary. He zoomed out the map, switching to a national view. Level 10 and below rifts, no man's land, remaining quantity, 218, the nearest batch to the Dark Night Market, varying from approximately 800 to 2,000 kilometers. He traced his finger across the screen, selecting 5 rifts at moderate distances and marking their coordinates. The first one northeast, 850 kilometers. The second directly north, 1,100 kilometers. The third northwest, 1,300 kilometers. The fourth directly west, 1,500 kilometers. The fifth southwest, 1,700 kilometers. The route formed a perfect circle, eventually returning near the Dark Night Market. He shut the map and powered up the flying device. The silvery body ascended into the air, instantly plunging into the clouds. The first rift, 850 kilometers, 35 minutes. Su Lin leaned back in his seat, watching the rapidly retreating clouds outside the window, his mind replaying the words spoken by the old man earlier. Level 1 planets, level 2 planets, level 3 planets. Twice awakened, thrice awakened. Epic, mythic, eternal. And then there was that Bloodflame star. A group of beasts that took pleasure in enslavement. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No need to rush. First he had to clear these 218 rifts. After 35 minutes the flying device began to decelerate. Below lay a chain of snow-capped mountains, their peaks covered in perpetual snow, glaring white under the sun. Destination Rift CN0612 Frost Abyss arrived, today's second rift. Su Lin landed the flying device in a valley, stowed it away, and proceeded on foot. After 10 minutes of walking, he spotted the rift. It was the entrance to an ice-bound canyon, the mouth covered in thick layers of ice, within which countless corpses were frozen. Some human, some monstrous, and some unrecognizable. The corpses maintained the last postures of their lives. Some were running, some were kneeling, and others were looking up with mouths agape, as if silently screaming. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Frost Abyss. Level restriction below level 10. Existing for 41 years. Number of entrants approximately 83. Surviving number 0. After hearing this, Su Lin stepped into the ice layer. 1 hour and 10 minutes later. Su Lin emerged from the rift, his body covered in ice shards, his hair and eyebrows turned white, resembling an old popsicle just taken from the freezer. The icebound canyon behind him was collapsing, ice blocks crashing down with a thunderous sound, before finally caving in completely. He brushed off the ice from his body and opened the panel. Congratulations on clearing Rift CN0612 Frost Abyss rewards. Please choose one from the following 4 passive skills. 1. Ice Armor passive. When attacked, there is a 10 chance of forming a layer of ice armor on the surface of the body, absorbing 50 of damage from the next 3 attacks. Ice Armor lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. 2. Frost Breath active, exhales a blast of extreme cold frost mist forward, dealing 5.0 ice damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Range 20 meters, cooldown 10 minutes. 3. Ice Trace Step active, instantly dashes forward 50 meters, leaving an ice trace on the path, which lasts for 10 seconds, slowing enemies by 50. Cooldown 5 minutes. 4. Extreme Cold Resistance passive increases immunity to ice damage by 80, and when receiving ice damage there is a 5 chance to freeze the attacker for 3 seconds. Su Lin read each option carefully. The first one, Ice Armor. Absorbs 50 damage from 3 attacks. Looks good, but what he lacked the least at the moment was defense. Moreover, a 10 chance is too low. Relying on it for survival is worse than depending on his own thick blood. The second one, Frost Breath. 5,000 damage per second, lasting 5 seconds, totaling 250,000. For him, now this amount of damage was akin to a mosquito's leg. He currently relied on counter damage, which could deal tens of millions in a single hit. The third one, Ice Trace Step. A 50-meter dash and slowing enemies. Somewhat useful, but not much. He had taunts and monsters were focused on him. There was no need to chase after them. The fourth one, Extreme Cold Resistance. Immunity to 80 ice damage. This option. Su Lin stared at it, raising an eyebrow. His blood was thick now, but he had no elemental resistance. If he encounters monsters with pure elemental attacks in the future, they may not hurt him, but would be bothersome. An 80 immunity to ice means that ice attacks would feel like mere tickles. The key was the latter part. When receiving ice attacks, there is a 5 chance to freeze the attacker for 3 seconds. This is intriguing. Although the 5 chance is low, it's passive and triggers automatically without worry. Su Lin pondered for a moment and chose the 4th option. He would keep this passive for now and only consider upgrading other passives in case of emergencies. You have selected Extreme Cold Resistance passive, gained 80 immunity to ice damage. When receiving ice attacks, there is a 5 chance to freeze the attacker for 3 seconds. A new line appeared on the panel, and he felt a cool power surge within him, but it quickly dissipated. Su Lin moved his limbs and walked towards the flying device. The next rift directly north 1,100 kilometers. 40 minutes later they arrived at the 3rd fissure of the day. The aircraft landed on a black gravel plain. Here not a single blade of grass grew, and the ground was covered in black fragments of stone gleaming with an eerie metallic luster. As the wind blew, the stones collided with each other, creating a tinkling sound like countless little bells ringing. Destination CN0627 Fissure. Black Stone Hell arrived. Su Lin walked forward for 20 minutes and finally saw the fissure. It was a massive black stone door 30 meters high and 20 meters wide, engraved with twisted runes. The light flowing within those runes was not red, but pure black, so dark it seemed to absorb all light. Surrounding the area lay countless bones. Some had already weathered into powder, while others retained their complete skeletal structure. Various equipment such as swords, armor, and rings were scattered around the skeletons, standing out starkly against the black gravel. A mechanical voice sounded. Welcome to Blackstone Hell. Level restriction below level 10. Existence time 53 years. Number of entrants approximately 76. Number of survivors 0. After hearing this, Su Lin pushed open the stone door. 1 hour and 7 minutes later. Su Lin emerged from the stone door covered in blackness, his clothes dusted with black ash and his face smeared with streaks of black and white, resembling a miner who had just crawled out of a coal mine. The stone door behind him collapsed with a thunderous sound, the black runes flickering a few times before extinguishing. Congratulations on clearing CN0627 Fissure. Blackstone Hell. Please choose one skill from the following 4. 1. Blackstone Armor active summons black stone fragments to surround oneself, lasting for 30 seconds. Each fragment can block one attack up to 10 times. Cooldown 1 hour. 2. Gravity Suppression active releases a gravity field with a diameter of 50 meters centered on oneself, reducing the movement speed of all enemies in the area by 70 and attack speed by 50, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. 3. Shadow Step active instantly disappears into the shadows, entering an invisibility state lasting for 10 minutes. Will become visible when attacking or being attacked. Cooldown 1 hour. 4. Blackstone Puppet active summons a blackstone puppet from the ground to fight for you, lasting for 10. Puppet attributes health 1 million, attack 100, possesses skills heavy strike and taunt. Cooldown 2 hours. Su Lin examined each option. The first, Blackstone Armor, blocks 10 attacks, cooldown 1 hour. For him, with such a vast health pool, 10 attacks were practically negligible. He was currently enduring thousands of attacks at once. 10 was hardly enough to matter. The second, Gravity Suppression. Area slow, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. A godly skill for team battles, but he was currently soloing and had no use for taunting. The third, Shadow Step. Su Lin's gaze lingered on this option. Invisibility for 10 minutes. If I activate invisibility before leaving the fissure, they shouldn't be able to see me when I exit. Even if the fissure closes, I would be undetectable. The fourth, Blackstone Puppet. Summoning a helper with decent attributes, but with 1 million health and 100 attack, it's strong for a level 10 fissure. However, the monsters he faced dealt millions in damage. Sending the puppet in would be tantamount to suicide. Su Lin thought for a moment and chose the third option. You have selected Shadow Step active, gained instantly disappear into the shadows, entering an invisibility state lasting for 10 minutes. Will become visible when attacking or being attacked. Cooldown 1 hour. A line of skill icons appeared on the panel, and with a thought he instantly vanished from sight. He truly disappeared. Not even a shadow remained. Su Lin looked down at his hands, which were invisible. He waved them in front of him, seeing nothing. He took a step forward, moving silently, as if stepping on cotton. He released the invisibility and reappeared, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This skill is quite good. He walked towards the aircraft, continuing to the next one. 50 minutes later, the aircraft landed in a red desert. They arrived at the fourth fissure of the day. The sand here was red as blood. When the wind blew, the red sand swirled into the air, dyeing the sky a dark crimson. In the distance stood gigantic stone pillars, each rising from the sea of sand, resembling the remnants of some ancient civilization. Destination CN0641 Fissure. Blood Sand Maze arrived. Su Lin walked for an hour before he finally saw the fissure. It was a massive pyramid standing at least 200 meters high, constructed from blood-red stones. The front of the pyramid had a stone door engraved with a gigantic eye that wept blood. Surrounding it lay countless bones, densely packed, at least several hundred. Some of those bones wore tattered clothing, while others still donned equipment, standing out starkly against the blood-red sand. The mechanical voice sounded, "Welcome to the Blood Sand Maze. Level restriction below level 10. Existence time 67 years. Number of entrants approximately 107. Number of survivors 0. After hearing this, Su Lin pushed open the stone door. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Su Lin stepped out of the pyramid drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked and clinging to his body. Inside it was hotter than a steamer, and he nearly thought he would be cooked alive. The pyramid behind him began to collapse, chunks of blood-red stone falling away, and finally, with a thunderous crash, it was reduced to a heap of ruins. He wiped the sweat from his brow and opened the panel. Congratulations on clearing CN0641 Fisher Blood Sand Maze. Gained reward, please choose one skill from the following 4. 1. Blood Sand Rage passive. For every 10 of health lost, attack power increases by 20. Stacks up to 5 times, meaning that losing 50 of health will increase attack power by 100. 2. Sand Escape active. Instantly merge into the sand, moving underground, lasting for 30 seconds. Immune to all physical attacks during stealth, but cannot attack others. Cooldown 30 minutes. 3. Blood Sacrifice active. Consumes 10 of current health to deal damage equal to 200 of the consumed health to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. 40 minutes later, I arrived at the 5th rift of the day. The aircraft landed in a swamp. It was filled with mud and puddles, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. The dead trees leaned in various directions, their trunks covered with black mold. Bubbles rose in the puddles, and when they burst, a foul odor wafted out. Destination Rift CN0653 Putrid Swamp arrived. Su Lin trudged through the mud for half an hour before he saw the rift. It was a massive whirlpool at least 100 meters in diameter, with a dark, bottomless hole at its center. The water at the edge of the whirlpool was green, as toxic as poison, and countless corpses floated on its surface, some human, some monstrous, and others unrecognizable. Those corpses were bloated and pale, some already rotting, exposing their bones. A mechanical voice rang out. "Welcome to the Putrid Swamp. Level restriction below level 10. Time elapsed 72 years. Number of entrants approximately 158. Number of survivors 0. After hearing this, Su Lin took a deep breath and immediately regretted it, covered his nose, and jumped into the whirlpool. 1 hour and 8 minutes. Su Lin crawled out of the whirlpool covered in green muck, his hair tangled with water plants and his clothes stained with an unknown substance, so foul he nearly vomited. The whirlpool behind him was shrinking, and with a final pop, it completely vanished, leaving only a tranquil swamp. He ran to a clean puddle to wash himself off, then opened the panel. Congratulations on clearing Rift CN0653 Putrid Swamp. Please choose one of the following 4 skills. 1. Corrupted Body passive. When receiving physical attacks, there is a 20 chance to poison the attacker, causing them to lose 1 health per second for 10 seconds. The poisoning effect can stack. 2. Healing Touch active. Release healing energy from both hands, restoring 10 of maximum health to yourself or an ally. Cooldown 30 minutes. 3. Teleportation active. Instantly teleport to a designated location, distance not exceeding 1000 meters. Can be used in combat. Cooldown 1 hour. 4. Swamp Domain active. Centered on yourself, create a swamp domain with a diameter of 100 meters that lasts for 30 seconds. Enemies within the domain have their movement speed reduced by 80 and suffer 2 corrosion damage per second. Su Lin scanned through the options. The first, Corrupted Body. 1000 damage per second, which is negligible for him at the moment. The monsters he currently faced had millions of health. Losing 100 health per second, it would take a full minute to inflict 600 damage, which was hardly worth mentioning. The second, Healing Touch. Restoring 10 of maximum health. He had a healing rate of 1 per second, so 10 would only take 10 seconds. Moreover, this was an active skill. It might be useful in a critical moment, but it was not as reliable as his passive. Instantly teleport to a designated location, distance not exceeding 1000 meters. Can be used in combat. Cooldown 1 hour. A myriad of images flashed through his mind. Being trapped at the rift exit and disappearing with a teleport, being surrounded by high-level monsters, and escaping the battlefield with a teleport. When facing an unbeatable boss, teleporting to a safe distance. Coupled with stealth, he could flee whenever he wanted or engage as he pleased. 1000 meters was sufficient to shake off the majority of pursuers. Su Lin took a deep breath and chose the third option. You have selected Teleportation active. Acquired. Instantly teleport to a designated position within 1000 meters, usable in combat. Cooldown 1 hour. With a thought, he vanished from his spot. The next second, he reappeared on a small hill 1000 meters away. Looking back, the place he had just stood was far behind. Su Lin smiled. This skill was a lifesaver. He ran back to the aircraft to continue to the next one. 45 minutes later, I arrived at the 6th rift of the day. The aircraft landed in a stone forest. The stones here were bizarre, some resembling humans, others beasts, and some trees scattered densely. The stones were inscribed with strange patterns. There were suns, moons, eyes, hands, and some symbols completely incomprehensible. Destination Rift CN0668 Stone Forest Maze arrived. Su Lin traversed through the stone forest for half an hour before finally spotting the rift. It was a massive stone ring surrounded by 12 stone pillars, each 50 meters tall, covered with twisted runes. In the center of the ring was a black hole so dark that one could feel its eerie aura. A mechanical voice sounded. Welcome to the Stone Forest Maze. Level restriction below level 10. Time elapsed 48 years. Number of entrants approximately 97. Number of survivors 0. Su Lin stepped into the stone ring. 1 hour and 12 minutes. Number of entrants approximately 97. Number of survivors 0. Su Lin stepped into the stone ring. The stone pillars behind him were collapsing one after another, until with a final crash they shattered into rubble. He brushed off the dust from his body and opened the panel. Congratulations on clearing Rift CN0668 Stone Forest. Maze acquired reward. Please select one of the following 4 passive skills. 1. Stone Skin passive permanently increases defense by 10. When receiving attacks, there is a 1 chance to completely block the attack. 2. Petrifying Gaze active stare at an enemy with a 30 chance to petrify them for 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. 3. Substitute Stone Statue passive automatically triggers when receiving fatal damage, allowing the substitute stone statue to absorb the damage, retaining 1 health point. Cooldown 24 hours. 4. Stone Forest Blessing passive in stone terrain movement speed increases by 50 and health recovery speed increases by 100. Su Lin looked at these 4 options, his brow gradually furrowing. The first, Stone Skin. A 10 increase in defense and a chance to block. But right now he relied on his health to withstand damage, so the defense boost was of little use. Moreover, a 1 block chance was too low to count on. The second, Petrifying Gaze. A 30 chance to petrify for 3 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. A control skill, but a 30 chance was too reliant on luck, and it could only be used on 1 enemy. Currently, he was facing hundreds or thousands of monsters, and this skill was insufficient. The third, Substitute Stone Statue. Su Lin focused on this one. Automatically triggers when receiving fatal damage, retaining 1 health point. Cooldown 24 hours. This skill could save his life at a critical moment. What about when he encounters those who can deal trillions of damage in a single blow? At that time this skill would serve. With a 24-hour cooldown, at minute could only trigger once a day. But once was enough. Su Lin returned to the peace in well past midnight. Though midnight held little meaning in Dark Night City, the cavern's ceiling remained perpetually overcast, and neon lights flickered ceaselessly. The streets had grown markedly quieter. Most of the association envoys, military personnel, and Su family scouts had retreated into roadside eateries for drinks and late-night meals. Su Lin stepped inside the inn. The elderly innkeeper dozed behind the counter. At the sound of the door, he lifted his eyelids just enough to recognize the unremarkable middle-aged lodger, then let them fall again. He climbed the stairs, entered his room, and closed the door. He stripped off his coat, stained with the pungent clashing odors of 6 rifts he'd sealed that day: frost, flames, sand, and swamp. Threw it straight into the trash, then showered swiftly before donning a fresh set of clothes drawn from his spatial ring. Sitting on the bed, he took a deep breath and opened his personal interface. Name: Su Lin, disguised state. Level 10. Health 31 trillion, base 100 billion, fold equipment 300 billion fold. Attack 2000, base 1000, ring 1000. Abilities. Health cap multiplier 1 billion. Passive 1, I regeneration amplification. Percentage healthier, restores 1 of maximum health per second. Passive 2, Bone Spine Wrath, reflects 25 of incoming damage back to the attacker. Passive 3, Taunt. Frostbone Rancor forces all monsters within 100 meters to lock onto you with relentless life or death hostility. Passive 4, Cryogenic Resistance, 80 immunity to ice-based damage, 5 chance to freeze the attacker for 3 seconds upon receiving ice-type attacks. Passive 5, Statue Substitution, automatically triggers upon fatal damage, leaving 1 HP remaining, cooldown 24 hours. Active 1, Shadow Step, enter invisibility for 10 minutes, breaks upon attacking or taking damage, cooldown 1 hour. Active 2, Blood Sacrifice, consumes 10 of current health to deal damage equal to 200 of consumed health to all enemies within 50 meters, cooldown 10 minutes. Active 3, Teleportation, instantly relocate to any point within 100 meters. Usable mid-combat, cooldown 1 hour. Items: Invisible Mask, unique. Su Lin stared at the 3 active skills listed on his interface, and slowly spread a grin across his lips. Shadow Step, the ultimate escape technique. Teleportation, the pinnacle of evasion. Blood Sacrifice, finally an offensive capability. His current strategy was simple: activate Taunt Step into a horde of monsters, let them attack, and watch them shatter under their own reflected blows. Those who refused to engage. A single blood sacrifice would unleash 620 billion points of devastation. Even against truly overwhelming foes he could vanish, teleport, twice alter his appearance, and re-emerge, untraceable. No one could possibly guess where he'd appear next. And should ambush or lethal strike, he had passive 5, statue substitution, to absorb death itself, followed instantly by invisibility and teleportation. Finding him again would border on impossibility. Perfect, he murmured to himself. Urgent NEWS 6 level 10 rifts in the wastelands have been closed, all by a single individual. Su Lin paused, then tapped to open the bulletin. Official statement from the Rift Containment Task Force between 1300 and 1900 today, 6 level 10 rifts within national territory were sequentially sealed. CN06, 12 Frostfall Abyss, CN06, 27 Blackstone, Hell, CN06, 41 Bloods in Mirage City, CN06, 3 Putrid Marsh, CN06, 8 Stone Forest Labyrinth, and CN05, 1 Sandstorm Death Zone. Collectively, these rifts persisted for 325 years. A total of 568 adventurers entered. None ever returned. All have now been cleared and sealed by a single individual. This marks the first recorded instance in our nation's history of one person independently sealing multiple high-level rifts in succession. This notice is issued accordingly. Below, the comment section had already erupted. Holy, holy, holy. 6. In one day. All 568 dead, and she cleared every single one. It's got to be that mysterious woman, the one from Dark Knight City. Wait, aren't there still 2 rifts near Dark Knight City? Why'd she head to the wastelands? Are you blind? There are 3 factions camped right outside the city gates. She's not foolish enough to walk straight into that trap. 6 rifts in one day. What kind of celestial being is this? I timed it, roughly 90 minutes per rift. She enters, clears it, exits, flies to the next, and repeats flawlessly, seamless. Does she even need rest? You'll never grasp the realm of true masters. Right now I only have one question. Beneath the comments, someone quietly posted a photograph. Su Lin's official portrait from launching Martial Academy. Beneath it a single line, those who understand, understand. That comment rocketed to the top, amassing over 1 million likes. Su Lin gazed at the photo expressionless. Let them guess. Meanwhile, in Dark Knight City, Association envoys continued broadcasting announcements. Military officers echoed them, and Su family scouts still wove through the crowds like shadows. Chen Jiuzhou stood before the window of a makeshift command center, phone in hand, reading the bulletin. He remained silent for a long time. Then he turned to Zhou, the senior researcher behind him. 6. Zhou adjusted his glasses, voice trembling slightly. Director, what does this imply? It implies we underestimated her, still. Chen Jiuzhou met his gaze steadily. 6 rifts in a single day. Each claimed dozens, even hundreds, of lives. She entered, cleared it, exited, moved on. Seamless. Her strength far surpasses anything we imagined. Zhou swallowed hard. Then who is she? Chen Jiuzhou did not answer. He looked out the window, his eyes clouded with layered meaning. Whoever she is humanity's hope. Su family temporary command post. A scout hurried into the chamber and handed his phone to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. He was a trusted confidant of Su Jintian, surname Qian, level 70, tasked exclusively with overseeing this capture operation. After reading the bulletin, Qian's face darkened. 6. He rose, paced twice across the room, then halted. Reinforce all deployments, he ordered. To the wastelands. Station personnel at every level 10 rift entrance. I refuse to believe she can vanish forever. The scout hesitated. Sir Qian, the wastelands are vast rifts, countless. Our manpower. Then hire manpower. Qian's voice turned icy. The patriarch has spoken. Bring her in alive, or bring back her body. Points are no concern. Yes, sir. Military Command Center. General Zhang sat in his chair, grinning broadly as he read the bulletin. Excellent. 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 He slammed his thigh. 6 rifts in one day? This young lady. Damn, she's phenomenal. A junior officer ventured softly. General Director Chen has asked whether we should also dispatch teams. Dispatch? General Zhang shot him a sharp glare. She clears 6 rifts in a day, clearly not wanting to be found. What would sending troops accomplish? Merely causing chaos. He rose and walked to the window. We wait. When she's done, she'll surface on her own. Sunday 7 a.m. Before the Celestial Ascension Tower in Tianqiong City, crowds surged like an ocean. Today marked Su Jintian's attempt to conquer floor 89. If successful, he would become humanity's first tier 90 sovereign. Reporters raised their cameras, lenses trained on the temporary platform erected before the tower. Upon it stood Su Jintian, hands clasped behind his back, clad in black combat gear, his chest adorned with the gleaming insignia of tier 89, catching the morning light like polished obsidian. Lin Wanqing stood behind him, eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet her smile radiated quiet pride. Beside her stood the 3 sisters, Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao, dressed as if for a festival, faces alight with unmistakable adoration. Su Chen stood among them, craning his neck to gaze upon his father's silhouette, eyes brimming with reverence and yearning. "Dad, go for it," Su Xiaoxiao blurted out. Su Jintian turned, meeting her gaze with a faint tender upturn of his lips. Below the platform, representatives from the great clans had gathered. Wang family of Jingdu, Yi family of Modu, Zhou family of Jiangnan. Each standing in designated positions, expressions varied and inscrutable. Wang Tiangang stood at the very front, arms crossed, face impassive. A young man beside him whispered, "Master, do you believe Su Jintian will succeed?" Wang Tiangang glanced at him, voice cool and measured. If he lacked confidence, he would never have chosen this day. The youth nodded silently and fell still. On the opposite side, Yi Wushuang stood motionless, hands behind his back, eyes deep and unfathomable. Behind him stood Yi Wuxiang, his delicate androgynous features serene, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the platform, unblinking. "Wuxiang, what is your judgment?" Yi Wushuang asked suddenly. Yi Wuxiang paused for a breath, then replied, "He will succeed." Yi Wushuang turned, studying him. "Oh, so certain. He has prepared for 10 years. And..." Yi Wuxiang hesitated, then added quietly, "He requires tier 90 strength to confront that person." Yi Wushuang smiled, a faint chilling curve of the lips. "You mean Su Lin?" Yi Wuxiang gave a single solemn nod. Yi Wushuang shifted his gaze back toward the platform and murmured, "What a pity." He did not elaborate, but Yi Wuxiang understood. Pity that a genius like Su Lin was born his son. Pity that a patriarch like Su Jintian would one day raise his hand against his own flesh and blood. 730 M. The colossal luminous gate before the celestial ascension tower began to glow. Softly at first, then brighter, until it coalesced into a swirling azure vortex 100 meters in diameter. Su Jintian turned to face his family. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, grasping his hand. Tears finally spilled down her cheeks. "Jintian, please be careful." He nodded, gently patting her knuckles with quiet reassurance. "Have no fear. Dad, you'll definitely make it. You're the strongest." Su Yao chimed eagerly. Su Ling shouted, "Go, Dad." Su Xiaoxiao waved her tiny fist, voice ringing with childish fervor, "Dad, shatter that record." Su Jintian looked upon them, and for once a rare warmth softened his features. Then his gaze settled upon Su Chen's eyes, shimmered with unshed tears, his lips parted, trembling with words left unspoken, until at last he simply nodded, hard, fierce, resolute. "Dad, come home safe." Su Jintian held his gaze for a silent moment, then gave a slow, solemn nod. He turned and walked toward the luminous gate. 1 step, 2, 3. At its threshold he paused, and cast one final glance backward. Below, thousands of eyes watched, filled with anticipation, tension, awe, envy, concern, and cold detachment. He withdrew his gaze, and stepped across the threshold. A flash of light, and he vanished. Silence descended upon the crowd. Every eye remained riveted upon the gate, breaths suspended, hearts pounding in shared suspense. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 10, 30, 1 minute. An hour later, the gate flared violently. In the next instant, a figure emerged, striding forth from the vortex. Su Jintian. He stood before the gate, blood-soaked garments torn at deep, bone-exposing wound cleaving his chest, yet upright, unbowed. He lived. He had conquered the tower. For 3 heartbeats, silence reigned. Then, holy hell. Tier 90. Humanity's first tier 90. Su Jintian. Su Jintian. Su Jintian. The entire plaza erupted, roaring, thunderous, ecstatic. Reporters surged forward like a stampede, flashbulbs detonating in relentless succession, blinding white light flooding the scene. Clan envoys exchanged glances, some stunned, others wary, still others forcing brittle smiles. Wang Tiangang remained rooted in place, staring at the blood-drenched man upon the platform, his expression unreadable. After several silent seconds he turned, and departed with his entourage. Lin Wanqing collapsed into sobs, rushing forward to embrace Su Jintian, whispering fragmented prayers too soft to decipher. The 3 sisters surrounded them, laughing through tears, clinging tightly. Su Jintian lifted his gaze toward the sky. His eyes held exhaustion, and exhilaration, and triumph. And something else, something no one else could fathom. Meanwhile, beyond Blue Planet, in the infinite void, a crimson world rotated slowly. Blood flames, vastly larger than Blue Planet, its surface churned with seas of dark red magma, from which towering geysers of fire erupted, illuminating the surrounding abyssal blackness of space. At its highest peak, a black palace hovered weightlessly in the air. Upon its obsidian throne sat the blood flame's sovereign, cradling a translucent crystal orb. Within the orb, Su Jintian's triumphant gaze upward played in silent replay. Floor 89 cleared. The sovereign murmured, voice devoid of inflection. Before the throne stood over a dozen warriors clad in diverse battle armor, men and women, elders and youths, each emanating pressure so immense it would suffocate lesser beings. A burly man with blazing crimson hair grinned. "Another tier 1 world has ripened. Your Majesty, we gained yet another arena for amusement." Others chuckled, laughter echoing hollowly through the vast vaulted chamber. The Bloodflame Sovereign said nothing, merely stared into the orb. Then abruptly the image shifted. No longer Su Lin, but cascading lines of data. Target detected blue planet. Tower clearance progress floor 89 ascension threshold met. Total rift count 3278. Clear rifts 25 anomalies detected. Single operator consecutive clearances 8. Operator identity unknown. Operator tier 10. Rift designations Blood Prison Abyss Bloodbone Abyss Frost Tomb Sandstorm Deathzone Frostfall Abyss Blackstone Hell Bloods in Mirage City Putrid Marsh Stone Forest Labyrinth. Note 6 rifts cleared consecutively within 24 hours. Silence crashed upon the hall like a physical blow. The crimson-haired warrior's grin froze mid-expression. A statuesque woman stepped forward, narrowing her eyes at the data stream. 6 rifts in 24 hours. Your Majesty, could this data be flawed? The sovereign remained silent, then tapped a finger into empty air. The crystal orb shimmered and displayed further analysis. Historical data, retrieval Tier 1 World Rift Clearance Records. Time span 100000 years. World surveyed 8724. Single operator rift clearance statistics. 1 rift 3. 2 million instances. 2 rifts 97 instances. 3 rifts 0 instances. Historical record. Note no Tier 1 World Awakened being has ever cleared more than 2 rifts. Absolute stillness gripped the hall. The Bloodflame Sovereign stared at the figures, his scarlet pupils contracting slowly. Never before. He repeated, voice hushed. More than 3-0. That one on Blue Planet. The statuesque woman whispered, throat dry. 8, the Sovereign corrected. 6 within 24 hours. He rose and strode to the palace's edge, gazing down upon the churning magma oceans below. He stood there motionless for a long, heavy silence. Then he turned, meeting the terrified, frozen faces of his subordinates. Do you comprehend what this signifies? No one dared answer. He spoke each word with glacial precision. It means a variable has emerged on this Tier 1 world, one we have never encountered before. Across 100 millennia, 8,000 worlds, no being has ever surpassed 3 rift clearances. And this one has cleared 8. 6 in 24 hours. He paused, his voice dropping to a frigid, lethal whisper. If allowed to grow, when he ascends to Tier 100 and enters Tier 2 realms, do you truly believe he will kneel as our slave? The crimson-haired warrior ventured, Your Majesty, he is only Tier 10. Even with extraordinary talent, how formidable can he possibly be? Once our forces descend, a single strike will erase him. The sovereign regarded him and smiled. A smile both elegant and utterly chilling. Erase him with a single strike. He returned to his throne and seated himself. Then tell me, why is a Tier 10 being cleared 8 rifts? How many SS-tier prodigies have perished within those rifts? The warrior fell mute. The statuesque woman murmured, Your Majesty, what shall we do? The interdimensional channel remains unstable. We may send only those below Tier 80. Tier 80 is sufficient, the sovereign cut in. A Tier 80 warrior could kill a Tier 10 being 10,000. He contemplated for several seconds, then declared, activate the cross-realm transmission array. Select reliable agents. Dispatch them to locate this individual. Eliminate him. Yes, the crimson-haired warrior barked instantly. Wait. A crisp, youthful voice rang out. From a side archway, a young woman entered. She appeared 17 or 18, draped in a flowing crimson gown, long raven hair, cascading over her shoulders, features sculpted with ethereal perfection. Yet her eyes mirrored the sovereign's exactly. Pure molten scarlet with pupils that swirled like living magma. Bloodflame Princess Shuewei. She approached the throne and tilted her head up to meet her father's gaze. Father, I wish to go. He frowned. You are only Tier 60. Tier 60 versus Tier 10 is still 10,000-fold superiority, she replied, smiling sweetly. And I am deeply curious about him. 8 rifts. 6 in 24 hours. I wish to see him with my own eyes, and claim him as my personal slave to serve me in conquests yet unwritten. The sovereign studied her, for a long, searching moment. Then he sighed softly. Very well, he relented, waving a dismissive hand. Take the tracking compass. Locate him. Subdue if possible. If not, execute without hesitation. No games. Shuewei's eyes lit with delight. Thank you, father. She spun on her heel, her crimson gown trailing behind her like a comet's fiery wake. At the doorway she paused, and glanced back, flashing a playful wave at the still stunned attendants. Why stand idle? Let's go play on a Tier 1 world. The crimson-haired warrior and the statuesque woman exchanged glances, then hurried after her. The Bloodflame Sovereign added, the cross-realm array requires preparation. Return at dawn tomorrow. Shuewei smiled. Understood, father. I shall return at first light. Su Lin had just cleared the 89th layer, and Su Lin opened his eyes. It wasn't that he was lazy. Yesterday he had exhausted himself by clearing 6 rifts in one day. Outside the window, the streets of the Dark Knight City were much quieter than yesterday. The shouting members of the association and military personnel were still there, but they looked noticeably fatigued, their calls lacking strength. The spies from the Su family appeared to be in high spirits, gathered in small groups at the street corners, their eyes sharp as eagles watching every passerby. Su Lin yawned and took out his phone. Trending number 1 shocking. Su Jintian successfully cleared the 89th layer. The first 90-level powerhouse of humanity is born. The comments section had already surpassed 1 million. Wow, 90 level. The first human to reach 90 level. From today on, Su Jintian is the number 1 person in the world. The other 4 powerhouses combined can't beat him, right? The Su family is about to take off. What about Su Lin? His dad is already 90 level. Does he still dare to hide? Hide? Where could he hide? If Su Jintian wanted to kill him now, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Su Lin scrolled through the comments, his face showing little expression. After reading, he turned off his phone. He sat up and stretched his neck. The 2 rifts around the Dark Night City, the Fiery Hell and the Shadow Maze, still had 3 factions squatting at their entrances. The associations, the militaries, and the Su families were all waiting like hunters, lying in wait, surely believing that the mysterious woman wouldn't dare to come. After all, with so many people at the entrance, it would be foolish to come out. But Su Lin was not foolish. He had indeed been too afraid to venture in before, but now he had invisibility and teleportation. He stepped out of the inn, and in an empty alley concentrated, his facial muscles beginning to shift. This time he transformed into a woman in her 50s. Her hair was gray, her face wrinkled enough to trap mosquitoes, her back hunched like a shrimp, and she walked unsteadily, clearly the type who would fall over if a breeze blew. She now, slowly headed towards the Western District. Western District, the Fiery Hell. After nearly an hour of walking, she finally arrived. Ahead lay a patch of charred land riddled with rifts from which hot air was rising. In the distance, a massive volcano loomed over the wasteland, its craters spewing dark red flames. At the foot of the volcano, dozens of tents were pitched. Members of the association, military personnel, and Su family members each occupied their territory, distinct and separate. People stood outside the tents, some patrolling, some chatting, and others dozing off in chairs. Beside the volcano's crater, a massive rift stood, its edges dark red, resembling burning iron. That was the entrance to the Fiery Hell. Su Lin stood at a distance, observing the situation there. Among the association members, about 20, the leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a level 50 badge on his chest. The military personnel were also around 20, led by someone even more formidable, level 55. The Su family had the fewest, only a dozen, but their leader was level 60. 3 individuals stood beside the rift's entrance, 3 chairs occupied by 3 people, all staring intently at the rift, their eyes unwavering. Su Lin watched for a while before turning and walking into a nearby patch of withered trees. Confirming that no one was around, he concentrated, shadow step activated. His figure instantly disappeared into the air. He looked down at his hands, which were invisible. He took a step forward, his footsteps silent. The invisibility state lasted for 10 minutes. That was enough. He walked towards the rift's entrance. As he approached the 3 individuals, the middle one, a level 60 expert from the Su family, suddenly moved. He furrowed his brow and glanced in Su Lin's direction. Su Lin stood still, unmoving. The man looked for a few seconds, shook his head, and leaned back in his chair. "What's wrong?" asked a nearby association member. "Nothing, just felt like someone was there," said the Su family expert. "Maybe it was just the wind." Su Lin walked past him and entered the rift. As the dark red light of the rift flickered, his figure completely vanished. It was a brief moment. The Su family expert looked back again, seeing nothing. He scratched his head and continued to stare at the rift. An hour later, the rift suddenly shook violently. Everyone stood up simultaneously. What happened? Is the rift about to collapse? Impossible. This rift has existed for over 30 years. How could it? Before he finished speaking, the rift began to collapse. The dark red opening seemed to be torn apart, growing larger and larger, and then with a resounding boom, it completely vanished. Only an intact mountain wall remained with not even a scratch. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if paralyzed. The level 60 Su family expert was stunned for 3 seconds before suddenly reacting. Someone went in. Someone cleared it. Where are they? Did they come out? I didn't see anyone. No one has come. Impossible. If the rift closed, they must have come out. Search. Quickly search. A group of people frantically searched the area, digging 3 feet into the ground, even overturning stones to check. But there was nothing at all. Not even a ghostly shadow. Su Lin stood behind a small hill 100 meters away, watching as the crowd descended into chaos. When he emerged from the rift, he immediately activated invisibility. He had stayed in the rift for 11 hours, his invisibility cooldown was up, and then he walked over to watch the rift collapse. He had 3 minutes left of invisibility. He turned and walked towards the Shadow Maze. The Shadow Maze was located 42 kilometers south of the Southern District. After half an hour of walking, Su Lin arrived near the second rift of the day. The scenery here was completely different from the Fiery Hell. It was a pitch-black stone forest with rocks of varying heights densely packed. Gray mist permeated the gaps between the stone's visibility, less than 10 meters. In the center of the stone forest stood a massive stone door, its frame covered in twisted runes, pure black light flowing within them. Tents were also pitched at the entrance. The association military and Su family. None were missing. The leaders' levels were also similar: level 50, a level 55, a level 60, a luxurious lineup. Su Lin stood at a distance, activating invisibility again. This time he had learned his lesson and directly circled around the edge of the crowd, moving to the side of the stone door. The three people at the entrance were all focused straight ahead, completely unaware that someone was approaching from the side. Su Lin walked past them and entered the stone door. A flash of light. 50 minutes later, the stone door collapsed. The group went into a frenzy. Wow, not again. Where are the people? Are they coming out or not? I didn't see anyone. Really didn't see anyone. Search the entire stone forest. The group went mad again, searching frantically. Su Lin stood behind a stone pillar 200 meters away, watching them. He had 4 minutes left of invisibility. He turned and stepped into the mist. By the time the group searched behind the stone pillar, no one was there anymore. The Forum of Dark Knight City had exploded again. Wow, wow, wow. The fiery hell and the shadow maze have been cleared. Just now. 2 rifts. Less than 2 hours apart. 3 factions were waiting at the entrance and didn't see anyone come out. Are you kidding? Invisibility. It must be an invisibility skill. That mysterious woman has invisibility. But how did she get in? So many people were watching at the entrance. You should ask those 3 useless level 60 guards. The comments section went wild, filled with mockery of the 3 gatekeeping experts. The level 60 expert from the Su family turned pale. He stood before the collapsed rift, staring at the intact mountain wall, his hands trembling. Impossible. Impossible. I was watching the whole time. No one went in. No one came out. A nearby association member whispered, could it be? She never entered through the front door. Not through the front door. Where else would she go? What I mean is, could she have another way to get in? Like teleportation. The Su family expert froze. Teleportation. Yes, teleportation. If she could teleport directly outside from within the rift, then indeed no one would have seen her. His face turned ashen as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Master Qian, there's been an incident. In the Dark Knight City at the Peace Inn. Su Lin lay on the bed looking at the news on his phone with a slight smile. 2 rifts cleared in less than 20 minutes. The dozens of people at the entrance hadn't seen him at all. Invisibility combined with teleportation was just that effective. He opened the panel. Rifts cleared today, 2 total rifts, and secret realms cleared, 10 remaining points, 530 million still early. He could clear a few more in the afternoon. He flipped over, opening the map of national rifts. There were still 216 rifts under level 10 in the no man's land. He picked out 8 rifts at moderate distances, marking their coordinates. Northeast direction, 900 kilometers. Due north, 1,200 kilometers. Northwest direction, 1,400 kilometers. After making a round, he circled back near the Dark Knight City. Su Lin got up, went downstairs, and exited the inn. In the alley, he changed his face, transforming into a man in his 30s, releasing his flying device and soaring into the clouds. At 5 in the afternoon, the Forum of Dark Knight City had already gone wild with posts. Rift CN0701 has been cleared. Rift CN0712 has been cleared. Rift CN0723 has been cleared. Rift CN0789 has been cleared. The comments section was silent. Everyone was just spamming ellipses, because they didn't know what to say anymore. In a single day, including the 2 from the morning, a total of 10 rifts. 10. From 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock, 7 hours, 8 rifts. An average of 1 rift per hour. What does this imply? Each of those rifts had existed for decades, each had claimed dozens, or even hundreds of lives. She went and came out, went in again, and came out again. Like strolling through a market. The official account of the Rift Handling Group released an announcement with just one line. Total number of national rifts closed today, 10. Breaking the single-day historical record. The identity of the challenger is unknown. We are actively searching for her. The comments below finally came alive. 10. 10 in a single day. I seem to know who she is now. I know too. 10,086. Those who understand understand. In the Dark Knight Market, a temporary military station. General Zheng sat in a chair staring at the news on his phone, silence enveloping him for a long time. Then he stood up and walked to the window. 10. He murmured 10. The adjutant beside him whispered, General, are we still waiting? General Zheng turned to look at him. Waiting for what? Waiting for her to show up. General Zheng smiled a complex smile. Show up. Do you think she will? The adjutant was taken aback. General Zheng sighed. If she wanted to show up, she would have done so long ago. Can a person really manage to create 10 rifts in a day? She doesn't want to be found by anyone. Then what should we? Just wait. General Zheng said once she has created enough, she will naturally come out. At that time, whoever finds her first will win. In the Dark Knight Market, the temporary station of the Su family. A middle-aged man with the surname Qian had a grim expression, his phone nearly crushed in his grip. 10. 10. The spy beside him kept his head down, not daring to breathe. Reinforce our personnel. The middle-aged man with the surname Qian shouted, guard every rift entrance for me. I don't believe she can keep hiding forever. The spy whispered, Master Qian, there are over 200 rifts in the no man's land, but our manpower is simply not enough. If it's not enough, then hire more. Mercenaries. Bounty hunters. Those desperate people in the Dark Knight City. As long as you offer points, anyone can find her. Yes. The spy exited. The middle-aged man with the surname Qian stood in the room, his eyes cold. No matter who you are, the family head is already level 90. Once the family head makes a move personally, you won't escape. At 7 in the evening, the nightlife of the Dark Knight City had just begun. Neon lights flickered, crowds bustled, and the sounds of vendors bargaining and cursing merged into one. Su Lin returned from outside the city, changing back to the face of an ordinary middle-aged man, blending into the crowd as he walked towards the inn. Su Lin moved among the people, keeping his head down, walking at a measured pace. The stalls by the roadside were still calling out, selling grilled skewers, masks, and second-hand gear, each shouting at the top of their lungs. A few drunken strongmen swayed past him, cursing loudly without knowing who they were cursing at. As he passed a mask stall, the owner glanced at him, their gaze lingering on his face for a second before looking down again and continuing to shout. An ordinary man with an ordinary face, so ordinary that he could be lost in the crowd. Su Lin continued walking. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Peace Inn. He pushed the door open. The old man was still dozing behind the counter. Hearing the door creak, the old man lifted his eyelids slightly, saw him, and then lowered them again. Su Lin went upstairs, entered the room, and closed the door. He took off his coat, tossed it into the spatial ring, and sat on the bed. He took a deep breath. He opened the panel. Name Su Lin, disguised state, level 10 health, 31 trillion base, 1,000 trillion equipment, 300 trillion attack, 2,000 base, 1,000 ring, 1,000 ability. Health limit increased by trillion times. Passive 1, recovery enhancement percentage. Hell level recovers 1 of maximum health per second. Passive 2, bone spike rage. When taking damage, bounce back 25 of the damage taken to the attacker. Passive 3, taunt ice corpse rage. Taunt forces all monsters within 100 meters to lock onto you with extreme malice. Passive 4, extreme cold resistance, 80 immunity to ice damage. When attacked by ice, there is a 5 chance to freeze the attacker for 3 seconds. Passive 5, substitute stone statue, automatically triggers when receiving fatal damage, retains 1 health point cooldown, 24 hours. Active 1, shadow step, enter invisibility for 10 minutes, attacks, or being hit, will reveal, you cooldown 1 hour. Active 2, blood sacrifice, consumes 10 of current health, dealing 200 of the consumed health as damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius, cooldown 10 minutes. Active 3, teleportation, instantly teleport to a designated location within 1,000 meters. Use app. 300 million. Su Lin stared at the long list of skills on the panel, silent, for a full 10 seconds. 6 passives, 3 actives. 1 item card. Plus the original one's a total of 17 skills. He took a deep breath and pulled out a fist-sized black stone from the ring. Furnace stone. The golden patterns on its surface were still flowing, gently warm to the touch, almost alive. He stared at it for a long time. Then he opened the panel and began to select. Which skills were useless? Rock skin. Useful, but not very significant. He now had 31 trillion health, and a 10 increase in defense was almost negligible for him. A 3 chance to block. Too low, not reliable at all. Flame body. 20 immunity to fire, and can recover health when attacked by fire. This is good, but he doesn't encounter fire monsters often, plus, he has a 1 recovery per second, so it's not a big deal. Shadow affinity. Speed and attack boost in dark environments. Useful but too limited. He can't be fighting in the dark every day. Lightning resistance. Similar to extreme cold resistance, but extreme cold resistance has 80 immunity, while this only has 20, along with a 10 chance to paralyze. Keeping it is fine, but it's not a high priority. Poison resistance. Immunity to toxins, and recovers 1000 health per second. 10000. He currently recovers 15.5 billion health per second. This skill is just a joke to him. Life drain aura. Enemies around lose 1000 health per second, converted into his healing. 10000. Still a joke. Active skills are even worse. Earth escape. He has invisibility and teleportation. Why would he need earth escape? Flame impact. 500,000 damage. He currently deals 62.6 billion damage with blood sacrifice. Shadow strike. 1 million damage. Still not enough. 3 actives, all useless. Su Lin took a deep breath, focusing his mind. The furnace stone floated in midair, and the golden patterns began to flicker violently. Select the skills to melt away. Su Lin tapped on the panel repeatedly. Rock skin, melt away. Flame body, melt away. Shadow affinity, melt away. Lightning resistance, melt away. Poison resistance, melt away. Life drain aura, melt away. Earth escape, melt away. Flame Impact, melt away. Shadow Strike, melt away. All 6 new passive skills and 3 active skills obtained today were selected. Select the passive skills to enhance. Su Lin's finger paused on passive 1, recovery enhancement percentage hell level. Recovering 1 of maximum health per second. This is his most core passive, the fundamental guarantee for him to stand firm. If this one gets enhanced. He pressed down. The furnace stone shook violently. The 9 skills transformed into 9 beams of different colors flying out from the panel and pouring into the furnace stone. The golden patterns flickered madly as if about to burst the whole stone. Then a pure golden light shot out from the furnace stone and entered his chest. Su Lin trembled all over. The power was too strong, so strong that it nearly made him cry out. Not in pain, but in expansion. It felt like something was growing wildly inside him, causing every cell to tremble. This lasted a full 10 seconds. Then everything calmed down. Su Lin opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. They were still those ordinary hands, unchanged. But he knew it had changed. He took a deep breath and opened the panel. Passive 1, recovery enhancement percentage, hell level enhancement, successful new effect, recovers 10 of maximum health per second. Su Lin stared at that line of text stunned for 3 seconds. 10. What is 10 of 31 trillion? 3. 1 trillion. Recovering 3. 1 trillion health per second. Su Lin smiled. Now there are over 200 rifts left. If he melts away 90 useless skill rewards, wouldn't he be able to enhance recovery to 100 per second? And then can the counterattack be enhanced to 100? Can the taunt range be expanded from 100 meters to 1000 meters? What will the invisibility skill, teleportation skill, and blood sacrifice skill look like after enhancement? Just thinking about it is astonishing. He closed the panel and took out another item from the ring. A card. It was a reward after clearing one of the rifts. Upon seeing the description for this card, he chose it without hesitation. The card was palm-sized, entirely silver white, with golden patterns along the edges. The front of the card depicted a tower with 19 levels, each glowing faintly. The back only had 1 line of text. Tongtian card level 2 effect. After entering the Tongtian tower, you can choose the continuous clearing mode. After clearing each level, you can continue to challenge the next level without needing to exit. You can continuously clear up to the 19th level. After clearing the 19th level, you must exit and cannot continue. Su Lin read it and was silent for a few seconds. The Tongtian tower can only be entered once a week, and only 1 level can be cleared at a time. But with this card, he could clear 10 levels at once. From level 10 directly up to level 20. And he wouldn't need to come out in between nor wait for next week. It was 9 p.m. Yet outside the inn it was bustling with excitement. He curiously opened the window. Hero! 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 The synchronized shouts from the street shook the window. The streets were packed with people. The neon lights were all on, shining 10 times brighter than usual, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. People held up various homemade signs scribbled with words like hero, thank you, and savior. There were men and women, young and old. Some shouted, some cried, while others embraced, laughing and jumping together. The vendors selling skewers by the street were giving them away for free, shouting, "Today we celebrate. No charge. Eat as you please." Next to them, the alcohol sellers were even more extravagant, bringing out barrels of liquor and placing them in the middle of the street, declaring, "Come, come, drink. Today it's on me." People were unceremoniously grabbing bowls to drink, and once finished they continued shouting, "Hero! Hero! Hero!" Su Lin watched for a few seconds before drawing the curtain. He lay back on the bed listening to the shouts outside, his expression blank, but his heart feeling somewhat complicated.